It's so late. You shouldn't trouble yourself. Just let the restaurant handle it. Qin Zheng quickly interjected. Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Tian smiled. Never mind. It's quite late, and the restaurant needs to rest. Besides, the old man just helped me solve a significant problem, so let me prepare a meal to express my gratitude. With that, he headed toward the kitchen. In the remaining room, Moronfu declared triumphantly. See? I told you so. Now do you believe me? Long Outyin gave him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. I am truly convinced now. However, I am curious. How do you manage to always guess what the master is thinking? Moronfu replied with pride. I am not merely guessing. You see, you didn't fully comprehend what I said earlier. Long Outyin, puzzled, responded, I understood. You mentioned that we must listen carefully to the master's words and ponder the nuances. Moro nodded, exactly. The so-called tasks are those spoken by the master himself. Long Outyin grasped the concept. Yet, even if they understood, they could never interpret it as he did. Thus, it was evident why the master favored Moronfu. Quite clever. Enjoying the admiration of the two, Moronfu felt a sense of elation. As long as you both stick with me, it will be beneficial for you to become familiar to the master. Qin Zheng had already witnessed this firsthand. With a smile, he said, Moron, you make a valid point. If you ever feast on meat, don't forget to share some soup with us. Agreed. Moronfu laughed heartily. In the kitchen, Lin Tian surveyed the ingredients on the cutting board, contemplating a simple and quick meal. The materials were plentiful, but there were no chili peppers in sight. After searching the kitchen thoroughly to no avail, he decided to let it be, as he had brought along a bottle of his homemade chili sauce. If the dishes lacked flavor, he could simply add some to the bowls later. With deft hands, Lin Tian quickly prepared some common stir-fried dishes, stir-fried pig liver, shredded pork with green peppers, twice-cooked pork, and braised eggplant. There is also a cabbage and tofu soup. He has witnessed the appetites of several individuals. For people and 5 dishes, generously portioned, enough to satisfy. The rice is readily available in the pot, and with a quick steam, it is ready to be served. Once Lin Tian finishes his tasks, he notices 3 individuals standing at the door, their stomachs rumbling in anticipation. Even before the first dish was ready, the enticing aroma had drawn them near. Who would have thought that such ordinary ingredients could be transformed into such delectable cuisine by a master chef? It was not only them. Even the waiter stationed downstairs was awakened by the delicious scent. However, the shopkeeper had instructed him to avoid approaching these distinguished guests carelessly. Yet, the fragrance was simply too enticing. Even standing at the doorway to savor the aroma felt worthwhile. Ah, you all have come down. Would you be so kind as to help me serve the dishes? Lin Tian said with a smile as he removed his apron. The 3 hurried inside, their eyes widening at the sight of the bountiful spread. They couldn't help but swallow hard. I have savored the culinary delights across the vast lands of Qin. Yet no chef has ever crafted dishes as exquisite as those of the master. Indeed, I once thought it was solely due to rare ingredients. I never imagined the master's culinary skills had reached such extraordinary heights. Keep your voices down. We must not let the master hear us. He despises being called master, and we must always remember this. Otherwise, if we slip up, we risk incurring his wrath. Upon hearing Moronfu's words, the others quickly nodded in agreement, carrying the dishes upstairs alongside Lin Tian. Meanwhile, the waiter downstairs could only cling to the staircase, desperately inhaling the lingering aroma, utterly enraptured. Please, everyone, don't be shy. Enjoy the meal, Lin Tian said as he took up his bowl and chopsticks. He hadn't felt hungry earlier, preoccupied with thoughts of the day ahead. Now, with Moronfu's assistance, his worries had dissipated. It was known that these individuals were emperors, and the gifts they brought would undoubtedly be extraordinary, far beyond his comparison. Lin Tian felt reassured by this and enthusiastically served Moronfu some pig liver. Come, old sir, do try this pig liver. Moronfu was taken aback. Thank you. He quickly placed it in his mouth, savoring the flavor so much that he wished he could swallow his tongue. Lin Tian warmly encouraged the others to enjoy their meal, though he did not serve them directly. The 2 did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. The opportunity to eat was already a privilege. Seeing them devour the food eagerly, Lin Tian understood their hunger. He, too, took a piece of pig liver and tasted it. Finding the flavor somewhat mild, he retrieved his carefully sealed chili sauce from his package. The others were momentarily taken aback at the sight of the jar Lin Tian held, wondering what it contained. As Lin Tian opened the jar, a unique fragrance wafted out. He smiled and used his chopsticks to extract a small portion. Moronfu's eyes widened in curiosity. Xiao Tian, what is this? Oh, this is my homemade chili sauce. Would you like to try some? Regardless of what it was, the mere fact that it was made by Lin Tian assured them of its exceptional quality. Moronfu was the first to speak, eagerly extending his bowl. Lin Tian obliged, placing a generous amount into it. Observing this, Long Outyin quickly chimed in, requesting, please, may I have a bit as well? I too. Lin Tian regarded the group, pondering their fondness for spicy food. He then placed the chili sauce in the center of the table with a smile, saying, feel free to add as much as you like. The 3 onlookers stared at the chili sauce for a moment, and upon witnessing Moronfu devouring it without hesitation, they could not contain themselves and imitated him, swallowing the sauce in one go. So spicy. The first to exclaim was Qin Zheng. Yet, he soon added, but it is incredibly delicious. Despite the heat, the sensation is exhilarating. What was even more astonishing was that they discovered the chili sauce possessed hidden wonders. After consuming it, they began to sweat profusely, and along with the perspiration, their bodies expelled accumulated internal injuries and toxins. This effect was most pronounced for Qin, who felt as if a fire was igniting within his lungs, continuously burning. Strangely, with each breath, he found it increasingly easier to breathe, and his lungs grew stronger. Noticing this transformation, he stood up and ladled more from the jar, consuming 5 large bowls alongside rice. Such ferocity, Lin Tian remarked, observing Qin Zheng's lips transforming into a sausage-like appearance. Old Qin, their essay process to eating spicy food. Consuming too much at once might overwhelm you. Ironically, it was he who had just declared it too spicy, yet he was the one relishing it the most. Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, Qin Zheng paused. The other two couldn't help but laugh at his appearance. Moron Fu teased, indeed, old Qin, don't be too hasty. With a knowing glance, Qin Zheng quickly grasped the implication, sheepishly setting down his bowl and chuckling. It's just so delicious that I lost control momentarily. Not to worry. If you enjoy this chili sauce, I shall prepare more when the peppers are ripe next time, Lin Tian replied with a cheerful grin. Qin Zheng, sporting his comical sausage lips, gazed at him with excitement. Lin Tian nearly lost his composure, fighting back laughter. The meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied. As they returned to their respective rooms, Lin Tian finally found the peace needed for a restful night's sleep. Chapter 143, The astonishing emergence of 500 divine artifacts surrounding the region of Rosong. Armies from various nations were in a state of disbelief. What? A peerless artifact has appeared in Rosong, and 500 of them. With Li Bai deceased, the second prince had taken over the reins of power. The news of 500 extraordinary artifacts emanating from Rosong sent shockwaves throughout the entire central continent. Such an overwhelming figure left the nations trembling. It is worth noting that the Dragon Kingdom possessed merely one artifact, which had allowed them to dominate the central continent for centuries. Now, Rosong had suddenly unveiled 500. How terrifying. If this information were to be true, there could be no mistake. The news had originated from the vicinity of Rosong. Someone claimed to have witnessed the spectacle last night, where 500, or rather 501, peerless artifacts appeared above the city of Rosong. These artifacts seemed akin to garments, enabling individuals to soar through the skies. The Northwest United Army had traversed the Yellow River utilizing these artifacts. Launching fireballs directly at the imperial city of Rosong, the individual murmured, soaring over the Yellow River. Could such extraordinary artifacts truly exist? Capable of allowing humans to fly like birds? Many had witnessed the celestial phenomenon that night, and given the gravity of the situation regarding the peerless artifacts, no one dared to speak falsely. It was rumored that Li Qian and his compatriots' victory was largely due to a remarkable figure from the northwest, who had crafted those artifacts. According to reports, this master had an inseparable connection with the Liu family of Rosong. The reason behind the master's intervention was that Li Bai had harmed members of the Liu family. Li Qian merely benefited from the Liu family's influence. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to defeat Li Bai so easily. Furthermore, it was said that this extraordinary master remained in Rosong, having come specifically to rescue the Liu family. One could only assert that Li Bai had poor luck, choosing to offend the Liu family above all others. Now, Li Qian had allied himself with this remarkable figure. It could be said that Rosong was destined for greatness. 500 peerless artifacts. Retreat. I have no desire to perish. Move, move, move. Why engage in battle against someone wielding 500 divine artifacts? Are we seeking death? The nations that had initially awaited to reap the benefits hastily withdrew their troops. It would be troublesome if they were to meet their end without understanding how it transpired. Rosong is on the rise. Dragon Kingdom. Tianlong wore a solemn expression. They had dominated the central continent for centuries, relying on a single peerless artifact. In earlier years, other nations had attempted to challenge their authority, yet when they revealed their divine artifact, their challengers were left trembling in fear. However, what connection could this extraordinary master possibly have with the Liu family? No one had ever mentioned the existence of such a remarkable figure from the northwest continent. This master seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Could it be that the purported 500 artifacts were merely a misinterpretation? Or perhaps Li Qian had deliberately disseminated this information. While Li Qian may not possess the same ruthless nature as Li Bai, when it comes to strategy, he undoubtedly exhibited the qualities of a sovereign. One cannot dismiss the possibility that he acted with ulterior motives. After all, the conflict in Rosong has only depleted its own forces. By disseminating such information, other nations are bound to exercise caution, refraining from rash attacks. Offending an extraordinary master is a risk no one dares to take. Rosong, a nation at the fringe of the Central Plains, has unexpectedly ascended to a position of threat. Regardless of the circumstances, inaction is not an option. An extraordinary master, you say? Tianlong, with a nonchalant demeanor, dispatched emissaries to thoroughly investigate this matter. If the claims prove true, then it would be prudent to pay a visit to this esteemed individual. Masters of their caliber must be courted. Oh, master, do not let me down, Tianlong murmured, his eyes betraying a glimmer of murderous intent as he gazed at the map, fixating on the desolate and remote northwestern corner. To his astonishment, this seemingly insignificant nook has nurtured an extraordinary master over the span of centuries. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, I urge you all to send more personnel to the northwest for verification, specifically targeting the Yin Kingdom. Tianlong's gaze narrowed upon the barely visible location on the map. Moments ago, his subordinates reported that the young lady of the Liu family might be residing there. The Liu family's young lady. A realization dawned upon Tianlong, prompting him to halt the departing figures. Wait, convey my command. Travel to the Yin Kingdom and investigate the woman named Liu Yin and on my behalf. The leading subordinate was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in acquiescence. Yet, in their hearts, they harbored doubts about the existence of 500 extraordinary artifacts in Rosong. If that were the case, the nation would have long since become the sovereign of the Central Plains, rendering internal strife implausible. At the Yellow River Post, the emissaries dispatched by Dou Ming returned with only a single piece of news. The Northwest Coalition forces achieved victory. Furthermore, the current emperor of Rosong is Li Qian. Li Qian. This implies that Li Bai has been defeated. Dou Ming sat by the window, absorbing the report with a darkened gaze filled with scheming. Unexpectedly, Qin Zheng emerged victorious. But what of it? He shall not be forgiven for slaying his son. Chancellor, there is something you must know. One of Dou Ming's aides spoke respectfully. According to reliable sources, the king of Qin was accompanied by an extraordinary master on this expedition, and their success in battle was due to that individual's assistance. Moreover, during this civil war in Rosong, various nations in the Central Plains had stationed numerous troops nearby, poised to seize the opportunity. However, just moments ago, they all withdrew their forces. The nations of the Central Plains are not foolish. They must have caught wind of the situation. If the king of Qin truly possesses such an extraordinary master, we should reconsider confronting him directly. Upon hearing these words, Dou Ming's expression darkened further. Are you suggesting that my son is dead, and I should cheerfully greet him, commending him for the good work? Those wretched creatures. I have been far too lenient with him over the years, allowing him to forget his true identity. Without the Dou family, could he ever ascend to the throne of the Qin? The aide, alarmed by his words, fell to his knees, hastily clarifying that was not his intent. At this moment, Dou Ming was impervious to the words of others, fixated solely on seeking retribution from King Qin. He gazed at him in silence for a long while. While his anger was palpable, he still absorbed some of his advisor's counsel. A peerless master? Could such a being truly exist? Judging by the outcome, it was evident that Qin Zheng had indeed triumphed. Moreover, in aiding Luo Sang, he had inadvertently set himself against him, which might provoke Luo Sang to retaliate as well. Li Qian was a man he had investigated, a person of both valor and cunning. Little did he expect that even in his twilight years, he would fall prey to Qin Zheng's stratagem, having miscalculated the so-called unparalleled master. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Dou Ming's eyes. He had underestimated Qin Zheng, who had concealed such a formidable card. Meanwhile, Liu Yinran lay awake, seated in the courtyard, counting the stars. It had been over half a month since Lin Tian had departed. Throughout these weeks, she had missed him profoundly. Gazing upon the treasures of heaven and earth planted in the yard, shimmering under the moonlight like scattered starlight, she couldn't help but murmur, husband, father, brother. How are you all faring? Chapter 144. The former master of forging as night fell, the forging camp erupted in jubilant cheers. They had triumphed. Indeed, they had secured victory. And the key to this success lay in the 500 bat suits they had crafted. At this moment, the forging camp reveled in its glory. Every regiment in the army offered them compliments, and the exhilaration was palpable. As they strode through the military encampment, each soldier held their head high, pride radiating from their faces. Commander, why did you allow him to attend the banquet? By the campfire, Tang Laosan glared at the gaunt man behind Tang Yo, his face contorted in disdain. Why are you babbling so much? Didn't you shout about wanting to drink? Go on, the wine is over there. Tang Yo's expression turned awkward, his eyes darting as he glanced back at the indifferent man, saying nothing, his gaze filled with helplessness. Once a formidable master of forging, the former commander now appeared utterly dejected. How can this man still be here in our forging camp? Doesn't he even work iron anymore? He is just here to mooch off us. Indeed, the army does not accommodate idlers, and now he had the audacity to attend the banquet, clearly seeking to indulge in drink. Unfriendly murmurs about the man rippled through the crowd. It seemed that no one held him in high regard. Commander, today is a celebration feast. He has contributed nothing and will only disrupt the atmosphere. Exactly, I'd rather not see him here. Those present believed that the victory over Rosong was solely their achievement, and they harbored a deep disdain for the man who had been coasting along. The man, sporting a full beard, was tall and thin, with a vacant stare and an expression devoid of emotion. He seemed accustomed to the derision, remaining indifferent to the taunts. Without waiting for an invitation, he marched directly toward the wine jars. Hey, that's our wine. Commander, aren't you going to do something about him? Tang Laosan exclaimed, seething with anger as he watched the man feign ignorance, clutching a jar of wine and drinking heartily. His anger intensified. Stop your chattering and go over there. Tang Yo shoved him aside. Observing the man's complete disregard for the insults, he realized that he was numbing himself with alcohol. Once glorious, he now wallowed in disgrace. Perhaps his unwillingness to confront reality was the reason for his current state. The man's name was Zhao Yun, once the esteemed commander of the forging camp, renowned for his exceptional forging skills, earning the admiration of every soldier in the army. In those days, he was the epitome of success. Back then, Tai Nyo was merely one of his subordinates, insignificant in comparison. He had boldly proclaimed in front of others that he would become a master forger of the highest caliber. That year, in Fen City, now known as Huanghe City, he expressed his ambition to forge a heavenly weapon for Mo Yi. Brimming with confidence, he believed he possessed the ability to create such a divine instrument. Thus, he locked himself in the forge day and night, relying on others to provide him with food and drink. Months passed, one after another, as spring turned to autumn, and he isolated himself in the forge for an entire year. Even Mo Xie, who visited him repeatedly, was turned away at the door. Everyone believed he would undoubtedly forge a weapon of celestial significance. Mo Xie shared this sentiment, for Zhao Yun had declared that this divine weapon was intended for him. Mo Xie wholeheartedly trusted Zhao Yun, as he was the most exceptional blacksmith he had ever encountered. Yet, ultimately, Zhao Yun overestimated his own abilities. Throughout that year, he endeavored countless times, yet he could not create the promised weapon. When Zhao Yun emerged from the forge, gaunt and emaciated, the entire camp awaited him outside the barracks. The outcome was that from that moment on, he never uttered another word. He drowned his sorrows in drink, becoming a mere shadow of himself within the military. Even when Mo Xie urged him not to take it to heart, assuring him that one day he would succeed, time wore on. And others began to harbor disdain for him. They perceived him as a useless drunkard, idling away in the camp. Whenever they encountered him, they could not refrain from hurling insults. Despite their harsh words, he offered no rebuttal. Gradually, he became a target for ridicule among the troops. Mo Xie, observing his plight, though unaware of the events that transpired during that year, understood that Zhao Yun had changed due to his desire to forge a weapon for him. Thus, he did not send Zhao Yun away, but rather insisted that he remain in the camp, steadfast in his belief that Zhao Yun would ultimately rise again. This continued for 5 years. During this time, Tai Nyo ascended to the position of camp leader. His respect for Zhao Yun stemmed from having witnessed his former glory. What had transpired during that year? None could fathom it. Yet, he remained convinced that Zhao Yun would someday reclaim his former splendor. Enough of this chatter. Even the general has no objections. Who dares to complain further shall forfeit their meat and drink. Tai Nyo barked. At last, silence fell upon them. Beside him, Zhao Yun merely stared blankly, clutching a jar of wine, and cast a glance at him. Tai Nyo, without uttering a word, served a bowl of beef before Zhao Yun and took a seat beside him. Regardless of Zhao Yun's current state, Tai Nyo continued to hold him in deep respect. He uncorked a jar of wine and took several hearty gulps. Captain Zhao. Tai Nyo beamed with an earnest smile. Despite the passage of years, he still addressed Zhao Yun the same way, even though he had risen to the rank of camp leader himself. Zhao Yun's expression momentarily faltered, yet he remained silent, simply clutching the wine jar and drinking quietly. Tai Nyo seemed accustomed to his reticence, smiling as he reminisced, "We entered the forge together as fresh recruits, and your remarkable blacksmithing skills left me in awe. At that moment, I pondered the notion that no matter how diligently I toiled, I could never aspire to become like you. It was a time when you exuded confidence and radiance, the object of admiration and longing for countless souls." Iron Bull, upon reaching this point in his reflection, offered him a piece of beef. "Although I remained oblivious to the trials you faced that year, a true master of forging has graced our foundry. Not only can he craft unparalleled artifacts, but he is also adept in the creation of various weaponry. Our triumph this time is largely attributable to him. Should you find the time, I encourage you to visit the forge. Perhaps this master can unravel the knots within your heart." The reason for his extensive discourse today was to convey the circumstances surrounding Zhao Yunlin. He has languished for 5 years, all for a singular weapon of celestial significance. Now, a genuine master of forging has arrived at our foundry. Any inquiries can be directed to him. A master capable of crafting unparalleled artifacts? Zhao Yun's voice emerged hoarsely. Indeed, that is correct. For the first time in 5 years, he heard Zhao Yun utter words. Iron Bull exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely. That master has led us in the creation of 500 unparalleled artifacts. 500. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Zhao Yun's stunned gaze widened in disbelief. Are you truly saying this? Zhao Yun exclaimed in shock. Yes, indeed, more authentic than pure gold. If you doubt it, come to the forge tomorrow. You will surely meet him. Chapter 145. The unyielding kingdom of Chuyun. This night, the central plains are destined to be tumultuous. In the kingdom of Chuyun, how could 500 extraordinary artifacts breach Li Bo's defenses in a single night? What is the true nature of the Northwest Allied forces? My king, how can this be possible? Surely there has been some misinformation. 500 legendary artifacts. Who would dare to boast so? The court erupted in chaos. The emperor summoned them at such a late hour only to hear this scout's outrageous claims? Truly absurd. The battle god of Chuyun, Qi Wei, was the first to express disbelief. Although Luo Sang ranked lowest in the Central Plains, its combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Even if the Northwest Allied forces clashed with Li Qian, it was inconceivable that they could annihilate Li Bo's hundreds of thousands of troops overnight. Clearly, this information was false. Li Qian, a man of great cunning, might be employing such rumors to mislead others. The internal strife in Luosang, from every perspective, merely squandered its own resources. His intention was to buy time for recuperation. For Chuyun, situated nearby, the harsh climate, especially in winter, had led to countless deaths among the populace. With Luosang embroiled in chaos, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they did not seize this moment to conquer Luosang, it would be far more difficult once Luosang regained its strength. Qi Wei was resolute that this opportunity must not be missed. He had faced Li Qian on the battlefield, with neither emerging superior. At this moment, he remained unaware that the intelligence brought back by the scout was indeed accurate, while they were lost in their daydreams. My king, I request permission to lead 500,000 troops to conquer Luosang. What? The emperor of Chuyun, Qi Heng, stood up in shock from his dragon throne. Qi Wang, are you confident? If these words had come from another, the king might have considered them, but they were uttered by Qi Wei, the battle god of Chuyun. If he claimed it could be done, then it could indeed be accomplished. The assembled generals turned to gaze at him, their eyes wide with astonishment. The entire court was transfixed. Some civil officials advised caution, stating that the current situation was unclear and the veracity of the news could not be ascertained, urging the king to deliberate carefully. At that moment, Qi Wei stepped forward, proclaiming, "Our kingdom has suffered from natural disasters for 3 consecutive years, with millions of lives, both human and livestock, perishing in the icy snow. Luosang boasts fertile land and abundant resources, and its military strength is comparable to ours. This is a rare opportunity. Once they regain their strength, it will be impossible to conquer them. Furthermore, Li Qian is no ordinary opponent. He is both wise and capable in battle. Having fought against us for years, he knows us intimately. If he ascends to power, even raiding the villages surrounding Luosang will become a challenge. How shall we endure the bitter winter?" The general speaks wisely. This opportunity is indeed precious. Some were swayed, beginning to support Qi Wei's perspective. History is etched in blood. No nation's past is devoid of its stains. Although the kingdom of Chuyun does not hold a geographical advantage, it remains ahead of Luosang due to an intrinsic fierceness, fighting without regard for life. Hearts stirred. Numerous military commanders resolved to align themselves with Qi Wei, eagerly offering counsel and requesting to engage in battle. Should they achieve victory in this campaign, promotions and lasting renown would surely follow, particularly as they would be accompanying the god of war. Who would not desire such an opportunity? Your Majesty, I believe the Qi King speaks wisely. I am willing to march alongside the Qi King. The first to step forward was the Marquis of Pingyuan, Chang Yuan. Qi Heng glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Your loyalty is noted and permitted." Qi Wei maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware of their ulterior motives. Was it not the fear of him monopolizing the glory once more that drove them? Yet, he regarded the Marquis' troops with disdain. Nevertheless, Qi Heng acquiesced, his sole aim being to suppress Qi Wei. With his accomplishments overshadowing the sovereign, no further titles could be bestowed upon him. If this continued, his throne would become perilously unstable. In terms of influence, he commanded unwavering support within the court, and his decisions were met with trust. Should the Qi King indeed conquer Luosang, would he not seize the opportunity to establish his own dominion? Hush, lower your voice. How can you speak such treasonous thoughts? Do you not fear for your life? I am merely confiding in you, not revealing this to others. I find it quite plausible. The Qi King's current prestige and status are merely awaiting the right opportunity. If he succeeds this time, he may very well assert himself as a ruler. Especially considering Luosang and Chuyun, one can easily deduce which is more favorable. Not necessarily. Although Luosang is embroiled in civil strife, its strength remains formidable, and the Northwest Coalition is still present. It will not be an easy battle. Humph, can the combat prowess of the Northwest Coalition truly compare to ours? They are merely a multitude, a rabble, while the true contest lies with Luosang. The ministers engaged in hushed discussions. The Emperor of Chuyun observed everything with a steady gaze, his hand resting upon the dragon head, though the prominent veins on his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. Calmly, he remarked, "The Qi King's proposal is not without merit, however. News does not arise without cause. Do any of you esteemed officials possess more prudent suggestions?" The court once again buzzed with whispers, akin to a nest of sparrows. The Marquis of Pingyuan commanded an army of 100,000. What could he achieve in comparison to the Qi King's forces? Indeed, it appears he seeks to exploit the chaos for his own gain. It seems this endeavor may indeed be fruitful. Should we not also seek to benefit? In that moment, all present felt certain that this military campaign against Luosang would yield opportunities for profit. Yet, what if the Qi King plotted rebellion? Indeed, should we defy him? Would we not face dire consequences? The generals who had initially contemplated joining the fray to seize advantage suddenly came to their senses at this thought. They shook their heads, recognizing that regardless of the outcome, the risks outweighed the benefits. It was not worth the peril. Observing that no one else dared to speak, silence enveloped the assembly. Qi Heng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Since none of you have objections, I shall appoint Prince Qi to lead an army of 300,000 to Luosang, with the Marquis of Ping and commanding an additional 100,000 troops to assist him." Yes, Chang Yuan's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Qi Heng's approval. The opportunity for promotion and wealth had arrived. Soon, Qi Wei and Chang Yuan each led their forces towards Luosang. The region of Chuyun borders Luosang, with the capital merely separated by 2 mountain peaks. This geographical proximity bolstered his confidence in capturing Luosang. Although Qi Heng had only allocated 300,000 troops to him, It was evident that he intended for the endeavor to be anything but effortless. The assignment of the Marquis of Ping'an, ostensibly to aid him, was in reality a means of surveillance. The Marquis was nothing more than a sycophant of Qi Hong, inept in all pursuits yet boasting with unparalleled audacity. The notion that such a person could truly assist him was nothing short of absurd. Did he not grasp Qi Hang's intentions? It was clear that he harbored fears of a potential rebellion. How pitiful and laughable! If he were truly inclined to revolt, would he have been able to maintain his position as emperor for so many years? Nevertheless, since you exhibit a lack of virtue, do not be surprised when he acts without righteousness. A resolute glint shone in Qi Wei's eyes. Chapter 146. The successful ambush. The two mountains served as the most excellent natural concealment. At this moment, with the night shrouding their movements, they remained undetected. Upon reaching the outskirts of Rosong City, approximately 20 miles away, Qi Wei commanded all soldiers to halt. Beside him, Chang Yuan promptly inquired, "Your Highness, why the sudden stop? We should send scouts ahead to ascertain if there are soldiers from Rosong." Noticing Qi Wei's silence, Chang Yuan could only clench his fists in frustration. "Your Highness, the king has dispatched me to assist you. If you withhold information from me, it becomes difficult for me to relay orders to my comrades." Chang Yuan smiled, attempting to maintain a cordial demeanor. "The Marquis of Peace requires no action. Shortly, you shall only need to charge forth." Qi Wei replied dismissively. "Charge forth? What jest is this? Commanding my 100,000 troops to charge is akin to sending them to their demise," Chang Yuan retorted. "Your Highness possesses a far more formidable army than mine. We are here to support you, not to engage as the main force." Qi Wei cast a languid glance at him. "You are aware that you are merely a support, so why indulge in idle chatter? Stay quietly to the side, and do not act without my command." Yes. Whatever you say," Chang Yuan acquiesced, fully aware that he could not provoke Qi Wei. Moreover, he understood the king's intentions for sending him here. This was not the time for him to seek glory. Once victory was attained, his rewards would be inevitable. Before long, a scout returned, reporting to Your Highness, "It appears that Rosong City is celebrating a victory. The citizens are rejoicing, and the palace is heavily guarded. But the sounds from within suggest they too are in celebration." "Excellent," Qi Wei responded, his gaze fixed on the distant flames. The fire in his eyes flickered with anticipation. "Summon my orders. We shall assault the city directly. Let us catch them off guard." "Yes." The scout, brimming with excitement, hastily departed. Within Rosong City, the citizens rejoiced in the triumph of the second prince, Li Qian. Just moments ago, Li Qian had dispatched physicians to tend to their ailments, expressing concern for their welfare during the recent turmoil. Those who had perished at the hands of Li Bai were to receive 2 taels of silver each for burial expenses. Though the amount seemed modest, the sheer number of victims rendered it a substantial expense, particularly burdensome for Rosong, having just endured a great battle. Yet, the people are the foundation of the state. Li Qian understood this principle well. Now was the opportune moment to win their hearts, and such expenditures were unavoidable. However, he showed no mercy towards Li Bai's accomplices, who languished in the dungeons of the palace. The conditions there were perpetually dark and damp, infested with snakes, insects, and vermin. After capturing them, Li Qian had refrained from providing any sustenance. Once the situation outside was stabilized, he gazed out at the moonlit night and solemnly declared, "Lead the way. I wish to inspect those traitors." "Yes." The nearby eunuch replied respectfully. They arrived at the prison. Beholding that group of once spirited individuals, they now resembled vanquished crickets, awkwardly perched upon a heap of withered grass. At their feet, even the mice displayed an audacious demeanor, exhibiting no regard for their presence. Those frenzied souls, upon seeing Li Qian, immediately lunged forward and knelt before him, confessing with lowered heads, "Your Highness, I was wrong. I beseech you, allow us to return home. I have a wife and children waiting for me. I cannot perish yet. I bow before you. I have never taken a life. I was compelled to act. Your Highness, spare my life." The taste of being reduced to a prisoner was bitter. A throng of ministers knelt before Li Qian. Yet he harbored not a shred of sympathy. He merely uttered, "Do not worry. I shall take good care of your families." With that, he turned away, dismissing the cacophony of lamentations behind him. His purpose for being there was to sever their last glimmer of hope. The path of an emperor is paved with either bones or blood. Which sovereign could claim they ascended to their throne without stepping upon countless corpses? Li Qian believed he had shown sufficient mercy. All traitors would have their homes confiscated, and their families would be sent to Ninguda. This was the most leniency he could afford, just as he thought he might enjoy a peaceful night's rest. The forces of Chuyan Kingdom outside the city had commenced their operation. On the city walls, the patrolling soldiers were still dozing. In an instant, a Chuyan soldier, scaling the walls with a rope, slashed the throat of a soldier. Hearing the commotion, another soldier, lantern in hand, approached. Upon discovering his comrade had been slain, he prepared to shout, but before he could utter a sound, he was silenced from behind, a blade sealing his throat. The enemy climbed the walls stealthily, as if in an uninhabited realm. Just as they prepared to open the city gates, the sound of the wooden latch startled the soldiers who had been peacefully slumbering nearby. Upon seeing the ominous shadows before him, he instantly realized something was amiss and cried out, "Alert! We are under attack. Enemies are here." Those who had been dozing with their weapons in hand were suddenly jolted awake. Quick, awaken! We are under attack. They grasped their swords and hastily readied for battle. Yet they stood no chance against the well-prepared soldiers of Chuyun. In mere moments, they were vanquished, lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open in death. This was the caliber of Rozang's soldiers, utterly ineffectual, so lax and careless. It seemed we could easily breach Rozang's defenses. The leader among them was Lu Chao, the foremost general under Qi Wei. He disdainfully kicked aside the body of a slain soldier. As the vanguard, their mission was to open the city gates and admit the advancing army. Having already exposed their presence, they had to act swiftly. Soon, they pried open the city gates. Inside the city, Lu Jia, preoccupied with his own thoughts and preparing for rest, was startled by the urgency that surged into his home. He exclaimed, "This is terrible. General Lu, the forces of Chuyun have taken advantage of our unpreparedness and stormed into the city." He was the first to receive the news and rushed over. However, due to his status, it was futile to inform anyone else, so he sought out Lu Feng. Upon hearing the news, Lu Feng was jolted into action. Quickly donning his clothing and bellowing, "Let us go." Alas, it was too late. By the time Lu Feng led his troops to the scene, he discovered that the city gates had already been flung open. Soldiers from the Chuyun kingdom were engaged in a brutal massacre of the townsfolk, filling the streets with cries of despair. The innocent citizens, lying in pools of their own blood, could not accept their fate, having finally welcomed victory. They had scarcely savored the joy before being mercilessly slain. Bring forth the battle preparations. As Lu Feng witnessed the heartless slaughter, his vision turned crimson. Brandishing his sword, he swiftly beheaded the first Chuyun soldier who charged at him. Then came the second, the third. He plunged into the enemy ranks, dispatching one foe after another. This tremendous commotion roused several individuals from their slumber at the inn. "Are we under attack?" Long Outden stared at Morong Fu, who was observing the unfolding situation from the window. Moments earlier, they had heard the ruckus and stepped out of their room, only to encounter one another. Initially intending to awaken Lin Tian, they hesitated at the doorway and retreated. Now, they gathered in Morong Fu's chamber to devise a strategy. They had just inquired with the innkeeper, who confirmed that soldiers from the Chuyun kingdom had indeed invaded the city. Morong Fu furrowed his brow. Qin Zheng shouted angrily, "What is Li Qian doing at such a critical moment? How can he still be away?" Long Outtian shook his head, asserting that this was not his fault. With 500 extraordinary artifacts at stake, who would dare to intervene? It seemed these soldiers were skeptical and sought to take advantage of the chaos. Qin Zheng retorted, "Only the Chuyun kingdom would be so reckless." Morong Fu scoffed, "They shall meet their demise, and the reason will be their disturbance of the master's rest." Lao Qin. Lao Long, let us move. Chapter 147. The unparalleled reign of arrows. A grave situation has arisen. Quick, rise. The forces of Chuyun country have breached our defenses. Within the imperial palace, Li Qian listened intently as the eunuch reported, his voice a tempest of fury. "Curse you, Qian country. Your Highness. General Lu has already led our troops to confront the enemy. Please, don your garments first," the eunuch said respectfully, presenting the attire. Li Qian seized the clothing without a backward glance and dashed out. It was imperative to note that their soldiers had just endured a fierce battle. They were now in a state of exhaustion, and only moments ago, scouts had reported that neighboring nations had retreated. To his astonishment, Chuyun country dared to launch a counterattack. What was the current state of battle? Li Qian's presence invigorated the morale of numerous soldiers. They had just begun to recuperate when they were caught off guard by a surprise assault from the enemy, resulting in utter chaos. Had it not been for Lu Feng's timely arrival, the casualties would have been far greater. The soldiers of Chuyun country were ruthless, entering the city and slaughtering indiscriminately, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. Their brutality rivaled that of Li Bai. Due to the suddenness of the attack, many soldiers were slain before they even comprehended the threat. In just a short hour, over 10,000 of their men had perished. As the enemy forces surged into the city, Li Qian furrowed his brow and commanded, "Bring me to the post station at once." With no alternative, they had merely 100,000 soldiers stationed within the city, while the majority remained 30 miles away to the west. Given the enemy's numbers, which likely exceeded 300,000, by the time reinforcements arrived, they would surely be annihilated. Thus, his thoughts immediately turned to Lin Tian, the holder of the unparalleled divine artifact. At that moment, Morong Fu and his companions were preparing to assemble their troops. Their forces were stationed along the Yellow River, facilitating both advance and retreat. As they stepped outside, they encountered Li Qian, who sought them out. "Second Prince, you were already aware?" Li Qian nodded gravely, clasping his hands together. "Esteemed seniors, I apologize for disturbing your rest at this late hour, but the soldiers of Chuyun country have infiltrated the city. We are already aware and are preparing to teach this presumptuous Chuyun country a lesson." Morong Fu replied with a cold snort. Li Qian glanced behind the group, but did not see Lin Tian. "Where is Brother Lin?" "I do not see him." Long Outyin replied nonchalantly, "He remains asleep. We can handle this minor issue without alarming him." That individual? Li Qian immediately comprehended that Lin Tian, possessing the unparalleled divine artifact, held an extraordinary status. The demeanor of these emperors towards him only reinforced this notion. Thus, he forced a smile, saying, "I am grateful for your assistance." Li Qian finally exhaled with relief. You should head to the front lines to command the battle. We shall join you shortly, Morongfu stated calmly. We will return to our camp, and in an hour, the forces of Chuyun country will retreat. Li Qian understood that they wielded the unparalleled divine artifact. He had yet to witness the true might of such an artifact throughout his life. Excitement coursed through him as he nodded vigorously, turning back towards the city gate. The soldiers following him wore expressions of bewilderment. Could the withdrawal of the Chuyun kingdom truly be achieved in merely an hour? Such a boast seemed utterly far-fetched. The Chuyun kingdom, with its formidable combat prowess, stood ahead of Losong. The Northwest United Army was but a disarrayed mass. Could they truly succeed? The battlefield was a realm of rapid transformations, and in the brief moments since Li Qian's departure, many Losong soldiers had already perished. Moreover, the enemy had seized the advantageous position of the city towers. A relentless barrage of arrows rained down, causing a line of Losong soldiers to collapse. The scene was a brutal slaughter of Lo Zhang's ranks. Such casualties drove Lu Feng to the brink of madness. For among the fallen was a leader of his own Lu family army, leading the charge at the forefront. The Chuyun soldiers reveled in the carnage, akin to slicing through cabbage. Seizing the opportune moment, Chang Yuan led his men from the rear to harvest the slain, delivering fatal blows to those Losong soldiers who had survived the initial onslaught. The cries of anguish echoed through the air, igniting Lu Feng's fury as he charged towards Chang Yuan with murderous intent. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past, striking Lu Feng squarely in the chest. Witnessing his injury, Li Qian rushed forth to save him. Upon the city tower, beneath the flickering flames, Qi Wei held his bow with a cold smirk etched upon his face. Qi Wei. Li Qian seethed through clenched teeth. The stench of death permeated the city, as every passing moment saw hundreds, if not thousands, of Losong soldiers succumb to their fate. Qi Wei regarded the heaps of fallen Losong soldiers and civilians below with an icy detachment, feeling not a ripple of remorse. He believed that their demise was inconsequential. Once he had conquered this place, he would simply bring a contingent of Chuyun subjects to replace them, and all would return to normalcy. In less than an hour, 100,000 troops had been annihilated without a trace by the forces of Chuyun. Reinforcements approaching from the west were engaged in a frenzied assault outside the city, oblivious to the dire circumstances within. Meanwhile, Li Qian began to suspect that he had been deceived by Morongfu and his allies. The Northwest Army was stationed at Huanghe City. By the time they arrived, he and the soldiers within would have long since perished. How could he, who had prided himself on his cleverness throughout his life, now find himself so bewildered? Alas, this time it was his negligence that had led to such a predicament. A bitter smile crossed Li Qian's face, yet upon seeing the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground, he felt utterly helpless. We cannot possibly defeat them. At this moment, the soldier behind Li Qian dropped his weapon and turned to flee. Halt! Who gave you permission to escape? The stern figure of Yin Su seized the soldier by his collar, only to realize that he was garbed in the attire of Li Bai's subordinates. General, I do not wish to die. My wife is waiting for me at home. I surrender so that I may return to her. With the capital lost, where is your home? If you do not stand and fight, once we are defeated, your wife shall meet the same fate. Yin Su bellowed in rage. Exasperated by such a lack of understanding, he threw the man to the ground. Li Qian felt a pang of guilt within. It was all his fault. Had he not been so careless, the Chuyun kingdom would not have exploited such an opportunity. 100,000 troops lay vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. Outside the city gates, the frenzied roars of the Rossan soldiers echoed ominously. This time, due to a grievous blunder, Li Qian found himself on the verge of relinquishing the hard-won fruits of victory. The more he pondered, the more suffocated he felt. Suddenly, a dark rain began to fall from the heavens. One by one, the defenders atop the city walls collapsed. What was happening? Yin Su, filled with unexpected joy, exclaimed. Reinforcements have arrived. We are saved. Li Qian, overwhelmed with excitement, rose to gaze towards the city entrance. Just then, with a resounding crash, the city tower unexpectedly crumbled. Had it truly been brought down by a rain of arrows? Li Qian stood in stunned silence, staring at the tower that had collapsed in an instant. It was worth noting that his army had expended tremendous effort to breach it. Was it so easily destroyed? His gaze fixated on the fallen Chuyun soldiers below, pierced by arrows that measured no longer than the span of his palm, and were less than a tenth the thickness of ordinary arrows. Yet, their power was astonishing. Li Qian gasped as he beheld a fist-sized hole punctured in the ground. The arrows emitted a radiant white glow amidst the darkness. A legendary artifact. From the rubble, Qi Wei struggled to rise, his face a mask of terror. Enemies are approaching, he finally realized. Meanwhile, Lu Chao, struck by debris from the collapsed tower, clutched his injured arm, wailing in agony. What kind of weapon is this? How can it be so powerful? Qi Wei's eyes fixated on the slain below, dread coursing through him as he recognized the arrow's terrifying might. A wave of oppressive fear washed over him. Glancing upwards, he saw yet another barrage of fearsome arrows descending. Retreat! Qi Wei shrieked in desperation. Chapter 148. The retreat of Chuyun Kingdom. It is too late, Your Highness. In the recent wave of attacks, our forces that surged in have suffered heavy casualties. Qi Wei steadied himself and commanded, do not panic. Dispatch orders to retreat from the left flank at the swiftest speed. Move quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A new barrage of arrows rained down once again. The very spot where Qi Wei had stood had transformed into a hive of chaos. Lu Chao exclaimed in terror, "Your Highness, the left side is bordered by a moat, and our soldiers lack swimming skills. We cannot break through from that flank. Our only chance lies in charging through the front, where there remains a slim possibility of survival." As soon as Lu Chao's words fell, a thunderous roar from cavalry outside the city echoed. The reinforcements from Luosang had arrived. If they did not depart immediately, it would be too late. "Then we shall charge through the front," Qi Wei cursed in frustration. "Once we break free, we can temporarily retreat to the upper reaches of the Yellow River. That terrain is mountainous, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault." Lu Chao, being Qi Wei's most esteemed general, remained composed, even in dire circumstances, offering strategies. Faced with the overwhelming might of an unparalleled weapon, they found themselves utterly incapable of retaliation. In merely 2 waves of attack, their army of 400,000 had been halved. Qi Wei picked up an arrow from the ground, feeling its formidable presence. A buzzing sound filled the air, and he found himself unable to maintain his grip. Clang! The arrow fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Observing Qi Wei still in a daze, Lu Chao shouted, "Your Highness, we must go. We cannot afford to linger. A moment's delay could lead to our complete annihilation." Having fought battles his entire life, Lu Chao was now acutely aware of what true fear felt like. "Your Highness, this is not the time for stubbornness. If we preserve our strength, we need not fear the loss of resources. We must retreat." Qi Wei nodded. Lu Chao was indeed correct. He had been momentarily stunned by the emergence of the extraordinary weapon. He had come with utmost confidence, and to be obliterated in such a short span would render his title as the god of war of Chuyan a mere farce. As they retreated, Qi Wei calmly spoke to Lu Chao, "We shall proceed as you suggest, but we shall not retreat to the upper reaches of the Yellow River. While the mountainous terrain offers cover, it provides no route back to Chuyan. Should we find ourselves trapped on the mountain, the forces of Luosang need only guard the base to starve us into submission. Then where shall we withdraw?" The abruptness of the situation caught Lu Chao off guard, and he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Fortunately, their prince had regained his composure. Had they heeded Lu Chao's initial suggestion, they would indeed have faced dire consequences. Rushing forward, based on the trajectory of the arrows, it seemed they would require a bit more time before reinforcements could reach them. One cannot underestimate the formidable power of this extraordinary weapon. If they charged through the front, although the death toll would be significant, retreating to Qiangxi Ridge would render them impervious to Luosang's advances. They could strike forward while having an escape route behind. It must be said that Qi Wei's tactical thinking was remarkably lucid. Shedding the tail like a gecko was merely a means of conserving strength. Although the recent deluge of arrows had halved his forces, it did not alter his unyielding ambition to conquer Luosang. After a fierce battle, Qi Wei finally led his troops to the perilous Qiangxi Ridge. Simultaneously, Mo Rongfu and his companions arrived at Li Qian's side. Upon learning that Lu Feng had been injured, Mo Rongfu promptly produced Lin Tian's first aid kit and immediately dispatched someone to prepare a medicinal concoction for him. Once again, the Northwest United Army came to their rescue at a crucial moment. The Lu family soldiers, who had previously been slaughtered without the power to resist, were filled with rage as they spat upon the corpses of the soldiers from the Chuyan kingdom. Yin Su, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted, "You wretched beasts, come back. If you dare, I shall slay you 1 by 1, or 2 by 2. You inhumane scoundrels, you even spare no children. I will not rest until every last one of you is exterminated, for the sake of the fallen innocents." After uttering these words, he crouched beside the lifeless body of a little girl, weeping uncontrollably. "Thank you, esteemed elders. If it weren't for your timely arrival, we would likely all be corpses by now." Li Qian spoke gravely. "Your Highness, let us set aside pleasantries for now. First, you must organize your men, and we shall discuss how to deal with the audacious Chuyan kingdom shortly," Mo Rongfu instructed. Li Qian nodded, having already witnessed the formidable power of the unparalleled artifact. Observing the soldiers clearing the battlefield and retrieving arrows from the fallen, Mo Rongfu recognized the value of these projectiles, which were not easily forged. The process of tempering had consumed considerable time, especially under Lin Tian's supervision, ensuring their exceptional quality. The crossbow bolts were lightweight and ingeniously designed. Each quiver could hold up to 21 arrows, allowing for seamless succession in attacks. In the ever-shifting chaos of battle, every second saved was an opportunity gained. Furthermore, these crossbow bolts possessed an attack range 20 times greater than those previously crafted, extending their reach from 1 mile to an astonishing 20 miles. Ensure that every arrow is meticulously recovered. Not a single one should be lost. Mo Rongfu commanded, aware that each was a treasure that must not fall into enemy hands. Understood. The soldiers of the Northwest United Army echoed in unison. Thus, a somewhat comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. Countless soldiers sprawled on the ground searching for arrows. Mo Rongfu gazed at the distant mountains, furrowing his brow. "Your Highness, what lies beyond there?" Li Qian, looking towards the direction Qi Wei had vanished, replied coldly, "Qiangxi Ridge." Qiangxi Ridge, a treacherous mountain range in Luosang, was often frequented by wild beasts and backed by the Chuyan kingdom. Sensing Li Qian's concern, Mo Rongfu replied reassuringly, "Fear not, for we have come to assist you. We shall not depart until the crisis in Luosang is resolved. However," he added slyly, "our supplies are running low. Might your esteemed nation be able to provide us with some assistance?" Qin Zheng could hardly contain his admiration for Mu Rongfu. With an army of 800,000, the daily expenses were indeed substantial, and he had been troubled by the disruptions caused by Ming in the rear, which had severed his supply lines. He has no offspring, and the affairs of the court are still being managed by He Jun. He does not feel secure entrusting them to anyone else. Thus, he secretly sought assistance from Mu Rongfu, who provided him with a modest amount of herbs to aid He Jun's swift recovery. Old Mu truly deserves his reputation as a trusted confidant of the master. The two of them certainly ought to learn from him. Mu Rongfu received a grateful glance from Qin Zheng, which filled him with pride, thinking to himself, take note of this. Life at 59 relies entirely on one's understanding. How could Li Qian refuse? After the recent fierce battle, they suffered immense losses, and now with the Northwest United Army arriving to take command, he was grateful to them even before they could express it. The matter of supplies, of course, must be resolved by him. Hence, he adopted a more respectful demeanor towards the others, stating, this is a trivial matter, allow the younger generation to handle it. Just as he finished speaking, Yin Su brought in the medicine. Your Highness, the medicine has arrived. Allow me to administer it to General Liu. Li Qian nodded, and Yin Su supported Lu Feng's head. Administering the medicine. Lu Feng's injuries were grave. Qi Wei's arrow had nearly pierced his heart. Currently, he was in no condition to move at all. Mu Rongfu and the others dared not act recklessly. They had not anticipated Lu Feng would be injured before their arrival. Now, their only option was to seek the master. The master is renowned for his medical skills, possessing various rare herbs and treasures. Bringing the dead back to life is merely a trifle for him. They were not at all concerned about Lu Feng's survival. Moreover, given the master's formidable martial prowess, would he not be aware of the happenings in the city? They found that hard to believe. The only explanation was that everything was under the master's control. The master is truly remarkable. Mu Rongfu gazed in the direction of the relay station. Inside, Lin Tian was comfortably turning over. It was not as mystical as they imagined. At that moment, he lay wrapped in blankets, thoroughly content, murmuring, wife. Chapter 149. Master, please punish me very well. You stay here and watch over him. I shall go to the inn to summon the master. The master? Li Qian exclaimed, gazing at Mu Rongfu in astonishment. Mu Rongfu chuckled softly, Your Highness. The master is none other than the son-in-law of Prime Minister Liu. I believe I need not elaborate further. Li Qian's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. He had always presumed that the weapon in Lin Tian's possession was bestowed upon him by an extraordinary master, only to discover that the eminent figure stood before him. He had just been on familiar terms with the master. A cold sweat broke out upon him in an instant. Mu Rongfu was quite pleased with his reaction. Do not worry. The master is affable and approachable, he reassured before turning to depart. Li Qian stood rooted in place, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Hey, Long Outyin patted his shoulder, raising an eyebrow. The master enjoys masquerading as an ordinary person. As long as you do not expose him and play along, he will not make things difficult for you. Observing Li Qian, who appeared to be of a similar age to his own son, he felt a twinge of compassion. After all, the young man had just lost his brother and father, and had narrowly escaped a beating that nearly cost him his life. With a softened heart, he shared this insight. Masquerading as an ordinary person? Does he not appreciate being called master? What kind of logic is that? Li Qian found the notion utterly perplexing. Nonetheless, he took Long Outyan's well-intentioned advice to heart and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Long. I shall remember it. Long Outyan nodded and lifted his gaze towards the direction of Cheongqi Ridge. Curse be Chuyan Nation for daring to harm the master as brother-in-law and elder brother. Wait. A sudden realization struck him. Were they not here to rescue the master as father-in-law and brother-in-law? With their lives hanging by a thread. Should the master arrive and witness their failure to protect his kin, they would undoubtedly face his wrath. Heavens! Long Outyan exclaimed in a frenzy, we are doomed. Qin Zheng, observing Long Outyan's sudden bout of madness, inquired in confusion, Old Long, what has gotten into you? Long Outyan, filled with dread, replied, Old Qin, we are absolutely finished. Qin Zheng, bewildered, retorted, what do you mean we're finished? Don't frighten me. Have you forgotten our purpose for coming here? To save people. At this, Qin Zheng's gaze fell upon the severely weakened Lu Feng lying on the ground, and his complexion turned ashen. Yes. So now what do we do? Li Qian, completely baffled by their exchange, interjected, Seniors, what is happening? Long Outyan, slapping his thigh in frustration, exclaimed, this is infuriating. Those people from Chuyan Nation are trying to kill us. If the master arrives and sees that not only have we allowed his brother-in-law to be injured, but also let those scoundrels escape, we are finished. Without further ado, he declared, Old Qin, I leave this place in your hands. I shall take some men to hunt down that scoundrel. What? No, I want to go with you. Qin Zheng hurriedly pursued him. Long Outyan insisted, no, we must leave one person here. Otherwise, how shall we explain ourselves to the master when he arrives? Just don't leave him. Qin Zheng protested with a face full of despair. He too was terrified of facing the master's fury. However, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Long Outyan dashed away with remarkable speed, leaving no opportunity for refusal. Old Mu, I suggest you prepare for your own fate. Long Outyan secretly reveled in the thought that he had considered the consequences before Mu Rongfu. He pondered how the master would explain the news upon receiving it. A shiver ran down his spine at the mere thought. Within the inn, Lin Tian was roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks, groggily awakening. He heard Mu Rongfu calling him from outside. Xiao Tian, wake up quickly. Lin Tian hastily donned his attire and opened the door. Finding Mu Rongfu in a state of panic, his face a mask of confusion. Old man, what has happened? Fearing that any delay would exacerbate Lu Feng's injuries. Mu Rongfu replied anxiously, General Lu has been struck by an arrow. You must come with me to see him. Struck by an arrow. Lin Tian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Let us hurry. How could my brother-in-law have been injured? Wasn't the battle already won? Confusion clouded his thoughts. How could he possibly be wounded? Mu Rongfu, filled with indignation, retorted, those wretched scoundrels from Chuyun Nation dared to launch a nocturnal ambush. Our soldiers from Luosang had just fought a fierce battle and were caught off guard, allowing them to exploit our vulnerabilities. The casualties among Luosang's troops were devastating. And the citizens within the city were mercilessly slaughtered. General Lu fought valiantly, but by the time we arrived with reinforcements, he had already sustained grave injuries. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's anger ignited. The audacity of those from Chuyun Nation to exploit our moment of weakness is utterly disgraceful. Such individuals deserve nothing less than annihilation. Total annihilation. Mu Rongfu took note of Lin Tian's fervent words, recognizing the fierce resolve reflected in Lin Tian's eyes. He understood that the soldiers who had provoked Chuyun Nation would meet a dire fate. When Mu Rongfu and Lin Tian finally reached the battlefield, the sight of countless lifeless bodies strewn across the ground took Lin Tian's breath away. He was aware of the brutality of war, yet witnessing it firsthand revealed that the portrayals on television barely scratched the surface of reality. Spotting Lu Feng, who was now grievously wounded with an arrow lodged in his chest, Lin Tian rushed over to assess the situation. Where are the doctors? Why is there no physician? Qin Zhong, looking bewildered, replied, Master, are you not a doctor yourself? Li Qian shook his head. Our forces have suffered heavy casualties. The military physicians were also slain in this conflict. Lin Tian, filled with urgency, implored, but what about the city? Surely there must be doctors there? You are a prince. What of the imperial physician? There must still be one remaining. Li Qian shook his head sorrowfully, gazing at the dwindling number of soldiers. There are none left. The citizens of the entire city have been slaughtered. The imperial physician was dispatched to tend to the wounded in the city just moments ago. This meant that the surprise attack had nearly eradicated the entire population of Luosang Royal City. They are nothing short of beasts. Lin Tian's face turned ashen. Looking at Lu Feng, he urgently inquired, where is Uncle Long? Mu Rongfu turned to Qin Zhen, who promptly responded, Old Long has pursued those from Chuyun Nation. Gazing down at the lifeless bodies of several children nearby, Lin Tian felt a profound sorrow, even though they had been shielded by Luosang soldiers. They had still been pierced through by the swords of the Chuyun soldiers. Amidst the despairing scene, pregnant women with swollen bellies and elderly individuals with gray hair evoke a profound sense of tragedy. Lin Tian clenched his fist tightly, addressing Mu Rongfu with fervor, Old man, please convey my message to Uncle Long. He must avenge these departed souls. Mu Rongfu nodded solemnly, assuring him, rest assured, none of them shall leave Luosang alive. With that, he mounted his horse and departed to fulfill Lin Tian's command. On the ground, Lin Tian gazed at Lu Feng, hesitating as he remarked, this arrow seems to have pierced the heart. If we hastily remove it, it could lead to. Li Qian nodded in agreement, stating, thus, we dared not move him, awaiting your arrival. Awaiting me? Lin Tian was taken aback. I am not a physician. My presence is of no use. Li Qian, initially startled, recalled the words imparted by Long Outyen. Realizing the urgency, he anxiously replied, but now, there is no doctor available here. Why not give it a try? Try? Lin Tian felt a surge of anxiety. This was a matter of life and death. How could one merely try? It could result in fatality. He shook his head vehemently and quickly inquired, Qin Lao, are there military medics in the northwest? Qin Zheng affirmed, we have already dispatched someone to fetch them. They should arrive shortly. Lin Tian nodded, relieved that there were still medics in the northwest. However, Li Qian was perplexed. What does Master mean by this? Is not Lu Feng his brother-in-law? Why conceal his identity at such a critical moment? Lost in contemplation, he suddenly noticed Lin Tian's unwavering gaze upon him. Did Master harbor doubts about his trustworthiness? A chill ran down Li Qian's spine. It must be true. Master was blaming him for failing to protect Lu Feng, leading to his injury. Master, you're mistaken, you declared through gritted teeth. It was my negligence that resulted in the sacrifice of so many lives. Please punish me, for I did not safeguard General Lu adequately. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Punish him? He was a prince. How could he dare? Observing the self-reproach etched on Li Qian's face, it was evident that he shared a close bond with his brother-in-law. Lin Tian sighed, acknowledging the prince's profound sense of loyalty. In the chaotic landscape of battle, none could foresee the unfolding events, though Li Qian was related to Lu Feng. Reason must still prevail. Chapter 150, the Master's medical expertise. How could this situation be blamed on the second prince? Events on the battlefield are unpredictable. Is the Master truly absolving him? Li Qian's anxious heart settled back into his stomach. In that case, Master, Please hasten to save Lu Feng. He was desperately agitated. Akin to a cat on a hot tin roof. The master had stated he would not punish him. So what could be the reason for the delay in treating Lu Feng? Li Qian turned to Qin Zheng in confusion. Qin Zheng thought to himself. How could he possibly know? If he could discern the master's intentions, he wouldn't still be standing here, bewildered. Indeed, he was still too inexperienced. Just look at Mo Rongfu and Long Aoyan. Each could anticipate the master's next move. And here he was, feeling utterly insignificant. Soon, the military physician from the northwest arrived. None other than Hu Ba and Wang Yang. Upon seeing Wang Yang, Lin Tian felt a surge of hope for Lu Feng's recovery. Wang Yang was equally agitated. Dr. Wang, please assess my brother-in-law's condition. He promptly set down his medical kit and began to examine Lu Feng's injuries. With a grave expression, he remarked. General Lu's wound is perilously close to the heart. It was wise not to move him. Given the darkness and chaos surrounding us, any disturbance could exacerbate his condition. Fortunately, he had taken ginseng beforehand, which preserved his life. Looking up at Lin Tian, he instinctively knew the ginseng was provided by the master. Only the master's ancient ginseng could possess such miraculous properties, capable of snatching a life back from the clutches of death. He instructed, would you kindly have someone prepare torches and clear the area? I need to extract the arrow from General Lu. Lin Tian promptly stood, disregarding who had provided the ginseng. He recalled what he had seen on television earlier and commanded the soldiers to bring a wooden board, along with several white cloths. One cloth was laid on the board, while the others were bound to spears to form a perimeter around them. Wang Yang was thrilled. The master truly lived up to his reputation, thinking of everything. Together, they carefully lifted Lu Feng, who emitted a low groan while unconscious. Wang Yang retrieved a gleaming knife from his medical kit, poised to make the incision at the wound. Wait, Lin Tian called out loudly. Wang Yang was startled. He had been here for quite some time without making an error. And now he looked at Lin Tian in bewilderment. Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly. He could not fault Wang Yang. After all, this was his brother-in-law. Wang Yang's method of arrow extraction could potentially cause further harm to the heart during the process. Thus, to err on the side of caution, he had spoken up. He explained somewhat sheepishly, I've seen before that a skilled doctor handles such wounds by first cutting off the shaft of the arrow behind the wound, then extracting the arrowhead, which helps prevent further damage to the heart. Wang Yang's eyes widened in realization. After all these years, how had he never considered such a detail? Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake. Lin Tian, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, not at all. Please continue, Dr. Wang. Wang Yang, having received guidance from Lin Tian, indeed found that after removing the arrows from his back, the process became significantly swifter and the blood loss was considerably reduced. Observing the pile of gauze accumulating on the ground, Lin Tian felt a twinge of pain himself. Particularly during the arrow extraction, the procedure was so excruciating that it roused the unconscious Lu Feng from his stupor. The sound of the severed arrowhead clattering to the floor echoed in the air. Wang Yang instinctively prepared to apply a hemostatic agent. Wait, Lin Tian interjected once more. At this juncture, Wang Yang had garnered experience and humbly replied, please, go ahead. Lin Tian awkwardly chuckled. If this wound is not sutured, it will heal very slowly. Stitch. The wound. A wound can be stitched? This is flesh, not fabric. Not only Wang Yang, but everyone present was left astounded. Such knowledge was unheard of. Lin Tian mused to himself about the backwardness of ancient medicine, reflecting on the medical dramas he had watched, where it seemed that doctors could simply stitch up wounds effortlessly. As he pondered, he gestured to Wang Yang. After all, he was not a physician and could only rely on his words. Whether Wang Yang comprehended him remained to be seen. Unexpectedly, Wang Yang's eyes lit up after hearing this, exclaiming, I had no idea such a suturing technique existed in the world. How marvelous, simply marvelous. Do you understand? Lin Tian inquired uncertainly. Wang Yang nodded enthusiastically, affirming, I do. You are truly remarkable. Remarkable? Surely, it was Wang Yang's prowess that was commendable. Lin Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment as he gazed at Wang Yang. Realizing he had merely spoken offhandedly and was fortunate that Wang Yang possessed such exceptional medical skills, it was evident that Wang Yang's medical knowledge was indeed impressive. Even as Lin Tian himself was uncertain about the accuracy of his own assertions, as he observed the soldiers procuring a fine needle. Wang Yang soaked it in strong liquor and then sterilized it over the fire, meticulously following the steps Lin Tian had outlined. At that moment, Lin Tian felt a knot of anxiety in his throat, for he was merely theorizing. If anything went awry, the consequences would be dire. Oh heavens, please bless my brother-in-law, and keep him safe. Lin Tian finally recalled the deity he had previously scorned, fervently hoping that the divine was still awake. 2 hours later, Wang Yang managed to stitch the wound, albeit somewhat askew. Lu Feng's breathing steadied, resembling that of a peaceful slumber. All right. Now we must carefully carry General Lu back to rest, Wang Yang concluded, drenched in sweat yet exhilarated by the miraculous healing technique imparted to him by his mentor. The concept of suturing wounds was indeed revolutionary. No physician had ever contemplated such an idea. Truly, the mastery of his teacher was unparalleled, and the methods of healing so distinct. With the wound sutured, there was no longer a fear of it reopening, and the healing process would undoubtedly accelerate. Upon hearing that Lu Feng was safe, Lin Tian quickly expressed his gratitude to Wang Yang. I am profoundly thankful, he exclaimed. Wang Yang promptly bowed his head in respect. Responding, you are far too kind, I am unworthy. In an act of appreciation, Lin Tian insisted on escorting Wang Yang home. Wang Yang was taken aback, politely declining the offer. Lin Tian, observing his resolute demeanor, could only relent. Very well, I shall trouble brother Hu to escort Dr. Wang. Hu Ba nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Lin Tian was at a loss for words. He had just put on a grand display, nearly frightening himself to death. Such antics were not to be attempted lightly in the future, lest he induce a heart condition. He shivered slightly, glancing at Lu Feng, pondering that with his brother-in-law injured, failing to accompany him back would surely incur the ire of his father-in-law. He hastily followed Li Qian. Meanwhile, as Wang Yang exited the city, he could hardly contain his excitement. Old Hu, this time my participation has proven immensely rewarding. Hu Ba nodded, regarding him with admiration. Indeed, I have never encountered such methods of healing. It was not in vain that you stealthily mingled with the escort team. Wang Yang coughed awkwardly. Well, being able to follow the master, I am certain to learn a great deal. Besides, the master must have known I was secretly following. Otherwise, why would he have sent someone to summon me? Hu Ba concurred. The master was no ordinary individual. He was surely aware of such trivialities. Otherwise, he would not have administered medicine to Lu Feng first, only commencing his rescue upon Wang Yang's arrival. For someone of the master's caliber, such matters were trivial. It was evident that the master wished to keep his identity concealed. However, master, we have long since discerned your true identity. Why persist in this charade? Could it be for amusement? This alone seems to provide a plausible explanation. As Lin Tian walked along, he inexplicably sneezed twice. He pondered, cursing and lamenting his predicament. Who could be speaking ill of him? Hearing the commotion, Li Qian promptly ordered a cloak to be fetched, respectfully presenting it to Lin Tian. You should wear this. It gets chilly at night. It was Lin Tian's first time riding a horse, and he found himself somewhat unsteady as he gripped the reins. He chuckled and shook his head. It's nothing, just a tickle in my nose. He jested, fearing that a careless moment might send him tumbling from the saddle. Falling in such an ignominious manner would be utterly embarrassing. In comparison, what did a little chill matter? He chuckled softly. Li Qian observed Lin Tian smile, pondering that the master had rejected his goodwill. Could it be that he outwardly proclaimed no punishment, yet had not truly forgiven him? A chill suddenly enveloped him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 151. Penetrating Qi Wei's intentions. Qiongqi Ridge, situated in the western part of Luosang, is a mountain range enveloped in lush vegetation, with towering trees and frequent appearances of wild beasts. The terrain is steep to the north and south, while a sheer cliff looms to the east. There exists but a singular path leading up the mountain, rendering it a formidable stronghold. During times of peace, Luosang would merely dispatch patrols at the foot of the mountain. It was not that they had not contemplated stationing troops there, but the ferocity of the beasts within the mountains was truly daunting. Time and again, soldiers sent into the mountains either met their demise or suffered severe injuries. Much like the ancient beast, Qiongqi, which devours its prey without leaving a trace. Thus, the local populace named this mountain range after the fearsome creature, dubbing it Qiongqi Ridge. Behind Qiongqi Ridge lies but a single path, which possesses a more melodious name, Yixianshan, or a thread of sky. Both locations are characterized by steep cliffs. Fortuitously, a massive boulder had inexplicably tumbled down from the mountain recently, landing squarely atop the cliff of Yixianshan. Having just escaped to this point, Qi Wei urged Lu Chao to swiftly account for their numbers to ascertain how many remained. Given the mountainous terrain, most of the war horses had been let in, indicating that they had yet to comprehend the peril of Qiongqi Ridge. Upon witnessing their entry into the mountains, Long Aotian narrowed his eyes and promptly stationed men at the foot of the mountain, fixating on the ridge. He refrained from launching an immediate assault. Why? Being a warrior of the northern tribes, much like Chu Chuyun, they were not adept at mountain warfare. Thus, he sought the counsel of the local inhabitants to inquire about the mountain's particulars. Upon learning of the ferocious beasts that roamed the ridge and the solitary path leading out, a knowing smile graced his lips. He had witnessed the brutality of the Chu Chuyun nation for such inhumane beings. He deemed it more fitting for wild beasts to devour them than to slay them himself. At that moment, Morongfu arrived. Old dragon, what news? Long Aotian raised an eyebrow. They've ascended the mountain. Enter the mountain? Morongfu's brow furrowed slightly. Most of these troops were Qin soldiers, with only a handful being theirs. Had the Qin soldiers ever engaged in battle within the mountains? The master has commanded that they all perish. All perish? Long Aotian expressed surprise. They only referred to him as Little Tian when playing their roles, yet privately, they still addressed Lin Tian with the reverence befitting a master. After all, acting was one thing. They dared not show any disrespect to the master. Morongfu nodded earnestly. The Chu Chuan nation has nearly slaughtered all the soldiers and civilians in Luosang City. It is a tragedy. The bodies of children and pregnant women lie at the master's feet. This time, the master is truly enraged. Long Aotian understood. Although they had attacked the Yin nation previously, they had refrained from causing harm to innocents. Therefore, the master had merely issued a mild punishment, poisoning a mere 10,000 of his troops. This demonstrated that the master was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Now, with such a severe command, it was evident how furious he truly was. Long Outyin remarked solemnly, "Rest assured, I have arranged for the crossbow arrows. However, I inquired with the local surviving villagers, who informed me that wild beasts roam the Cheongchi Ridge. They must be unaware of the situation here, hastily retreating without even considering their provisions. Surely, they cannot remain inside for long. Once they are sufficiently harried by the beasts and attempt to flee, I shall deliver a final blow, ensuring their escape is impossible. With the multitude of beasts in these mountains, how can they possibly contend with an army of at least 200,000? Even the most ravenous of beasts cannot consume them all." Mo Rongfu cast a sidelong glance at him. It appears that the cub of Chuyin still has its sights set on the plump morsel of Luo, saying, "Otherwise, it would not have retreated here. Observe the map." Long Outyin unfurled the map and elucidated, "Cheongchi Ridge is backed by Chuyin. His choice of this location is strategic, defensive yet offensive. This young fool remains undeterred. Regrettably, he is unfamiliar with the local terrain, unaware that there exists but a single path behind Cheongchi Ridge. Coincidentally, a boulder rolled down from the mountaintop days ago, landing precisely in that narrow passage. One must wonder, is this little rascal not running headlong to his demise?" Mo Rongfu sneered. He should blame his own overreaching ambitions. Rushing here to meet his end is his folly. Anyone bold enough to return under the onslaught of our legendary arrow storm is indeed deserving of punishment. Long Outyin nodded slightly. Indeed, such reckless individuals can only learn through death. If there are few beasts, we shall procure more. For allowing them to perish so easily would be an injustice. Mo Rongfu's voice turned cold. He commanded a nearby soldier, "Go and search the vicinity for venomous snakes and poisonous creatures. Gather them all and release them into this mountain. Let these wretches truly experience a fate worse than death." Old Mu, unable to conceal his surprise, remarked, "You play this game better than I do?" Long Outyin raised an eyebrow. "Play? Who cannot? Do you think you are the only one skilled in this?" Mo Rongfu replied with a smile, "Now, General Lu's life is preserved. Yet, I find myself puzzled as to why the master chooses to conceal his identity at such a critical juncture." Long Outyin speculated, "Do you think the master still harbors doubts about that second prince?" Mo Rongfu inquired with curiosity, "Why do you think so?" "Prior to our arrival here, the Lu family endured unwarranted suffering. The lady was displaced and had her tendons severed, while the Lu father and son were exiled to Ninguda, suffering greatly. At that time, the second prince failed to protect the Lu family, which must have infuriated the master. Now, before the master, he allows General Lu to be harmed once more. That the master did not slay him on the spot is a testament to his mercy. Is that so?" Mo Rongfu mused, seemingly convinced but quickly countered, "But how does this relate to the master's concealment of his identity?" Long Outyin slapped his thigh, earnestly declaring, "How can it not be related? Did I not reveal the master's identity to that second prince? The more respect he shows, the more the master disregards him, indicating that the master has no desire to engage with him at all." Unwilling to reveal his true capabilities, Mo Rongfu found Long Outnin's explanation somewhat forced. He mused that even if the master chose not to concern himself with Li Qian, it had no bearing on his treatment of Lu Feng. Shaking his head and pursing his lips, he disagreed, asserting that the master must have anticipated their destination before they even set out. The reason he did not intervene was likely because he foresaw the ensuing events. Long Outyin, puzzled, questioned the plausibility of this notion. "How can that be?" he inquired. "How do you explain the fact that the medical kit fortuitously contains a ginseng that has existed for a millennium?" Caught off guard by this assertion, Long Outyin found himself at a loss for words. Mo Rongfu continued, "The only explanation is that the master intentionally wishes to cultivate Wang Yang." "What? Cultivate Wang Yang?" Long Outyin was taken aback. After all, Wang Yang was no longer in his youth. Surely, if the master intended to mentor someone, it would be a younger individual. He felt that Mo Rongfu's statement was far-fetched, yet realized that his own was equally so. Noticing Long Outyin's confusion, Mo Rongfu smugly remarked, "Have you forgotten that Wang Yang once rescued the master's nephew?" Long Outyin then recalled the incident, recognizing the truth in Mo Rongfu's words. However, he was reminded that Wang Yang had merely been playing along with the master at that time. Bewildered, Long Outyin realized he could hardly decipher the master's intentions. Mo Rongfu looked at him with satisfaction, reveling in the thought that the master was still focused on nurturing talent from the Yin Kingdom. If Lin Tian were to learn of their musings, he would likely be doubled over in laughter. These two were certainly prone to flights of fancy. Around them, the soldiers stood in dumbfounded silence, their expressions a blend of confusion. Why were these two gentlemen engaged in conversation? Were they still planning to fight? Despite their uncertainty, no one dared to voice their inquiries. The two continued their animated discussion before the vast army, occasionally frowning, then suddenly appearing enlightened, leaving the hundreds of thousands of soldiers utterly exasperated. Some, growing impatient, began to grumble. "Are we going to fight or not? Did you bring us out here just to feed the mosquitoes? Goodness, I'm itching and sore. My legs are numb from standing. Please, spare us the chatter." Chapter 152. The father-in-law has agreed within Cheongchi Ridge. The prince stated, "We have just completed the tally. We have suffered a loss of 90,000 men, with over 30,000 injured. In our hasty retreat, we failed to secure our provisions. Thus, we now face the most pressing dilemma, sustenance." Upon hearing this, Lu Chao furrowed his brow and inquired, "What a chain you on?" Lu Chao disdainfully replied. That deadweight had his leg crushed by a rock and is now wailing behind us. The prince's expression darkened further. Summon him at once. That scoundrel must take responsibility for our supplies. If he cannot manage this simple task, then let his men seek food for us. Yes, my lord, Lu Chao replied respectfully. Arms crossed. Observing Lu Chao's still bleeding hand, the prince expressed concern. How is your hand? Lu Chao felt warmth in his heart and feigned nonchalance. It's nothing. Just a bruise from a rock. The prince nodded. Lu Chao had been his loyal companion for many years, demonstrating valor in battle and rescuing him from peril on multiple occasions. He had long viewed Lu Chao as his right hand. Any misfortune befalling him would undoubtedly be catastrophic for the prince. His gaze turned icy. Although they had lost a third of their forces to that unparalleled artifact, he would never retreat so easily, not for any other reason than the sheer disgrace of it. He could not afford such humiliation. To slink back after just one night? How could he possibly maintain his standing in Chuzhen Kingdom after that? Soon, Chang Yuan was brought before him, and upon seeing the prince, he appeared quite intimidated. My lord, you summoned me. The prince coldly surveyed Chang Yuan's broken leg, asking indifferently, how many men do you have left? Chang Yuan stammered. There are 40,000 remaining. He felt like weeping. This time, the losses were tremendous. His entire investment lay here, and he feared for his very life. Send them out to forage for food, the prince ordered decisively. As Chang Yuan opened his mouth to protest, a single glare from the prince silenced him completely. What? Do you have an objection? What were your men doing in the field? Now you are being tasked with finding food, and you dare to complain? Lu Chao scoffed. Should our men be the ones to find food for you? Chang Yuan quickly shook his head. He wouldn't dare, not with 100 lives. The prince's reputation loomed large, and he understood that his own men were merely there to observe. If a confrontation arose, it would be the prince's soldiers leading the charge. I will send word at once, Chang Yuan said, hastily dispatching men into the forest to search for food. Meanwhile, as the troops retreated, news of Lu Feng's injury reached Lu Yu's ears. What did you say? Chuzhen Kingdom launched a surprise attack? Luo Sang City has fallen? Feng was injured. Upon hearing this news, he nearly fainted. Quick, take me to see. How could this be? Hadn't they emerged victorious? How could they have been attacked by the kingdom of Chuyun? The most pressing concern is the well-being of his son. Is he in danger? I report to you, Chancellor, that General Lu has sustained injuries, but he has received treatment and his life is no longer in jeopardy. Is he safe now? That is good, indeed. Upon hearing that Lu Feng was unharmed, his anxious heart finally found some solace. Yet, even with this news, he remained worried as he hadn't seen Lu Feng for a moment. Moreover, he needed to discuss with Li Qian why they had been ambushed by the kingdom of Chuyun. Currently, Li Qian could be considered the highest authority in Luosang. The ambush that occurred tonight also held him accountable. However, he dared not direct his ire towards Li Qian. Sighing at the thought of his son bearing the brunt of blame, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Never mind, let us go and see him. No sooner had he spoken than he heard a commotion at the door. Rushing out to investigate, he found Li Qian carrying someone at his doorstep. The person was none other than the unconscious Lu Feng. Fenger, Lu Yu exclaimed, filled with excitement. Do not worry, master. Lu Feng is no longer in grave danger. Thanks to Lin, your son-in-law, Li Qian hastily corrected himself, fearful of inciting the master's displeasure. Had this been earlier, upon hearing the term son-in-law, Li would have scoffed. However, Lu Feng had just revealed Lin Tian's true identity. And now hearing Li Qian state that he had saved Lu Feng left him with mixed feelings. He could only nod, anxiously urging, let us bring him inside. As they walked, Li Qian began to reflect on his own shortcomings. Master, this time it was my fault. I was careless. After hearing that the surrounding nations had retreated, I failed to send out warnings, allowing the forces of Chuyun to successfully ambush us, resulting in the tragic deaths of countless innocent citizens and soldiers. Choking on his words, he lamented, they should not have had to die. Hearing Li Qian take the blame upon himself brought Li Yu a sense of comfort. He had feared that Li Qian would place the responsibility on Lu Feng. After all, he was the general. Your Highness, this incident cannot be attributed to you. It is solely the enemy's cunning that is to blame. Li Qian shook his head, insisting, no, it is my fault. If it were not for me, Lu Feng would not have been injured. Lin Tian, standing to the side, felt somewhat awkward. Could you not place him on the bed and continue your discussion? Li Yu finally noticed Lin Tian, who had been observing him intently. With a stiff expression, he stammered, thank you, son-in-law. Lin Tian was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Had he truly heard correctly? Did his father-in-law just refer to him as son-in-law? Goodness. The happiness came so unexpectedly that he momentarily did not know how to respond. Once he regained his composure, he immediately replied respectfully, father-in-law, we are all family. It is only right that I assist. Lu Yu nodded, and at that moment, he realized that this young man before him was quite polite. He couldn't help but observe Lin Tian a moment longer. After arranging for Lu Feng to be placed in bed, he invited the two to sit in the living room. As he regarded Lin Tian, Li Yu found himself uncertain of how to interact. Meanwhile, Li Qian discreetly observed the two. In the present day, he has become a mere outsider. The words he had just spoken were entirely intended to leave a favorable impression on Lin Tian. Son-in-law, Yanran. Is she well? Li Yu hesitated for quite some time before finally voicing the question that had lingered in his mind. Lin Tian smiled as he replied, Yes. She is quite well. Please rest assured, father-in-law. Well, that is good to hear. Lu Yu looked up at Lin Tian, his confidence wavering. Lin Tian regarded him with a smile. His son-in-law was indeed an extraordinary individual, capable of crafting unparalleled artifacts and having rescued Rosan from peril on 2 occasions. Not to mention saving his son's life. If he were to maintain a lofty demeanor, would that not be rather inappropriate? Thus, he cleared his throat a couple of times and softened his tone, saying, Son-in-law, I am truly grateful for your assistance this time. I shan't overstate my thanks. I only hope that you will treat Yanran well in the future. Lin Tian nodded, and hearing his father-in-law express such sentiments alleviated the weight on his heart. The tone of his father-in-law suggested that he would not be taking Yanran away. He smiled, replying, Even if you did not say so, I would do the same. In the future, I will also bring Yanran back to visit you whenever possible. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's face broke into a satisfied smile, and with a tender expression. He said, That would be truly wonderful. Sitting nearby, Li Qian's eyes widened at this revelation. This meant that as long as Lu Yu and Lu Feng remained in Rosan, the master would return. Did this not present him with an opportunity? In his heart, he thought, clinging tightly to the Lu family's support is undoubtedly promising. Chapter 153. A single arrow shatters the giant stone. There's no escape outside the city. At the Cheongqi Ridge, a harrowing wail echoed through the mountains. What? The soldiers dispatched to forage for food had either fallen prey to wild beasts or been bitten by venomous snakes. Qi Wei doubted his own hearing. He turned to gaze into the woods behind him, suddenly realizing that in his haste to retreat, he had neglected to send scouts to assess their surroundings. Initially, they had planned to take advantage of the chaos. Little did they know that their adversaries possessed extraordinary artifacts. Now, with the soldiers exhausted, any further encounters with poisonous creatures would surely devastate their morale. He issued an order. All soldiers were to remain in place, forbidden from wandering. Those who had ventured out to seek sustenance were to be recalled. Qi Wei uttered these commands with a sense of despair. They had truly encountered a formidable foe. Before he could catch his breath, the forest erupted once more with unending cries of agony. They had believed that by hiding here, they could gather their strength and send scouts to infiltrate the enemy camp. Even a single artifact could restore their pride upon returning to Chiyun. But now, it was evident that their opponents were toying with them. Without food, they could scarcely endure a day. How could they possibly contend with such an adversary? For as long as he could remember, Qi Wei had been remarkably self-assured. At 35, he had ascended to the rank of King Qi, a position of unparalleled authority. His mere cough could send tremors through the court. Yet here he found himself, stumbling in Luo Sang. It had been years since he had tasted the bitterness of defeat. What of the military doctor? He had been dispatched for assistance, only to succumb to a snakebite and now lay unconscious. What? Qi Wei's fury ignited. Even the military doctor had been bitten. What were you all doing? Lu Chao explained helplessly. My lord, it's pitch dark, and without a fire to illuminate the surroundings, those venomous snakes and insects are nearly invisible. We can hardly defend ourselves. The wild beasts are ferocious and undeterred, and we have already slain several. Qi Wei felt a rising agitation. Increase the number of patrolling soldiers. Let those who can eat the slain beasts do so, and for those who can't, they must find their own way. Wait, are we besieged by the Northwest United Army? He had always considered the Northwest United Army a mere ragtag group, hardly worthy of notice. Yet, to his astonishment, they wielded 500 extraordinary artifacts. In such a desolate place as the Northwest, who would believe it? Yet this monumental truth was indeed real. My lord, I fear this course of action is untenable. Perhaps we should consider retreating, Lu Chao suggested. I suspect those toxins were unleashed by our enemies. Recall, when we first arrived, we encountered far fewer poisonous creatures. Now, how long has it been? We have already lost 500 brothers to bites. If this continues, we shall perish from hunger or succumb to venom. They are intent on our destruction. A cold glint flashed in Qi Wei's eyes. Moreover, our men observed several soldiers lurking below the mountain, who swiftly vanished after a brief moment. My subordinates suspect that they are secretly placing toxins in the mountains. Lu Chao's face was filled with trepidation. Heaven knows. Lu Chao fears neither pain nor death, but he is terrified of snakes and spiders. When he caught sight of the slick, dark creature on the soldier's leg, he felt utterly undone, his calves weakened, and cold sweat pouring from his body. Humph, those cunning men from the Northwest. Qi Wei shouted in anger, feeling a deep sense of injustice. Return? That would ruin his lifelong reputation. Not return? He and the hundreds of thousands under his command would perish here. Observing his indecision, Lu Chao spoke. Your Highness, where there is life, there is hope. Now is not the time for impulsive decisions. Let us retreat, Your Highness. After a struggle within his heart, he ultimately acquiesced to Lu Chao's counsel. When returning, he could simply claim that they faced an opponent wielding 500 unparalleled artifacts. Framing it this way would soften the embarrassment of defeat. Thus, he commanded, relay the order, retreat immediately. Lu Chao, upon hearing this, nodded with delight. Yes. Qi Wei gazed at the town across from him, his lips pressed tightly together, coldly declaring, Li Qian, Qi Wei, thou not to be a man until this vendetta is avenged. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that death lurked right before them. Down the mountain, a report came. We have spotted the people on the mountain retreating. It appeared they had overestimated that insignificant foe, who could not endure even a short while. Morongfu chuckled. That little wretch is quite confident, believing he could escape our grasp. Does he think we are mere fools? Morongfu stroked his beard and waved his hand. Send the order. Prepare the crossbow bolts. It would be foolish to allow the enemy to escape. How could they explain that to the master? The crossbows still had 5 shots left, and this wave of assault would complicate their cleanup task. Morongfu frowned, visibly displeased. Indeed, it was all that little wretch's fault. Shooting the bolts into the woods would make retrieval more difficult, especially now that it was dark. That rascal truly knew how to create trouble for them. Each crossbow bolt was a treasure, and they could not afford to waste even one. Furthermore, reports from the foundry indicated that after departing from the master's guidance, they could no longer forge the same crossbows and bolts. They were not surprised by this revelation. After all, who could craft unparalleled artifacts? The crossbows, while nominally under the master's instruction, were meticulously overseen by him. They had witnessed the master's involvement, as he had guided nearly every craftsman and had personally intervened at critical moments. They had once feared that the craftsmen of Qin would be able to create unparalleled artifacts after receiving the master's guidance, but it seemed they had overthought it. This meant that they could only use this batch of crossbows once, and they needed to preserve them carefully. Morongfu's gaze remained fixed on the enemy, regrettably noting that they were wise enough not to light torches, making it impossible for him to pinpoint their location. Yet, did they truly believe they could escape unscathed? Morongfu's lips curled into a mocking smile. The old dragon had previously inquired with the local villagers. Behind Xiangqi Ridge, there existed but a single path, flanked by sheer cliffs, upon which stood a colossal boulder, steadfast atop the mountain for over a century. The villagers referred to this place as the Narrow Sky or the Valley of Death. In other words, should they succeed in toppling that immense stone, the people of Chuyan Kingdom would have no hope of returning alive. He chuckled coldly. Farewell, little pests. Bring me the crossbow bolts. At his command, the soldiers promptly presented the bolts with both hands. His gaze fierce, he aimed the crossbow at the boulder. Long Outyen also fixed his eyes on the boulder in the narrow sky, awaiting its fall. Whoosh! With a single shot, the arrow sliced through the air with the speed of lightning. In an instant, a resounding boom echoed from the opposite side. The boulder erupted in the night, debris cascading down, the sound reverberating like thunder. Chapter 154. Refusing surrender. As Chi Wei was preparing for a retreat, a thunderous sound echoed from ahead. Puzzled by the noise, they rushed towards the narrow passage, only to discover that their sole escape route had been obstructed by a massive boulder. No amount of strategizing had anticipated such an obstacle, nor did they foresee that their adversaries would deny them even a single avenue for escape. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in the narrow passage, caught in a dire predicament. In a fit of rage, Chi Wei dismounted from his steed and began to slash wildly at the stone with his sword, sending fragments flying until the blade shattered. Yet, a graver concern loomed ahead. Their opponents had anticipated their passage through this very location, leveraging the terrain to trap them, preparing to unleash another barrage of unparalleled arrows. If that were to occur, they would be mercilessly riddled with arrows, leaving no chance for survival. Everyone awaited his command with eager eyes, a fervent desire for life evident in their gazes. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Long Outyen jested, if only it had been aimed a tad more to the left. The explosion would have been even more spectacular. He expressed his exhilaration at wielding such a magnificent artifact for the first time, marveling at its formidable power. From this distance, roughly 10 miles, its might is astonishing. Long Outyen felt a pang of envy, wishing for a chance to wield such power himself. Why should you have all the fun? Let me have a taste of it as well. Just a moment longer. I want to see what tricks that little scoundrel has left up his sleeve. With a dismissive glance, he added, what more can he conjure? If he possesses any honor, he will die fighting. If not, he will surrender. Regardless, this little brat cannot escape our grasp. Though the sentiment rang true, allowing him an easy demise would only serve to benefit him, as he had caused them sleepless nights and nearly led them to a blunder. Long Outyen nodded in agreement. You're right. Let us toy with him a bit longer. Starve him for a few days before we deal with them. They must learn a lesson. Some battles are best left unengaged, for every action has its consequences. With a glint of desire, he inquired, by the way, may I have a look at that crossbow arrow? Of course, Morongfu replied generously, handing over the arrow. Long Outyen eagerly caressed the exquisite craftsmanship, marveling, how could the master conceive such ingenuity? If I had that kind of brilliance, I wouldn't be here. Morongfu reverently explained. The design features 3 switches, allowing for single shots or a 3-round burst. The master once told me that the arrow's true strength lies in the firing pin. It is the soul of the arrow. If not crafted properly, the entire mechanism would be rendered useless. Indeed, Long Outyen concurred. Hence, we must safeguard these arrows and recover any used ones. Without their components, the arrows themselves are of no value. As their conversation unfolded, the distant whinnies of war horses could be heard from the opposing side. Long Outyen promptly dispatched someone to investigate the situation. Approximately half an hour later, movement was detected in the narrow passage. It turned out that Chi Wei, unwilling to concede defeat, had begun mobilizing his troops for a Herculean effort to remove the obstructing boulder. However, confronted with the formidable stones before them, even a multitude of hundreds of thousands would require considerable time. Moreover, having just endured a brutal battle, they were deprived of sustenance and utterly exhausted. Now compelled to engage in arduous labor, many soldiers were already struggling to hold on, exhibiting signs of dehydration. Qi Wei, with a furious glint in his eyes, urged his men to persevere, to hasten their escape, for if the next barrage of arrows descended upon them, their fate would be sealed. Yes, Lu Chao understood. With a single command, he rallied everyone to exert their utmost in moving the stones. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed just as they cleared some stones. More boulders cascaded down from the summit. The soldiers stationed there were mercilessly struck by the falling debris, writhing in agony. Nearby comrades, witnessing their fellow soldiers with severed limbs trapped in the crevices, attempted to rescue them. Yet, with the slightest shift of the stones, those trapped would emit cries of anguish. Before they could be freed, they succumbed to their torment. Do not halt. Move swiftly. If we do not act, our fate shall be far worse than theirs. Qi Wei bellowed, fear gripping him like a vice. Regret, despair, and helplessness surged like a flood. On the other side of this path lay their homeland. Yet returning was no longer an option. It was unfathomable that due to his momentary arrogance, he would meet his end here. Lu Chao discerned his turmoil, standing beside him. He spoke gently, Your Highness, perhaps we should consider surrender. Surrender? After years of battling on the front lines, the notion of capitulation had always been articulated by others. Now he lamented, if we surrender, the hundreds of thousands under our command will perish. They are lives just like ours. Qi Wei gazed upward at the heavens, Lu Chao's words echoing in his mind. Surrender? There was no longer a choice. He stood still as a statue, and all eyes turned towards him. After a long silence, Qi Wei finally sighed deeply and, with great difficulty, uttered, Go tell them we are willing to surrender. The once mighty war god, after uttering those words, seemed to age a decade in an instant. Wiping away tears and clearing his nose, Lu Chao responded resolutely, yes. Although filled with reluctance, he recognized the absence of alternatives. This time, I have truly become a jest, Qi Wei remarked, self-deprecatingly, a grand joke in the annals of the kingdom of Chuan. The onlookers observed his deranged laughter, none daring to utter a sound. However, it was not long before Lu Chao returned, his face flushed with anger. Your Highness, the opposing forces are nothing but brutes. We have surrendered, yet they claim they do not accept our capitulation. This is clearly a mockery. What? Did they truly say that? Qi Wei frowned, a shadow crossing his features. Historically, no one had ever rejected a surrender. Was it not so? They had capitulated. What more did they want? Did they intend to slaughter them all? As Lu Chao voiced his concerns, an uneasy silence enveloped the surroundings. Indeed. It was at this moment that everyone truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Damn it. They seek vengeance for Rosong. Lu Chao struck the stone with his fist, leaving a smear of blood upon its surface. Panic and terror gripped the hearts of soldiers teetering on the brink of collapse, driving them to madness. I do not wish to die. I long to return home. My son awaits me. I too do not wish to perish. My wife is about to give birth, and I have yet to meet my child. I have my elderly mother at home. The soldiers desperately attempted to ascend the pile of stones. But as they clambered up, more rocks tumbled down, unleashing a cacophony of wails and cries. At that moment, Qi Wei stood before the chaos, his expression vacant, resembling a soulless puppet frozen in place. At the foot of the mountain, Long Outyin exuded disdain. Cowards. Do you think that after slaughtering so many, surrendering will absolve you of your crimes? We shall not accept surrender. He stated coldly, prepare the crossbow. I shall turn that little brat into a beehive. Chapter 155. A warrior may be slain, but not humiliated. Everyone, calm down. Qi Wei's voice rang out, his eyes ablaze as he gazed at the soldiers before him. The veins on his temples throbbed, his grip firm upon the hilt of his sword. In a grave tone, he addressed his comrades, we are warriors. To die upon the battlefield is our honor. Those who surrender shall forever bear the mark of disgrace, and your families will endure the scorn of others for eternity. Now that our enemies refuse to accept our capitulation, we must not allow our deaths to be in vain. His voice thundered with fervor. This is the final dignity we hold as warriors. We may be slain, but we shall not be humiliated. He raised his sword, a weapon that had accompanied him through countless battles, and the thought of dying by its edge brought him a strange sense of solace. Lu Chao stood behind him, choked with emotion. The prince speaks true. A warrior may be slain but not humiliated. I would rather choose death than wait to be killed by them. With that, he unsheathed his dagger. Qi Wei turned to glance at him, a rare smile gracing his lips. Yet, with a sudden shift in expression, he lifted the blade to his own throat. In an instant, blood sprayed across Lu Chao's face. Prince, he cried out in anguish, gripping his own weapon tightly. He looked down at Qi Wei, tears glistening in his eyes. My lord, I shall follow you. And with that declaration, he too took his own life. With the deaths of these two leaders, the once formidable army descended into chaos. Soldiers began to fend for themselves in a desperate scramble for survival. Chang Yuan, with a broken leg, crawled on the ground like a wounded insect. Someone, anyone, help this general. But at that moment, who would heed his call? Suddenly, a familiar and terrifying voice echoed from above. Chang Yuan's face blanched with fear. No. Before he could utter another word, his head exploded, an arrow having pierced through it. The lethal projectile continued its deadly flight, piercing 5 trees in its path, which subsequently fell and crushed fleeing soldiers beneath their weight. blood and flesh splattering in all directions. Wails of despair filling the air. At the foot of the mountain, Long Outyin gazed intently at the scene unfolding before him. The cacophony of screams mirrored those he had heard in the city of Luosang. Frowning, he remarked, "This night, too many lives have been lost." Morong Fu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Come, let us venture forth and survey the battlefield. We must collect the arrows as well." Long Outyin nodded solemnly, words escaping him. This was the most brutal and swift battle he had ever witnessed, and he believed that in the days to come, this conflict would be etched into the annals of history for both nations. As they reached the narrow passage, despite being mentally prepared, the sight of the mangled corpses sent chills down their spines. In the brief span of incense burning, hundreds of thousands had perished. Long Outyin surveyed the remnants of the assault, gasping in disbelief. They had launched only 2 waves of arrows, one a double volley and the other a triple, totaling nearly 2,500 projectiles. Yet, those 2,500 arrows had obliterated an enemy force of countless thousands. The horror of it all was unfathomable. Long Outyin gazed at the deep pit in the ground, swallowing hard. At that moment, he noticed the lifeless body of Chi Wei lying nearby, a visage of discontent and unfulfilled vengeance upon his face. Morong Fu approached, casting a cursory glance, and remarked, "There is no need for sympathy. This is the fate that befalls one who offends a master. We should consider ourselves fortunate that we nearly met the same end." Long Outyin remained silent, unable to deny the truth in those words. Moreover, their primary objective was to recover the arrows. As he observed the sky gradually lightening in the distance, Long Outyin squinted. It wasn't long before they had gathered all the arrows. Looking at the mountain of corpses, Long Outyin furrowed his brow and asked, "Old Mu, what should we do with these?" Morong Fu replied coldly, "It is impossible to burn them all. The surrounding woods would catch fire. Burying them would take an eternity. I suggest we leave them for the beasts." It was not that he was heartless. Rather, it was the brutal reality of war. Long Outyin nodded, "Then let us return. The master awaits our news." Morong Fu mounted his horse, and the weight of their hearts was profoundly heavy. Upon entering the city, soldiers informed them that Lin Tian was at the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was seated indoors with Qin Zheng, Lu Yu, and Li Qian, all waiting for news from them. When he saw the two return, Lin Tian excitedly looked up. "Old man, you're back." Morong Fu smiled. "Rest assured, Xiao Tian. We left none alive. We dispatched them all. You two have worked hard. Please, come sit and rest," Lin Tian said, smiling at them, thinking how impressive they had been. He felt he had gained face in front of his father-in-law, yet he also sensed the weight of gratitude owed, as their actions were motivated by the Lu family's reputation. He pondered how he could repay such a debt in the future. However, he quickly realized he was overthinking. Li Qian respectfully bowed deeply to the two, expressing, "I cannot thank you enough for rescuing Luosang from peril on 2 occasions. I am at a loss for how to repay you. But if you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will not refuse. You flatter us, your highness. We merely lend a hand." Morong Fu replied with a smile. "While it may seem a mere assistance to you, for me and all the citizens of Luosang, you have saved us from ruin. Such a great kindness will never be forgotten," Li Qian declared earnestly. Morong Fu's eyes gleamed slightly, thinking, "What a sharp lad, quite perceptive. Indeed, he is worthy of teaching. Since you say so, we shall not stand on ceremony. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out," he encouraged. Li Qian replied excitedly, "That is a given. You may rest assured." After saying this, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Tian, relieved to see him nodding in satisfaction. Noticing Lin Tian suppressing a yawn, Morong Fu cautiously inquired, "Are you tired, sir?" Lin Tian awkwardly smiled back at him. It seems that this venerable gentleman has once again succumbed to his whims, perhaps provoked by Li Qian, leading him to seek amusement at his expense. Just moments ago, he appeared quite tense, but upon seeing the two of you return, he immediately relaxed. As Lin Tian remarked, Liu suddenly realized his own folly. How could he allow the esteemed master, nay, his beloved son-in-law, to sit idly by his side? "Dear son-in-law, I must apologize. I know you must be weary from your long journey and likely haven't had a chance to rest. Allow me to arrange for my servants to prepare a room for you, so you may rejuvenate yourself," Liu said. Lin Tian felt somewhat taken aback by the swift expression of affection from his father-in-law. "There's no need for such trouble, esteemed father-in-law. I will first accompany the old gentleman and the others back to the inn to gather my belongings. Then I shall return to engage in conversation with you." Liu nodded eagerly. "Ah, there are indeed items at the inn. Very well then. Should I send someone to assist you in packing? You are welcome to rest here as long as you need." Faced with Liu Yu's unexpected warmth, Lin Tian found it hard to decline. Morong Fu, observing the scene, interjected with a smile, "Minister Liu, we actually have a matter to attend to that requires young Tian's presence at the foundry. Perhaps it would be best for us to settle our affairs before paying you a visit?" "Indeed, we cannot afford to delay," Liu replied, looking at Lin Tian with earnest concern. "Son-in-law, once you have managed your affairs, do make sure to come by and visit." "Of course, esteemed father-in-law," Lin Tian replied with a smile. He mused to himself about how swiftly his father-in-law's demeanor had shifted. Was it truly out of respect for the old gentleman and the others that he felt he could be tolerated? Did he believe that by associating with them, he might secure a modest position of authority? Yet, he was merely a blacksmith, even if he were to attain such a position. It would likely only be akin to Iron Bull, serving in the foundry. Was he that still just a blacksmith, albeit in a different location? Chapter 156. Using a knife to kill Lin Tian silently rose to his feet. Lost in thought, he failed to notice the bench at his feet. Li Qian, observing his impending collision, instinctively shouted, "Master, watch out for the bench." Lin Tian paused, momentarily bewildered. What had he just heard? Master? He looked up at Li Qian with a perplexed expression. What did you just call me? Li Qian's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Lin Tian's expression. He shook his head vigorously, denying, I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. You're you? Lin Tian was puzzled. Li Qian's demeanor had become rather strange. I could have sworn you just called me master. At this, Li Qian felt a shiver run through him. Long Outyin had warned him not to address Lin Tian so casually. It was entirely his fault for letting his tongue slip. Long Outyin and the others fell silent. The atmosphere turning oddly tense. Lin Tian fixed his gaze on Li Qian, contemplating that this peculiar behavior had been consistent throughout their journey, first the Cape. Now the title of master. Could it be that he fancied himself the son-in-law of an influential figure, seeking to elevate his own status? Suddenly, it dawned on Lin Tian. Of course, if he were to remain here, wouldn't Tian and have to return? After all, with the recent ambush on the kingdom of Luosang resulting in numerous casualties, the army would require reformation and, consequently, weaponry. And where there are weapons, there must be blacksmiths. What a clever thought. Lin Tian mused. Did he truly believe that by simply calling him master, he would be deceived? He was no fool. In Dian, he was doing quite well for himself. Here, with a prime minister as a father-in-law looming nearby, he would be on edge daily. If he were to inadvertently upset his elder, what if he decided to dismiss Yanren from his service? The thought of it made him long for the comfort of the little river. As Lin Tian suddenly furrowed his brow, Li Qian felt his heart leap into his throat. This was it. The master was angry. Just as Murong Fu and the others assumed Lin Tian was displeased, he suddenly burst into laughter. I am hardly a master, merely a humble blacksmith. To be called master is quite embarrassing. Huh. Li Qian was momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian, still smiling, continued, Your Highness, please do not jest with me. Jest? Li Qian was momentarily dazzled by Lin Tian's innocent smile. In those clear eyes, he saw no turbulence, and it finally dawned on him. Ah. It's just a joke, merely a jest. With that, Lin Tian hurried toward the door. Fearing that Li Qian might continue to praise his talents or mention how the kingdom of Luosang was in dire need of capable individuals, conjuring various reasons and excuses to keep him there, he dashed out with great speed. I'll escort you. Li Qian chased after him. Murong Fu quickly intercepted him, his expression serious. Your Highness, there's no need to see him off. I believe the master is indeed upset. You should count your blessings. Huh? Li Qian was at a loss, tears nearly welling in his eyes. He had spoken in haste, driven by a moment of panic. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently angered the master. Watching Lin Tian's retreating figure, he thought, Master, please do not be upset. Tears welled in his eyes as he stood at the door, bidding farewell to a few departing individuals. Turning around with a pitiful expression, he looked at Lu Yu and implored, Teacher, you must help me, assist Luosang. The old minister understood. How could Lu Yu be oblivious to Li Qian's sentiments? Yet, with a sense of helplessness, he replied, You know that there are certain matters in which I cannot involve myself too deeply, otherwise, it may yield contrary results. His countenance was not particularly bright either. Teacher, I understand, but I must still express my gratitude. Without you, the master likely would not have come here, and Luosang may have ceased to exist. Lu Yu remained silent. It was undeniable that this statement was far from exaggerated. Your Highness, this time, you can truly enjoy a restful sleep. He wore a reassuring smile. After tonight's battle, none would dare to threaten Luosang, he declared with conviction. The master and apprentice both displayed identical excitement. 500 divine artifacts had annihilated 400,000 troops of the Chuyun kingdom in a single night. Who would still dare to come? Do they seek a premature end to their lives? Meanwhile, Lin Tian and his companions arrived at the relay station just in time for breakfast. However, Lin Tian had no time for a meal. He retreated to his room to compose a letter, requesting Murong to swiftly convey the news to Lu Yanran, who was far away. Once he had organized these matters, they returned to their quarters for a brief rest. Upon awakening, it was already afternoon. Murong Fu reported that matters had been sufficiently handled, and it was time to regroup the army in preparation for their return journey. After all, the daily expenses for an army of 800,000 were astronomical. Lin Tian nodded, intending to bid farewell to Lu Yu before heading home. Lu Yu had initially wished to accompany Lin Tian to visit Lu Yanran. However, his health was not in the best condition. Wang Yang had checked his pulse and advised against long-distance travel, insisting he needed ample rest. Furthermore, he was concerned about Lu Feng. And with Luosang in need of assistance, he could not afford to leave. Seizing the opportunity, Murong Fu promptly dispatched someone to deliver the carefully prepared gift. Inside the black wooden box lay the herbs Lin Tian had gathered from his medical kit. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, he mistakenly assumed it to be a precious treasure. Little did he know that Murong Fu was reluctant to part with the ancient dragon treasure box. When it came to gifts, what could be more precious than the master's belongings? Moreover, both members of the Lu family were ailing, and these herbs were precisely what they required. Stealing a glance at Lin Tian, he saw him beaming with joy, showing no signs of anger. Only then did Mo Rongfu confidently entrust the items to Lu Yu. Unfortunately, Lu Yu failed to recognize their value. He merely expressed polite gratitude and instructed someone to put the items away. Observing the many efforts Mo Rongfu had made on his behalf, Lin Tian realized that the old gentleman genuinely cared for him. A pang of bittersweetness washed over him as he felt he owed him a great debt of gratitude. Your Highness, Chancellor Lu. Do come to Yin State for a visit whenever you have the time. We shall take our leave now. It must be said that Mo Rongfu was exceptionally thorough in his endeavors, while Qin Zheng could only play a supporting role. Although this military expedition primarily consisted of troops from the Qin state, he felt no sense of impropriety in having Mo Rongfu and his companions take the lead. Moreover, this battle had allowed him to gain considerable prestige. Upon their return, he would have ample time to deal with that old scoundrel. Inside the Huangge Inn, Dou Ming shuddered. Indeed, he was thoroughly astonished to hear the news of the complete annihilation of the Chuyun Kingdom's army early that morning. It is worth noting that 400,000 soldiers is no trivial matter. To have them vanish overnight is unfathomable. He certainly would not dare to cavalierly joke about the fate of 400,000 men. Now he was in a state of panic. As for revenge, forget it. Preserving his own safety was of utmost importance. At this moment, Qi Hung of the Chuyun Kingdom could not be described as sorrowful. He had lost 400,000 troops. Yet the same loss had irrevocably tarnished Qi Wei's reputation, condemning him to infamy for eternity. Henceforth, he would be recorded in the annals of the Chuyun Kingdom as a criminal. Every child in the Chuyun Kingdom would remember him as a stubborn tyrant responsible for the deaths of 400,000 soldiers. He chuckled softly to himself, murmuring, "A peerless master. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude." With a smile, Qi Hung gestured to the eunuchs at his side and commanded, "Convey my orders. Qi Wang has disregarded military commands and harbored intentions of rebellion. The evidence is irrefutable. Henceforth, strip him of his titles and disband all troops under his command, awaiting further instructions." Chapter 157, The Master, Little River Ditch. With a heart full of trepidation, Lu Yanran was overwhelmed with joy and tears upon receiving a letter from Lin Tian. She embraced Guan Zhu'er, and the two spun around in exhilaration. To claim she was unconcerned during this period would be a falsehood. Whenever she found herself with a moment of leisure, her thoughts drifted restlessly, wishing fervently to join them. Now, hearing that they were all safe and sound, her happiness knew no bounds. In the Great Yin Imperial Palace, Mo Rongbo also received correspondence from Mo Rongfu. The entire court, both civil and military officials, was electrified by this news. This battle was unprecedented, and the name of the Yin Kingdom would resonate throughout the Central Plains. Simultaneously, other nations in the Northwest received the tidings as well, rejoicing in their earlier decisions. Otherwise, their fates would not have been much better than that of the Chuyun Kingdom. Everyone was astounded by Lin Tian's prowess. With 500 unparalleled artifacts, he annihilated an army of 400,000 from Chuyun Kingdom in a single night. These were living beings, simply gone without a trace. Reports emphasized that the Northwest United Army had only intervened twice, both times to rescue Luosang from peril. The current monarch of Luosang expressed profound gratitude towards Mu Rongfu and his companions, as Luosang was to become a part of their influence in the Central Plains. The emperors of the Northwest speculated whether the master intended to unify the continent. Otherwise, he would not have made such a grand effort to assist Luosang. Perhaps this was merely a pretext. Every event sparked a flurry of thoughts, yet no one dared to voice dissent. All understood that from now on, they must obediently heed commands, lest they become the next targets of the master's wrath. Thus, the nations of the Northwest kept their heads low, fearful of offending the master. Mo Rongfu had previously warned them against disturbing the master uninvited. Should anyone disobey, they could expect no mercy. The emperors of the Northwest, who had once harbored hopes of visiting Lin Tian, quelled such thoughts following the Battle of Luosang. Mo Rongfu had become a favored confidant of the master, and it was a well-known fact that he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, as they surmised, Mo Rongfu enjoyed Lin Tian's trust and favor. In the aftermath of the Great Battle, Mo Rongfu and his comrades had suffered minimal losses, merely a few hundred men, a figure nearly negligible. Upon their arrival at the military camp, every soldier wore a beaming smile, their conversations brimming with pride. Their purpose for coming was to commend the forging camp for their achievements. Had it not been for the diligent efforts of the brothers in the forging camp, tirelessly producing crossbow bolts, this batch would not have been completed so swiftly. Though Lin Tian had provided guidance, the sweat and toil expended were beyond ordinary imagination. Upon the arrival of the few, the soldiers eagerly directed their attention towards the forging camp, their eyes glistening with envy. The forging camp was destined for success this time. They were undoubtedly the ones to be lauded. Did you not see how they had worked day and night without a moment of rest to expedite the production of crossbow bolts? It is said that some individuals, after hastily crafting crossbow bolts, find themselves unable to lift their arms, and some have even dislocated their shoulders. Is it truly that exaggerated? If you doubt it, just take a look at the foundry camp, where dozens lie bedridden. It seems a proper reward for the foundry camp is in order, Qin Zheng remarked with a smile. Mo Rongfu chuckled. Indeed, without their efforts, We could not have achieved such an effortless victory in this battle. Lin Tian, standing nearby, felt a sense of gratification as he listened to their commendations of the foundry camp. The profession of blacksmithing is not particularly esteemed here, even within the military. It is met with scorn and derision from others. One must realize that he spent several days on his crossbow bolts, albeit modifying the design as he worked. However, the patience and perseverance displayed by these individuals in completing their tasks in such a short time is truly admirable. As the group approached the foundry camp, they encountered Emosia. He had come upon hearing Iron Bull mention that Zhao Yun had begun to speak and hurried over to investigate. Yet upon arrival, he found Zhao Yun sitting in a corner, silent and uncommunicative. Iron Bull then informed Emosia that it was he who had relayed the news of Lin Tian to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun had been waiting there since early morning, eager to meet Lin Tian. Prior to this, he had ignored anyone who attempted to engage him, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Zhao Yun, indeed. He was once the finest blacksmith in our ranks, Emosia said respectfully. Upon hearing the mention of an exceptional blacksmith, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Learning that Zhao Yun had waited so long just for a chance to meet him made Lin Tian eager to encounter him as well. The others had become familiar with Lin Tian's antics. Upon seeing his excited expression, they shared a knowing glance. After all, this master had always been fond of play and theatrics. At that moment, upon discovering that Zhao Yun possessed talent in the craft of smithing, Lin Tian surely wished to offer him some guidance. The master had an eye for talent, as evidenced by his attitude towards Wang Yang. Now, with Zhao Yun, a blacksmith no less, how could the master not be thrilled? Mo Rongfu, understanding the situation, promptly instructed Emosia to lead the way. This master Zhao Yun, is he truly skilled in the art of forging? Lin Tian inquired with a subtle smile. Emosia was about to respond when he noticed Qin Zheng giving him urgent signals. Given that Emosia had not spent much time with Lin Tian, he struggled to comprehend his behavior. He found himself perplexed, feeling as though he and the king had yet to reach a level of understanding where a mere glance could convey meaning. Qin Zheng's eyes were nearly twitching from the effort of signaling, but seeing Emosia still looking bewildered, he appeared exasperated. His intention was clear. He wanted Emosia to praise Zhao Yun profusely, ideally elevating him to a status of extraordinary talent, which might persuade the master to take him on as a disciple. One could say Qin Zheng's imagination ran wild. Lin Tian, upon hearing that Zhao Yun was a blacksmith, merely hoped to engage in conversation and perhaps glean some wisdom from him. Consequently, Qin Zheng's thoughts were precisely the opposite of what he anticipated. One could only remark that the minds of individuals in this world are exceedingly peculiar. Old Qin, have you gotten sand in your eyes? Why do you keep twitching? Long Out Yin jested. Perhaps you've been blinking too vigorously and have strained a muscle. Mo Rongfu chimed in. Qin Zheng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he could only awkwardly clear his throat. Emosia, shouldn't you promptly take us to meet Zhao Yun? Emosia nodded, feeling somewhat vexed. He pondered, my lord, this cannot be blamed on him. He truly cannot comprehend the incessant blinking. Gentlemen, Zhao Yun is right inside. Emosia announced as they reached the doorway, casting a glance back at Qin Zheng. This only added to Emosia's frustration, and he silently lamented. He truly does not understand. Zhao Yun, hurry and come forth to pay your respects. Emosia feigned anger upon entering and spotting Zhao Yun, who was seated in the corner like a wooden figure. At the sound of Emosia's words, Zhao Yun slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes gradually swept over Lin Tian and the others, and upon seeing Lin Tian, his expression momentarily froze. Iron Bull had informed him that the master was merely in his early 20s and possessed striking features. Among the group, Lin Tian appeared somewhat younger and more handsome. However, upon observing Lin Tian's physique, Zhao Yun began to harbor doubts. Can he truly wield a hammer with that build? Or is Iron Bull deceiving me again? Noticing Zhao Yun's prolonged silence, Iron Bull hurriedly stepped forward, tugging at his clothing, and whispered nervously in his ear, Commander, that is indeed the master. You must approach him at once. Chapter 158. Zhao Yun's Epiphany. Zhao Yun, standing in a state of half-belief, rose to his feet. Kneeling on the ground, he awkwardly began to speak. I have met the king, encountered several sovereigns, and conversed with esteemed gentlemen and masters. Rise. Qin Zheng commanded with a dismissive wave of his hand, prompting him to stand. However, Lin Tian observed with a surge of excitement. Thinking to himself that this was indeed the most distinguished blacksmith of the Qin state, he resolved to seek his wisdom shortly. Qin Zheng proceeded to commend the blacksmith for his merits. Iron Bull was promoted to the rank of captain of the 1st Battalion, elevated 3 ranks, with his monthly remuneration increasing from 2 taels of silver to 10. Upon hearing this title, Iron Bull was visibly elated. Even Zhao Yun could not help but glance at him in admiration. In matters of titles and honors, envy was a common sentiment, for in ancient times, such distinctions signified one's social standing. Even a blacksmith was no exception. Attaining the status of a master craftsman would significantly enhance the value of his creations. Lin Tian was particularly astute regarding financial matters, for his purpose in blacksmithing was to earn a living. Titles and honors were merely tools to facilitate greater wealth and ease. If he could learn more from Zhao Yun and Iron Bull, perhaps he could even acquire a title for himself. The items he forged would then be worth considerably more. At that moment, Lin Tian envisioned countless golden ingots beckoning to him from Zhao Yun and Iron Bull. This was a rare opportunity, not to be missed. Qin Zheng, noticing Lin Tian's eager gaze fixed upon Zhao Yun and Iron Bull, recognized it as a chance for them all. He hastily remarked, "You two are the pillars of our blacksmithing camp. Cherish this time and learn diligently from Lord Lin. Do not squander this precious opportunity." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian quickly shook his head in protest. "Old Qin, please do not say that. It is I who should learn from the two esteemed predecessors." Iron Bull, in a flurry of respect, shook his head as well. "Please do not say such things. Your words are truly humbling for us. Compared to your unparalleled blacksmithing skills, we have much to learn from you." Zhao Yun observed the exchange between the two, his expression one of confusion. Though they had emerged victorious, the legendary artifacts had been taken away, and he had never witnessed them himself. Thus, he remained skeptical of Iron Bull's claims. Yet, a question had troubled him for 5 long years, one he had never been able to unravel. Hesitantly, he turned his gaze towards Lin Tian. "Is this individual truly a master blacksmith?" With a tone imbued with doubt, he asked, "May I pose a question to you?" Everyone fell silent. Lin Tian, feeling Zhao Yun's unwavering gaze upon him, nodded. "Please, go ahead." Zhao Yun, his voice hoarse, inquired, "I wish to ask you, how can one forge a weapon of celestial significance?" Lin Tian was taken aback. A weapon of celestial significance? He had heard of such things. But he was merely a humble blacksmith. What understanding could he claim regarding such mastery? He gazed at Zhao Yun, disheveled and with an odd expression, pondering whether this man's mind had been addled by the craft he so fervently pursued. Some blacksmiths, in their delusions, aspire to become masters of the forge, crafting divine instruments and unparalleled artifacts, losing themselves in fanciful thoughts. Is this individual one of them? Awkwardly, they believed they had encountered a predecessor, only to find the person had lost their sanity. However, to label someone a madman in front of so many is rather impolite. Remaining silent is even more discourteous. Moreover, judging by the attitudes of Moca and King Qin towards him, it is evident that, despite his apparent madness, they still hold him in high regard. Perhaps they even hope to assign him significant responsibilities once he recovers. Thus, he could not afford to be dismissive. He must respond earnestly. Lin Tian was resolute in his conviction. Upon noticing the still-burning forge, inspiration struck him. He approached the hearth and effortlessly lifted a hammer weighing over 100 pounds. With a smile, he declared, "I may not know how to forge divine instruments, but I do understand that the essence of blacksmithing lies in the mastery of iron. Mastering the art of ironworking is the crux of the matter." With that, he raised the hammer. Clang. A series of flawless forging techniques unfolded before the crowd. Clang. Sparks flew as a seemingly tempered piece of iron, under Lin Tian's powerful strike, was reshaped once more. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Tian rhythmically hammered the iron plate, each strike yielding a different result. Zhao Yun stood transfixed, marveling at the mastery on display. Truly, he thought, this is the work of a master. Such forging skills were beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Tempered iron could indeed be refined anew, and the finesse, strength, and physical coordination exhibited were unparalleled by ordinary craftsmen. Iron Bull's assertions rang true. Earlier, Iron Bull had informed him that the master's forging abilities were extraordinary, having personally guided their brotherhood in the forge. After receiving the master's tutelage, the brothers experienced a significant advancement in their forging techniques. Eager to share this with Zhao Yun, he hoped that, with the master's guidance, Zhao Yun might break through the barriers in his mind. His heart raced with excitement, and it seemed his instincts were indeed correct. Zhao Yun's gaze transformed. No longer vacant and dazed, it now sparkled with the thirst for knowledge. Lin Tian glanced back at Zhao Yun, though he was no master himself. His years in blacksmithing had granted him insights into the craft. He smiled and said, "I have been forging for some time now, and I have gleaned a few truths from my experiences. For instance, as blacksmiths, we desire our creations to be beloved by all. Thus, the foremost consideration must always be quality. If the quality falters, our reputation suffers. Even the most aesthetically pleasing tools will prove impractical. Such outcomes are fundamentally misguided. Therefore, one critical aspect of forging, tempering iron, must never be taken lightly." As Zhao Yun listened and observed, enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, he had been singularly focused on the quality of the blade, pondering how to use the most precious iron or to forge an exceptional sword. However, in contrast to the master, the ordinary iron plate has transformed into a rare gem under the master's exceptional craftsmanship. Thus, it is said that one must possess strength in oneself to forge iron. His innate capabilities fall short of the standards required to create heavenly artifacts. He has always been willing to acknowledge this truth. The master imparts to him that whether it be a celestial weapon or an unparalleled divine tool, only after one has acquired a certain level of skill can they transmute any piece of iron into the desired creation. Yet, he has stubbornly entangled himself in a quagmire, reluctant to accept his own inadequacies. For 5 years, he has remained ensconced in the military camp, steadfastly avoiding reality. Zhao Yun closed his eyes, tears of regret streaming down his cheeks. He knelt heavily upon the ground and bowed his head to Lin Tian. "Master, I understand now. Thank you." "And master?" Lin Tian was bewildered by his sudden shift in demeanor. With an awkward smile, he replied, Elder, you have misunderstood. I am no master, merely a humble blacksmith. Though I am uncertain what I said earlier has enlightened you, I certainly do not dare to call myself a master. He remained quite self-aware. While he believed his skills might align with those of an advanced craftsman, receiving such direct praise from others still left him feeling somewhat bashful, especially when the person in question was a seasoned old blacksmith. Chapter 159. The trouble of infidelity. Upon hearing Lin Tian deny being a master, Zhao Yun was utterly perplexed. If not a master, then what? With utmost seriousness, he bowed once more, earnestly requesting, if the master does not mind, I humbly ask to be taken as your disciple. Lin Tian was taken aback once again. Was he jesting? To take on a disciple? Observing Zhao Yun's rugged appearance, he mused that the man could easily be his father. Becoming his disciple? No, thank you. Thus, he smiled and politely declined. It would not be appropriate for me to accept you as a disciple. Qin Lao still needs you. Now that you have come to this realization, please gather your spirits and strive to forge even more exceptional weapons in the future. Zhao Yun did not anticipate being so outrightly rejected by Lin Tian. Initially, he believed his talent was commendable, yet it seemed he could not catch the master's eye. Indeed, the mere fact that the master would offer him guidance was a stroke of fortune. Had he not encountered the master, he might have continued to evade reality indefinitely. It was the master who had rescued him. With this newfound clarity, Zhao Yun smiled sincerely. Thank you, master. I understand now. Lin Tian felt a twinge of awkwardness, but maintained a friendly smile. As long as you understand. At this point, any further explanation regarding the title of master seemed irrelevant. Perhaps it was best to embrace the title. Who knows, his blacksmithing skills might genuinely reach the level of a senior artisan. He had come to terms with it. After all, in the small stream, no one was there to assess his rank, right? Whether he was considered a senior artisan or a master, he remained just a blacksmith. Upon hearing Lin Tian's refusal to accept Zhao Yun as a disciple, Qin Zhang's dreams were shattered. Meanwhile, the two bystanders breathed a sigh of relief. Morongfu remarked, goodness. I nearly fell victim to Qin Zhang's opportunism. Long Aotian added, that was close. Thankfully, the master has no interest in this bearded man. Zhao Yun's recovery brought the utmost joy to Mo Xie and Tainyo. Lin Tian set down his hammer and picked up an iron piece, submerging it in the water. With a resounding splash, a piece of iron, tempered to perfection, emitted a radiant blue glow. This is a weapon of celestial merit. Zhao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. That brilliance was unmistakable. Stunned, he thought, who claimed that forging a weapon of celestial merit took a year and a half. The master merely moved his hands, and it was accomplished in an instant. How infuriating it was to compare oneself to others. His 5 years of effort felt utterly trivial in comparison. Zhao Yun swallowed hard. This was the true essence of mastery. The formidable display of skill sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, Lin Tian's smile held a deeper significance in Zhao Yun's eyes. Was the master attempting to convey a message? Or perhaps imparting the method of crafting a weapon of celestial merit? It must be. Zhao Yun endeavored to calm himself, reflecting on the master's earlier words and pondering why the master chose to forge a weapon of celestial merit in his presence. Surely, he recognized Zhao Yun's potential, believing that with proper guidance, he could be molded into a master himself. There was no other explanation that made sense to him regarding the master's intentions. The atmosphere momentarily froze. Lin Tian put down the hammer and noticed that everyone was silent, staring at him with blank expressions. With a hint of confusion, he asked, is there something on my face? Zhao Yun quickly shook his head. It was only then that the others reacted. Lin Tian chuckled, thinking he must have something unusual on his face. Otherwise, why were they all gazing at him? He refrained from voicing this thought. Just then, a soldier approached to announce that preparations for departure were complete and inquired if they were ready. Qin Zheng looked at Lin Tian and remarked, what do you think? Shall we depart now or? Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Tian replied. Then let us set off. It seemed peculiar that such a question was posed to him, as if he held a position of high authority. Was it possible that his improvements to the crossbows had earned him their respect? Quite likely, given that their recent victory hinged significantly on that aspect. Otherwise, the forging camp would not have received such accolades. Consequently, as the proposer of the modifications, he naturally enjoyed certain privileges. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why he had not been rewarded like Tainyo and the others. Perhaps it was because he was not a soldier. Moreover, he and his companions had come here primarily to assist their wives and fathers-in-law. How could he ask for payment when he had not provided any compensation? Lin Tian shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the situation. At times, he questioned whether it was his own prowess or merely the effect of his fortunate circumstances that had led to this. The others, upon hearing his musings, promptly relayed the orders. However, he soon found solace in the thought. On the carriage, he muttered to himself, wondering if his wife missed him while she was alone at home. In a small creek, Guanjuer, who had grown accustomed to life in Lin Tian's household, gazed at the plump, white He-Shou Wu in the yard, unable to resist swallowing hard. If I sneak one, Master shouldn't mind too much, should he? She pondered, hesitating as she reached out. No. What if Master returns and discovers one is missing? What if he sends me away? Would I then be unable to marry Master for the rest of my life? She squatted down, torn with indecision. Just then, Lu Yanran emerged from the kitchen and caught sight of her predicament. Amused, she said, "If you want to eat it, just go ahead. My husband treats this as if it were a radish. If you take one, he won't hold it against you." "Really?" Guanzhou exclaimed in delight upon hearing this. With the lady's approval, she felt emboldened and plucked one from the ground. After washing it in clean water, she bit into it eagerly. Her adorable demeanor brought a smile to Lu Yanran's face. However, just as she had consumed half, Guanzhou suddenly felt unwell. "It hurts." Her complexion turned pale in an instant, and she collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. "Sister, I feel terrible." A fiery sensation engulfed her stomach, as if her entire body were ablaze. She couldn't help but scream. Lu Yanran, lacking martial arts knowledge, stood helplessly by, anxiously asking, "Zhuer, don't scare me. What is happening to you?" Within moments, Guanzhou was in such distress that her voice became hoarse from crying out. "I shall summon a physician." Observing her in such a state, I am consumed by worry, fearing the consequences of her actions. Guanzhou is a martial artist, ordinarily. She would not cry out so dramatically for mere discomfort, indicating that her pain must be unbearable. Just as Lu Yanran was preparing to depart, she was seized by Guanzhou's hand. Her hair and clothing were drenched in sweat. At that moment, she bit her lip, shaking her head at Lu Yanran. It was only when darkness enveloped the sky that her cries ceased, and she began to sit cross-legged in meditation. A plume of white smoke emanated from the crown of her head. She had acted rashly. In the past, these substances had been processed by a master, and no matter the quantity consumed, her body had remained unscathed. This time, however, she had indulged recklessly. Her body could hardly withstand the overwhelming potency of the medicine. Were it not for the numerous heavenly treasures she had previously consumed, her condition would have been far worse. Otherwise, she would have ruptured a blood vessel long ago. She has learned her lesson. Never again shall she consume anything not bestowed by a master. For indiscriminate consumption can be fatal. More alarmingly, the force of the medicine within her remained stubbornly unabsorbed, exhibiting an overwhelming and aggressive nature, continuously colliding with her meridians. If she mishandles this, she risks succumbing to madness. With great effort, Guanzhou suppressed the turmoil, only to expel a mouthful of blood. This terrified Lu Yanran. Yet, seeing Guanzhou with her eyes firmly shut, she dared not intrude, standing anxiously by in silent vigil. As seconds turned to minutes, Lu Yanran succumbed to slumber upon the stone table. A faint glimmer of light appeared in the sky. Exhausted, Guanzhou opened her eyes, having narrowly salvaged her life. Regret washed over her as she fought back tears. Due to her reckless indulgence, she had nearly fallen into madness, expending a significant portion of her inner strength, 30% to be precise, in an effort to counteract the medicine's effects. Oh, how she lamented the loss of her hard-earned power. Gazing at the half-eaten He Shou Wu on the ground, she felt a shiver of dread. Wiping away her bitter tears, she vowed, "I shall never indulge again." Chapter 160. Returned to the village, the carriage arrived at the ferry, where Li Qian and Lu Yu had long awaited to bid farewell. With the recent resolution of the Luosang crisis, Lin Tian felt a sense of relief knowing that his father-in-law's family was safe. He believed he could now return home with a clear conscience. Despite Li Qian's desire to retain Lin Tian and his companions, the daily expenses for the vast army of 800,000 were simply beyond their current means. After several attempts to voice his entreaties, he swallowed his words. Nevertheless, he assured Lin Tian time and again that he would visit personally when circumstances allowed. Lin Tian pondered that whether or not a visit would occur was of little importance. What truly mattered was that he was heading home. The thought of reuniting with his wife after such a long absence filled him with eagerness. Liu understood Li Qian's reasons for not insisting on their stay. He too refrained from detaining Lin Tian, recognizing the economic implications for Luosang. If his words led to further difficulties for Luosang, he could not bear that responsibility. Moreover, with Luosang in dire need of revitalization, it was an opportune moment for reconstruction. He speculated that Li Qian would likely initiate significant changes within the court, making it all the more inconvenient to keep Lin Tian there. After bidding farewell, a grand fleet of dozens of ships set sail from the port. Such a large-scale military operation, mobilizing countless troops, was unprecedented in the entire northwest and central plains. Given the proximity of the Qin state to Luosang, separated only by a river, the journey back was swift, taking merely half a day to reach Qin. While Mou was busy organizing the army, he informed Lin Tian that he would be remaining in Qin for a while to attend to court matters, thus could not accompany him back. Lin Tian understood and expressed his gratitude, inviting him to visit Little River Gully when he found the time. Qin Zheng, delighted by this invitation, readily agreed, promising to pay a visit at his earliest convenience. The remainder of the journey from Qin to Bailing was smooth, as they descended with the current, reaching their destination in just 2 days. Upon arrival, Morong Fu noted Lin Tian's lack of intention to linger and promptly instructed the ship to dock at the nearest port. Ultimately, they arrived at Chiwan Port, the closest harbor to Dian. Disembarking, they would need to take a carriage, which would take at least an overnight journey to reach Little River Gully. With a heart full of longing, they traveled through the night. By dawn the next morning, wisps of smoke rose from the rooftops of every household in Little River Gully. From a distance, the tranquil village stirred excitement within Lin Tian. Having witnessed so much bloodshed, he cherished this rare tranquility even more. Once, he had fantasized about becoming a legendary hero, commanding the martial world, or perhaps even a prince. Yet, after all he had experienced, he now found that living as a blacksmith in Little River Gully was the most fulfilling existence. There was no bloodshed, no treachery, and no intricate power struggles. Marrying a wife, forging iron, and tending to the fields, this pastoral life was what one ought to embrace. As the carriage approached the village entrance, the children gathered behind, chasing after it with joyous cries. "Oh, the big carriage is coming." Sister Wang, clutching her basket, scolded her little child, exclaiming in irritation. "What are you chasing after? It's merely a horse cart. Have you never seen one before?" Her words dripped with envy. In the village, only Lin Tian had the privilege of riding in a horse cart. "Oh, it's Brother Lin returning," exclaimed Brother Hu, who was toiling in the fields with a hoe. Upon seeing Lin Tian in the cart, Lin Tian responded with a smile. "Yes, I was away on a trip with friends." Beside him, Sister Wang, unable to bear the sight of others' good fortune, scoffed. "What is there to be proud of? He is just a mere blacksmith." Lin Tian chose to ignore her. A classic case of someone who remembers grievances but forgets kindness. It hadn't been long since Guanjuer had reprimanded her, yet her true nature had resurfaced so quickly. At that moment, everyone was up early, heading to the fields to work. The news of Lin Tian's return spread rapidly throughout the village. Hearing of his arrival, Lu Yanran, still in the kitchen and not even having removed her apron, dashed straight towards the village entrance. Meanwhile, Guanjuer, who was changing clothes after her morning exercise, also caught wind of the commotion. Dressed and stepping outside, she saw Lu Yanran running in a hurry. "Sister, where are you rushing off to?" Unfortunately, Lu Yanran, longing for her husband, paid her no heed. "Master, Tian has returned." Lu Qinshuan rushed into the house, her face alight with excitement as she informed Li Juanji. The couple immediately embraced their child and hastened towards the village entrance. At the village chief's home, Tao Xiao heard the news and also set aside her needlework, rushing out. Soon, the village was bustling with people eager to learn where Lin Tian had been for over 20 days. Due to his sudden departure, many speculated whether he had offended someone and gone into hiding, as there had been no word from him. To the villagers of Xiago, Lin Tian's disappearance was exceedingly strange, leading to a flurry of rumors about him. Some claimed that Lin Tianji had eloped with a wealthy heiress from town, while others suggested he had crossed wealthy individuals and was forced to flee. The most fantastical tales even suggested that Lin Tian was a bandit, evading the authorities. In short, during Lin Tian's absence, the villagers had allowed their imaginations to run wild. As the crowd thickened, Lin Tian suggested, "Perhaps we should move along." Indeed, Morongfu responded, feeling exasperated. He wondered why the villagers, living in such a remote area, lacked subtlety. Long Outyin chuckled. "The master enjoys this bustling life. We must all learn to adapt." Wang Yang and Hu Ba drove the cart, while Kong Xingyun had been assigned to some private task by Morongfu. What those tasks entailed remained a mystery. Once they disembarked from the cart, Lin Tian immediately caught sight of Sister Wang's disdainful glare. "Brother Lin, where have you been lately? We haven't seen you at all," she exclaimed. "You must have gone out to make a fortune." She continued, "Brother Lin, your clothes look splendid. After this trip, you seem like a different person." Lin Tian must have struck it rich. Lin Tian silently absorbed the praises of those around him, his steps unwavering, his gaze fixed upon the direction of home. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure hurrying towards him. "Why the rush? Look at you, drenched in sweat." Lin Tian raised his hand to wipe the perspiration from Lu Yanran's forehead with his sleeve. Lu Yanran, a refined young lady, was not accustomed to flaunting her affection in public. Blushing, she replied, "My lord, you return without any prior notice." Pouting slightly, she was interrupted by Tao Xiao, who had hurried over upon hearing the news and witnessed this tender scene. Her heart ached involuntarily. Observing her reaction, Wang Sa seized the moment, her tone sharp. "Oh, who would have thought Lin Tian could be so considerate of his wife? Now that you're wealthy, are you not considering taking a few more wives to expand the Lin family?" Lu Yanran gazed at Lin Tian in astonishment. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with her, but Wang Sa's remarks were simply too distasteful. With a cold expression, he retorted, "Since when have my family's affairs become your concern? Or do you expect to finance my marriages?" Wang Sa was taken aback by Lin Tian's bold response. "I am not your mother. Why should I pay for your wives?" The surrounding villagers began to chuckle at her expense. "Wang Sa, you were the one suggesting he take more wives. If you won't contribute financially, why meddle so much?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, your own son has never seen such concern from you." Chapter 161. The teasing of the villagers go away. "My son does not require your concern." "Ah. So you are permitted to speak of others' children, yet not allow others to comment on your own? Are you perhaps taking advantage of Lin Tian's lack of parents?" "Aha." With such a venomous tongue, do be wary that one day, the Lin couple may rise from below to settle accounts with you. Upon hearing that Lin Tian's parents might seek her out for retribution, Sister Wang's face turned pale. In ancient times, people held a profound fear of ghosts and deities, steeped in superstition. The moment she heard these words, her previously arrogant demeanor quickly dissipated. "I shall not indulge in your nonsense any longer. I must return home to prepare dinner." With that, she hoisted her basket and pulled her son along as she made her way back. The villagers, Witnessing her retreat akin to a defeated hen, erupted into laughter. As if spurred on by their mirth, Sister Wang hastened her pace, eventually breaking into a small run. Lin Tian merely offered a faint smile at the sight. Lu Yinran, gazing at the man she had not seen for days, felt her heart race uncontrollably. She paid no heed to the opinions of others. After all, her husband was not someone whose thoughts could be swayed by external voices. She merely wished to embrace a role of simplicity. As long as her husband was content, he could do as he pleased, even marry whomever he desired. The adoring gaze from Lu Yinran prompted Lin Tian to gently take her small hand in his. Dear wife, I have been away for so long. Did you miss me? Without hesitation, she nodded. Heaven knows how desperately she wished to throw herself into Lin Tian's embrace, to hold him close. In his absence, sleepless nights had become her norm. It was evident that she had indeed missed him, as her once round face had grown gaunt. Gently pinching her now slender cheek, he furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Ge, you have finally returned. Quan Zhuer, who had chased after him from her home, approached Lin Tian with uncontainable excitement. Lin Tian nodded, smiling. Yes, I just returned. Observing that both women had lost considerable weight, a warm feeling enveloped his heart. Silently, he mused that it felt wonderful to be missed. Meanwhile, Tao Xiao observed the trio standing together, a scene of remarkable harmony, handsome men and beautiful women. This tableau pierced her heart deeply. Striving to muster a smile, she stepped forward warmly. Tian Ge, you are back. Indeed, Lin Tian replied coolly, his tone lacking the previous joy, his expression now tinged with a hint of distance. Tao Xiao's hands instinctively balled into fists. Her lips lost their color as she stared at Lin Tian, her body swaying precariously. The villagers had all noticed Tao Xiao's affection for Lin Tian and were curious whether he would ever consider marrying her, especially since she was the daughter of the village chief. Now that she had earned a considerable fortune through embroidery, many men were flocking to her doorstep. Yet, there had been no word of her agreeing to marry anyone. It was clear to everyone that her heart was set on Lin Tian. After all, it was well known that Lin Tian was favored by the village's women due to his handsome appearance. Consequently, he had also become the top man on the blacklist of local husbands. Whenever their wives went missing, the first place they would check was the blacksmith shop. Wondering if they were once again sneaking glances at Lin Tian, the arrival of Lu Qianxuan's family shattered the awkward atmosphere. Li Juanji held Li Run, the adorable little one, who incessantly called out uncle from afar. Lin Tian smoothly bypassed her and approached the family of three to offer his greetings. Sister, brother-in-law, what brings you here? Lu Qianxuan replied with a smile. I heard you were back, and this little rascal insisted on meeting you. He simply couldn't wait. Uncle, hug me. Li Ren pouted, seeking affection. All right, come here for a hug. Lin Tian found himself utterly defenseless against the charms of the cherubic child, especially with Li Ren's sweet demeanor. Hee, uncle, that tickles. Li Ren giggled as Lin Tian playfully tickled him under the arms, causing the little one to squirm and plead for mercy. The sight of the entire family engrossed in their own world made the onlookers lose interest, gradually dispersing. Only Tao Shiro lingered, not yet ready to depart. Mu Rongfu glanced at her and teased, another little blossom for the master. Long Outyin narrowed his eyes and remarked, though young, she seems to possess considerable cunning. Mu Rongfu replied nonchalantly, how about we place a bet? Bet on what? Long Outyin's interest was piqued. With a smile, Mu Rongfu suggested, let us wager whether the master will marry this young lady. Long Outyin smirked, analyzing Tao Xiao. I bet the master will not marry her. Mu Rongfu chuckled, then I shall wager that he will. The two exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of intrigue. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, they noticed Lin Tian observing them, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, they were drenched in cold sweat, realizing they had crossed a line by jesting about the master. Long Outyin shot a fierce glare at Mu Rongfu, silently blaming him for the indiscretion, certain that the master had overheard them. Mu Rongfu retaliated with a defiant stare, implying that Long Outyin had been equally reckless moments before. Lin Tian was taken aback, realizing that his mere smile had been misinterpreted. Now that you're at my doorstep, why not stay for a meal before heading back? He suggested amiably. We have some matters to attend to and wouldn't want to intrude on your family reunion. They replied, eager to excuse themselves. Upon hearing their need to handle pressing affairs, Lin Tian felt reluctant to insist they stay, acknowledging their status as emperors and the accumulation of duties during their absence. With a hint of regret, he said, very well, do remember to visit when you're free. Of course, Mu Rongfu responded promptly, bowing respectfully to Lin Tian. This unexpected display left Lin Tian momentarily stunned, pondering whether the old gentleman was having one of his peculiar episodes, as he had noticed similar oddities among the emperors he had encountered. Could it be a case of imperial syndrome? In my heart, I am increasingly convinced that being an emperor is no simple task. As Mu Rongfu and his companions departed, Lin Tian caught a glimpse of Tao Xiao still standing in place, staring at them in a daze. Uncomfortable under her gaze, he furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to disregard her, yet felt she was still a child at heart. Unable to ignore her, her eyes seemed to convey a longing to devour him whole. Xiao, do you have something to say? Lin Tian inquired awkwardly, finally acknowledging her presence. Seeing Lin Tian finally pay attention to her again, Tao Xiao's expression relaxed. She resumed her usual smile and replied, It's nothing, Tian go. I haven't seen you for several days and was worried something might have happened to you. Now that I see you have returned safely, I feel at ease. Upon hearing her concern, Lin Tian smiled politely and responded, Thank you, Xiao. I merely went out with some friends. Nothing serious occurred. Ah, that's good to hear, Tao Xiao said before turning to leave. Her lonely silhouette tugging at the heartstrings of those who beheld her. Lu Yinran, being a woman herself, naturally perceived her feelings. However, this was a matter beyond her control. Not only this, but she also found herself unable to intervene in Guanju's affairs. After all, her husband was no ordinary man. He was a figure capable of altering the very fabric of destiny. Such a person could not be swayed by her whims. The women he chose would undoubtedly be those he cherished. The thought of affection caused Lu Yinran's cheeks to flush. Surely, her husband must harbor feelings for her. Chapter 162. Unlocking new skills. Lu Qianxuan, being experienced, understood the necessity for the young couple to enjoy some private time together. Observing the ever-chattering Guanjuer, who was closely encircling Lin Tian, Lu Qianxuan furrowed her brow. Human nature tends to be selfish, and she couldn't help but feel that her cousin was being rather reckless. It was clear that this girl harbored feelings for her brother-in-law, having endured the trials of domestic strife. Lu Qianxuan reflected on the troubling matters of the past with a tinge of regret for her Navi sister. Little did she know that if Lin Tian were to develop an affection for Guanjuer, she would be left to solitude each night. Gazing at the vivacious and charming Guanjuer, whose beauty rivaled that of Lu Yinran, Lu Qianxuan deemed the situation untenable. With Lin Tian's return, the risk of Guanjuer using some means to ascend to his bed was ever present, and once that occurred, it would be too late to intervene. Resolving to act swiftly, she approached Guanjuer, who was still engrossed in conversation with Lin Tian, and cheerfully proposed, Sister Guan, didn't you mention wanting to learn to embroider lotus flowers? Fortunately, I have some free time today. Come, let us go to my house, and I shall teach you. Guanjuer paused in surprise, glancing at the woman who was tugging her arm insistently. Perhaps another day, Qianxuan. Yeah, today, she began, but her words were cut short. Do not resist. I rarely have time, it must be today. Come along, I am free now. With that, she led her away. Guanjuo found it difficult to refuse. Considering Lu Qianxuan was her husband's cousin, and their families shared a strong bond. Weighing her options, she reluctantly followed, casting lingering glances back at Lin Tian, which only solidified Lu Qianxuan's resolve to remove her from the Lin household. Lin Tian was immensely grateful to Lu Qianxuan. He had been pondering how to find a moment alone with his wife, and now, thanks to his cousin, he had been afforded that opportunity. Upon returning home, Lu Yinran expressed her intent to prepare a meal for Lin Tian. He embraced her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her neck and inhaling her fragrant hair. I've already eaten. On the carriage, I had plenty of jerky and steamed buns. He turned her face gently and revealed a small sandalwood box from within his embrace. When the box was entrusted to him by his father-in-law, he was informed that it was a keepsake left for Yin and by her mother. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted little comb. Upon seeing the box, Lu Yinran could no longer contain her tears. She nestled into Lin Tian's arms, softly asking, Are father and brother well? Yes, they are quite well. Luo Sang has just won a victory, though there are numerous matters to attend to post-war. They said once everything is settled there, they will come to see you. Good, as long as they are safe. Upon hearing that Lu Yu and Lu Feng were unharmed, Lu Yin finally managed to compose herself. Learning that the injustices faced by the Lu family had been rectified and that they had aided the second prince in defeating the third prince, she realized that all this was due to her husband's efforts. At the same time, there was a lingering concern in her heart. Lin Tian, who yearned for a life of simplicity, was making grand gestures to assist Luo Sang, which could potentially invite a plethora of unnecessary troubles. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, her mind was occupied with such thoughts. He gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, having missed holding his beloved wife for quite some time. The sensation was delightful. Lu Yin carefully placed the box on the vanity and spoke softly. My mother faced complications shortly after giving birth to me. Father loved her dearly, and after her passing, he never remarried. This is the only keepsake she left for me. Father said she hoped I would use this comb on my wedding day. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian embraced her tightly, picking up the comb and delicately tending to the loose strands of hair at her temples. His careful demeanor resembled that of one cradling a precious treasure. Mother in heaven must see us now. We are truly happy. Yanran, marrying you is the greatest blessing of my life. Suddenly, she looked up and found herself lost in the depths of Lin Tian's affectionate gaze, where the flickering flame of desire was unmistakably apparent. Her cheeks flushed instantly, remembering Lin Tian's earlier boldness. She felt a rush of warmth at the thought of what might ensue after such a prolonged period of restraint. With a playful fist, she feigned a punch to his chest, shyly exclaiming, Husband, you naughty one, are you planning something mischievous? Lin Tian, already unable to contain himself, could hardly withstand her teasing. His breath quickened as he sensed her nervousness. Lu Yinran, feeling the warmth emanating from him, hesitated to approach, fearful of igniting the fire within him. She cast a nervous glance towards the window. No, it's still daytime. Lin Tian chuckled, eagerly rushing to lock the door. Now, no one will disturb us. Lu Yinran understood she could not escape today. Her face flushed as she sat at the edge of the bed, too shy to lift her gaze. What if the neighbors laugh? Let them laugh, he replied. I'm hungry now and wish to feast. Initially, Lu Yinran did not grasp the meaning behind his words, thinking he was merely speaking of hunger. When she looked up sharply, he suddenly lunged at her, and it dawned on her what he truly meant by hunger. However, she realized this revelation too late. Having held back for so long, Lin Tian was not about to let her slip away easily. Soon, in the bliss of the moment, Lu Yinran was swept away by his passion, gradually forgetting the world outside. It was tea until the afternoon, as she pleaded for mercy, declaring her inability to continue, that Lin Tian finally relented. Reclining on the bed, with his beloved wife peacefully sleeping in his arms, Lin Tian felt that this was the essence of life. He resolved never to indulge in unrealistic dreams again. Although burdened by a troublesome system, one that seemed inconsequential, he decided to refrain from cursing it, focusing instead on the good fortune of their current life. After all, he mused, perhaps the system had exhausted its repertoire of skills, leaving him in a state of bemusement. He was still deep in thought when an exceedingly exasperating voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system detected that the host has successfully completed the task of traversing the 3 kingdoms, unlocking drawing skill max. What the hell? Lin Tian couldn't help but curse upon hearing that voice. If it weren't for the fear of waking the person in his arms, he would have shouted at the top of his lungs. Drawing skill. Could this system possibly be mocking him? He was a designer himself. What need did he have for a drawing skill? Lin Tian harbored serious doubts about the intelligence of this foolish system. Surely, the inventor of such a contraption must have been deranged. He was utterly speechless. However, what he did not realize was that this so-called drawing skill referred to his ability to depict the topography and landscapes of the places he had visited. In ancient times, without satellite positioning and photographic imaging, warfare relied heavily on maps meticulously crafted by individuals. The consequences of inaccurate maps could be dire. Thus, the profession of a cartographer was of paramount importance. Numerous nations exerted tremendous effort in their quest to find master cartographers. Unfortunately, there were few who pursued this vocation. The demands of being a cartographer were exceedingly high, requiring not only an eidetic memory but also exceptional physical strength and remarkable wilderness survival skills. With such stringent criteria, the pool of those who could become cartographers was drastically diminished. At this moment, Lin Tian had cursed the ancestors of the system's creator through every generation. He was livid, feeling indifferent about the existence of the system, yet irritated that it persistently intruded upon his thoughts, repulsing him. Chapter 163. The greenhouse plan. Lin Tian awoke and cautiously extricated his arm, gazing at the sleeping beauty beside him. He could not resist bestowing a gentle kiss upon her cherubic cheek. After donning his attire, he quietly slipped out of the door. Observing the flourishing fruits and vegetables in the courtyard, he imagined how envious the onlookers outside must be. Moreover, there was a purpose behind his abundant cultivation. Any surplus could be sold. The winters in Dian were brutally cold, and fresh produce became scarce. Locally, many households could only afford sweet potatoes and potatoes during winter, devoid of any greenery. Thus, the idea of constructing a greenhouse to sell off-season vegetables took root in his mind, a venture that promised profitability. Indeed, he had devised a plan to begin with 2 greenhouses as a trial. Should the sales prove lucrative, he would consider expanding the operation. This endeavor would not only augment his own income but also uplift the entire village towards prosperity and a better standard of living. The impoverished Sayahika desperately needed such an opportunity. Even on the outskirts of Yinjing, poverty prevailed. Furthermore, if greenhouse cultivation took off, it would undoubtedly lead to a supply-demand imbalance, ensuring a profitable enterprise. The produce could be sold to various restaurants and hotels in the city, and perhaps even to affluent merchants and dignitaries. Money was beckoning to him. Tiange, are you home? Suddenly, a voice called from outside. It was Li Xiaoqiang. Yes, I'm here. Just a moment. Let me open the door for you. Lin Tian replied, collecting his thoughts as he approached the entrance. After some time apart, Li Xiaoqiang appeared noticeably sturdier, a smile brightening his face. Tiange, here. He set down a woven basket, revealing a lively little piglet within. This gift came from Aunt Zhang at the village entrance, a token of gratitude for Lin Tian having saved Dayo's life previously. What is this? I can't accept this. Please take it back. Lin Tian protested. Li Xiaoqiang chuckled warmly. Tiange, you must accept this pig. You have helped me immensely. I cannot bear to not offer this as a gesture of thanks. He insisted, making refusal impossible. Very well, then, Lin Tian conceded, recognizing the sincerity behind Li Xiaoqiang's insistence. This piglet was no trivial gift. It was the strongest and largest among its litter. Weighing at least 30 to 40 jin, with local prices at 21 per jin, it was worth 7 to 800 won. Lin Tian understood well the financial situation of Li Xiaoqiang's family, and he realized that this pig was likely a significant sacrifice for him. As he watched Li Xiaoqiang's departing figure, an indescribable feeling welled up within Lin Tian. He then contemplated the greenhouse plan again. Should the venture succeed, he could help Li Xiaoqiang and others achieve prosperity. However, patience was essential. The vegetables in the greenhouses still required 2 months to mature, coinciding with the onset of early winter. During that season, every household would still have some vegetables, thus it would not be prudent to sell their produce just yet. They must wait until the market ran dry of vegetables, at which point their crops would be the gold of winter. A smile graced Lin Tian's lips. Darling, who has arrived? It turned out Lu Yanran had overheard the commotion in the courtyard and had just dressed to see what was happening. Upon seeing the piglet nestled in the basket, I couldn't help but exclaim, where did this little piglet come from? Lin Tian chuckled, it's a gift from Xiao Chang. I didn't want it. But he insisted on thrusting it upon me. Lu Yanran nodded, but we don't have a pig pen at home. Lin Tian had never designed one, as his initial plan was merely to raise a few chickens and ducks. He wasn't particularly fond of pigs due to their strong odor. In retrospect, it seems his planning was flawed. How could a rural household be without a pig pen? Perhaps we should tie it up with a rope in the corner for now, and I'll build a pen there in a few days, she suggested. Lu Yanran agreed, though deep down, as a refined young lady, she harbored her own reservations about such matters. The skills she possessed were largely acquired under duress while at the Li household. Well, let's get it out, she said. Surprisingly, the piglet displayed considerable strength, protesting loudly as Lin Tian carried it out. Its cries attracted the attention of the villagers. Oh, old Lin, caught a piglet, have you? Why not catch another for yourself? They laughed heartily. The villagers were a rugged lot, unreserved in their banter, and Lu Yanran felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, I cannot compare with you, still vigorous at 50, managing to father another child. The jest was met with an awkward smile from the other party, who could only retreat, chastened, as onlookers gazed at him. Lin Tian entered the house with the basket, and at that moment, Lu Yanran informed him, my dear, during your absence, people from my brother-in-law's family came. They demanded that my cousin pay them 3 taels of silver each month. They returned again yesterday, throwing a fit, and coerced my cousin into giving them 20 taels. Lin Tian was taken aback. Why should we give them silver? 20 taels is no small sum, for an ordinary family. 1 tael a year is already considerable. This is robbery. Lu Yanran frowned. They must have heard about the money we made from selling embroidered handkerchiefs. So they set their sights on my cousin's family. That Li Junsheng, unable to secure the position of a substitute county magistrate, has turned to extorting my cousin. It's hard-earned money she makes, laboring day and night over embroidery. I feel it is unjust for her to give it to the Li family. She hesitated, recalling her own experiences at the Li household, and quickly fell silent, having noticed Lin Tian's expression darkening. Lin Tian smirked coldly, realizing that much had transpired in his absence. There's no need to rush. Tell me everything in detail, he urged. Lu Yanran nodded and recounted all recent events, large and small, including the suspicious individuals lurking at their doorstep, daring to covet our home. They have quite the audacity, Lin Tian seethed, his teeth clenched. Fortunately, I had the foresight to ensure Guanjuer stayed here. Otherwise, those men in the village might have attempted to scale the walls. But worry not, I have returned now. With me here, no one will dare loiter around our home. While reassuring her, he added, now that everything is settled, I shall pay a visit to my cousin's family. Lu Yanran nodded, acknowledging the predicament her cousin faced, for after all, that was his biological mother. Yet, the money was indeed the hard-earned result of her cousin's late-night toil. Lin Tian chuckled softly, giving her a gentle pat on the head. You seem quite vexed, I understand. After all, your husband is currently a candidate for the county magistrate, and there are countless eyes scrutinizing him from the shadows. If he were to act inappropriately, it would undoubtedly invite criticism. I shall speak with him shortly. Should he find it difficult to intervene, I will take care of it. Lu Yanran nodded, harboring an unwavering belief that there was nothing Lin Tian could not resolve. With admiration, she exclaimed, Husband, is there anything you cannot do? Receiving praise from his wife, Lin Tian proudly thumped his chest and declared, Your husband is capable of anything. There is nothing beyond my reach. His boastful proclamation resonated loudly, though he remained blissfully unaware that in Lu Yanran's eyes, he was akin to a rare and extraordinary artifact. Had he known, his bravado might have been tempered. Nevertheless, his grandiloquent demeanor amused Lu Yanran, who giggled heartily. As she tied the pig to the wall corner, she said, Well then, my dear wife, you prepare the meal while I make a visit to my brother-in-law's home to inquire about the situation. I shall return shortly for dinner. All right. Lu Yanran nodded, her gaze drifting to the fresh mushrooms sprouting in the yard, unable to resist the urge to harvest them. Though she was aware that her culinary skills could not compare to Lin Tian's, he always finished the meal she prepared, unfamiliar with the medicinal properties of rare herbs. She never dared to cook with them. Typically, she ventured out to procure ingredients, only daring to pick familiar vegetables like bok choy and mushrooms from her garden, while meticulously tending to the others, ensuring no negligence. Chapter 164. Deception. Upon arriving at Li Juanji's residence, the couple graciously attended to him, ensuring he was comfortably seated. The family of 3 held Lin Tian in high regard, not only due to his status, but also because of the genuine care he extended towards them. Whenever there was something delectable to share, he would always bring a portion their way. Thus, when Guanjuer revealed her affections for Lin Tian, Lu Qinshuan sensed a looming threat and decided to take matters into her own hands to prevent Guanjuer from ascending in status. Brother-in-law, I appreciate your efforts during this time, Lu Qinshuan said courteously, serving Lin Tian a cup of tea, which happened to be the exquisite jasmine tea he had gifted them. Cousin, I shall not beat around the bush. I heard from Yin and that the Li family has been troubling you recently? Lu Qinshuan inquired. her gaze turning icy as it fell upon Li Juanji. Perhaps you should consult your brother-in-law about that, Li Juanji replied, shaking his head in resignation. Brother-in-law. You have just returned. There is no need for you to worry about these trivial matters. Lin Tian shook his head. Brother-in-law, such sentiments are misplaced. We are family. And your concerns are indeed mine. Furthermore, as you are now an acting county magistrate, it would be prudent to refrain from confronting them directly, as I believe the Li family is exploiting this very weakness to cause a ruckus and demand money. Indeed, they agreed to pay 3 taels a month. And only a few days have passed before they returned demanding 20 taels. They threatened to hang themselves from the great tree at our doorstep if we do not comply. They even remarked that you would forsake her mother for riches, leaving her to starve. It infuriates me, Lu Qianxuan exclaimed, her anger palpable. Cousin, please remain calm. Lin Tian suggested thoughtfully, offering Li Juanji a plan with a smile. Brother-in-law, what if we approach it this way? The couple's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing his proposal. That sounds splendid. Li Juanji had been consumed with worry over this issue, losing his appetite in the process. Lu Qianxuan, too, felt distressed watching her hard-earned money slip into someone else's hands. Their marital discord over this matter had persisted for quite some time, which is why Lu Yin had confided in Lin Tian upon his return. She could no longer bear seeing her cousin sneak into her home, shedding tears in silence. Very well, brother-in-law, it's settled then. When they come again, please inform me in advance, Lin Tian asserted. Li Juanji nodded appreciatively. Thank you, brother-in-law. What a perplexing situation this is, he chuckled awkwardly. Lin Tian, however, regarded these troubles as minor. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. As he rose to depart, Lu Qianxuan hurriedly re-entered the house, emerging with an old hen. Take this back to nourish Yanran, she said. Although Lin Tian initially intended to decline, upon learning that the hen was meant for his wife, he could only accept it with a smile. The chicks they had raised had grown considerably, weighing 2 or 3 pounds, yet it would still be some time before they could be eaten. Moreover, this hen was plump and perfect for making soup. Yanran truly needed nourishment, especially since the weight she had gained during his absence had diminished. Alas, a certain place has diminished considerably. Well, since my cousin has said so, I shall not be impolite. With that, Lin Tian took it home. Along the way, numerous villagers greeted him. In times of poverty, one finds no inquiries in the bustling market, yet in wealth, distant relatives emerge from the mountains. Now, everyone is aware of Lin Tian's newfound prosperity. The villagers' attitudes toward him have shifted dramatically. Hey, old Lin, where did you procure that plump hen? Exclaimed one. It appears you are living quite well, with meat on the table every day. Typically, villagers would hesitate to consume hens, preserving them for laying eggs, which could be sold for a mere penny each. Lin Tian chuckled. Indeed, my cousin gifted it to me, claiming it would nourish my wife. Upon hearing this, the villagers laughed heartily. Old Lin, take it easy. Your wife's petite frame may not withstand your vigor. Ha. Indeed. If you're feeling particularly energetic, why not marry another? The village girls are all keen on you. You have your pick. Men, when joking, feel free to say anything. Although Lin Tian was speechless, he understood that he could not silence them. With a faint smile, he replied, I cannot compare to you. You are the youth. The young men, undeterred by his response, pursued him, teasing, Old Lin, what is it like with your wife? Do share with us. Old Zhang at the village entrance claimed his wife was quite fierce at night, and he could hardly keep up. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian halted and cast a cold glance at the group of young boys. You must be nearing 15. If you seek knowledge, hurry home and have your parents arrange a match for you. Please, Old Lin, just tell us a little. A group of young boys continued to pester Lin Tian for tales. Being at such an innocent age, they were curious. Most houses in the village lacked sound insulation, and some audacious souls would even enact their dramas in the woods or haystacks, making it natural for these youngsters to be intrigued. The boys pursued Lin Tian until he chose to ignore them, prompting them to finally relent. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Guanjuo was feeling quite disheartened as she relentlessly chopped branches with her sword. Had she offended the master in any way? Why would he permit Lu Qianxuan to take her away? She couldn't help but overthink, especially after she found Lin Tian's door firmly shut upon her return. How frustrating. Could it be that the master had discovered her indiscretion? It was indeed true. How could she have been so foolish as to attempt to pilfer something so precious? Unable to restrain herself, she slapped her forehead. The master must have misunderstood, thinking she harbored covetous intentions towards the treasures in his courtyard. She found herself perplexed. At that moment, Tao Xiaoyu arrived. Sister Guan, are you there? Yes, just a moment, replied Guanjuer, putting away her sword and opening the door. Tao Xiaoyu entered, carrying a basket filled with pastries, her face beaming with joy. Sister Guan, do try my osmanthus cake. The two had become good friends over the recent days due to their embroidery projects, and Tao Xiaoyu had been particularly diligent in teaching her the craft. As they spent time together, their camaraderie blossomed. During a casual conversation, they empathized with Lin Tian, as both had faced his unyielding rejection. Therefore, every time Guanju encountered Tao Xiao, she felt an inexplicable kinship. Xiao, the osmanthus cake you made is truly delicious. This compliment emanated from the depths of her heart, for she herself lacked the skill to create such delicacies. Had she known earlier that the master favored gentle, considerate, and graceful women, she would have diligently honed her domestic skills. Alas, it was too late to express such sentiments now. She sighed in resignation. What is the matter, sister? Is the pastry not to your taste? Tao Xiao inquired, puzzled. Not at all. She shook her head and continued, Xiao. Do you think Lin Gage is uninterested in women other than Yanranjia? Clearly, Guanzhou believed that Tao Xiao had not perceived Lin Tian's true nature. Hence her use of the term Lin Gage in their discourse. I cannot say for certain, Tao Xiao replied with a bittersweet smile. Like you. I am also curious about this matter. However, I believe Tian Gu does have affection for us. He had once promised to marry me, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly changed his mind. As she spoke, she theatrically wiped away her tears. I certainly witnessed that situation, though I remain unclear about the specifics. Tao Xiao lamented. I too am perplexed. I had mentioned this to Lu Jie at the time, and afterward, Tian Gu refused to marry me. You mentioned this to Yanranjia as well? Guanzhou asked, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Yes. Isn't it necessary for the principal wife to consent to taking a concubine? I thought Lu Jie seemed approachable, so I confided in her. Upon hearing this, Guanzhou's expression tightened slightly. She too had disclosed this matter to the lady of the house, who had professed her intent to assist her. Could it be that the lady actually wished to prevent her from entering the household, thereby obstructing her path to the master? Indeed. Otherwise, how can one explain Lu Qianxuan deliberately diverting her attention after the master returned? The moment she left, the doors of the master's residence were firmly shut. Chapter 165, The Plan Unravels How Terrifying. Guanzhou murmured softly. She had always believed that Lu Yin was a kind and considerate older sister. To her shock, she discovered that Lu was, in fact, a scheming individual, professing her affection while secretly treating her like a fool. Tao Xiao observed the fury burning in Guanzhou's eyes and realized that her objective had been achieved. Wiping away her tears, she said, Oh, let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters. Come, sister, do enjoy the osmanthus cake. I spent the entire afternoon preparing it. Guanzhou, still in a daze, nodded and took a piece, placing it in her mouth. The once delightful osmanthus cake now tasted bland, akin to chewing wax. A glint of shrewdness flickered in Tao Xiao's eyes. Rising from her seat, she remarked, It is getting late. I must return to embroider my handkerchief. I shall visit again for a chat when I have the time. Guanzhou, being rather naive, nodded in agreement. Her mind was consumed by the words Tao Xiao had just spoken, causing her to forget the customary act of seeing her off. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she felt. My belongings remain uncollected. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to return and check. This rationale satisfied her, and she promptly dashed towards Lin Tian's residence. Upon arriving in the courtyard, she spotted Lin Tian deeply engrossed in harvesting vegetables, which instantly made her feel guilty as she greeted, Brother Lin, I have arrived. The sight of the abundant treasures of nature around her swiftly cleared her mind. Just moments ago, she had been misled by Tao Xiao's words. Forgetting the truth that stood before her, a master of unparalleled capabilities, far from an ordinary man. Moreover, how could a mere rustic woman like Tao Xiao ever catch his attention? Ah, you are here. Looking for Yanran, I presume? She is in the kitchen. Do go in. By the way, don't leave right away. Stay for dinner. I'll prepare a vegetable dish shortly, Lin Tian said with a bright smile, exhibiting no signs of distress. Guanzhou nodded, giving her cheeks a gentle pat, reflecting. I nearly fell for it. Her purpose for being here was to foster a good relationship with the master, even if she could not marry him. She wished to remain by his side, ensuring that the divine martial sect would have a solid backing. How could she allow her desire to wed the master to cloud her judgment? She almost lost her clarity. Furthermore, the lady of the house had treated her well, even offering her a precious millennium ginseng. How could she possibly object to her crossing the threshold? The sole explanation remained. The master simply held no interest in her. Though reluctant to accept this truth, she recognized that embracing reality was preferable to indulging in ephemeral dreams. Having come to this understanding, she felt a wave of contentment wash over her and declared, Very well, I shall go in and help my sister with the fire. Lin Tian initially expected Guanzhou to pose some peculiar questions. However, upon witnessing her bright and cheerful smile, he exhaled in relief. He found facing a woman far more nerve-wracking than engaging in battle. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the bok choy in his hands, his spirits lifted. Humming a cheerful tune, he washed the vegetables while tossing the leaves to the chicks in the coop. The chicks, upon seeing the greens, rushed over and pecked eagerly, devouring them in a matter of moments. After finishing her meal, she raised her head, fixating on the vegetable leaves in Lin Tian's hand, unwilling to depart. She still yearned for more, but it was all gone. Lin Tian found himself conversing with a group of chickens, and he chuckled at the absurdity of it. How could chickens possibly comprehend human speech? That would be akin to them attaining sentience. At that moment, a white pigeon alighted by the water basin. Who could be sending a message? Lin Tian placed the washed vegetable leaves by the basin, wiped his hands on his clothes, and retrieved the letter from above. It read, Shenglong sect has discovered a treasure map. Return swiftly, Father, Guanhai. A treasure map? Lin Tian proceeded to the kitchen and handed the letter to Guanzhou. Upon reading it, her expression transformed dramatically. What kind of sect is Shenglong? Is it formidable? Is it more powerful than your sect? Lin Tian inquired with curiosity. He was also intrigued about the treasure map, but he refrained from probing further, recognizing that he had seen something he should not have without permission. Observing Guanjuo's fierce demeanor, he could not help but shudder and glance at her cautiously. Could he have guessed correctly? Hastily, he shielded Lu Yin and behind him. Guanjuo gritted her teeth and declared, "Those shameless individuals from the Shenlong sect are truly insufferable. They are attempting to seize what rightfully belongs to our Shenwu sect." "Calm down, Juer. Whatever the situation, let us resolve it slowly," Lin Tian urged, and upon hearing his voice, she regained her composure, expressing her frustration. "Brother Lin, you have no idea how despicable the Shenlong sect is. They secretly acquired the treasure map of Shenwu Mountain, a legacy left by our founding patriarch." Lin Tian, relieved that she did not seem inclined to draw her weapon, comforted her. "Well, since your father has asked you to return and take a look, why not do just that? If you need anything, you can contact us." Guanjuo nodded, and upon hearing Lin Tian mention that they could be contacted if needed, her expression shifted entirely. She beamed with joy, saying, "Great. I will reach out to you if I require assistance, Brother Lin." Huh? He had merely spoken casually. What assistance could he possibly offer? "Rest assured, I shall not refuse any help I can provide," she responded cheerfully. At this juncture, Lin Tian felt that as long as Guanjuo did not intend to silence him, helping her would be a trivial matter. After all, as a blacksmith, his capabilities were limited. If all else failed, he could always lend her a few kitchen knives for her endeavors. As for anything else, he truly could do little more. Guanjuo dismissed her earlier gloom, her spirit rejuvenated. With a bright smile, she linked arms with Lu Yanran and said, "Thank you, Brother Lin. You are truly wonderful." "Truly wonderful?" He shivered at the unexpected praise, puzzled by her exuberance. Unable to comprehend her delight, he returned to his task of stir-frying vegetables. Guanjuo, still gleeful, walked out with Lu Yanran, reflecting on how she had almost misjudged Lu Yanran due to Tao Xiao earlier. Feeling guilty, she said, "Sister, I will be away for a while, but before I leave, there is something I must tell you." The sudden seriousness displayed by Guanjuo took Lu Yan aback. Puzzled, she inquired, "What is it that has you so solemn?" "Dear sister, it concerns Tao Xiao." "Tao Xiao?" Lu Yanran questioned, confusion etched on her face. What has happened to her? Guanjuo then recounted everything that Tao Xiao had said to her earlier. As Lu Yanran listened, a chill crept into her heart. I had always thought a 14-year-old child incapable of harboring ill intentions. Who would have imagined encountering such matters in this remote valley? A hint of derision crept onto her lips. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Lu family and had witnessed such dramas before. Yet, she hadn't anticipated facing one so soon. Turning her gaze to Guanjuo, she spoke softly, "Sister, do you believe her words?" Guanjuo immediately shook her head, eager to clarify her stance. "How could I? I know exactly what kind of person you are, sister. Otherwise, I would not have confided in you." Seeing the sincerity in her expression, Lu Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a gentle smile, she reassured, "Juer, you must understand that the men we marry, the ones you aspire to wed, are not ordinary. The schemes of someone like Tao Xiao cannot elude the discerning eyes of our husbands. Do you truly believe that my marriage is the reason she is not pursued? It is impossible. A man of his stature cannot be swayed by our whims. She remains oblivious to his true identity, mistaking him for merely a blacksmith. Indeed, Tao Xiao has no inkling of the master's true identity and naively perceives him as just an ordinary tradesman." Guanjuo nodded, reflecting on how close she had come to being manipulated by a girl so much younger than herself, stirring a sense of indignation within her. Lu Yanran comforted her, saying, "Do not be angry. A girl like her would never be chosen by the master for marriage. However, since she wishes to play her games, we shall observe her moves. Should she approach you again, simply play along." Guanjuo was momentarily taken aback by this shift in her usually gentle and considerate mistress. A shiver ran down her spine as she quietly rejoiced at her narrow escape. It was clear that her mistress was truly displeased. Chapter 166, captured the money granny. The following afternoon, Guanjuo set off back to Bailing. Before her departure, Lin Tian had little to offer, so he merely picked some grapes for her to enjoy on her journey. Guanjuo was both surprised and delighted. After she left, the couple returned to their previous tranquil and leisurely life. That day, Lin Tian planned to procure a batch of iron ore, but found himself short on funds. With no alternative, he realized he had to find a way to earn some money. However, tranquility did not last long. He soon overheard villagers discussing something outside the shop. The old woman from the Leaf family is back. Indeed, she appeared every few days, demanding money, wailing and lamenting. I reckon being a substitute county magistrate isn't easy, especially when it's your own mother. After all, one cannot simply send their mother to prison. The villagers passed by the blacksmith's shop, their chatter incessant. Lin Tian paused his work, wiped the sweat from his brow, and pondered how the Leaf family viewed his brother-in-law's family as easy prey, becoming addicted to extorting money. Just as he was about to step outside, he saw Li Xiaoqiang rushing towards him with alarming news. "Brother Tian, it's bad. The old woman from the Leaf family accidentally pushed Xiaoran down, and by sheer coincidence, he fell right into the well." "What? Liren fell into the well?" Lin Tian exclaimed, quickly tearing off the cloth from his waist, his expression grave. "Xiaoqiang, go to the city and summon the county magistrate. I will check on the situation first. Remember to tell the magistrate to bring along the proper tools. Li Xiaoqiang nodded solemnly. I understand. Brother Tian. Lu Yin emerged from the inner room, and upon hearing that Li Rin had fallen into the well, she nearly fainted. Lin Tian hurriedly supported her, reassuring her. Do not worry, let us hasten to see. Lu Yin ran, her face pale, nodded and allowed Lin Tian to guide her out. Throughout their journey, Lu Yin felt as though she was not walking, but being carried by Lin Tian. Before the couple even reached the Li family's doorstep, they could already hear the old woman's voice. Curse you all, you are wronging me. That is my grandson. How could I possibly harm him? Lin Tian's brow furrowed at her words. Having been raised by his grandmother, he held a deep respect for the elderly. However, he found it impossible to extend that respect to the woman before him. Filthy old hag, I will not tolerate this. Lu Qianquan, in a fit of rage, lunged forward, seizing the old woman's hair and dragging her out. To her, her son was her life. With him now lifeless, her own existence felt devoid of meaning. Li Juanji embraced Lu Qianquan, urging her to stop. Lu Qianquan, leave me be. She has killed my son, and I demand her life in return. If you dare to stop me, I shall seek divorce. Divorce was a concept that women in Dian rarely dared to voice. Yet, Lu Qianquan boldly proclaimed it before the gathered villagers. Li Juanji was taken aback by her fierce demeanor and momentarily released his grip. The loss of their child weighed heavily on his heart, but witnessing Lu Qianquan's frenzy was a greater torment. My dear wife, Li Juanji attempted to explain. Silence. Lu Qianquan's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her gaze upon him, seething with resentment. Renner is my life. You are his father. Yet you dare to protect the one who sought to take his life. Li Juanji, I tell you, today either she dies or I perish. Upon hearing this, Mother Qian recoiled in terror. You, don't act recklessly. I am your mother-in-law. Juanji, quickly, stop her. Li Juanji averted his gaze, cradling the lifeless body of the small child on the ground, his entire being trembling as he pleaded, Mother, Renner is your own grandson. How could you be so heartless? Seeing that Li Juanji would not defend her, Mother Qian's fear intensified. Leaning against the doorframe, her face awash with horror, she addressed Lu Qianquan with a threatening tone. You wretched soul, ever since you wed into the Li family, you have bewitched my son, and now he even denies his own mother. This is utterly outrageous. Someone, come quickly. My daughter-in-law intends to murder her mother-in-law. Just as she prepared to flee, she collided with the entering Lin Tian and his wife, falling to the ground in fright. You again! Mother Qian recognized Lin Tian's connections with the county magistrate and feared that his involvement would spell disaster. It's not our doing, humph. Lin Tian strode forward, ignoring her completely. His only concern was for Li Rin. Upon seeing the child lying there, pale and motionless, his heart ached profoundly. However, upon observing the child's distended abdomen, he rushed forward, pushing Li Juanji aside. Tian, Renner has already. Li Juanji watched in despair as Lin Tian fervently pressed on Li Rin's abdomen, turned him over, and relentlessly patted his back. Finally, he breathed into the child's mouth and performed chest compressions. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down Li Juanji's face as he choked out, Tian, it's futile. Just as his words fell, the seemingly lifeless Li Rin suddenly awakened, startled into a loud wail. Lin Tian quickly embraced him, comforting, Renner, don't be afraid. Everything is fine. Uncle is here. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Hadn't Li Rin been dead? How was he revived? Renner, my Renner. Hearing the cries of her child, Lu Qianquan stumbled through the crowd, rushing forward. Upon witnessing Li Rin alive, she erupted into tears. Lin Tian handed the child back to her, and the return of her lost child left Lu Qianquan speechless with gratitude. Her cheek fervently rubbing against Li Rin's as she repeatedly murmured, my child, with Li Rin out of danger. Lin Tian cast a cold glance at Mother Qian. Why do you glare at me? Isn't he alive? What more do you want? I warn you. Murder is a crime. You know murder is a crime. Zhao Qingfeng stormed in furiously. The arrival of the county magistrate prompted the villagers to quickly part ways. How dare you, Mother Qian, endanger a life? Zhao Qingfeng bellowed. I do not. People, do they not live well? Seeing her still stubborn, Zhao Qifeng ceased to engage in further dialogue and directly instructed the constable to place her in handcuffs and escort her back. Release me. I am innocent. On what grounds do you arrest me? Zhao Qifeng glanced at Lin Tian, who nodded in response. He thought to himself, judging by the general's expression, he wished for this shrew to be dealt with. Serving the general invigorated Zhao Qingfeng. He had been troubled lately, wondering why he had not seen the general. Later, he learned that the emperor had gone to the Qin kingdom and had just returned in the past couple of days. Given the timeline, it was evident that the general had accompanied the emperor on the expedition. Yet, he remained perplexed as to what task the emperor had assigned the general in this small ravine. Despite his efforts to glean information, he had come up empty-handed. The only thing he managed to discover was that there seemed to be mineral veins in this ravine. The general was disguised as a blacksmith. A blacksmith? Could it be that the mineral vein here is an iron mine? Zhao Qifeng was quite proud of his deductive reasoning. However, he also pondered why. If it were merely an iron mine, a general would need to conceal his identity for 3 long years. Unable to fathom the situation, he turned to Lin Tian, only to find Lin Tian frowning at him, which startled him. He quickly ordered, take this old woman back to the yamen. Despite the old woman's desperate cries, no one came to her aid. Terrified, she thrashed about, asserting, Juanji, how could you be so heartless? Your mother bore and raised you, even if not for merit. At least for her toil, can you bear to see your mother, at her age, arrested and imprisoned? Her words pierced Li Juanji's heart like a sharp blade. Brother-in-law. Lu Yanran, fearful that he might plead for her, looked at him with concern. Li Juanji turned away, avoiding the gaze of Lu Qianxuan, who stood beside him, dazed and cradling the child. The old woman, witnessing this, was so enraged that she felt as if smoke were billowing from her ears, wishing she could pounce on Li Juanji and consume him whole. Chapter 167. The soldier Di Qing. This farcical episode concluded with the capture of the money-grubbing old woman. Yet throughout the ordeal, her beloved eldest son and his family remained conspicuously absent. Perhaps it was due to the presence of Zhao Qifeng, that fellow. Even if he had witnessed the commotion from a distance, dared not approach. The old woman even contemplated feigning unconsciousness to evade capture. But Zhao Qifeng ordered his men to fetch a bucket of water from the well and douse her awake. Realizing there was no escape, she lamented and wailed as she was ushered onto the prisoner cart. The onlooking villagers offered her no sympathy. The more domineering matrons of the village, upon witnessing the scene, dared not act out of turn, fearful that they too might be apprehended by Lin Tian. Once the old woman was taken away, Zhao Qingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and approached Lin Tian with deference, inquiring whether there were any further tasks he could attend to. Tasks? Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly. Uncle, are you jesting? You are my uncle. Such language feels rather peculiar. Zhao Qifeng suddenly remembered something, patting his forehead. Oh dear. How could I be so forgetful? I just met a high-ranking official, and I still haven't adjusted. He jested, realizing he had momentarily overlooked the general's imperial mandate in his excitement. Is that so? Your words startled me. Lin Tian chuckled, diffusing the awkward tension. Thank goodness. Zhao Qingfeng silently wiped the sweat from his brow. He swiftly redirected the conversation to Li Ren, who stood behind Lin Tian. The child seems frightened. I brought a doctor from the city. Let us tend to the child promptly. Your thoughtfulness is commendable, uncle, Lin Tian replied, maintaining his smile. Zhao Qifeng perceived that the general was quite pleased with his own performance this time. The previous gift of the exquisite jade bamboo had significantly elevated his standing. If he were to assist again, might it lead to? Zhao Qingfeng's thoughts drifted towards promotion, filling him with exhilaration. After examining Li Ren, the doctor declared there was no serious harm, just a bit of fright, and prescribed 2 doses of calming medicine. Seeing Lu Qianxuan's distress, Lin Tian advised Li Juanji to offer her proper comfort, cautioning him that any estrangement between spouses could lead to trouble. Li Juanji nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Brother Tian, I hardly know how to thank you. Should I kneel before you in gratitude? Please, brother-in-law, do not. Lin Tian quickly interjected, preventing him from kneeling. We are all family. Such gestures are unnecessary. However, brother-in-law, I must address you. While respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is indeed important, your in-law's behavior is truly excessive. Moreover, a man must protect his wife and children. It served as a warning. Lu Qianxuan was a member of his own family. Yet she was being bullied to such an extent by her mother-in-law. There was undoubtedly a reason for Li Juanji's lack of action. Being a scholar, he understood propriety. Lin Tian noted that he had failed to intervene on Lu Qianxuan's behalf. Had he dared to intervene, Lin Tian assured that Li Juanji would not be standing but rather lying on the ground. Li Juanji understood the implication and nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Tian, feeling satisfied, said, All right then, I will take my uncle to my home for a visit and will come back to see you later. With that, he turned to lead a few of them away. Zhao Qingfeng instructed the official to escort the money-lending woman back while he eagerly followed behind. Suddenly, a disheveled man burst forth from the woods, resembling a wild man, startling Zhao Qingfeng. Who are you? Zhao Qingfeng exclaimed, retreating behind Lin Tian, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at the primitive figure. What manner of creature was this? He certainly did not resemble a madman from the village. Lu Yanren clutched Lin Tian's clothing tightly, feeling frightened. A wild man, perhaps? Lin Tian couldn't help but think of that phrase upon seeing the unexpected visitor. Moreover, it was early autumn, and the weather was turning chilly, yet this man wore no clothing on his upper body. His bronze skin was marred by numerous scars, wounds from knives, swords, and burns. Upon closer inspection, Lin Tian noticed a particularly nasty wound on the man's arm that had become infected, with a frighteningly large pus-filled sore surrounding it. Upon hearing their conversation, the wild man froze momentarily. His gaze fell upon the dagger at Lin Tian's waist, and he suddenly grew excited. Knife, can you give it to me? He exclaimed, trembling as he reached towards Lin Tian's waist. Lin Tian looked down and immediately understood. The man had taken a liking to his dagger. You wish to have my dagger? Very well, but first, you must tell me your name and what you intend to do with it. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Setting aside any thoughts of money, he felt it prudent to ascertain the man's sanity before parting with such a weapon. It would not do to hand a knife over to a lunatic. Clearly taken aback by Lin Tian's inquiry, the wild man hesitated before responding. My name is Di Qing, a soldier from Liqing. I just returned from the border town not long ago. I was cast out by my family due to a leg injury. I have been living rough for over 20 days, and I happened to run into you today. Having enlisted at the age of 15, Di Qing was well acquainted with weaponry. Lin Tian's dagger, which could hardly be called a mere knife, was a superb weapon, perfectly balanced and undoubtedly razor-sharp without needing to be drawn. Initially, he had intended to ask Lin Tian to sell it to him. But realizing he had no money, he could only muster the courage to see if he might receive the dagger as a gift. If you do not speak, I cannot give you the knife. After all, knives can be quite dangerous, Lin Tian stated before turning to leave without any intention of further engaging with the wild man. He was no philanthropist. He valued his possessions dearly. He could scarcely afford iron for himself, let alone offer charity to another. As he noticed that the man seemed unwilling to part with the dagger, Di Qing, though reluctant, could only watch as Lin Tian and his companions departed. What a splendid weapon it was, and he did not wish to let it slip away. Yet, he had not a single coin to his name. Wait. Di Qing called out, once again stepping in front of Lin Tian, desperate not to miss this opportunity for such a fine weapon. Upon seeing the individual before him, Lin Tian could not help but think that perhaps he was contemplating a robbery. His lips twitched slightly. My friend, he remarked, if you intend to rob someone, you ought to choose your target wisely. I am but a destitute blacksmith. Would it be fitting for you to rob me? I have not even a couple of taels of silver to offer. Moreover, it is still daylight, which is hardly conducive to such activities. At these words, Di Qing's face flushed crimson. Realizing that he had been misinterpreted, he hastily stepped aside. Now that he was aware of the other's identity, he no longer feared future encounters. With a hint of awkwardness, he inquired, Pardon me, young sir, but could you direct me to the way to Yanjing City? A seeker of directions? Lin Tian, recognizing the man was not foolish, promptly replied, You are currently at the outskirts of Yanjing City. If you continue forward, you shall reach the city gate in no time. Thank you. Di Qing nodded in acknowledgement. He possessed a crucial map that he needed to deliver personally to the great general of the Yin Kingdom, Peng Wei. As he observed the man sway unsteadily before departing, Lin Tian pondered, stroking his chin, fixating on the disheveled figure with a contemplative expression. A madman had coherently asked him for a knife? Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed the figure ahead collapse. Hey, wake up. Lin Tian rushed over and turned the person onto their back. He checked for breath and found that the individual was still alive. A sigh of relief escaped him. With a look of uncertainty, he turned to his wife, Lu Yanran, and said, My dear, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Shall we take him home? Lin Tian sought his wife's approval, acutely aware that the stranger reeked terribly and was of unknown identity. He feared she might object. To his surprise, Lu Yanran nodded in agreement. He appears gravely injured. Once we bring him home, we should find a physician to attend to him. Zhao Qingfeng, overhearing this, promptly interjected, Why seek a physician when we have one right here? He quickly called upon the doctor behind him to tend to the ailing man. Chapter 168. Mistaken for a divine healer, he was not gravely injured. The wound on his shoulder appeared alarming. Yet once the pus and blood were extracted and some medicine applied, he would be fine. But why did he faint? Zhao Qingfeng inquired hastily. The old doctor awkwardly explained. He is simply famished. This man has likely gone several days without food. Fainted from hunger? Lin Tian gazed at the man lying on the bed, feeling a pang of sympathy. At that moment, the doctor, looking rather pitiful, said, My lord, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Zhao Qifeng waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. Your presence is no longer required here. As he spoke, he retrieved a silver ingot from his sleeve and tossed it to the doctor. The elderly physician, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, Thank you, my lord. An ingot of silver, surely worth at least 10 taels. TSK, one could not help but think that his uncle was indeed wealthy. Lin Tian gazed at Zhao Qingfeng with a look of admiration. Zhao Qingfeng, noticing Lin Tian's intense scrutiny, mistakenly believed it was a signal for him to depart quickly. He chuckled awkwardly. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, uncle. Let Yanran prepare a few dishes first. You must eat before you go. No. You cannot ask your wife to cook for me. Surely, I wouldn't impose. Zhao Qifeng felt a chill run down his spine. One must wonder why the general would save a madman. They must be acquainted. Or perhaps this man was sent by the general and now found himself in peril, hence seeking assistance. Zhao Qingfeng felt his analysis was astute. The general must harbor secrets that he could not uncover. Remaining here might only irritate the general. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. After a shiver ran through him, Zhao Qingfeng offered a pale smile. Well then, I shall take my leave. Lin Tian observed Zhao Qingfeng's hurried departure, as though he had encountered a ghost. Could it be that he could not tolerate the man's odor? It seemed likely, indeed. The scent emanating from him was overpowering. As an official, his uncle was accustomed to a life of comfort and luxury, rarely encountering someone so foul. It was only natural that he could not endure it any longer. Thus, Lin Tian did not insist further, but smiled and said, Very well. Today's events were quite unexpected. It would be remiss not to offer assistance when one encounters such a situation. Let us find another time to enjoy a drink together. Absolutely. Zhao Qingfeng quickly agreed. His conviction strengthened that this man was indeed connected to the general. After seeing Zhao Qingfeng off, Lin Tian instructed Lu Yinran to return to their quarters to rest, as the stench was unbearable, and he did not wish for his wife to suffer. All right, I will prepare the meal, Lu Yinran replied, equally repulsed by the odor, and obediently headed to the kitchen. Lin Tian focused on the man on the bed. As if a dark, foul aura were gradually permeating the entire room. He hastily opened the window and took a few deep breaths of fresh air. Ultimately, even he could no longer withstand it and fled outside, contemplating that since the man had fainted from hunger, he ought to prepare a meal for him. After some contemplation, I concluded that an individual who has gone without sustenance for an extended period is not suited to consume lavish meals. Thus, I plucked a selection of fresh vegetables and mushrooms from the greenhouse, intending to prepare a nourishing vegetable porridge. I resolved to embody a spirit of altruism on this occasion. Lin Tian remarked, while cleansing the produce. He made his way into the kitchen. My dear, allow me to take care of this, he said. Lu Yinran, feeling particularly joyful as Lin Tian had assisted in resolving matters concerning her cousin, was touched by his kindness. However, knowing his wife had an injury, Lin Tian gently insisted. You need only focus on enjoying the meal. Besides, it's best for women to avoid excessive exposure to smoke, as it is detrimental to the skin. Seeing Lin Tian's thoughtfulness, Lu Yinran's eyes sparkled with a different light as she recalled the words of Guanju. With a smile, she replied, very well. I shall go to the yard to feed the chickens. I have yet to tend to them today. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Our chickens are growing plump, yet you seem not to gain any weight, he teased. Lu Yinran blushed at his words and asked, do you find me too thin? Lin Tian chuckled and affirmed, indeed, you are rather slender. It's uncomfortable to hold you. You must eat more. Lu Yinran, with a serious expression, nodded earnestly, all right. I shall consume an extra bowl of rice each day. My husband prefers a woman with some meat on her bones. She mused that compared to her, even the younger Tao Xiao possessed the necessary curves. No, I cannot allow myself to be compared to someone so scheming. I do not wish for my husband to marry her. Lin Tian was amused by her earnestness. I was merely jesting. I adore you just as you are. He reassured her. Lu Yinran discerned his comforting words and silently vowed to gain a bit of weight to avoid his disapproval, stating, I shall go feed the chickens now. With that, she stepped outside. Lin Tian found himself puzzled, wondering why his wife seemed discontent with her slenderness. Aren't women typically pleased to hear they are thin? Unable to fathom it, he resigned himself to continue preparing the meal. The enticing aroma of the food soon wafted through the air. How delightful. The unconscious Di Qing was roused by the enticing scent. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, struggling to sit up. Hunger drove him to follow the aroma into the kitchen. Lu Yinran, who was feeding the chickens, noticed he was awake and attempted to call out to him, but was startled by his appearance and hesitated by the chicken coop. Di Qing burst into the kitchen, his eyes landing on a large bowl of steaming vegetable porridge. He gulped in anticipation. Before Lin Tian could react, Di Qing dove in, ravenously drinking from the bowl. Wait, it's too hot. Let the porridge cool a moment. But Di Qing, driven by 6 days of starvation and hindered by his injuries, paid no heed to the heat. With no means to hunt and having exhausted all foraging options, he consumed the entire bowl of warm porridge in mere moments. Concerned that he might overexert his stomach, Lin Tian swiftly intervened, prohibiting him from reaching for the pot once he finished the bowl. No more eating, I said, aware of your insatiable hunger. However, consuming too much at once could overwhelm your stomach. It was then that Di Qing realized Lin Tian had saved him. He promptly knelt down and bowed, expressing his gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon him. I am at a loss for how to repay you, noble benefactor. Please accept my 3 profound bows. Noble benefactor? Lin Tian stared in astonishment as the man he had dubbed Tarzan knelt before him. It dawned on him that this individual was not a beastly figure nor named Tarzan. He was called Di Qing. Embarrassed, Lin Tian stammered, please rise. Thank you, noble benefactor. Di Qing stood up after completing his bows, only to notice something remarkable. As he rose, he realized that his legs no longer ached as they once had. He could muster strength again. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at his injured arm. To his astonishment, the previously festering wound had begun to scab over, remarkably, in less than half a day. Could it be that he had encountered an extraordinary healer? With this notion, the flickering flame of hope within him reignited. You still bear injuries. Do not become too agitated. Your name is Di Qing, correct? I am Lin Tian. Let us first allow you to bathe before discussing further. Certainly, Divine Dr. Lin. Divine Doctor? Lin Tian's lips twitched. It seemed he had been mistaken for the physician who treated his wounds. What a delightful misunderstanding. I am not a divine doctor. Huh? Di Qing gazed at him, perplexed. He thought to himself, if you are not a divine doctor, then what are you? The severity of his injuries had diminished so remarkably in such a brief span. Which physician possessed such remarkable skill? If not a divine doctor, then what else could he be? The kitchen was stifling, and upon entering, Di Qing altered the atmosphere entirely. Unable to endure, Lin Tian, disinterested in lengthy explanations, pushed him into the adjacent bathroom. He casually tossed a piece of his clothing, which had been drying in the yard, to him. First, cleanse yourself before anything else. With a look of disdain, he turned on the hot water, watching it flow. Di Qing, astounded by the cascading warmth, was further taken aback. Lin Tian shot him a glance, pinching his nose, and insisted, make sure you wash thoroughly before you come out. Chapter 169. Has the master been devoured by a dog? In the bathroom, Di Qing was bathing while curiously examining the decorations within the room. His attention was particularly drawn to the bamboo tube from which hot water flowed. Intrigued, he pulled out the wooden stopper, and indeed, warm water gushed forth. He touched the pleasantly warm water, exhilarated like a child. After finishing his bath, he gazed at the garments draped over the screen and donned them. Though a tad snug, they fit well enough. Outside, Lin Tian heard the sound of the door opening and turned to see the neatly tidy Di Qing. Embarrassed, Di Qing expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, divine healer, for saving my life. I am unable to repay you at the moment due to an important mission, so I must beg your forgiveness." After speaking, he knelt and bowed 3 times to Lin Tian. "Ah, you have matters to attend to, so I shall not insist you stay," Lin Tian replied with a smile. "It only takes half a day to reach the city. I will prepare some food for you to take on your journey." Di Qing looked at him with heartfelt appreciation. Lin Tian, without further thought, went to the kitchen and wrapped some steamed buns for him. Upon seeing the grapes in the courtyard, he also picked a bunch for Di Qing. As he handed the items to him, Di Qing expressed his gratitude once more. "Divine healer, if I return this time, I will surely repay your immense kindness." At the door, he did not forget to thank Lin Tian again. Lin Tian mused to himself, observing the myriad of wounds on the man's body, noting that he did not appear to be a nefarious character. He thought to himself that he had not truly done much, as it was not he who had saved Di Qing. However, despite his explanations, Di Qing continued to believe that he was the divine healer who had rescued him, leaving Lin Tian feeling somewhat helpless. Di Qing clutched his bundle tightly, contemplating that once he delivered the map to General Pang, he would return to serve Lin Tian earnestly. The Pang residence was situated in the most prosperous area of the capital, Shanjing Street, a realm dominated by noble families. By the time Di Qing arrived, it was already afternoon. He knocked on the door, which opened shortly after. A young attendant emerged, and upon seeing Di Qing's disheveled appearance, assumed he was yet another applicant seeking work. Impatiently, the attendant said, "Be off with you. We are not hiring. I am not here seeking employment. I wish to meet General Pang." Di Qing quickly clarified his intent. To his dismay, the attendant scoffed. "Who do you think you are? You want to see our general? Perhaps in your next life. Go away, go away. Hey, I truly have urgent matters to discuss with General Pang. Please let me in." Di Qing, being straightforward and accustomed to military life, attempted to force his way inside when the attendant refused him entry. This angered the young attendant, who immediately shouted, "Help! Someone is trying to storm the general's residence." No sooner had he spoken than over 20 guards rushed out, surrounding Di Qing. "How dare you? Do you not know where you are? Attempting to break in? Have you lost your mind? Seize him," commanded the lead guard. With a swift command, the guards converged on Di Qing, and despite his strength, he was quickly subdued. Xiaoxi stood before him, a smug expression adorning his face, as he mockingly mused about the extent of his abilities. With such meager skills, do you really think you can infiltrate the general's residence? Upon uttering these words, he caught sight of Di Qing's defiant gaze, which instantly ignited his ire. This man could very well be an assassin or a spy, attempting to sneak into the estate. Take him away and dispose of him. Feed him to the dogs. What? Di Qing's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon hearing this, his fury compelling him to leap forward and tear Xiaoxi apart. Yet who was Xiaoxi? He was the son of the chief steward, a favored figure in the general's eyes. It was well known that when the general was absent, the steward and his son wielded absolute authority over the estate. The guards, upon receiving their orders, promptly dragged Di Qing away. "You will regret this. The general will not let you off so easily." Xiaoxi found Di Qing's words utterly ludicrous. Regret? He had merely assisted the general in eliminating a potential spy. Besides, it was a trivial matter. Would the general even learn of it? With a sense of triumph, Xiaoxi watched as Di Qing was taken away. And as he turned to leave, he spotted a bundle on the ground, which contained a bunch of luscious, glistening grapes. Thinking that since the man was dead, he might as well indulge in the grapes himself, he squatted down, picked them up, and swaggered back inside, relishing their sweetness. Just then, he fortuitously encountered Murongfu and Pang Wei as they emerged. Upon seeing them, he hastily concealed the grapes behind his back and bowed respectfully. "Allow me a moment to ponder this matter." Murongfu, furrowing his brow, paid no heed to the bowing Xiaoxi. However, as he walked past, he stepped on a grape skin. Glancing down, he recognized it immediately. It was the tears of the moonlight he had tasted at the master's residence. He quickly raised his head and inquired of Pang Wei, "Where did you acquire these grapes?" Pang Wei, momentarily taken aback, replied, "What grapes?" "These grapes." Murongfu pointed at the skin on the ground. Pang Wei looked around and finally spotted the not-so-distant Xiaoxi, who was still in the corridor, clutching the grapes. He immediately called out, "Zhu Shi, come here." Zhu Shi, who was in the midst of enjoying his grapes, was startled by Pang Wei's summons and hurriedly ran over, his face alight with excitement. "General, did you call for me?" Pang Wei nodded, his gaze fixed on the grapes in Zhu Shi's hand. Before he could speak, Murongfu interjected, "Where did you get those grapes?" Zhu Shi was taken aback, wondering if the emperor desired to partake in the grapes as well. He quickly began to ingratiate himself, saying, "I bought these grapes from outside. If your majesty wishes, I shall wash them for you right away. Purchased from outside. Morong Fu regarded him skeptically, demanding, are you certain you acquired them from outside? Zhu Shi trembled in fear, promptly kneeling down. He thought to himself, it's just a bunch of grapes. How could it possibly provoke the emperor's wrath? What if the general has offended his majesty, and we, the lowly servants, become the targets of his ire? If the emperor were to be displeased and order my execution, it would spell the end for me. Zhu Shi, on the verge of tears yet unable to weep, hastily confessed, Your Majesty, just now someone requested an audience with the general. Seeing his tattered attire and furtive demeanor, I suspected ill intentions and had him removed. What? Morong Fu erupted with fury. Where is that man? Take me to him at once. Peng Wei, baffled by the sudden commotion following the emperor's grape consumption, cast a cold glance at Zhu Shi. Someone wishes to see me, and you failed to relay this information? You dare to act on your own accord? Such audacity. Zhu Shi, terrified, dropped the grapes he held, trembling uncontrollably. General, I acknowledge my mistake. It shall not happen again. Morong Fu, incensed, spat. Enough of this idle chatter. Lead the way immediately. Zhu Shi nodded fervently, scrambling to guide the two men. In his heart, he lamented. It is over. That man may have already met his demise. How regrettable. I stepped out today only to have my luck turn foul. And I never imagined it would cost me my life. As Peng Wei observed the route, he realized they were heading to the backyard, where he kept his dogs. The massive Tibetan mastiffs, transported from Wei country over great distances, were now a source of dread. His eyes glinted with icy fury. Zhu Shi, how dare you trifle with a life? Upon reaching the backyard, they were met with a gruesome sight. The ground was soaked in blood, and a pack of gigantic Tibetan mastiffs feasted ravenously. Too late. We've arrived too late. Zhu Shi collapsed in terror. Morong Fu, witnessing this horrific scene, understood the gravity of the situation. His face drained of color as he raged. You actually dared. Overwhelmed with fury, he nearly fainted. But Peng Wei managed to steady him. Your Majesty, please, do not agitate yourself. First, explain what transpired. It is not too late to deal with Zhu Shi afterward. Morong Fu, shoving him aside in a fit of rage, pounded his chest in frustration. What nonsense? Chapter 170. The destruction of the map. Morong Fu pondered the prowess of the master. Such a formidable figure could hardly be so easily ensnared. Even if he were not the master himself, he certainly had connections to him. This wretched scoundrel. His fury rendered Zhu Shi utterly speechless. Your Majesty, spare me. I truly knew not. Zhu Shi implored, kneeling and striking his head against the ground until it bled profusely. At that moment, the guards returned. Upon seeing Peng Wei, they quickly knelt, greeting him and the emperor. Peng Wei's voice was grave as he inquired, Louis, where have you been? Louis, the captain of the guard and a seasoned veteran under Peng Wei, was unable to raise his left arm due to an injury. Consequently, Peng Wei had appointed him as the captain of his household guard. He was aware of the troubles surrounding Zhu Shi and his son. But having spent much time on military campaigns, he had been unable to manage affairs at home. Zhu Shi's father was also his wife's uncle, and thus, he tended to turn a blind eye to their minor indiscretions, provided they did not escalate. However, this time, he found himself in a precarious situation. Peng Wei had been seeking a pretext to address Zhu Shi's misdeeds, and now, Lu Yi swiftly recounted the events as they had unfolded. Upon hearing that the man had escaped, Peng Wei exhaled in relief. Observing Lu Yi's demeanor, it was evident he had intentionally allowed the man to flee. In what direction did he run? Did you not inquire? Morong Fu pressed anxiously. It appeared he was heading towards the outskirts of the city. Lu Yi replied candidly. Morong Fu immediately deduced that the man was likely connected to the master. Quickly prepare the horses, he urged, eager to pursue the fugitive. Peng Wei, having no choice but to comply, ordered the horses to be readied. He cast a cold glance at Zhu Shi and commanded Lu Yi, seize him. No one is to approach him without my orders. With that, he followed Morong Fu as they departed. Zhu Shi, upon hearing this, was so terrified that his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The two men hastily followed the direction indicated by Lu Yi. By a stroke of fortune, Di Qing had inadvertently stumbled into the territory of the bandit Scarjo. Scarjo, troubled by the lack of partners in crime for over a month, furrowed his brow. He needed to feed his gang, thus he had to succeed in a robbery, no matter the cost. Otherwise, how could he maintain his reputation? As fate would have it, Di Qing fell into the trap Scarjo had meticulously set. Have we caught something? Scarjo exclaimed, rising with excitement as the bells in the trees rang incessantly. Come, brothers, it's time to feast. The few men sitting on the dirt mound, previously dozing, awoke to his call. The rotund fellow quickly wiped the drool from his mouth. Bewildered, feast time? Scarjo struck him on the belly, growling, eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. Hurry, someone has fallen into our trap. Really? Someone is that foolish? Remarked the skinny monkey in astonishment. The trap is so obvious. Where were his eyes? He muttered softly, acknowledging that the trap was of his own making, set out of sheer laziness, thus laid out rather conspicuously. At that moment, Di Qing found himself ensnared in a net. Dangling from a tree, struggling futilely to extricate himself. Internally cursing, he wondered who on earth would set a trap in such a place. Looking around, it hardly seemed suitable for hunting. Just as he was desperately writhing, A triumphant laughter echoed from below. Ha ha ha, this mountain is mine to claim, this tree I have planted. If you wish to pass, pay the toll. Scarred Joe gazed at Di Qing with an air of smug satisfaction, thinking he had finally caught a fish and was eager to carve it up. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Di Qing's attire was even more tattered than his own, prompting a frown to crease his brow. Damn it, I've encountered someone poorer than myself. Ah, what a waste of breath. Robbery? Di Qing ceased his struggles, looking down at Scarred Joe wielding a blunt knife, rolling his eyes in response. Let me down, so I can see if there's anything valuable on him. Yes, boss. The hefty companion swiftly lowered Di Qing to the ground. I have no money, Di Qing immediately protested. Scarred Joe stared at him in disbelief. Did you really need to say that? I had already figured it out. At this, Di Qing's lips twitched. He possessed a crucial map that must not be revealed. Instinctively, he touched his chest. This subtle gesture caught Scarred Joe's keen eye. Bring him here. This fellow has something hidden, and I want to see what it is. Panic surged through Di Qing at this proclamation, and he clutched his chest tightly. The moment the net freed him, he bolted, only to collide with the hefty wall of his companion. Trying to escape? Find him, Scarred Joe exclaimed, delight radiating from him as he slapped the knife against his palm with a sharp sound. You ought to consider whom you were dealing with. You wish to flee? Go ahead. As he reached into Di Qing's clothing, he extracted an object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a map. Di Qing glared at him in fury, demanding, return it to me. Seeing the anger etched across Di Qing's face, Scarred Joe realized the map must hold significant value. Could it possibly be a treasure map? His eyes sparkled with greed, but alas, he could not decipher the characters, flipping it over in confusion. Scholar, come over and take a look at this map. A man, referred to as the scholar, emerged from behind the hefty companion, trembling as he approached for a closer examination. Oh, he exclaimed. Scarred Joe, filled with excitement, inquired, well? Is it a treasure map? The scholar shook his head. No, it appears to be a map of the area. Disappointment washed over Scarred Joe upon hearing it was not a treasure map, and he glared at Di Qing, seething. Damn it. Why did you get so excited earlier if it wasn't a treasure map? You wasted my hopes. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Di Qing, who, battered and bruised, still implored for the return of his map. That worthless thing has caused me nothing but trouble. Scarred Joe's fury erupted as he contemplated tearing the map in two. Di Qing's face blanched in terror as he cried out, no, but alas, it was too late. The map lay in tatters, rendered unrecognizable by the hands of the Scarred Joe. Di Qing gazed at the fragments drifting before him, his face a mask of despair. For this map, an entire battalion had perished. The left general of the cavalry had conspired with the Holy Dragon sect of Biling, secretly engaging in dealings with the embezzled military funds concealed at the locations marked on that very map. Now it was all over. Everything had come to ruin. Without this map, not only would they be unable to locate the funds, but they also could not hold the left general accountable for his crimes. The sacrifice of an entire battalion had been in vain. Scarred Joe observed Di Qing's woeful countenance. The rotund man, despite his attempts, could not extract even a single coin from him, spreading his hands in resignation to Scarred Joe. Curse luck, let's pack up and head home for a meal. Scarred Joe muttered, unwilling to squander any more time on Di Qing. As for Di Qing, with reddened eyes, he meticulously gathered the scattered pieces of the map from the ground, striking his injured left leg and hand in frustration. By this time, it was already afternoon. The sky was shrouded in gray, and a thunderous clap of lightning echoed ominously. Soon, torrents of rain began to pelt his face. He trudged along the path like a soulless automaton. Look, there is someone, shouted Pang Wei, who had ridden up and, upon spotting the figure in the woods, charged forward without hesitation. Chapter 171. What does grapes have to do with it? Upon hearing the sound of hooves, he turned around in a daze. Through the torrential rain, two figures on horseback charged towards him. Were they sent by the young servant of General Pang's household? It mattered little now. Even if he were to be captured and fed to the dogs, it was of no consequence. The map had been destroyed, and he had lost all reason to live. When Murongfu finally discerned the identities of the approaching individuals, he felt a wave of relief. Neither of them appeared to be masters of any sort. As long as they were not masters, it was acceptable. However, if they were not masters, why did one of them possess grapes from a master's household? Ignoring the rain, Pang Wei inquired, who are you, and what do you seek from me? Hearing this, Di Qing suddenly realized that the person before him was the very individual he had been searching for. Pang Wei. Immediately, he knelt and said, General, I am incompetent and failed to protect the map. It was destroyed by those bandits earlier. The map? Pang Wei asked curiously. What map? Di Qing then recounted the entire incident regarding the map. Nearby, Murongfu listened with growing anger. That left Fei. I always said the military funds were being misappropriated each year. It turns out the money was filling his own pockets. At Murongfu's words, Di Qing was taken aback. This is His Majesty of Dian. You must hurry and pay your respects. Upon realizing that it was Murongfu, Di Qing quickly knelt, bowing his head in reverence. This humble servant, Di Qing, pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise, Murongfu said solemnly. Let us set this matter aside for now. First, tell me, where did the grapes come from? The grapes? With the heavy rain pouring down, The emperor was not inquiring about military funds or maps, but rather about grapes. What grapes? Seeing that he was momentarily at a loss for words, Morongfu prompted. The grapes in your pack. Who gave them to you? Oh, those, Di Qing replied, were given to me by a divine physician. A divine physician? Morongfu immediately understood and turned to Pang Wei. Take him with you. Di Qing gazed at Pang Wei, feeling fortunate to ride alongside the general. Pang Wei, observing his excitement, maintained a stoic expression. The two galloped along, following Morongfu into the imperial palace. Di Qing's heart raced with unease, uncertain of the emperor's intentions in bringing him into the palace. Upon returning to the palace, Morongfu changed his attire and then began to interrogate Di Qing. The divine physician you mentioned, does he not wish to reside in the small river valley? Di Qing nodded, pondering how the emperor knew such details. Yes. The divine physician is a young man of about 20. Upon hearing this, Morongfu was convinced that the individual he spoke of was Lin Tian. Leaning forward, he pressed further. Why did that divine physician give you grapes? Di Qing, puzzled by the emperor's persistent questioning regarding the grapes, responded. The divine physician instructed me to eat them on the road. Simply to eat on the road? Morongfu stroked his beard, deep in thought. Pang Wei, observing the exchange, was equally perplexed. Is there something amiss with those grapes? Upon witnessing the cluster of grapes, Morongfu was equally perplexed. Your Majesty, what could possibly be wrong with that bunch of grapes? Indeed, there is an issue. Morongfu declared emphatically, his voice rising sharply, startling the two bystanders. He then began to muse aloud. Surely, the master must be aware of my presence here, which is why he bestowed that cluster of grapes upon me. What? Di Qing was bewildered. Did the divine doctor intend this meaning with the grapes? Pang Wei shared the same look of confusion. Was there a particular purpose for that bunch? Morongfu, adopting a serious demeanor, insisted, I cannot be mistaken. The master undoubtedly knows of my recent troubles regarding military funds. Previously, I uncovered certain clues. Old Long has already dispatched Kong Xingyun to Bailing, and our current leads point directly to the Xinglong sect. I never imagined the master had known all along. He then fixed his gaze on Di Qing, stating earnestly, your encounter with the master was not mere chance. Perhaps he has been waiting for you there all this time. What? Is that so? Di Qing became increasingly perplexed. Was the master the divine doctor mentioned by His Majesty? It finally dawned on him. Yet, at that moment, he had merely stumbled upon the divine doctor. Could it be that the master was unaware of his identity? Morongfu shook his head, refuting it. You do not comprehend. Di Qing was thoroughly confounded. Indeed, he did not understand. He glanced at General Pang, who wore a similar expression of bewilderment. It appeared he, too, was in the dark. In a small valley, Lin Tian was busy organizing the greenhouse. After the heavy rain, the temperature inside had dropped significantly. He carefully watered the eggplants, as well as the watermelons, strawberries, and apples. These off-season fruits were crucial for generating income, and he needed to nurture them with utmost care. Even the grapes, which he had grown weary of, were transplanted into the greenhouse. One section was dedicated to vegetables, while the other was entirely devoted to fruits. Lu Yinran, having prepared the meal, sought him out. Husband, is this the strawberry you mentioned? Observing the flowering plants, she had long thought they were some sort of medicinal herb. Indeed, he replied. In this era, strawberries are referred to as snake fruit, believed to be eggs laid by snakes and deemed inedible. He had initially unearthed a few plants from the mountains and planted them. Strawberries proliferate rapidly. He had brought back 6 plants, and within 2 months, they had spread extensively. Of course, his cultivation efforts contributed to this success. Imagining the delight of gathering around the fireplace in winter while enjoying watermelon and strawberries, he felt a surge of excitement. Let us go eat, he suggested. Shouldn't we lower the curtain first? It just rained. What if the vegetables freeze? We should lower the curtain first. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Lin Tian had been concerned about making his wife wait too long, especially as the weather turned colder. And the food would cool if left out too long. Lu Yinran cherished the time spent with Lin Tian. She found him to be exceptionally kind. Previously, she had worried that someone of his stature might possess a peculiar temperament. However, after spending so much time with him, she discovered Lin Tian to be gentle, considerate, powerful, and capable of anything. My dear wife, once winter arrives, you may indulge in as much fruit from the greenhouse as you desire, Lin Tian remarked, gazing affectionately at his beautiful spouse. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yinran's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been relishing the grapes from the garden, and her daily indulgence had left her skin radiant and dewy. Not to mention, winter would bring watermelons and strawberries. Had she not married a master, she would have never had the fortune to savor such exquisite and delectable delicacies in her lifetime. Furthermore, the master was exceedingly generous. Anyone in the village who shared a good rapport with him would receive gifts. Reflecting on her life, she felt grateful that she had encountered the master, for he had transformed not only her own destiny, but also that of Dian, Longhua, and even the Northwest, Rosong, through his solitary efforts. Remarkably, he sought no reward for his deeds. After resolving those matters, he returned here to lead a tranquil life, as if the past had never transpired. In that moment, she was curious about her husband's contemplations. What could be occupying his thoughts so deeply? Lin Tian gently tapped her forehead. Lu Yinran laughed radiantly and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I just feel incredibly fortunate to be married to you. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian asked, if your father were to come and take you back, would you go with him? After uttering the question, he nervously watched Lu Yin's reaction. She shook her head and said, why would I return with my father? I am already married to you. In life, I belong to you. In death, I shall be your ghost, unless you no longer want me. With that, she looked at Lin Tian with a pitiful expression. Lin Tian quickly embraced her and said, silly girl, how could I ever want to be without you? You are my wife. Chapter 172. Into the mountains to hunt tigers. Another day of tranquility unfolded. Lin Tian, having resumed his peaceful life, rose early, for he had arranged to venture into the mountains with Li Xiaoqiang. With winter approaching, Li Xiaoqiang's family faced financial strain. He had inadvertently witnessed Aunt Zhang urging him to repay his debts. Observing the little pig in the yard, grunting as it rooted in the soil, Lin Tian grasped his crossbow. In the past, he had been solely focused on climbing the social ladder, overlooking many invaluable aspects of life. Upon reaching the mountain entrance, Li Xiaoqiang was already waiting as agreed. Lin Tian nodded, and the two entered the forest. Roar! As they stepped into the mountains, a ferocious roar from a wild beast echoed not far away. Hold tight. Li Xiaoqiang gripped his bow. No need to worry. The sound indicates it's still quite a distance from us. Lin Tian analyzed the roar to discern the beast's general location, gesturing with stones on the ground for Li Xiaoqiang. We are here, and the beast is approximately over there. He calculated based on the speed of sound in the air and the forest interference, placing a stone on the ground. Suddenly, he paused, pondering how he knew this. Unperturbed, he concluded that the beast was likely a tiger or leopard. Today, they were either fortunate or unfortunate. Lin Tian initially intended to hunt small game for profit, not anticipating an encounter with such formidable creatures. Should they manage to take down a tiger, it would be quite lucrative, fetching at least 300 to 400 taels, along with a reward from the authorities. A leopard would yield somewhat less, around 100. Let us proceed quietly, Lin Tian advised. If it's just one beast, we can handle it. But if there are more, we must be cautious and escape immediately if the situation turns dire. He took the lead with his crossbow. Not out of bravado, but necessity, he required funds urgently. Iron ore was costly, and he needed at least a cart to sustain his household expenses, priced at 70 taels. If they succeeded in hunting this beast, both he and Li Xiaoqiang could enjoy a comfortable winter. Li Xiaoqiang, observing Lin Tian's composure, felt a surge of excitement. Hunting with you means there's meat to share, he mused, grateful for the hunting skills he had acquired alongside Lin Tian, though he could not compare to him. Few in the village matched his prowess as a hunter. Watching Lin Tian's careful and cautious demeanor, he was eager not to miss a single detail, knowing that each bit of knowledge would enhance his own hunting abilities. At that moment, they spotted a striking figure in the distance, a tiger, a massive creature, weighing over 400 pounds. Lin Tian's grip on his crossbow tightened with exhilaration. He was confident in its power, but now they needed to remain stealthy and aim carefully. Just as he prepared to shoot, a thunderous roar erupted nearby. A tiger. Upon hearing a disturbance, the tiger suddenly became alert and irritable, letting out a furious roar. Oh no. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that some fool had jeopardized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as success seemed within reach, the cooked duck had flown away. Furious, he attempted to flee, only to trip over a vine as he retreated. With a simple flick of his index finger, an arrow was released. Damn! Lin Tian's eyes widened in terror as he watched the arrow shoot forth, fearing it would miss the tiger and expose their presence at such a close distance. He cursed the source of the noise 1,000 times in his mind, wishing to draw a circle to curse them. Just as he finished his thoughts, a thud echoed. The tiger had fallen. Incredible! What a stroke of luck! Lin Tian marveled at the sight of the downed tiger. Beside him, Li Xiaoqiang was utterly astonished. What an elegant display of skill. I must learn this technique. He recalled how Lin Tian had leaned back, aimed the crossbow at the tiger, and finally released the bolt. Yet, the more he attempted to imitate, the more he faltered. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Brother Tian, you are truly remarkable. You must teach me that move someday. Afterward, he began to mimic the action, furrowing his brow in concentration. This maneuver is exceedingly difficult. I wonder if I can master it. Feeling embarrassed by the praise, Lin Tian hastily shifted the subject. As for mimicking movements, one must understand that hunting is primarily about personal instinct. Your method works well. Continue to refine it. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoqiang mistakenly believed Lin Tian was unwilling to teach him, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, reflecting on Lin Tian's frequent assistance, he reasoned that such a skill, essential for survival, could not be easily shared. All right, Li Xiaoqiang resolved, regaining his spirits. It's great that he is willing to bring me along. I shouldn't be too greedy. Thus, he cautiously followed Lin Tian to the tiger's side, as he beheld the arrow piercing through the tiger's forehead. Lin Tian's lips twitched. He dared to assert that he had no idea it would hit so accurately by mere chance. Realizing the misunderstanding, he glanced back to see Li Xiaoqiang gazing at him with wide, adoring eyes. Xiaoqiang, would you believe me if I told you that was a random shot? Absolutely. Li Xiaoqiang replied, admiration evident in his gaze. Good heavens, such archery skill. He gasped. Brother Tian, your marksmanship has reached an extraordinary level. Extraordinary? Lin Tian humbly dismissed the notion, fully aware of his own capabilities. No, it was truly a fluke. Despite Lin Tian's repeated insistence, Li Xiaoqiang continued to admire him, saying, "Brother Tian, please don't be modest. I've known for a long time how formidable you are. You simply prefer to remain low-key, unlike those who flaunt their talents. I understand. I would never go out and speak recklessly to others." Ah. Lin Tian stared at him in bewilderment. "Rest assured, Brother Tian. I comprehend the principle that a tall tree catches the wind," Li Xiaoqiang declared with admiration. "In truth, I am not remarkable. I merely shot casually just now and somehow hit the mark. You must believe me. I understand. I truly do, Brother Tian. Worry not, we are comrades. And I am not one to gossip indiscriminately," he reassured. Words failed him. This. Sighing, he gazed helplessly at Li Xiaoqiang, thinking, "My friend, you have utterly misunderstood." Unable to clarify the situation, he then noticed the two men standing foolishly nearby. Brother Hu and Dog Xing had initially ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, only to unexpectedly encounter a tiger. Terrified, they screamed loudly. Little did they anticipate that Lin Tian would be so formidable, effortlessly slaying a tiger weighing over 400 pounds with a single arrow. They swallowed hard, realizing that had it not been for Lin Tian's timely intervention, they would have been devoured by the beast. Now, they looked at him with profound gratitude. Shaken, they dared only to stand at a distance, too frightened to approach. Observing the massive tiger, Lin Tian realized that he and Li Xiaoqiang could not transport it alone. Thus, he smiled and said, "Brothers, could you lend a hand?" Upon hearing this, Brother Hu's face turned pale as he nodded. Dog Sheng shifted his feet and approached the tiger, grasping one of its hind legs. "Goodness, this is incredibly heavy," Lin Tian exclaimed, gripping the tiger's front leg, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Is it heavy? It ought to be. This is money." Chapter 173. Selling the tiger in the city. 4 men carried the tiger down the mountain. Good heavens, the onlooking villagers erupted in astonishment. "My goodness, Dog Sheng, who's he? Am I seeing things? Or is that truly a tiger? This tiger seems colossal. I reckon it weighs 400 to 500 pounds. An elderly man at the village entrance exclaimed, "You have struck it rich. Such a large tiger will fetch a handsome price." The villagers cast envious glances at them. Upon hearing the mention of money, Huzi, feeling a pang of shame, remarked, "This was slain by Brother Lin, who also saved our lives." The villagers assumed it was the two of them who had done the deed. After all, given their physiques, how could the slender Lin Tian compare to the robust Huzi and Dog Shen? Is this tiger truly the work of Lin Tizi? The villagers were skeptical. "Indeed, it is absolutely true," Dog Sheng replied earnestly. Only then did the villagers cast doubtful glances at Lin Tian, who appeared unfazed, wearing an expression of calm indifference. Lin Tian's recent conduct had indeed garnered the admiration of Tao Wan. Yet, he felt a profound inner conflict. He had always looked down upon Lin Tian, considering him merely a blacksmith. Yet now, Lin Tian's fortune seemed to flourish, and he had benefited considerably. He mused that if Lin Tian were to become his father-in-law, the advantages would be even greater. Money, after all, who could ever have too much of it? Witnessing Lin Tian's prowess, he could not help but feel envious. Especially of that greenhouse he had passed, filled with lush, thriving vegetables. This winter, they would not suffer from a lack of produce, while their own stock of cabbage was nearly depleted. Sighing at this thought, Tao Wan was overcome with regret, wishing he had married Xiaoro to Lin Tian. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Such a commotion drew the attention of Lu Yan, who emerged to find a massive tiger at her doorstep. She gasped in disbelief. "My dear, did you hunt this?" "Well, sort of," Lin Tian replied with an awkward smile. Upon hearing his admission, the villagers regarded him with newfound respect. So, it is indeed true. Lin Tizi is a man of action. How had they failed to notice his remarkable abilities before? He is capable of slaying tigers. The villagers realized that Lin Tian was no longer the same man he once was. "Little Lin, impressive indeed. To have slain such a large tiger, I must commend you." Wei Yixiao, the village's most seasoned hunter, voiced his admiration. The crowd soon erupted in praise. "Oh heavens, this misunderstanding has escalated," Lin Tian internally lamented. Realizing he could no longer clarify the situation, Wei Yixiao was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, recalling how he had previously pursued Lin Tian to be his godson. Now, here was Lin Tian, having brought back a tiger, while he himself had never defeated one in his lifetime. Although feeling quite embarrassed as a professional hunter of decades, he could not shy away from acknowledging Lin Tian's achievement. Nonetheless, any dreams of godsonhood he once entertained were now thoroughly extinguished. The children, upon hearing the news of the slain tiger, gathered around eagerly, all wishing to glimpse the majestic creature. "Wow, is this truly a tiger? It's enormous. Look at its teeth. So long, and its head, so large, larger than my father's." One exclaimed, "You rascal, how dare you compare your father's head to that of a tiger? They are not even of the same kind." Another retorted, "Oh father, please don't hit my head." Laughter and joy filled the air at the blacksmith's shop. At that moment, Hu Ba, drawn by the commotion, joined the crowd. Upon seeing the grand tiger, he couldn't help but rub his arms in astonishment. Goodness, this tiger is not even of the Great Yan's breed. The tigers from Great Yan have long, uneven markings on their backs. But this one, killed by the master, is not only large but also has a sleek, shiny coat with broad and coarse patterns. It must have come from elsewhere. Hu Ba shivered, recalling his recent ventures into the mountains. Ever since the master told him that those exceptional raw stones could be found along the riverbanks, he had been wandering around various riverbanks in the village during his free time. However, despite his efforts, he had only discovered ordinary stones, leading him to doubt whether the master had deceived him. After all, could one truly find extraordinary raw stones in such a small creek? Even a whole sack of them? He suddenly felt as if he had been played by the master, and it struck him only now. Spotting Hu Ba in the crowd, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Brother Hu, you have come as well. Just in time, could I borrow your cart for a moment?" He thought of the freshly killed tiger, still warm, and wished to rush it to the city before darkness fell. The fresher it was, the better the price he could fetch. "Certainly. Wait here. I'll bring the cart right away." Hu Ba responded without hesitation and hurried off to retrieve it. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. With a tiger this size, will the cart even fit? And besides, it's still bleeding. Indeed, I see that Hu's cart is quite fine, but if it carries this tiger, it will surely get dirty or damaged. Oh, you all speak too much. Who doesn't he seem to mind? So why should you? Well, we're just considering Hu's welfare. Someone retorted. Does he need your help in considering it? Like a peacock showing off its feathers, you are simply being overly sentimental. Lin Tian overheard the villagers debating his affairs yet again. In truth, the blood was minimal. The arrow had pierced through the tiger's forehead, and by the time it was brought down, the wound had long ceased to bleed. However, using a cart meant for people to carry a tiger was indeed something he had not thoroughly considered. He reflected on how Hu had agreed without hesitation, unlike the villagers who were overthinking matters. Before long, Hu Ba returned with the cart. He, along with the others, managed to hoist the tiger into the cart. Lin Tian expressed his gratitude and offered 50 coins to each of them as compensation for their assistance. However, Hu and the others adamantly refused to accept any payment. Had it not been for Lin Tian's timely intervention, they would have long since perished. Noticing his insistence on declining, Lin Tian refrained from pressing the matter further. Accompanied by Li Xiaoqiang, he prepared to enter the city to sell the tiger. The three of them settled into the carriage, with Li Xiaoqiang animatedly recounting the recent encounter with the tiger to Hu Ba. He exclaimed, at that moment, our brother Tian, like this, and then like that, effortlessly brought down the tiger with a single arrow. Li Xiaoqiang's enthusiasm was palpable, and Hu Ba listened with rapt attention, while Lin Tian could only awkwardly observe their banter. By the way, where has Uncle Long been these past few days? To divert from the current topic, Lin Tian deliberately mentioned the long-unseen Long Ao Tian. Ever since he learned of their true identities, his trepidation had lessened significantly. The fact that they were willing to associate with him indicated that he possessed a commendable disposition. Of course, he was aware that their kindness was primarily due to the favor they held for his wife and father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Hu Ba thought to himself that since the master had inquired about his majesty's whereabouts, he ought to provide an answer. Last time, his majesty had lamented to him about the master's singular affection for Murong Fu. However, the situation in Bailing had been tumultuous lately. Consequently, he had been dispatched by Murong Fu to investigate. The reason for his assignment was rather peculiar, suggesting that only he understood the master's intentions. Ugh. The mere thought of it made him feel nauseous. With this in mind, Hu Ba glanced at Li Xiaoqiang beside him, then turned to Lin Tian and replied, indeed. He has gone to the kingdom of Bailing. There are some matters that require his attention. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately thought of Guanjuer. Could it be that he had gone to assist her? After all, he had also been there when the divine martial sect faced difficulties. It seemed that after all they had endured together, they had forged a profound friendship. Speaking of friendship, he pondered whether, excluding the irresistible influence of his wife, they would still treat him with such courtesy and warmth. Such thoughts began to stir within Lin Tian's mind. Chapter 174. To be candid. Is your kindness towards me solely due to my status? Upon contemplating this, he could not help but express, Brother Hu, please be honest with me. Is your goodwill towards me a reflection of my position? The identity Lin Tian referred to was that he was the son-in-law of Prime Minister Luo Sang. However, to Hu Ba, this query was interpreted in an entirely different light. He had not anticipated Lin Tian would pose such a question. Internally, he mused that this inquiry bore significant weight. Could it be that the master was alluding to something? Recalling Murong Fu's previous words, advising careful listening and thorough analysis of the true meanings behind the master's statements, he suddenly grasped the implication. The master was testing their loyalty. Should there be any hint of disloyalty, the master would certainly cease to employ them. With the emperor absent and Murong Fu enjoying the master's favor, there existed a precarious situation. If one day he were to declare his ambition to rule the Northwest, it would merely take the master's word to set such a course in motion. No, this cannot be. With this thought, Hu Ba hastily clarified. It is an honor for us to be regarded as your friends. Your status is a separate matter, not as you perceive. Upon hearing Hu Ba's response, Lin Tian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was indeed as he feared. Though saddened, he swiftly composed himself. From now on, let us be friends. You need not concern yourselves so much. Such formality makes me feel uneasy. Please, act freely. Hu Ba, perceptive of the master's expression and the emotion in his tone, feared that the master deemed them ineffectual and wished to distance himself. Panic ensued as he pondered how to report this to their sovereign. Had the master grown weary of them? Was it their lack of cooperation that led to this? In his desperation, beads of sweat formed on Hu Ba's brow. Brother Hu, perhaps I should take the reins, Lin Tian suggested, noticing Hu Ba's distress. This proposal startled Hu Ba, who dared not allow the master to drive. No, that won't be necessary. Please, just sit comfortably. Seeing Hu Ba's anxious demeanor, Lin Tian felt a twinge of helplessness. Nonetheless, he had indeed never driven a carriage before. He could only smile and say, then I shall burden you, Brother Hu. Hu Ba nodded vigorously. Their conversation left Li Xiaoqiang, who had been observing, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was Boss Hu treating Lin Tian with such deference? Driving the carriage personally and being exceedingly polite. It was as if he were a servant. He found it perplexing and even speculated whether Lin Tian was not truly the son of Old Man Lin, but rather a ward of the Lin family. Li Xiaoqiang's imagination was undeniably vivid. He even entertained the possibility that Lin Tian was a love child of Long Outyin or Murongfu. After all, how else could one explain the frequent visits of those two old men to the blacksmith shop? Indeed, Old Man Lin was not a hunter. Yet Lin Tian was an exceptional marksman. One could say he never missed his target. Analyzing this further only deepened his conviction that Lin Tian's identity was far from ordinary. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, his innocuous question had inadvertently sparked an endless whirlwind of speculation between the two. If he were to know, he would surely be overcome with laughter. The three of them each harbored their own thoughts as they made their way to the city. It was just past midday, the sun not too fierce, and the streets were bustling with a considerable flow of people. Brother Hu, do you think selling this tiger to a tavern or a pharmacy would fetch a higher price? Upon hearing Lin Tian seek his opinion, Hu Ba, eager to make a good impression, quickly replied, the people of Yinjing have a penchant for game, especially for rare beasts like tigers, leopards, and bears, which are hard to come by, so selling to a tavern would yield a better price. His reasoning stemmed from his experience at the city's largest tavern, the Eight Immortals Pavilion, where he was acquainted with the owner. He merely needed to drop a word or two, while he had no knowledge of pharmacies, hence he boldly asserted that taverns offered a better price. Lin Tian pondered and agreed. After all, aside from the value of the tiger's whip, he was at a loss as to what else could be done with tiger meat. Hu Ba, being a man of wealth, undoubtedly possessed greater knowledge, and consulting him would not be to his detriment. He smiled and inquired, do you happen to know where the largest tavern in the city is located? Hu Ba promptly replied, indeed, hop into the carriage, and I shall take you there at once. Delighted at the prospect of immediate profit, Lin Tian felt an exhilarating rush. Once sold, he could finally purchase iron ore. Blacksmithing was his true calling. Cultivating a greenhouse was merely a hobby. Moreover, the vegetables in the greenhouse would take 2 months to mature, and without earning during that time, how could he support his wife? With this thought, he was filled with determination. Before long, the trio arrived at the Grand Eight Immortals Pavilion. What a magnificent establishment! Lin Tian marveled at the 3-story structure situated in the heart of the city. Such a tavern would undoubtedly command an excellent price. Please wait here. I shall inquire inside. Seeing Hu Ba's enthusiasm, Lin Tian realized he had perhaps overthought the situation. After all, he had no intention of ever divorcing Lu Yanran. Friends remained friends regardless of circumstances. He silently chastised himself for his superficiality. Then he observed Hu Ba emerging with a plump man clad in luxurious silk, and it became evident that Hu Ba had connections with the owner of this establishment. As the owner approached, a broad smile adorned his face, and he courteously addressed Lin Tian. I am the proprietor of the Eight Immortals Pavilion, Sun He. You may call me Old Sunday. I have heard you have acquired a tiger and wish to sell it. We are in need of such a specimen, so please feel free to state your price. Old Sun? Lin Tian noted the folds of flesh on the proprietor's face, clearly indicating that Hu Ba had indeed made an introduction. Otherwise, Sun would not have been so cordial. With a smile, he parted the curtain to reveal the tiger. Upon seeing the tiger on the cart, Sun He's eyes widened, and his lips twitched. What a fine specimen. Please, name your price. He was no fool, noticing the silent exchange of glances between Sun He and Hu Ba. He surmised their camaraderie ran deep. He thought it inappropriate to call out a high price, yet he also considered that offering too low would not be advantageous, as capturing such a ferocious beast relied entirely on fortune. Who can say whether such fortune will come again? After some contemplation, Lin Tian finally spoke, suggesting, how about this? This tiger weighs at least 400 jin. I propose 400 taels for it. He smiled as he glanced at Sun He. For 100 taels, Sun He felt tears welling up. In this day and age, who on earth would consume tiger meat? Moreover, a creature of such magnitude would surely possess tough meat. However, as his gaze fell upon Hu Ba, a shiver ran down his spine. The man had just communicated with him inside, insisting that this tiger could not be haggled over, no matter the price Lin Tian proposed. He also mentioned that whatever sum he offered Lin Tian would be returned to him in full. The predicament was that he had no means to utilize the tiger meat. With a forced smile, he finally acquiesced. All right, that price will do. Upon hearing Sun He's swift agreement, Lin Tian was elated. He promptly withdrew 4 large banknotes from his sleeve and handed them to him. Could you help us exchange for 100 taels in cash? I wish to buy some fabric and jewelry for my wife. What woman does not cherish beauty? My wife must be the most enchanting woman in the village. The kind that everyone admires. Certainly, I shall go inside and arrange for that, he responded, shaking his round form as he made his way in. Moments later, he emerged with a heavy bag of silver in hand. Here is the 100 taels exchanged. This is the remaining 300 taels in banknotes. Please take care of it. Son, he said respectfully, casting a glance at Huba, who signaled that he could leave. Only then did Son he retreat inside. Lin Tian accepted the bag and the banknotes, directly handing 2 notes to Li Xiaoqiang. Brother Tian, why are you giving me money? You are the one who killed the tiger, not I. Li Xiaoqiang stepped back, his face a mask of refusal. Lin Tian chuckled, we hunted it together. If you do not take this, I shan't take you along next time. Li Xiaoqiang pursed his lips, gazing at Lin Tian. Even he, though not the brightest, understood that Lin Tian was extending a helping hand. Shaking his head, he earnestly replied, Brother Tian, I appreciate your intentions, but I truly cannot accept this money as I did not slay the tiger. I will not take it, no matter what. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Tian retrieved 2 ingots of silver from the bag, placing them in Li Xiaoqiang's hand. This is for Dia, an area to buy sweets. It is not for you. Li Xiaoqiang still intended to refuse, but Lin Tian shot him a glare over his shoulder. He understood that if he continued to reject Lin Tian's goodwill, the latter would genuinely be upset. Noting that he no longer resisted the offer, Lin Tian turned to Huba, smiling as he said, Brother Hu, I am grateful for your assistance in facilitating the sale of the tiger. Please accept this small sum. Huba initially intended to decline, yet recalling Li Xiaoqiang's earlier refusal to accept money and Lin Tian's subsequent darkening expression, he hurriedly took the silver from Lin Tian's hand, albeit with a hint of unease. Observing the look on his face, Lin Tian pondered whether he felt the sum was insufficient. Thus, he silently slipped him another ingot. Unbeknownst to Huba, his expression had been misinterpreted by Lin Tian as one of dissatisfaction with the amount. He initially believed that Lin Tian's gift of silver was a token of satisfaction with his performance, a form of reward. Huba, with the silver in hand, joyfully exclaimed, Please wait for me. I shall inform Boss Sunday. Lin Tian observed his cheerful retreat, nodding in approval within his heart. He mused. Fortunate was he for his quick thinking moments prior. Otherwise, he might have incited Boss Hu's displeasure. Chapter 175. The unmatched expertise of masters. Huba entered the room, and Sunny promptly welcomed him. My lord, Huba said with grandiosity as he pulled out a 500 tael silver note and placed it on the table. Let no one speak of the earlier events. Sun He, gazing at the money with a beaming smile, replied, Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. With a wave of his hand, Huba declared, If this esteemed lord decides to sell anything here again, the price he set shall be final, no haggling allowed. You may collect the payment from the Pang residence. After saying this, he turned his attention to the tiger being brought in and frowned. Send the tiger to the Pang residence as well. Of course. Sun He quickly agreed. In Yanjing City, there was but one Pang Wei, the esteemed General Pang, residing on Shangjing Street. Sun He did not dare to delay and respectfully escorted Huba out. Casting a glance at Lin Tian, curiosity inevitably arose within him. He could see nothing particularly special about Lin Tian, merely an ordinary young man in his 20s. Noticing Sun He's gaze, Lin Tian turned and smiled back. Startled, Sun He immediately cupped his hands in respect and bowed again. Brother Hu, I wish to purchase a few items. Shall we meet at the city gate in half an hour? Certainly, feel free. I shall wander about outside, Huba responded readily. Li Xiaoqiang followed Lin Tian closely, both of their faces radiating joy. Li Xiaoqiang had even bought 3 skewers of candied hawthorn. Are these for the 3 of them? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Li Xiaoqiang shyly replied, Xiaohua actually likes these. She longingly stared at them last time, but couldn't bring herself to buy any. Lin Tian also purchased a skewer, thinking that Lu Yin and would likely enjoy them as well. Observing the two sharing laughter, Huba mused that Li Xiaoqiang was bound for remarkable achievements. The master treated him with such kindness and consideration, indicating that Li Xiaoqiang possessed significant potential and that the master intended to nurture him. What great fortune this young man had, Huba reflected, pondering whether the master's intention in cultivating Li Xiaoqiang was to establish a trusted confidant for executing special tasks in the future. He could not fathom. Tian Gu, this is too expensive. I cannot accept it. Li Xiaoqiang protested, overwhelmed as Lin Tian offered him yet another snack, his hands already full. Is it too much? Not at all. It's just a little, Lin Tian chuckled, explaining that such small treats did not cost much, and they were things that women and children would enjoy. We had quite the successful hunt this time. Let us indulge a bit and bring joy to our families. Seeing Lin Tian so delighted, Li Xiaoqiang felt hesitant to object further. 400 taels of silver. He had never seen such a sum in his life. Lin Tian sighed. Xiaoqiang, let me tell you. In the past, I was so focused on earning money that I overlooked many important things. Now I understand. He then patted Li Xiaoqiang on the shoulder. As they chatted, they entered a fabric shop. Lin Tian looked up and surveyed the array of textiles, his eyes catching sight of a piece of pristine white fabric. A voice laced with disdain emerged from the counter. You cannot afford that fabric. Do not dare to tarnish it. Lin Tian paused, lifting his gaze towards the counter, where a woman with a sharp nose and a face smeared as if painted by a mischievous child stood. Do you even know how to conduct business? Is this how you speak? Li Xiaoqiang retorted angrily, disregarding the fact that she was a woman. The woman cast him a disdainful glance, mocking. Just look at what you're wearing. It's evident whether you possess the means to spend. You? Spare me. The piece of snow silk I have, there is only one in the entire city. Do you know its price? 300 taels. Do you have that much? It was clear she assumed Lin Tian and his companions lacked sufficient funds. After running this shop for so long, can't you tell who has purchasing power? You. You are infuriating. Upon hearing the price of 300 taels, their confidence wavered. It wasn't that they lacked the money, but spending such an amount on a mere piece of cloth seemed unwise. 300 taels could buy dozens of acres of land or even construct a grand for courtyard brick house. Observing Li Xiaoqiang's reaction, the woman, Ru Hua, scoffed even further. Go on, go. If you cannot afford it, don't obstruct my business. The two were promptly ushered out. Coincidentally, they were spotted by Hu Ba, who had been trailing behind. What? That ugly woman is bothering the master. He rushed forward, shouting. You ugly hag, what do you think you're doing? Ugly hag? Ru Hua was the proprietor of the Ru Hua fabric store, who would sing her praises of beauty. Furious at Hu Ba's insult, she snapped. Who are you to insult me? You should inquire who I am. With that, she clapped her hands, and a group of burly men swiftly surrounded them. Seize these troublemakers. Hu Ba promptly retrieved a kitchen knife from behind him. Upon seeing the knife, Lin Tian's mouth twitched. It looked familiar. Could it be the same one he had given Hu Ba before? Hu Ba coldly huffed. Those who know their place, scram quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being uncivil. The men surrounding him burst into laughter at the sight of the kitchen knife. What the hell? Look at this old fool threatening us with a kitchen knife. How utterly ridiculous. A towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, provocatively approached Hu Ba. At a mere 1.6 meters, Hu Ba appeared diminutive beside him. The man looked down with a boastful sneer. Shorty, it's one thing to be small. Go home and drink your mother's milk for a few more years before coming out to fight us. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Hu Ba's face turned green with rage, and he launched himself forward, delivering a fierce blow with the knife handle. The towering man crumpled to the ground, foam escaping his mouth, and a large dent formed in the ground where he fell. Lin Tian stood in shock. He never anticipated Hu Ba's martial prowess to be so formidable. With admiration, he gave Hu Ba a thumbs up. Initially, he was filled with anger. For who would not feel incensed when insulted so harshly? In a fit of defiance, he resolved to purchase that piece of cloth, having heard the proprietress, known as Ru Hua, proclaim it the sole fabric of its kind in the city. He reflected on Lu Yin, the esteemed daughter of the illustrious Prime Minister Luo Sang, who resided with him in a desolate place where not even a bird would deign to land. She never expressed disdain for his humble profession nor lamented their circumstances. A mere piece of cloth seemed trivial to him, and he felt no regret in acquiring it for her. Yet, that proprietress truly irked him. Good heavens! Great spider. Are you well? Hey, don't play dead. Others gasped as they witnessed the towering figure of the 2-meter-tall spider being knocked unconscious by Hu Ba with evident force. They involuntarily swallowed hard, intimidated and reluctant to approach. Hu Ba, stroking the blade of his knife with a sense of pride, boldly proclaimed, Come on, today. I am eager to witness just how formidable you truly are, daring to be so brazen under the broad daylight. Upon hearing this, Ru Hua's expression contorted with rage as she retorted, I advise you to be cautious. I have powerful connections. Powerful connections? Hu Ba chuckled, amused at the notion. He thought to himself, if you have someone backing you, I have my own as well. Can your connections surpass the emperor's? Ru Hua, with a smug demeanor, taunted. Are you frightened now? Hu Ba, thumping his chest, feigned fear. Oh, how terrifying. Lin Tian found his antics amusing. Ru Hua, fuming with irritation, declared. You'll regret it when you see the consequences. Everyone, charge at him. I refuse to believe he can withstand all of you. With her command, a throng of individuals surged towards Hu Ba. Lin Tian sensed the impending chaos and signaled for Li Xiaoqiang and the others to prepare for a brawl. However, before they could even make a move, Hu Ba merely flicked his wrist, sending the group sprawling helplessly in all directions. Is he really that formidable? Lin Tian gazed in awe at the men soaring above him. He mused, Old Hu's martial prowess is indeed impressive. Even special effects pale in comparison. How remarkable it is to witness a true master. Even wielding a kitchen knife, he exudes such authority. Chapter 176, is that you up there? As she gazed at the men sprawled on the ground, Ru Hua was left utterly astounded. Could it be that she had encountered someone formidable today? Yet, witnessing their brazen demeanor ignited a spark of indignation within her, prompting her to discreetly summon assistance. In an effort to buy time, Ru Hua cast a cold smile at Hu Ba Dao, declaring, Very well, I commend your audacity, though I wonder if you will maintain such bravado shortly. Hu Ba, unfazed by her words, maintained his composure, asserting, No matter who arrives, I shall remain unyielding. Just you wait, do not kneel and beg for forgiveness later. Ru Hua was taken aback by Hu Ba's unwavering defiance at this juncture, yet her fear was non-existent, for she had the backing of someone powerful. With renewed confidence, she thought, I hope you can still speak so boldly in a while. At the Pang residence, Pang Wei was on the verge of entering the palace when he heard someone rush in anxiously at the entrance, making their way to the rear courtyard. The rear courtyard belonged to Ru Yu, and he wondered what trouble had arisen this time. Frowning slightly, he intended to disregard it, as he had pressing matters to discuss with Murongfu. In the courtyard, a man delivered alarming news. Who has the audacity to disturb us? The messenger replied respectfully. I do not recognize him. He has never visited our textile shop before. Ru Yu's eyes narrowed fiercely as she commanded, bring me 200 guards. I am determined to see who possesses the gall to disrespect the Ru family. Just as Pang Wei mounted his horse, he noticed guards emerging from the courtyard, forming rows at the entrance. His expression darkened instantly as he scolded, Louis, why are you all out here instead of staying at the residence? Louis responded, reporting to the general, it is Madame's order for us to assemble here. She mentioned there are disturbances at the Ru family shop, and she intends to investigate. The mention of the Ru family shop tightened Pang Wei's brow even further. At that moment, Ru Yu stepped out, and, upon seeing Pang Wei, was momentarily taken aback before flashing a charming smile. General, are you not yet on your way out? Pang Wei replied, his face impassive, I was just about to leave. Madam, why are you leading such a large contingent? Is there not a commotion at my sister's place? I have heard that the individual involved is skilled in martial arts and particularly formidable. I fear for my sister's safety. Hence I thought it prudent to bring more people to assess the situation. General, would you accompany me? The Ru family, one of the 4 prominent families in Yanjing, monopolized the silk and textile trade across the entire Yin. It was for this reason that the Pang family had permitted Pang Wei to wed the Ru family's second daughter, Ru Yu. Little did they know that Ru Yu possessed a fierce and ruthless temperament. In the 2 years since their marriage, Pang Wei had never entered her chamber, often using the pretext of war to remain stationed with the troops, wary that she might commit heinous acts under the guise of the Pang household's name. With a solemn demeanor, he consented, lead the way. Ru Yu was taken aback by Pang Wei's unexpected acquiescence. It was worth noting that over the past 2 years, she had only seen him twice, once on their wedding night, when he lifted the veil just to glance at her before turning away, and again just a few days ago upon his return from the army. Despite his presence, their encounters had been scant. Moments ago, she had prepared to lead a group out upon hearing that Pang Wei was to enter the palace. Little did she expect to find herself still present. Ru Yu and her sister Ru Hua were of entirely different breeds. Though they were both twins, their appearances were strikingly disparate. However, their tempers were rather similar. When Pang Wei and his 200 guards arrived at Ru Hua's fabric shop, he, still mounted, was taken aback upon seeing Hu Ba. He thought to himself, how could it be him? Hu Ba, upon realizing that the reinforcements summoned by Ru Hua were none other than Pang Wei, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, who could it be? Why, it is Pang Wei. Their previous acquaintance had transpired during the last strategic discussions of the Northwest Allied forces. Is it you? Is it truly you? They both exclaimed in unison, which left Ru Hua's triumphant smile frozen on her face. You know each other? Her expression was a canvas of disbelief. Even Ru Yu, who had just disembarked from the carriage, was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the troublemaker would be acquainted with Pang Wei, which left her somewhat embarrassed. Noticing this, Ru Hua immediately switched to a mode of flattery, saying, what a mishap. A case of a family not recognizing its own. It's all a misunderstanding. She approached with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. However, Hu Ba was not swayed by her charm. Daring to offend Master Hong, this woman deserves 100 deaths without redemption. Lin Tian quickly discerned that this man was acquainted with old Hu. He breathed a sigh of relief, having previously worried that Ru Hua's summoned reinforcements might be formidable adversaries. Although they knew Murong Fu, it seemed trivial to disturb him over such a minor issue. It could leave a poor impression on the elder. Pang Wei hastily dismounted, and Hu Ba observed him with a grin, contemplating that this man was affiliated with Murong Fu. If he offended the master, it would be tantamount to Murong Fu incurring the master's wrath. How delightful it would be to see how he would extricate himself from his predicament. Pang Wei was well aware of Hu Ba's identity but had never met Lin Tian and was unaware of his status. Just as he scrutinized Lin Tian with suspicion, Hu Ba, holding a kitchen knife, kindly interjected, ahem, this is that esteemed individual. Pang Wei's body jolted at the words. His gaze fell upon Lin Tian, his pupils dilating in shock. Could this be the one? He had not anticipated such youth. Drawing a deep breath, he quickly dismounted and knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Lin Tian. I am Pang Wei, honored to meet the master. Lin Tian blinked, staring at Pang Wei, momentarily perplexed. Could it be that Murong Fu had mentioned him? He surmised that his skills in metalwork had indeed garnered some recognition during that battle. The bat suit and crossbow arrows had, in some measure, proven beneficial. After a brief reflection, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, saying, I dare not claim the title of master. I am merely a blacksmith. Please rise. Ru Hua was utterly bewildered. The reinforcements she had summoned had arrived only to bow before the other party. What was happening? She stared blankly at her sister, and Ru Yu's expression mirrored her own, both wearing faces of confusion. Pang Wei, having been elevated to the esteemed rank of a first-class official, stood as a figure of authority in the Great Yin, where no chancellor existed. It could be said that he occupied a position just below that of the emperor himself. The individual before him, who commanded such respect that even he felt compelled to bow in deference, was undoubtedly of royal lineage. Ryu was taken aback. To offend a member of the royal family was no trivial matter. It could lead to a death sentence. The Ryu family, despite its wealth, was merely a merchant clan. As the saying goes, the common man should not contend with officials, nor should the rich quarrel with the powerful. Now, having incurred the wrath of the royal relatives, Ryu could only muster the courage to cast a pleading glance at Pang Wei, hoping he might assist the Ryu family. Pang Wei furrowed his brow, recognizing that this was a master, a person whom even the emperor would treat with utmost reverence. Yet, this woman had the audacity to dismiss such a master. Truly, she seemed to be courting disaster. Cold sweat beaded on Pang Wei's forehead as he implored, "Master, my wife's sister was unaware of your esteemed status and has offended you. I beg your forgiveness." As he spoke, beads of sweat dropped to the ground. Lin Tian, observing the sincerity in his apology, felt his anger dissipate considerably. He thought to himself that it was not entirely Pang Wei's fault. Thus, he responded with a smile, "No harm done. It is but a minor issue. Please rise." Upon hearing that the master had pardoned their recklessness, Pang Wei slowly stood up. He gazed at Lin Tian, feeling an inexplicable sensation of being seen through, despite not perceiving any internal energy emanating from him. Could this truly be a peerless master? Indeed, he was formidable. Chapter 177, The Master's Favoritism, Bestowing Rubies? Pang Wei had heard Murong Fu speak of the master's remarkable martial prowess. Though the specific school or sect of his training remained unknown, it was undeniably impressive. The iron tools crafted under his hand were unparalleled. Upon observing the kitchen knife in Hu Ba's possession, his belief was further solidified. The knife emitted a faint purple glow, a symbol of a heavenly weapon. Having dealt with weaponry for so long, he could easily recognize its significance. Ru Hua had come to realize that Lin Tian and his companions were not to be trifled with. She hurriedly fetched the exquisite snow satin from within and respectfully presented it to Lin Tian, saying, "My lord, I am but a humble woman who fails to recognize the grandeur before me. Please, do not hold my ignorance against me. This is the satin you desire, and I beseech you to accept it." As Lin Tian gazed upon the silk, akin to jade, his heart was stirred. 300 taels, should he take it or not? Just as he wrestled with this dilemma, Hu Ba stepped forward to claim it. "You have good taste," he declared, delightfully cradling the satin behind Lin Tian, his expression beseeching praise. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with appreciation, thinking to himself how astute Hu Ba truly was. He coughed lightly, smiling as he said, "Then I must thank the shopkeeper for this generous gift." "Not at all, my lord, I am simply glad you are pleased," Ru Hua replied, eager to conclude this farce and return home for a bath and meal. Pang Wei, observing from the side, breathed a sigh of relief. Who could predict the repercussions of inciting the master's wrath? "Master, perhaps you would like to sit at my humble abode for a while. I can arrange for someone to escort you back later." Hastily, Lin Tian shook his head in refusal. "There is no need to trouble yourself any further." Hu Ba, brimming with pride, interjected, "We have our own carriage, so there is no need for your concern." He even began to envision Murong Fu being reprimanded by the master, chuckling at the thought of him failing to manage his subordinates. Oh, how unfortunate for him to provoke the master. It is a blessing for us that the master has taken a liking to this satin. Hearing this, Pang Wei felt a pang of disappointment, fearing the master might harbor resentment against him. If the emperor were to find out, his fate would be sealed. "Master, are you truly not angry?" He dared not inquire aloud. Instead, he cast a furtive glance at Lin Tian, only to find him gazing contentedly at the fabric. Pang Wei's heart raced with trepidation. He had never expected to encounter the master, let alone in such a manner. A cold sweat broke out on his back. It was too late for words now. The event had transpired, and he could only submit to the master's judgment. He could only hope that the master would not direct his ire towards the yin with a heavy heart. Pang Wei closed his eyes, lamenting inwardly, "Your Majesty, it is my fault. I have wronged the yin, its people, and you. If the master were to truly become enraged over this matter, I would be the center of the yin." Yet, he soon considered Hu Ba. Surely, Hu Ba, being a favored companion of the master, would come to my aid. Pang Wei looked up at him, only to see Hu Ba, clutching the snow satin, whistling nonchalantly, pretending not to notice. Pang Wei felt a chill run through him. It was over. Hu Ba was a man of the Flame Emperor. How could he possibly assist him? Both the Flame Emperor and their sovereign wished to present themselves favorably before the master. Now, having committed a grave error, his adversaries would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to undermine his majesty. Consequently, he would become a definitive scapegoat. Upon reflection, the signs had been evident yesterday. The master had sent someone to seek him out, only for that person to nearly be fed to the dogs by Zhu Shi. The master had clearly given him a warning in advance. It was he who had failed to comprehend it. Observing Pang Wei's face etched with sorrow, Lin Tian inquired, "What troubles you?" Hu Ba jested, "He is likely regretting his decision to come today." The last few words were left unspoken. Yet Lin Tian interpreted them as Pang Wei lamenting his gift of fabric. After all, it was worth 300 taels. Could one not feel remorse over such a loss? This realization made Lin Tian feel increasingly awkward, believing he should not take advantage of someone else's misfortune. After some contemplation, he finally spoke, Well, esteemed Pang, I cannot accept this silk without offering something in return. How about I exchange this for it? With that, he produced a piece of jade from his pocket. Hu Ba was taken aback. The jade pendant appeared vibrant and exquisite, unmistakably a top-tier ruby. The master had gifted this to him. Little Tian, may I? Hu Ba stammered, eager yet hesitant to express his desire. Lin Tian, however, remained unfazed. This jade pendant was something he had found by the river and polished himself. Despite his lack of knowledge about jade, he found it remarkably beautiful. To offer 300 taels for Pang Wei's sake seemed inappropriate, and if he were to actually pay, it might create an awkward situation. However, bartering was a different matter. It would allow him to maintain his dignity while sparing the other party from discomfort. After all, they were the ones at fault in this situation. An apology was warranted. Was it not? Why, then, had the master gifted him the jade? Pang Wei hesitated to accept, fearing he was hallucinating. He blinked vigorously to ensure he was not mistaken. The ruby pendant was indeed before him. Ru Hua was equally bewildered. The ragged Lin Tian had produced a ruby of such size. She had never encountered a gem of this magnitude in Yinjing. Not only her, but Ru Yu's covetousness was also stirred. If she adorned herself with it, the noble relatives in her circle would no longer dare to underestimate her. What to do? She longed for it so desperately. Unable to resist, Ru Yu reached out, yearning to grasp the ruby. The first to react, Pang Wei quickly asserted, I cannot accept. Seeing his earnestness and courtesy, Lin Tian placed the pendant before him. If you do not take it, how can I feel justified in accepting this silk? Pang Wei was utterly bewildered. He did not understand whether the master had forgiven him or what was transpiring. At one moment, he was consumed by anger, and at the next, he was bestowed with a ruby. It is worth noting that the value of this ruby far exceeds that of mere snow silk. Hu Ba was filled with an insatiable desire. Heaven knows how much he yearned for that gemstone. With a look of deep resentment, he gazed at Pang Wei, musing that indeed, the master was biased, allowing those under Murong Fu's command to receive rubies so easily. As for him, after toiling tirelessly for an entire day, he had only earned 3 ingots of silver. Alas! Then, I must express my gratitude to the master, he lamented. Trembling, Pang Wei accepted the ruby. Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly, thinking, brother, while I may enjoy a cordial relationship with your emperor, there is no need for such formality. Moreover, the term master struck him as somewhat off, leaving him at a loss for words. He felt that after spending so much time with them, he had become somewhat abnormal himself. Well then, the day is drawing to a close. Let us return and perhaps fate shall bring us together again, he said with a smile, before taking the exquisite snow silk from Hu Ba's hands and departing with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Pang Wei's heart remained tumultuous after acquiring the ruby. As he pondered the implications of the master's gift, suddenly he recalled the fragments of maps Di Qing had given him the previous day, marked with red dots indicating the locations of hidden military provisions. Red dots, the ruby. The master must be hinting at something. There could be no mistake. With this thought, Pang Wei leapt onto his horse in excitement, turning to ride away, leaving behind a bewildered group of guards and a pair of confused sisters. Chapter 178. The true purpose of the ruby in the carriage. Hu Ba felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, unable to fathom the master's intentions. Upon entering the village, Lin Tian smiled warmly and said, Brother Hu, I must trouble you again. Please, come inside and have a cup of tea. If it were not for his presence, selling the tiger could not have proceeded so smoothly. Gratitude was still in order. Hu Ba waved his hand dismissively, replying politely, such words are unnecessary. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Lin Tian, feeling quite content after selling the silver and acquiring a fine piece of fabric, smiled back. Come, you have all worked hard today. We must go inside and enjoy a drink. Li Xiaoqiang, shyly lifting the large bags he carried, responded, I shall pass. Xiaohua and the children are waiting for me at home. He could hardly wait to return with these delightful treasures. The thought of the expressions on the faces of the 3 women at home upon seeing these items made him involuntarily beam with joy. Naturally, all of this was due to Lin Tian's efforts. Li Xiaoqiang realized that every time he accompanied Lin Tian, unexpected gains followed. The more he pondered this, the more resolute he became in his decision to stick with Lin Tian. Seeing that Li Xiaoqiang would not linger, Hu Ba thought it may be inappropriate for him to remain alone, fearing that the master might expect a reward for merely running errands. He mused that their standing in the master's eyes would diminish even further. Xiaotian, I would like to return to the shop as well. Perhaps we can enjoy a drink together another day? Not wanting to impose, Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Very well, we shall gather another time. The 2 men nodded and turned to leave. After selling the silver and carrying the snow satin into the house, Lin Tian found that Lu Yanran was taken aback by the luxurious garment he had purchased for her. Husband, did you not wish to lead a simple life? This fabric is exquisite snow satin, costing at least 200 or 300 taels of silver per bolt. Husband, this is far too extravagant. Perhaps we should return it? Hearing his wife's words, Lin Tian felt a pang of discomfort. The esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister of Luosang had undoubtedly worn the finest silks and satins, yet now, due to her marriage to him, she hesitated over such a gift, which tugged at his heartstrings. He promptly reassured her, do not worry. This is not something I purchased. It was a gift from someone else. We cannot return it. When you have time, you may make garments from it. Upon learning that it was a gift from another, Liu Yinran's worries dissipated. However, Lin Tian refrained from revealing the identity of the giver, particularly since it was fabric intended for women. She was filled with curiosity yet did not voice her questions. She believed her husband had his reasons for not sharing, and there must be a rationale behind his silence. Little did she know that Lin Tian was merely trying to spare her any anxiety. Had he mentioned that this fabric almost brought them trouble, she would undoubtedly have objected. In the palace, Pang Wei held the ruby in excitement as he looked at Murongfu. The latter, who had been troubled by this matter, suddenly sprang to his feet. Indeed, the master is providing us with a clue. He has a way to resolve the issue concerning the map. The more I gazed at the ruby in Pang Wei's hand, the more I felt it was indeed significant. I sighed, marveling at how the master seemed to see through all matters. Despite our efforts to keep this affair discreet, he had already been aware. Could it be that the master knew of this incident but had other plans, waiting for us to pay him a visit? Pang Wei furrowed his brow. The master's residence was not far, and with such a blatant hint from him, it would be foolish to remain oblivious. Just moments before, he had sensed a palpable jealousy emanating from Huba. Jealousy? He could not quite grasp it. Was it perhaps due to the ruby? Di Qing stood quietly to the side. Without an order from Murongfu, he was unable to venture anywhere. How could the divine physician be the master? What could it mean that the master had bestowed upon them this ruby? Listening to their conversation, Di Qing felt increasingly bewildered. If it were possible, he wished to directly inquire at the divine physician's residence. Why don't we seek out the master now? Proposed Pang Wei. Di Qing silently nodded in agreement. However, upon hearing this, Murongfu fell into deep contemplation. No, the master's intention in giving him this ruby was likely more intricate than it seemed. Perhaps there lay a deeper significance. Based on his understanding of the master, he believed that if the master wished to convey something, he would not orchestrate such a convoluted scenario, nor would he deliberately have Pang Wei take possession of the ruby. Indeed, if he considered the matter this simplistically, he would no longer be the master's most trusted confidant. He mused. Your Majesty, let us depart. Pang Wei's excitement was evident as he urged Murongfu to set off. No, the master's purpose is probably not so straightforward. Allow me a moment to ponder. There must be another implication, he replied. Having been with the master for so long, he had grown accustomed to scrutinizing every word and action, striving to grasp the master's true intentions before proceeding. Initially confused, Pang Wei observed Murongfu's serious demeanor and took a seat once more. Ruby, map, left side, he muttered repeatedly. The two beside him dared not interrupt, for he was the emperor. His words were edicts that none in Dian could contest. This was also the source of Murongfu's confidence. Had it been Long Outyin or Qin Zheng, they would likely struggle to comprehend the master's meaning. Speaking of Long Outyin, Murongfu quickly inquired, have we received any news from Old Long? Pang Wei answered, this morning. We received word that the Saint Dragon sect has recently dispatched many individuals to Shinwu Mountain. Their movements are discreet. They likely caught wind of something and aimed to secretly transport the military funds. Murongfu frowned. Shinwu Mountain was not far from the Shinwu sect. What was the intent of the Saint Dragon sect in placing military funds there? Recalling what Murongbo had mentioned previously, that Guanzhou had returned to Bailings. It seemed connected to the treasures of their ancestral sect. And those treasures lay near Shinwu Mountain. Was it merely a coincidence? Could it be that the master intends for them to assist in resolving the affairs of the divine martial sect? Or perhaps he is hinting that one of the locations marked on the map is the site of the sect's hidden treasure? Murongfu gasped in realization, exclaiming, I understand now. His exclamation startled the two companions. I knew it. Only I can truly comprehend the master's intent. The true meaning? Pang Wei was taken aback, bewildered. Your Majesty, what is the true meaning? We do not grasp a single word. How could you understand? Otherwise, do you think I would be favored by the master? He laughed heartily. Come, let us visit the master. Murongfu chuckled wildly, clutching a ruby as though he held the world in his hands. The two looked at him with puzzled expressions, feeling that his laughter was unnervingly frenzied, sending chills down their spines. Di Qing remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Perhaps only upon meeting the divine physician could he seek clarity. As for the divine physician, he was at a loss for how to express his gratitude. The emperor's command to accompany him was perplexing, and he could not fathom its significance. For now, the only course of action was to proceed step by step. Chapter 179. Finding the treasure entrance and Bailing in the majestic SHNW mountain, an expanse of pristine forest unfolds endlessly. Enormous birds soar across the sky, while the fierce beasts of the woodland occasionally glance upwards. In this realm of survival of the fittest, even the most skilled martial artists dare not tread lightly. Yet, hidden within this wilderness lies the treasure left behind by the ancestors of the SHNW sect. The disciples of the Holy Dragon sect claim that military supplies are concealed here, merely a ruse to mask their true intent of seizing the treasure. Master, we have been searching according to the map for a month now. Only this area remains unexplored. Upon hearing this, Li Wnl's eyes narrowed, a glint of cunning flashing within. If he were to acquire this treasure, the Holy Dragon sect would possess wealth rivaling nations, fulfilling their ambition to become the foremost sect in Bailing. The last encounter with Gu Nh I had left him humiliated. Recently, emboldened by royal support, They had imposed severe pressure on their docks and markets, resulting in a staggering loss of nearly 60% in profits. If this continues, they would be left with nothing. This was the predicament Gu Nhi had forced upon him. Were it not for the celestial artifact, how could Gu Nhi, with his mediocre skills, possibly stand against him? With this thought, a fervor ignited in his eyes. For among the treasures was a celestial artifact. Should he obtain it, he would possess the strength to contend with Gu Nhi. What of masters and their prowess? With mountains high and emperors distant, who would heed them? Gazing at the verdant expanse before him, Li Wn commanded those behind him, advance. The map cannot be in error. Search diligently. Whoever discovers the entrance to the treasure shall be richly rewarded. Upon hearing the promise of reward, his subordinates were filled with fervor, rushing into the forest to seek the entrance. At that moment, a report came, Master, our men have spotted individuals from the SHNW sect just beyond the small ravine. Have they finally caught up? Li Wn scoffed inwardly. Without a map, they could still track them. Gu Nhi possesses some skill indeed. Moreover, at this critical juncture, they must have exerted considerable effort to follow them here. He inquired, how many have come? A kneeling man replied cautiously. It appears there are over 50. Judging by their presence, they are likely the elite of the SHNW sect. The elite are in motion? He ground his teeth in frustration. Send more men to deal with them. Clutching the treasure map tightly, he recalled how Gu Nshn had given it to him. In the past, Gu Nshn had pilfered this map from the secret chamber of the SHNW sect to demonstrate his sincerity, crafting a replica to avoid detection. Little did he know that the man was utterly incompetent, failing multiple times to eliminate Gu Nhi. A cruel smile crept across Li Wn's lips. Initially suspecting it was a forgery, he now realized its authenticity. With the treasure within reach, he would not allow them to thwart his plans. Master, we have also detected someone covertly following us. The individual possesses formidable skills, but their exact location remains unknown, regardless of who it may be. Keep a vigilant watch and seize the opportunity to eliminate them all. Lu Wendong's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty intensity, as if the treasure were already within his grasp, and others were merely there to snatch it from him. In the forest, Long Outyin and Kong Xingyun stood motionless atop a tree, observing the scene. Kong Xingyun coldly inquired, Your Majesty, shall we take action? Long Outyin replied calmly, Let us observe further. There is no need to intervene unless absolutely necessary. After all, our objective this time is to secure military funds for Old Mu. It would be unwise to complicate matters. Kong Xingyun nodded in agreement. At that moment, a commotion arose from beneath the trees as a member of the Holy Dragon sect exclaimed, I found it. Over here. Suddenly, a man ahead waved his arms excitedly from within the grass, thrilled to have discovered the entrance. He dashed forward upon hearing that the cave entrance had been located. Hidden among the foliage was a faintly visible stone door. The stone door. Despite thoroughly inspecting the surroundings, he found no mechanisms. Was it possible that a key was required to unlock this stone door? Studying the map closely, he noticed it bore no markings or symbolic designs. Just then, he spotted members of the Divine Martial sect approaching. They must know how to open it. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded those beneath him, send someone to inform them. Lure the Divine Martial sect over, and have our brothers lie in ambush nearby. Once they open the stone door, we shall capture that group of scoundrels in one fell swoop. Lu Wendong deemed this strategy viable. Why not wait until they retrieve the treasure before we seize it? Questioned his second-in-command, though he refrained from pursuing the matter further, aware of their leader's notorious methods, which were often ruthless. Perhaps their leader had other plans in mind. Lu Wendong had ascended to the position of sect leader through his brutal and bloodthirsty tactics, far surpassing that of the previous leader. His martial prowess ranked first among the top 10 sects in Bailing, and his sinister technique, the poison dragon skill, had reached the 9th level. Those who fell victim to his attacks would suffer excruciatingly gruesome deaths. It was this power that emboldened him to invade the territory of the Divine Martial sect in search of treasure. Meanwhile, at a small ravine, the composed Guanjuer of the Holy Dragon sect reported, Father, I've located those scoundrels. Guanhai seethed with anger, gritting his teeth, send someone to pursue them. We cannot allow them to obtain the treasure. Naturally, anyone daring to covet the treasures of our Divine Martial sect is courting death, Guanjuer declared with boldness. Guanhai, as a father, sensed a distinct shift in his daughter's aura upon her return, leaving him perplexed by her noticeably diminished internal strength. Daughter, are you still unwilling to share the truth about your internal energy? Guanjuer felt a pang of embarrassment, thinking how her father had inadvertently brought up such an uncomfortable topic. Matters of infidelity were hardly suitable for discussion. Revealing them would only lead to ridicule. Recalling her earlier struggles, her expression shifted to one of unease. Alas, father, do not inquire further. Guanhai, witnessing her reluctance to divulge, could not help but exhale a sigh, pondering the undeniable truth that a daughter grows beyond her father's reach. It had been but a fleeting moment, and already, his cherished daughter refrained from confiding in him. Might it be due to the master? Recalling the exquisite taste of those grapes he had once savored, akin to a celestial experience. He marveled at the thought that even emperors of 2 realms had never had the privilege of such a delicacy. The mere notion that he had partaken in it seemed surreal. Could it be that the bond between the master and his daughter had deepened? Otherwise, how could one explain the master's keen interest in Jua? As a fellow man, he found it hard to believe that the master harbored no feelings for his daughter. Turning to see his daughter's bashful countenance, he understood everything. Bashful. At that moment, Guanjuer felt nothing short of embarrassed. The memory of her previous awkwardness flushed her cheeks crimson. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her expression was interpreted by her father as one of shyness. How mortifying. Perhaps the heavens themselves could no longer tolerate Guan Hai's self-absorption, for a sudden rumble of thunder interrupted his endless musings. Upon hearing the thunder, Guan Hai regained his senses. Observing the shifting shadows before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. How audacious, to provoke him once more, that would not escape his wrath unscathed. Though this was Shinwu Mountain, with its intricate terrain, it remained their territory. Did they truly believe they could seek treasure here? Such folly. He was eager to witness what they might uncover. With a chilling resolve, Guan Hai commanded his disciples behind him to prepare for battle. Chapter 180. Lu Wendong releases poisonous smoke. The disciples of the divine martial sect nimbly leaped across the ravine. Observing that the members of the sacred dragon sect were poised to strike. Unfortunately, it appeared that their adversaries were disinclined to engage, retreating after only a few exchanges. When had the sacred dragon sect become so easily intimidated? Witnessing this, Guan Hai suspected that Lu Wendong was once again orchestrating a cunning scheme. Perhaps attempting to lure them into a trap. Could it be that he had laid an ambush elsewhere? Holding the map in his hands, he analyzed it meticulously. They were nearing the entrance, and it was likely that Lu Wendong had already located it but was unable to open the stone door. Thus, he sought to draw them in, waiting for them to unlock the door before annihilating them all at once. At this thought, Guan Hai couldn't help but commend Lu Wendong's calculations. Did he truly believe him to be a fool? How could he overlook such a simple matter? A flock of crows soared overhead, prompting another thought. After all, they too were incapable of opening the stone door. Guan Hai was at a loss for words. Why did the ancestors leave behind treasures only to shroud them in such elaborate mysteries? Why not simply grant them access? No. It seemed they were merely inviting trouble upon themselves. Guan Hai grumbled inwardly. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed as a bolt of lightning struck a large tree in front of him. Startled, he shivered and quickly bowed toward the surroundings, muttering, "Forgive me, ancestors." "Forgive me," Guanjuer observed her father's nervous demeanor and thought it absurd that just a flash of lightning could frighten him into such a posture. "Father, shall we continue the pursuit?" she inquired, noting that their quarry was nearly out of sight, leaving only them standing idle. Guan Hai shook his head. "There's no need. That rascal Lu Wendong intends to lure us away. They must be unable to open the stone door, waiting for us to arrive, unlock it, and then ambush us. Such a naive plan. Is that so?" She pondered, uncertainty creeping into her thoughts. "But we also do not know how to open the stone door." "Indeed. How can we possibly unlock the stone door?" Guan Hai lamented. Guanjuer looked at him in confusion, thinking, "Aren't you the sect leader? How can you not know?" Guan Hai sighed helplessly. This map was something he had discovered in the secret chamber, and logically, Lu Wendong should not possess it. How then had he obtained the treasure map? The mystery gnawed at him. Even with great skill, it was improbable that he could acquire it. After all, the map had been secured in the secret chamber. Could it be Guan Shan? The thought ignited a furious blaze within Guan Hai. Could that brat not engage in a single honorable endeavor? Who else had the capability to pilfer the treasure map from the secret chamber? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. "We shall remain here. This ravine offers excellent cover. They are unable to open the stone door. So we shall wait and see who can outlast whom." "You are right, but this area is rife with ferocious beasts. Here lies a source of water. What shall we do if we encounter danger?" Throughout their journey, they had yet to face such a predicament, yet that did not guarantee their continued fortune. She had a foreboding sense that the closer they drew to the treasure, the greater the peril. Just as Guanjuer finished speaking, a ferocious roar of a beast echoed not far away. Could this be true? Was it a case of bad omens? What a jinx! "Fear not, for we are many. Each armed with weapons, we can contend with common beasts." Since Guan Hai acquired the celestial weapon, his confidence soared. Even Emperor Chu occasionally visited him for tea. Such treatment was unparalleled among the leaders of the divine martial sect. The adversaries observed them, seemingly unfazed, and did not pursue. They were momentarily confounded. The orders received were to lure the members of the divine martial sect, yet the enemy was not playing by the rules. How could they entice them? They could only continue to probe their intentions. Witnessing this, Guan Hai became increasingly convinced that Lu Wendong was indeed playing this cunning game. When his subordinates relayed the news, Lu Wendong's expression twisted with fury. How clever of them to not fall for his ploy. Given this, he surveyed his surroundings. Surely, the royal forces could not reach this desolate place, could they? Resolutely, he smirked, stating that if they would not be deceived, he would not hesitate to act with cruelty. After all, in such wilderness, it would be quite normal for one to perish and be devoured by beasts. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, yes, yes. His subordinates eagerly chimed in. Let us go. Lu Wendong turned and led his men back into the fray. Guan Hai was taken aback by their rapid return. Suddenly, a sharp twang of an arrow pierced the air. Zing! It shot directly towards his face. Although this arrow lacked the astonishing power of a master's Xianyuan bow, at such close range, fired from Lu Wendong, a skilled opponent, its might was not to be underestimated. Guanjuer's face paled with concern. Fortunately, her father deflected it with a dagger. It must be said, The celestial weapon was indeed formidable. Guan Hai maintained a calm demeanor, asserting that even with Lu Wendong's exceptional martial prowess, or even if the poison dragon technique were perfected, he would still be no match for him. As long as he wielded the celestial weapon, it mattered not the type of armament he employed. Is the poison dragon technique truly so powerful? Let us see it in action. As Guan Hai evaded the arrow, Lu Wendong, unwilling to concede, unleashed 3 more arrows in quick succession. Guan Zhuo watched anxiously, recalling how the master had promised to craft crossbow arrows for her, a request she had hesitated to make. Had she possessed them, Lu Wendong would not have dared to be so arrogant. Brother Lin, when will you finally create those crossbow arrows for me? Guan Zhuo felt tears welling up, believing she had been deceived by the master. Oh, whoa. Clang, clang, clang. The arrowhead struck against the blade, igniting sparks. Humph. Lu Wendong's 4 consecutive arrows failed to inflict any harm upon Guan Hai, fixated on the dagger in his hand. He could not help but feel a strong desire to seize it. Indeed, the celestial weapon was as formidable as rumored. If Guan Hai did not possess this formidable weapon of heavenly principles, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 300 moves. However, it now appeared that he must resort to some cunning tactics. Come here, I command you, he instructed. You shall proceed as follows. Immediately, his subordinates obeyed, stealthily infiltrating the woods. Seizing the opportunity, they quietly ignited a white smoke bomb. Soon, as the smoke billowed forth, it drifted across the wind towards the adversaries. Upon witnessing the emergence of the white haze, Guan Hai's expression darkened. He bellowed, "Damn you, Lu Wenlong! How despicable you are, resorting to toxic smoke. Do you possess any sense of martial ethics? Who taught you about martial ethics? Victory is the only measure of skill. Do you think that possessing a heavenly weapon makes you exceptional? If you truly have the ability, why not refrain from breathing?" Guan Hai seethed with anger. "Father, this smoke is toxic. We must retreat," Guan Zhuo cautioned, covering her mouth and nose earnestly. Guan Hai nodded and turned to instruct his disciples to withdraw hastily. Yet, Lu Wenlong, seeing his scheme succeed, could not allow them to escape. With a sudden leap, he popped a white pill into his mouth and charged towards Guan Hai, launching a fierce palm strike. The force of his attack was fierce, prompting Guan Hai to evade by sidestepping. In an instant, a palm print was left imprinted on the great tree behind him, with a white liquid seeping from its center. Guan Hai furrowed his brow, taken aback by the potency of Lu Wenlong's poison. Should it strike a person, their skin would surely rot away. Chapter 181. The timely arrival of the wolf pack. Bang. 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 Lu Wenlong launched a series of fierce strikes, offering no chance for Guan Hai to resist. Guan Hai was caught off guard by the sinister techniques of the poison dragon skill. Every tree struck by him began to rot, ultimately snapping in two, with white foam bubbling incessantly from the broken ends. Witnessing the disciples of his sect retreating in disarray stirred a fire within him. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the two engaged in a fierce battle, a cacophony of beastly roars suddenly erupted from behind Lu Wendong. The sound suggested that there was more than one creature. Despite hearing the commotion, neither combatant showed signs of halting their clash until they spotted a pack of enormous wolves descending the hillside, their sizes rivaling that of full-grown tigers. Are these truly wolves? How can they be so large? The members of the sacred dragon sect were instantly filled with dread, retreating in haste. This was the first time they had encountered such colossal wolves, and upon closer inspection, they realized the hillside was teeming with them. Good heavens! One of these beasts could fill their bellies, and with a whole hillside of wolves, they would be left with nothing but bones. Retreat! Do not provoke them, Lu Wendong growled, issuing commands to his subordinates. Guan Hai, wary of Lu Wendong's potential sneak attack while also observing the wolves' movements, gravely instructed, everyone fall back. Remain vigilant of the wolf pack, and do not anger them. Both sect leaders spoke in unison, prompting their followers to hastily retreat. Among the pack stood a striking white wolf, seemingly the leader, with piercing blue eyes fixed upon them. It lifted its head and let out a chilling howl. A woo. The leader's call reverberated through the forest, met with a chorus of howls in response. A woo. In an instant, the entire forest was alive with the sound of wolves. It's over. Have we stumbled into a den of wolves? Even with the heavenly artifact in his possession, Guan Hai felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of wolves. Beside him, Guan Zhuo was nearly in tears, pondering how such enormous creatures could have come into being. The two factions, originally at odds, were now compelled to retreat in the face of the wolf pack. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Guan Hai was distracted, Lu Wendong launched a surprise attack. However, Guan Hai reacted swiftly, raising his dagger to shield his chest. Lu Wendong's palm struck the dagger with a resounding thud, leaving no mark. Roar! Yet, Lu Wendong's sudden attack inexplicably incited the wrath of the wolves. A gray wolf, baring its teeth and drooling, leaped over a nearby rock, lunging mercilessly at Lu Wendong's neck with its gaping maw. This sight horrified Lu Wendong, who instinctively struck the gray wolf with his palm. How dare you bite me? His blow landed heavily on the wolf's massive form, causing it to collapse to the ground with a pained howl. Moments later, the area where he struck began to rot away. After a brief struggle, the gray wolf writhed in agony before succumbing to death. Seeing the wolf perish at his hands, Lu Wendong revealed a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. He wiped his hands on the gray wolf's fur, disdainfully kicking the lifeless body aside. The reckless beast. Upon witnessing the slaughter of their companion, the wolf pack was engulfed in fury. They howled once more, launching a renewed assault, this time not by one, but many. The air was filled with their ferocious roars. Lu Wenlong, driven by rage, fought desperately while attempting to flee. Curiously, these wolves refrained from attacking the disciples of the divine martial sect. As the members of the sacred dragon sect were torn apart by the wolves' arms, heads, and thighs, the scene was gruesomely bloody. The subordinates of the sacred dragon sect, clearly outmatched, expressed their terror, exclaiming, "Sect master, why are these wolves only targeting us?" Lu Wenlong, blinded by wrath, fixed his gaze on Guan Hai, who had long since distanced himself, his eyes filled with resentment. He struck down a gray wolf before him, pondering if this had anything to do with the treasure of the divine martial sect. Were these wolves guardians of the treasure? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. How could such beasts possess such knowledge? It was merely a coincidence. He could only blame himself for having yielded to the temptation of slaughtering that wolf, thus inciting the pack's wrath. We must retreat and discuss this later. At that moment, Lu Wenlong was in a pitiful state, drenched in blood. Despite his formidable martial prowess, he could not contend with the relentless advance of the wolves. Guan Zhuer, having retreated earlier, was equally astonished. The wolves behaved as if they were domesticated. Father, I sensed something peculiar about this situation. Did you know there were wolves guarding the treasure? Guan Hai shook his head, replying, Your grandfather never mentioned the presence of wolves at the treasure location. Had I not witnessed it myself today, I would still be oblivious. Shortly after their escape, the members of the sacred dragon sect emerged as well, but compared to before, they were in a state of utter disarray, with barely any intact. You, Guan Hai, did you intentionally lure us here to annihilate us? Lu Wenlong growled, clutching his torn arm. Lure you? Surely you jest. I have yet to ask how you obtained our sect's treasure map. Speak, was it that scoundrel Guanshan who provided it to you? In response to Guan Hai's inquiry, Lu Wenlong smirked, admitting, Indeed, it was that foolish wretch who gave it to me. What of it? What of it? I shall kill you. With that, Guan Hai brandished a dagger and charged forward. Yet, after only a few steps, he felt his strength waning, the effects of the toxic smoke beginning to take hold. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to disregard the toxins coursing through him and forcefully eliminate Lu Wenlong. But who was Lu Wenlong? The sect master of the sacred dragon sect. His martial skill surpassing Guan Hai's. Even with a heavenly weapon in hand, lacking internal energy rendered him powerless against Lu Wenlong. A martial artist without internal strength is no different from an ordinary person. Although Lu Wenlong was injured, his internal energy remained intact. He was not confident in his ability to defeat a dying adversary. Having never faced a true master, risking his life seemed unwise. After weighing his options, Guan Hai gritted his teeth and declared, We shall withdraw. Guan Zhuer wholeheartedly agreed with this decision, as she felt utterly devoid of internal strength at that moment. If a confrontation were to arise, she would be of no assistance whatsoever. Upon witnessing their retreat, Lu Wenlong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The recent battle against the wolf pack had severely depleted his internal energy, and he was now relying solely on sheer willpower. It was only after he could no longer discern the figures of Guan Hai and his companions that he could no longer endure. And a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Master! His subordinates hurried to support him. His eyes were bloodshot, and with his uninjured hand, he wiped the corners of his mouth, a chilling smile gracing his features. Let us depart. His followers, sensing the urgency, swiftly assisted him in retreating. It was evident that the sacred dragon sect had suffered significant losses this time. Out of the 200 disciples he had brought, nearly all had perished during the wolf pack's assault, leaving only a handful, perhaps a mere dozen, remaining. Lu Wenlong had not anticipated that in his quest for treasure, he would incur such substantial losses among his subordinates. His hatred for the Guan father and daughter deepened. Having failed this time, the prospects for the next opportunity appeared bleak. He also contemplated that the increased danger of this location was indicative of the treasure's extraordinary nature. Otherwise, the ancestor of the divine martial sect would not have chosen this site for concealment. However, the pressing concern remained. How to confront this pack of feral beasts was a troubling dilemma. Furthermore, the means to open the stone door remained shrouded in mystery, necessitating a strategy to extract information from the divine martial sect. As he pondered these matters, Lu Wenlong's vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 182. The gardens ruined in a state of urgency, Murongfu and his companions rushed to the blacksmith shop. Peng Wei was puzzled, wondering what exactly the emperor had comprehended. Why had he not shared any information with them? What if they entered and were unable to manage whatever he might throw at them? Anxiety clouded Peng Wei's mind. Unfortunately, the blacksmith shop remained closed that day. Curiously, Murongfu knocked on the door, but received no response. He pondered whether the master was aware of their arrival and had chosen to avoid them. He knocked again. Yet still, no answer came. Di Qing stood dumbfounded, contemplating the emperor's strange behavior. The two men, rendered motionless, resembled two wooden figures. At that moment, a kind-hearted villager passing by kindly informed them, Are you looking for old Lin? He likely hasn't risen yet. The elderly woman smiled, teasing them, You arrived quite early. The young couple has just married. Surely they need some time to enjoy each other's company. You three are no longer young, yet you lack such insight. Her remarks left the three men dumbstruck. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten that? Morongfu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Let's wander elsewhere and return later. Peng Wei and Di Qing nodded awkwardly, realizing that being teased by an elderly woman was a novel experience for them. In the greenhouse, although Lin Tian had already risen, he and his wife were seething with anger at the sight of their ruined vegetables. This was Lin Tian's first encounter with such a calamity. This shouldn't be happening. Lu Yinran, standing beside him, expressed her confusion. Everything seemed fine last night. How could our vegetables perish overnight? As Lin Tian inspected the surroundings, he noticed a trail of footprints in the corner. Upon seeing the prints, his expression darkened. Cursed be those who dared climb over the wall at night to destroy my greenhouse. He surmised that this act was perpetrated by someone harboring animosity toward him. If it were someone else, they would have merely stolen his crops rather than ruin them. What are you thinking about? Lu Yinran inquired, noticing Lin Tian's grim demeanor. He was visibly furious. He had high hopes for this greenhouse, counting on it to yield significant profits during winter. However, to his dismay, even the vegetables grown at home had suffered, maliciously poisoned. Lu Yinran, holding a wilted Chinese herb, could not help but shed tears. Who could be so heartless as to destroy these plants? She lamented the fate of the drooping vegetables, which lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any vitality. This shouldn't be happening, Lin Tian mused, for in his understanding, the concept of pesticides did not exist in this world. What then could have caused his precious seedlings to wither? As Lin Tian carefully examined the cabbage leaves on the ground, he discovered a troubling clue. By the heavens! This revelation infuriated him instantly. Who could be so vile as to employ scalding water? Lu Yinran wiped away her tears, her eyes red as she gazed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and said, My dear wife, our seedlings have been scalded with hot water. Touching the wilted leaves, he could faintly sense a feeling akin to ripeness, reminiscent of the vegetables he had stir-fried. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinran's face instantly flushed with indignation. I must go out and inquire who is so unscrupulous. Lin Tian restrained her, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed he had been overly lenient, mistakenly believing that the rural folk were simple-hearted, merely prone to petty gossip and minor theft. To his dismay, they could not bear to see him thrive and had resorted to such disgraceful actions. Yet, he remained unaware of the perpetrator's identity, with the only clue being a trail of shoe prints on the ground. My dear, please fetch me some paper, he instructed. Lu Yinran nodded and swiftly dashed into the room, soon returning with several sheets of rice paper. Lin Tian placed the paper over the footprints, carefully tracing their size and shape. Lu Yinran, recognizing his cleverness, quietly observed him. At that moment, his mind was far from thoughts of business. He was resolute in uncovering the culprit who had ravaged his garden. I'm stepping out for a bit. You stay here and don't bother preparing a meal for me, he declared, striding towards the door. As he opened it, the three patrons at the tea shop across the street caught sight of him and hurried over. The once fierce expression on Lin Tian's face softened upon seeing Morongfu, who had arrived earlier than usual. Curiously, he asked, Old sir, what brings you here so early? Is there something amiss? Morongfu, having witnessed Lin Tian's earlier exuberance, swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips. With genuine concern, he replied, Oh, it's nothing serious. We simply haven't seen you in quite some time, and thought we'd come to check on you. Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. I apologize, old sir, but I fear I won't have time to entertain you today. It was the first time he had shown such a demeanor after their long acquaintance. Morongfu immediately inquired, What has happened? Lin Tian nodded gravely. Last night, my garden was destroyed. What? Morongfu exclaimed, his reaction more pronounced than Lin Tian's, startling him in turn. The two companions beside Morongfu were baffled by his response, thinking, Is it just a garden? It's not something of great value. They could not fathom the extent of Lin Tian's attachment to his garden. Once they saw the devastation, they would likely feel even more angered than Morongfu. How outrageous. Who dares to destroy your garden? Have they lost their minds? Morongfu shouted, attracting puzzled glances from passers-by. At that moment, Lin Tian caught sight of a suspicious figure in the alley. He immediately dashed towards it, prompting the individual to flee at the sight of him. Stop. Don't run. Lin Tian shouted, giving chase. With an unparalleled physique, how could he possibly be outrun by the petty rogue before him? Before the latter could make much progress, Lin Tian had already seized him by the collar. Did you really think you could escape me? Speak. Why did you run? Lin Tian retaliated with a swift blow to the top of his head. The rogue, wincing in pain, clutched his head and pleaded for mercy. Please, don't hit me. I'll talk. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian ceased his assault. The astonishing speed Lin Tian had just displayed left the three observers utterly dumbfounded. Morongfu murmured. Just now, I felt a gentle breeze sweep past me. Before I could even blink, the master had already apprehended the man. Peng Wei swallowed hard and silently raised his thumb, remarking, I never expected the master's lightness skill to be so extraordinary. Your Majesty, do you know which school or sect the master practices? Morongfu shook his head, while Peng Wei, observing his movements, discreetly closed his mouth with his hand. As practitioners of martial arts themselves, they were entirely unable to discern the nature of the master's skills. Indeed, a peerless master is truly exceptional. It is certain that he has mastered divine techniques. Di Qing was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the miraculous physician in his eyes was actually a martial arts expert. He possessed some fighting skills himself, yet in that fleeting moment, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of how the physician had subdued the rogue. Morong Fu, slapping his cheeks to regain composure, quickly urged, "Stop standing there like fools. Let us hasten over and see what has transpired." Chapter 183. Capturing the murderer. Speak quickly. Lin Tian feigned ferocity. The young thug was intimidated by Lin Tian's imposing demeanor. Stammering, he said, "I'll tell you, it was the Li family. They ordered me to climb over the wall into your house at midnight and scald the vegetables in that strange room of yours with hot water." The Li family? Clarify your words. Lin Tian gripped his clothes tightly. The young thug, merely 12 or 13 years old, was so frightened by Lin Tian's shout that he began to cry. "Wah, it was that Li Junxing. He told me to sneak into your yard at night, and he handed me hot water from outside." Wah. Upon hearing the name Li Junxing, Lin Tian felt a surge of anger. He thought to himself, "So it is you, Li Junxing, resorting to such underhanded tactics. You must still harbor resentment from the last time when I had your mother imprisoned, and now you seek revenge by employing such a vile scheme." The young thug continued through tears. "I was coerced. I was caught stealing potatoes from his field, and he threatened me. He said if I didn't do as he instructed, he would have me locked up. I was terrified." Lin Tian, observing the boy's pitiful visage, recognized he was merely a child. In contemporary terms, he was undeniably a minor. A minor stealing would warrant nothing more than a lesson in morality. He threatens to imprison you as if the authorities are at his beck and call? Lin Tian felt a simmering frustration within him. Yet, upon reflection, he conceded that stealing was indeed wrong. Although it didn't warrant such severe punishment, education was still necessary. After all, the adage that a child who steals needles will grow into an adult who steals gold holds some truth. After pondering, he realized that the boy had also been manipulated. Thus, he loosened his grip and, with a sincere tone, inquired, "What is your name, and why did you steal his potatoes?" The young thug, trembling with fear, replied, "I am Xuanzi. My family has no food, so I thought to steal potatoes when his family was away. I never expected him to return so soon. Please let me go. My grandmother is waiting for me at home. She has poor eyesight and might get into trouble alone." Lin Tian scrutinized him intently. While he didn't know everyone in the village, he had no recollection of the elderly woman Xuanzi mentioned. "You do have a semblance of conscience, but for now, I cannot allow you to return home. You must accompany me to see Li Junxing. Once we clarify this matter, I will let you go." Xuanzi protested. "I don't want to go. His wife is fierce and could eat me alive." Lin Tian's lips twitched. He was well aware that the wife he referred to as Zhao Jimei. "If you refuse to accompany me, how can I prove that it was that scoundrel Li Junxing who wreaked havoc in my garden? Rest assured, he wouldn't dare harm you while you're with me." Xuanzi hesitantly nodded in agreement. The group then followed him toward Li Junxing's residence. Before they had even arrived, they spotted Li Junxing slipping into a room through the front door. Witnessing his reaction, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming urge to confront him violently. "You think hiding at home absolves you of your misdeeds? Li Junxing, come out. Your vile acts will not go unpunished. Unless you come out, I will forcibly break down the door." Lin Tian's words left those behind him utterly astonished. Morong Fu mused to himself how convincingly the master performed. The tone, the gestures, all were nothing short of perfection. He resolved to learn more from the master to better complement his acting in the future. "What do you intend to do?" As Lin Tian approached with a fierce demeanor, along with several companions, Li Junxing felt a sense of trepidation. He recalled the times he had gone to the Yamen 3 or 4 times, pleading with Zhao Qifeng to release his mother. Yet, Zhao Qifeng flatly refused, insisting that his mother was guilty of attempted murder and would spend a lifetime in prison. This was unacceptable to him. Granny Qian had saved a considerable amount over the years, but even with their thorough search of the house, they found nothing. Thus, he knelt before Zhao Qifeng, begging for a chance to see Granny Qian. Initially, Zhao Qifeng was reluctant to acquiesce, but out of respect for their past connection, he allowed a single visit. However, Granny Qian was astute. She was well aware of her son's character and knew that giving money to Li Junxing would lead to her ruin. So, regardless of his pleas, she insisted that he must first rescue her. After futile efforts, one day, while passing by the blacksmith shop, Li Junxing spotted the large vegetable greenhouse in Lin Tian's courtyard, which sparked a nefarious idea. However, he was clever enough not to get his hands dirty himself. So he enlisted the help of Zhuangzi, who had been stealing potatoes from his home, to carry out the misdeed. "Look at you, with your shifty eyes. Zhuangzi has already confessed that you incited him to destroy our vegetable garden. If you do not admit it today, I will have no choice but to report you to the authorities," Lin Tian remarked coldly. Upon hearing the mention of the authorities, Li Junxing lost his composure. "Report? Do you have any evidence? I haven't even set foot in your garden. It was this little rascal who ruined your garden." Zhuangzi, being young and impulsive, immediately shouted back, "Li Junxing, you bastard. How dare you frame me? If I end up in prison, it won't be over between us." Li Junxing smirked with disdain. He was well versed in the laws of Dian and knew how to avoid suspicion. Yet, he overlooked the fact that his opponent was Lin Tian. Lin Tian, calm and composed, gently patted Zhuangzi's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Do not be agitated. We have not said anything about sending you to prison. Wiping his nose, Zhuangzi, feeling wronged, said, this guy isn't even a man. He won't admit to the things he has done. Lin Tian wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Mo Rongfu, standing nearby, nodded and declared, such a person should be arrested. If you say he is guilty, then executing him 1,000 times would be just. Hearing this, Li Junxing turned pale with anger. Who do you think you are, the Emperor of Dian? Can you just kill anyone you want? Lin Tian retorted with a mocking look. Indeed, he is the Emperor of Dian. He could have you executed in an instant. With silence enveloping them, Li Junxing boldly asserted, if the Emperor can kill without reason, then he is no different from a tyrant. Tyrant. Lin Tianjin admired his audacity in daring to speak so boldly before the Emperor of Dian. Immediately, he noticed Mo Rongfu glaring at him with a darkened expression, stating that just for those words, he could be dragged out and executed. Li Junxing cast a deep glance at him, disdainfully retorting, do you truly believe you are the Emperor? Spare us your ramblings. If you have no evidence, then be gone. Lin Tian shook his head, clicking his tongue, and remarked, Li Junxing, I genuinely admire your courage. Li Junxing, witnessing his mocking demeanor, grew increasingly irate. Get lost, he shouted. Peng Wei, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, stepped forward, grasped Li Junxing's arm, and forcefully yanked him forward. Ouch, he cried out as he fell to the ground. Face down. A sharp crack echoed, and he immediately covered his mouth, rising to his feet, blood pouring from his lips. My tooth, he exclaimed, staring at the half of a tooth on the ground, ready to confront Peng Wei. However, a mere glance from Peng Wei rendered him immobile, terrified. And he leaned against the doorframe, paralyzed. Observing this, Peng Wei let out a cold snort. Such a person was unworthy of his effort. Before long, the villagers, drawn by the commotion, began to gather around. What performance is this now? One remarked. Never mind that. Old Lin has been managing our village's affairs lately. Indeed, Old Lin has been quite active. Another chimed in. Hush, he has indeed earned his reputation. I heard his vegetable garden was destroyed last night. So many seedlings. Just on the verge of being ready for harvest. Who wouldn't he be furious? The villagers began to whisper amongst themselves, some supporting Lin Tian's actions, while others, still unclear about the situation, merely came to join the fray. Chapter 184, Lin Tian's realization enough. Since you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing, I shall have no choice but to report this to the authorities. Lin Tian stated plainly, observing that Li Junxing would only confront reality when faced with undeniable evidence. Upon hearing the mention of reporting him, Li Junxing clamped his mouth shut, his expression contorting in distress. You have no proof. I will accuse you of slander. Proof, you say? Lin Tian retorted, retrieving several sheets of paper from his pocket. With a mocking smile, he inquired, do you know what these are? What? Li Junxing's curiosity was evident, though a hint of guilt crept into his tone. These are the imprints of the criminal's footprints that I extracted from my yard. Lin Tian replied coolly. I was pondering who could be so malicious as to vandalize my vegetable garden, and to my surprise, it turned out to be you. Do not think that you can simply present a few sheets of paper and convince everyone that they are evidence. Who would believe you? Li Junxing attempted to argue. Lin Tian shot him a cold glance and approached him. Since you claim that these are not your footprints, would you dare to remove your shoes? If they do not match in size and shape, then you are in the clear. But if they do? The villagers, having overheard, began to stir with excitement. Take them off, scholarly. A person with clean hands has nothing to fear. If you are innocent, why hesitate? Indeed, remove them, as everyone is here to bear witness. Although they appeared to support Li Junxing, their words dripped with an eagerness to witness the unfolding drama. Li Junxing, not being a fool, realized the precariousness of his position and began to argue, I will not remove them. As a distinguished scholar, how can you expect me to take off my shoes in public? It is an affront to my dignity. The more he protested, the more Lin Tian became convinced that he was indeed the culprit. Whether you choose to remove them or not is inconsequential, for your shoes have already revealed the truth. He pointed at Li Junxing's footwear. You claim you have never been to my home. Then why is there black soil on your shoes? That particular soil can only be found in my greenhouse, mixed with straw burned to create a layer over the surface. Only my vegetable garden possesses such soil. Even now. Do you still wish to deny your presence at my home? Li Junxing quickly glanced down at his shoes, his face paling instantly. It was no wonder, last night, feeling uneasy. He had gone to check on the situation, fearing that Zhuangzi had not followed his instructions, and he couldn't resist confirming it before returning home. He had gone to bed without giving it a second thought. Your reaction, whether you choose to remove your shoes or not, is irrelevant, after all. I possess both witness testimony and physical evidence. As for compensation, there is no need for that. Just await your turn to accompany your mother in prison. Lin Tian concluded, turning away with indifference. Wait, Lin Tian, please, do not report me. Li Junxing called out in terror. I was merely momentarily blinded by folly. For the sake of our familial bond, I implore you to spare me this time. I have 2 young children to care for, and they are, after all, your nephews. Can you bear to see them grow up without a father? Lin Tian hesitated, for those words struck a deep chord within him. Having grown up with his grandmother and never having met his parents, he found that the fleeting familial ties he had established after his arrival in this world lasted but a mere 3 months. Upon hearing Li Junxing use his child as a shield, Lin Tian felt a pang of discomfort yet found it difficult to act against him. I can refrain from reporting you, Lin Tian stated calmly, but I have conditions. At the mention of not being reported, Li Junxing nodded vigorously. Whatever you say. I will agree. Observing his eager compliance, Lin Tian coldly replied, then you should distance yourself as far as possible and never let me see you again. Li Junxing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. All right, I assure you, I will never appear before you again. The ease with which he conceded only intensified Lin Tian's indifference. It even led him to reflect on his long-lost biological parents. Perhaps they were not as admirable as he had once imagined. After all, every time he inquired about them, his grandmother would shake her head in exasperation, unwilling to discuss them further. Ah, so it was truly you behind this. How shameful for someone who is supposed to be educated to engage in such disgraceful acts. The villagers began to spit in his direction, fully disillusioned with him. Li Junxing, overwhelmed with shame, lowered his head, unable to utter a word. Let us go. Lin Tian decided against further engagement. Mo Rongfu and the others nodded, considering Lin Tian's restraint commendable. Had they been in his position, they would have dragged him out for punishment without hesitation. What a pity. Such a splendid field of herbs, now utterly ruined, Mo Rongfu lamented. Pang Wei and Di Qing were perplexed, feeling that Mo Rongfu's reaction was exaggerated. Upon returning home, Lin Tian felt a wave of disappointment. The vegetables he had painstakingly cultivated were now lost, and to say he was unperturbed would be a lie. Yet this experience made him realize an important need. He must acquire a few dogs for protection in the future. The three of them watched Lin Tian, who squatted silently, not daring to breathe. Lu Yinren wished to offer comfort, but seeing Lin Tian's silence, she hesitated to approach. After a lengthy pause, Lin Tian finally stood up and turned to the others with a smile. Why is everyone still standing? Come, let us sit inside. He motioned for them to take a seat in front of the shop. Lu Yinren brewed a pot of tea for everyone. Pang Wei, upon lifting the teapot, widened his eyes in surprise and stared at Mo Rongfu. Mo Rongfu maintained a composed demeanor, leisurely savoring his tea. Pang Wei swallowed hard, attempting to imitate him, and took a cautious sip. Instantly, the refreshing taste jolted him. The plan for a greenhouse vegetable garden seemed temporarily unfeasible. Lin Tian stoked the furnace, tossing in the scant remaining iron ore. Smelting the ore was the initial step, followed by the quenching process. As he surveyed the simple, rudimentary items he had crafted, Lin Tian realized it was time to consider creating more exquisite products to elevate their value. After all, having made the acquaintance of Mo Rongfu and his companions, he might seize the opportunity to sell his creations at a better price through them. In this manner, one need not worry about financial constraints. Thus, the gaze directed towards Mo Rongfu brimmed with anticipation. While greenhouse vegetables can indeed be lucrative, they remain susceptible to unpredictable factors such as natural disasters and human error. However, the craft of ironworking stands apart. As long as iron goods find buyers, they translate directly into profit. Moreover, the military's annual demand for weaponry constitutes a substantial sum. Previously, he had been overly timid. It is essential to remember that his wife is the daughter of Prime Minister Luo Sang. If he were to continue languishing as an inconspicuous blacksmith, one might speculate that his father-in-law could eventually take his daughter back. He would not permit such an eventuality, since he could leverage this familial connection. He must do so wisely and not squander the opportunity. Having come to this realization, Lin Tian turned to Mo Rongfu with a beaming smile and said, Old sir, I have a proposal I wish to discuss with you. Please, do go on. Mo Rongfu replied, promptly sitting up straight. Lin Tian, with utmost respect, ventured to inquire. Might I ask how many weapons you require annually? Would you consider entrusting their fabrication to me? Chapter 185. Thank you, Master S. wife. Are you truly speaking the truth? Mo Rongfu was taken aback by Lin Tian's sudden declaration. The weight of those words was profound, and he struggled to believe his own ears. He hurriedly sought confirmation. For their visit was primarily concerning the matter of the map. The Master's unexpected request for him to forge weapons raised alarm. Could this indicate the onset of war? Surely not. Was the Master truly preparing to craft arms to confront such a minor sect as the Holy Dragon sect? Could it be that this was all due to Guanjuer? As he grappled with these thoughts, Lin Tian nodded and said, I understand that this request may put you in a difficult position. Please take your time to consider it. I can begin by forging a batch of weapons, if you find it satisfactory. Before he could finish, Mo Rongfu leapt to his feet, brimming with excitement. I think it's splendid. From now on, the weaponry of the Great Yin shall be entrusted to you. Mo Rongfu stood upright and bowed solemnly to Lin Tian, exclaiming, Master, thank you. I am truly grateful. Why, you are too courteous. Lin Tian, taken aback by his enthusiasm, found the words he had prepared slipping away. He reflected that perhaps it was the result of the improved crossbows he had provided them previously. Pang Wei, upon entering, stood frozen in awe amidst the room filled with divine instruments and unparalleled artifacts, not to mention weapons of unknown caliber. Even the most unassuming kitchen knife was an object of his admiration. Were all these crafted by the master? Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes were filled with nothing but adoration and respect. Do you have any arrangements for manpower on your side? If not, I can select a few from the army to assist you. Hearing Mo Rongfu's suggestion, Lin Tian pondered seriously. If that is the case, I may need to reconsider my plans. Indeed, forging weapons cannot rely solely on my efforts. Forming an ad hoc team of blacksmiths would also be challenging to manage. Mo Rongfu nodded in agreement, promptly dispatching some personnel from the barracks, assuring him, "You need not worry." Lin Tian listened intently to Mo Rongfu's proposal. While it was indeed a commendable suggestion, those soldiers, after all, belonged to the military and were inherently part of Mo Rongfu's faction, rendering them unsuitable for his use. It was not out of selfishness that Lin Tian hesitated. Rather, he believed in being cautious. Now that he had a family and would eventually have children of his own, relying entirely on Mo Rongfu's men would create an unsettling feeling of being surveilled. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, "You need not concern yourself with the manpower. I can arrange that independently. When the time comes, simply inform me of the weapons required and the quantities needed." Lin Tian prided himself on maintaining a demeanor of calm and composure. The more one negotiated with these influential figures, the more steadfast one must remain. Mo Rongfu felt a flicker of hope extinguished but remained fervent. "Very well. Once you have made your arrangements, whatever quantity of weapons you forge, we shall require them all." "All? Are you certain?" Lin Tian queried, perplexed. Mo Rongfu nodded vigorously, absolutely certain. Confronted with Mo Rongfu's response, Lin Tian expressed his confusion. "If that is your stance, should I craft 100 weapons in a day, you would accept 100. If I were to create 1,000, you would accept 1,000? Mo Rongfu's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, as if he had ascended to the heavens. "Yes, I want them all." Lin Tian's lips began to twitch, and he instantly realized how he had squandered precious resources in the past. He had wasted so much time, having witnessed the scale of warfare. He understood that the demand for weapons in battle would be immense. Yet, seeing Mo Rongfu's radiant smile directed at him, he could not help but ponder further. Was he testing him? Lin Tian suspected so. After all, Mo Rongfu was the Emperor of Dian. If he were to entrust the weapon forging to Lin Tian, he would essentially seize a significant lifeline of the empire. Luosang was a formidable nation, and Dian certainly held reservations about him. This matter pertained to military affairs, where the strength of an army symbolized national defense. The quality of weaponry directly determined the fortitude of a nation's defense. In the past, during the Opium War, the disparity in weaponry led to the Qing dynasty's inability to contend with the Western powers. Now, Mo Rongfu had readily agreed without a second thought. This indeed warranted Lin Tian's serious contemplation. To be prudent, Lin Tian proposed, "How about this? I shall forge 1,200 weapons for you each year, averaging 100 per month. You may specify the types of weapons you require. What do you think?" It was not that he was overly cautious. The thoughts of emperors are often inscrutable. Yet, in his aspiration to be a worthy man for his wife, and to ensure her protection in the future, he needed to grow stronger. Mo Rongfu was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether his eagerness had been too conspicuous. The master's suggestion was merely a test, yet he had faltered in the face of temptation. Mo Rongfu lamented. How could he become so enthralled at the mere mention of weapon crafting? 1,200 weapons. How could he even bear to think of it? Peng Wei, standing nearby, was rendered speechless with trepidation. 1,200 weapons. Were they all to be like those in the room? The thought was unfathomable. Mo Rongfu respectfully replied, "Everything shall proceed as you say." Upon hearing his agreement, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that he had not exhibited excessive greed. Otherwise, the old man would surely have suspected ulterior motives. Crafting 1,200 weapons each year would sufficiently secure his livelihood. "Very well, we have an accord. From next month onward, I shall deliver 100 weapons to you each month. In the meantime, you may consider what types of weapons you would like. Once you have decided, you may send someone to notify me." "Excellent." Mo Rongfu immediately concurred. The conversation between the two left Di Qingyun in a state of bewilderment. "Your Majesty, did we not come to address the military funds? How did we end up discussing weapon crafting?" He wondered as he observed the two. They continued their casual conversation, and as mealtime approached, Lin Tian invited them to stay for dinner. Realizing that the meal was not prepared by Lin Tian, Mo Rongfu politely declined, stating that it was unnecessary. After exchanging a few words, he departed. Lin Tian escorted them to the entrance and watched as they left. Just as he was about to return indoors to enjoy his meal, he noticed Xuanzi squatting in the corner of his wall, yet to leave. Curiously, he approached and inquired, "What brings you to my doorstep?" Xuanzi looked up at him, a hint of nervousness evident in his demeanor. "I overheard that you are looking for someone. I wish to learn blacksmithing from you. I seek no payment, just a meal will suffice." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian sighed and replied, "I do not take on apprentices for blacksmithing. It's not that I am afraid you would accept me as a disciple. You can treat me as a laborer. Instruct me as you please, as long as you can provide a meal." As Xuanzi finished speaking, his stomach grumbled audibly. The village of Zayahika was the poorest among the nearby 10 or so towns. Xuanzi relied solely on his grandmother's meager means for sustenance. A half-grown child was a burden to an elderly, blind woman. Observing the boy's bright eyes, Lin Tian understood that if it were not for the threats posed by Li Junsheng, he would not have resorted to such measures. Looking at him, Lin Tian saw a reflection of his younger self. Thus, he said, "Come inside with me." Xuanzi immediately stood up and followed him. Lu Yinran had prepared the meal and was about to call them when she noticed Lin Tian entering with a boy, prompting her to ask, "Darling, who is he?" Lin Tian patted Xuanzi's shoulder, noticing how the boy's eyes widened at the sight of the food. He smiled and explained, "This is a child from the village, named Xuanzi, who depends on his grandmother. I plan to have him assist with chores here, so you may cook a bit more." "Oh, very well," she replied. However, noticing his dirty hands, Lu Yinran added with a chuckle, "Xuanzi, you must wash your hands before eating. There's water in the yard, go wash up." "Okay," Xuanzi exclaimed. Rushing outside, the couple exchanged a knowing smile. Before long, Xuanzi returned with clean hands and face. Standing at the table, he licked his lips in anticipation. Lin Tian pushed a bowl toward him, indicating, "Go ahead and eat." Upon hearing Lin Tian's cue, Xuanzi sat down and began to devour the rice voraciously. Yet, he was considerate enough to only eat the rice in his bowl, refraining from taking any dishes. Observing his restraint, Lu Yinran felt a pang of compassion and placed a chicken leg into his bowl, saying, "Don't just eat rice, have some vegetables too." Xuanzi swallowed a mouthful of rice and, looking at Lu Yinran earnestly, expressed, "Thank you, dear teacher." Chapter 186. Preparing to hire the affectionate address of master's wife brought a delightful smile to Lu Yinran's face. Throughout their meal, she incessantly served him dishes. Lin Tian could only smile wryly at the scene. After they had eaten their fill, Lu Yinran thoughtfully packed some food for Xuanzi to take home to his grandmother. Despite his tender age, Xuanzi's eyes glistened with tears upon receiving the carefully wrapped meal. With red-rimmed eyes, he gazed at her and choked out a heartfelt thank you. Master's wife. He was slender and not particularly tall, merely 12 or 13 years old, barely reaching Lin Tian's armpit, resembling a fragile sprout. Lin Tian contemplated giving his head a gentle ruffle but hesitated, noting the greasy, disheveled state of his hair that resembled a bird's nest. Instead, he smiled and reminded him, "Tomorrow, you start working. Remember not to oversleep." Xuanzi nodded, not fully comprehending the concept of work, but understanding that being told not to oversleep meant he should wake up early. Nodding in acknowledgement, he clutched his food and dashed home. Upon arriving home, he found his blind grandmother fumbling at the door with a bamboo staff. "Xuanzi, is that you?" "Yes, Grandma, it's me," he replied as he assisted her into the house. The elderly woman expressed her concern, saying, "Child, where have you been? I haven't seen you all day. I was so worried." He replied obediently, "Grandma, I'm sorry for making you anxious. I went out to find work, which is why I'm home so late." "Find work? At your age? Who would be willing to hire you?" the old woman questioned, her face etched with worry. "Grandma, please sit down. I found a job at the blacksmith shop in our village." Upon hearing this, the grandmother nodded, realizing it was at Old Lin's place. That's good. Old Lin is a decent man. Has he accepted you as an apprentice?" It seemed she was unaware that Lin Tian's parents had passed away. Xuanzi simply nodded and said, "Yes, master agreed, and he asked me to bring you some food from the master's wife. I'll open it for you now." With great care, Xuanzi unwrapped the food container. He used chopsticks to feed his grandmother, saying, "Grandma, please try some." As she tasted the rice, her eyes lit up. "It's white rice. My goodness, I can't believe I can eat white rice in this lifetime. It's so delicious, with none of the husk." After that first bite, she fell silent. "Grandma, why aren't you eating anymore?" he asked, puzzled. With a tender smile, she gently pushed the bowl towards him, her hands trembling. "Grandma is full. The rest is for you, Xuanzi." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Xuanzi's eyes. He wiped them away vigorously and exclaimed, "Grandma, I've already eaten at Master's house. I had 3 bowls. This is what the Master's wife asked me to bring you, so don't worry. I'm already full." To reassure her, he even prompted her to feel his round belly. Only then did the old woman believe him, her expression filled with emotion. "That's wonderful. Old Lin is truly a good man. Child, you must learn your craft well from your master." "Yes, I understand, Grandma," with a sense of reassurance. The elderly man finally allowed him to feed him. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was preparing to assemble a team to forge 100 weapons within a month. He needed to recruit 10 laborers, particularly those of considerable strength. Several names had already formed in his mind: Huzi, Gosheng, Li Shaoqiang, along with Xuanzi. There was no urgency regarding the rest. There was still ample time before next month to search the city at a leisurely pace. At the same time, Mo Rongfu rode his horse, humming a tune with an air of satisfaction. Observing him, Di Qing felt it imperative to address the matter of military pay without further delay. He spoke candidly, "Your Majesty, regarding the military pay." Upon hearing those words, Mo Rongfu snapped out of his revelry, nearly forgetting the matter due to his earlier excitement, which had prevented him from discussing it with the master. Pang Wei understood, as he too had been momentarily caught off guard. However, Di Qing, lacking in martial prowess, had failed to grasp the true extent of the terror within that room. "Be patient, allow me to ponder this further," he said. Although Di Qing felt anxious, he dared not press the issue further given Mo Rongfu's demeanor. Once Mo Rongfu regained his composure, he began to ponder earnestly why the master had suddenly decided to craft weapons for them. If his suspicions were correct, it seemed improbable. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut was unnecessary. Or perhaps the master had ulterior motives for his actions. This required serious contemplation. As dusk settled, The sun appeared as a perfectly ripe persimmon, beautifully intoxicating. Morong Fu's gaze fixed upon the horizon. Maps, coordinates, rubies, weapons. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He abruptly pulled the reins, his expression astonished. Peng Wei, noticing his sudden change, inquired, "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" With excitement, Morong Fu exclaimed, "I understand what the master meant." Peng Wei was bewildered. Morong Fu, with a radiant smile, responded, "If you do not comprehend, that is precisely the point. If you did, what need would the master have for me?" At his words, Peng Wei's expression stiffened, sensing an unsettling undertone. Indeed, it was only moments before, as he gazed at the sun, that he had come to this realization. If his conjecture was correct, the treasure from the divine martial sect was likely a cache of weapons. Furthermore, the exact location of this treasure lay directly in the direction where the sun descended. This news must be conveyed to Old Long at once. Without waiting for the two to react, he spurred his horse and galloped away. The two, realizing the urgency, hurriedly pursued him. In Bailing, Long Outyin received a letter from Morong Fu, his expression transforming to one of enlightenment. He had not anticipated that. Although the master had not left the small ravine, everything was firmly within his grasp. The master truly was formidable. Kong Xingyu nodded and asked, "Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Should we devote ourselves to assisting the divine martial sect?" Long Outyin shook his head and replied, "Not just yet. The location of the treasure we uncovered aligns with what the master indicated, yet the means to open the stone door were not mentioned in Old Mu's letter. It seems the master has chosen not to disclose that information." The enigmatic Kong Xingyun did not comprehend the path ahead. Since the master had already disclosed the location of the treasure, why had he not revealed the means to unlock the stone door? Long Outyin was equally perplexed. His gaze was fixed upon the distant direction of the divine martial sect, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The letter had stated that the master intended to forge 1,200 weapons annually for the Great Yin. The two most crucial characters in the letter were Great Yin, signifying a promise between the master and himself. These 1,200 weapons would be exclusively the property of the Great Yin. A sharp intake of breath escaped Long Outyin as he was utterly bewildered. A bitter smile crept across his face. It seemed he would have no choice but to follow the old Mu closely from now on. Just over a month ago, Morong Fu had greeted him with utmost respect, referring to him as the Flame Emperor. And now, that very individual had firmly latched onto the master's coattails, embarking on a journey to the pinnacle of life. Alas, if he had to remain in the shadows, at least no one in the Yin Kingdom dared to bully them. Speaking of indignation, he was not alone. There was also the formidable elder brother from the northwest. The mere mention of Qin Zheng made Long Outyin unable to suppress a laugh. Ever since they had departed from the Qin Kingdom, Qin Zheng had engaged in warfare with Du Ming. To his astonishment, Du Ming commanded an army of 800,000. And many ministers were under his influence, swayed by his machinations. Had it not been for the master providing him with 500 bat cloaks and 500 crossbow bolts, Qin Zheng would have faced a significant calamity. Just recently, he had communicated with Long Outyin, claiming that he had cornered Du Ming in the southern region, eagerly awaiting his surrender. He also mentioned that once he resolved the situation, he would come to seek them out. Such were mere formalities. Seeking them was a pretext, while his true intent was to consult the master. With this thought, Long Outyin felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Kong Xingyan directed his attention to the distance. There, a contingent of royal soldiers was advancing towards the divine martial sect. Chu Xiong? Long Outyin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I believe it is most fitting to entrust this matter to Chu Xiong, as this is his territory, should anything untoward occur at the divine martial sect. The responsibility would rest upon him." Kong Xingyan wholeheartedly concurred, reflecting on how the esteemed general of the Yin Kingdom had now become a shadowy guardian under the command of his majesty. However, being by the master's side was an entirely different affair. Each visit to the master's residence proved to be immensely enriching. Chapter 187. A discussion with Old Wang. "Isn't the news from the emperor yet a bit late?" "We have already located the treasure," Kong Xingyan remarked in confusion. Indeed, they had discovered the treasure's whereabouts ahead of time, but had yet to relay the information back. Since the master could deduce the treasure's location, it was possible he also surmised they had found it. Having located it, they even provided a hint to Morong Fu. The only plausible explanation was that the place they had found was incorrect, the position directly facing the sun. Long Outyin murmured. After speaking, he turned to Kong Xingyun and said, "Let us go and investigate the place once more." Upon their return to the stone gate, they discovered that the location directly facing the sunset was not at the stone gate itself, but rather 500 meters above it. Long Outyin felt his heart skip a beat, exclaiming, "The master is indeed a remarkable person." Kong Xingyun could not help but nod in agreement. Directly above the stone gate was a vibrant crimson spot. It dawned on them that this was the true entrance to the treasure. As Kong Xingyun prepared to approach, a white figure suddenly stirred from the grass, startling him. "It's the White Wolf," he exclaimed. Long Outyin nodded. "Do not be hasty. There is a wolf pack guarding this area, so we are temporarily safe. Let us retreat for now and inform Old Mu, so he may consult the master's opinion." The two figures vanished once more into the forest. In the small valley, dusk was settling in. The sun and moon graced the sky simultaneously, casting a reddish hue over the sunset. The couple had just finished their meal and were now tending to the ravaged vegetable garden. Husband, why are you burying these spoiled leaves in the soil? Lu Yinren asked, perplexed by Lin Tian's actions, assuming he was reluctant to part with them. She too felt a pang of sorrow, having nurtured the garden for so long, only for that scoundrel Li Junxing to take advantage of it. How could she not be furious, her chest aching with indignation? Lin Tian responded calmly, though these vegetables are ruined, they serve as natural fertilizer. Burying them in the soil allows microorganisms to decompose them, transforming them into organic fertilizer. It is superior to regular farm manure. Furthermore, I have come to an agreement with old Muro. I will craft 1,200 weapons for him every year, which means I will need to produce 100 each month. This necessitates hiring several workers. 100 weapons each month? Lu Yinren stammered, incredulous. Just crafting him one would be impressive, let alone 100 every month. Good heavens. At this rate, in a few years, Great Yin will possess an unbeatable army. Even a single unparalleled divine weapon had allowed Long Country to stand resiliently in Central Continent for a century. The thought of 1,200 divine weapons made her swallow hard. Great Yin was bound to become the unrivaled sovereign of this vast continent. Seeing her astonishment, Lin Tian chuckled. Thus, I am contemplating whether to purchase the coffin shop next door and construct a dedicated foundry, along with a few additional rooms to house several wolfhounds. Upon seeing Lin Tian's growing excitement about raising a wolf dog, it became evident that this situation had sharpened his wits. He continued, stating that he would invite a few skilled blacksmiths from the city, thus ensuring a steady income. Lu Yinren found this notion quite appealing. However, she expressed concern about the convenience of having a group of men residing in their home. Lin Tian had already contemplated this issue. Do not worry, my dear. I shall be at home. Moreover, most of the individuals I intend to hire are from our village, like Huzi, Goxing, and Xiaoqiang. They will be around regularly, so you need not fret. Additionally, I have another idea. The handkerchiefs you and your cousin embroider sell remarkably well, do they not? I can promote them further, encouraging the idle women in the village to come and learn from you during the day. You can pay them based on their skill level for the embroidered handkerchiefs, and we can sell them in the city, making a profit in the process. This way, you will have company at home and will not feel bored. At that moment, Lu Yinren was invigorated with enthusiasm. She had contemplated this course of action before but hesitated due to Lin Tian's unique position. Although their relationship had grown more relaxed, she still felt hesitant. Now, with Lin Tian voicing this plan, she could pursue it openly. Then it is settled, my husband. I shall visit my cousin tomorrow to inform her of this. Seeing Lu Yinren's joyful demeanor, Lin Tian felt reassured about his idea. While the profession of blacksmithing may be deemed humble, it indeed offered a more substantial livelihood than many others in the village. Selling a single iron tool could yield at least 30 copper coins. Unbeknownst to him, crafting a common iron tool would take him merely an hour, while it would require other blacksmiths an entire day or even longer. Furthermore, the average laborer at the docks earned only 35 copper coins a day, and most women and children tended to the fields at home, with scarce opportunities for earning. If Lu Yinren could develop this venture, the women of Shago would also gain employment, significantly improving their quality of life. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian stood up. Wife, I shall pay a visit to Uncle Wang next door. Lu Yinren nodded in agreement. Shortly after, Lin Tian knocked on the door of old Wang's house. Who is it? Came old Wang's aged voice from within. It is I, Lin Tian. Upon recognizing Lin Tian's voice, old Wang promptly opened the door. Tian, what brings you here at this late hour? Lin Tian scratched his head and replied, Uncle Wang, I would like to discuss a matter with you. I see you are alone, and I am contemplating building a foundry. I assure you, I have no intention of taking advantage of you. I will pay you the market rate. Building a foundry? Old Wang burst into hearty laughter. Have you struck it rich? What? Is your house not large enough that you wish to purchase my land as well? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Tian nodded and proceeded to explain his plans for the foundry. Old Wang pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Tian with a smile and said, Have you grown eyes in the back of your head? How did you know I am leaving this place tomorrow? Lin Tian was taken aback. In his memory, old Wang was a solitary figure. During his childhood, whenever there was something delicious, old Wang would secretly share it with him. Curiously, he asked, Why do you plan to leave? Old Wang, having discerned Lin Tian's thoughts, patted his shoulder and replied, You're quite considerate. I'll be frank with you. I am not from around here. A couple of days ago, I visited the doctor who informed me that I have no more than 3 months to live. Thus, I intend to return to my hometown tomorrow. For fallen leaves must return to their roots. A wave of melancholy washed over old Wang's face. In my lifetime, I have not left behind even a son or a daughter. You, my boy, are not so bad. After I depart, I shall leave this house to you. Lin Tian observed him, noting the vigor in his demeanor, which seemed inconsistent with that of a terminally ill man. He wondered if perhaps the city doctor had misdiagnosed him. In an effort to console him, he said, Uncle Wang, I know a friend whose medical skills are exceptional. If you don't mind, I can have him examine you tomorrow. If it truly is as they say, I will accompany you back to your hometown. Upon hearing this, old Wang was deeply moved. The murkiness in his eyes suddenly cleared, revealing a gentle expression. Seeing him like this made Lin Tian's heart ache. Uncle Wang, if it turns out you are in good health, then please stay with us. Once I finish repairing the foundry, you can help me tend to the garden. A century from now, I shall return you to your homeland. Old Wang, with his rough hands covering his eyes, felt tears slipping through his fingers. He choked back his emotions, saying, "Tizi, you must keep your word. Do not go back on it." Lin Tian nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured. I shall certainly honor my promise." Chapter 188. Do not eat before the doctor's visit. Upon hearing this, Old Wang was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Perhaps it was Lin Tian's sincere gaze that compelled Old Wang to place his trust in him. He confided in Lin Tian that, regardless of the outcome tomorrow, the house would be gifted to him. "Uncle Wang, have a good night's sleep and do not worry too much. Your health will surely be fine," Lin Tian reassured him. Old Wang felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few casual words, Lin Tian took his leave. Upon returning home, Lu Yin immediately noticed that something was amiss with his expression. "My lord, what troubles you?" she inquired. Lin Tian gently ruffled her hair and replied, "I went to see Uncle Wang to discuss the foundry, but I unexpectedly learned of his illness. He does not appear to be suffering from a terminal condition. Perhaps the physicians in the city have misdiagnosed him. I intend to invite Dr. Wang to examine him tomorrow." Lu Yin nodded, fully trusting Lin Tian's medical skills. If he deemed there to be no illness, then assuredly there was none. The decision to summon Dr. Wang was likely to conceal the fact that he possessed medical knowledge. "You speak wisely, my lord." Seeing Lu Yinran's unwavering support for whatever he said or did brought Lin Tian immense comfort, prompting him to embrace her. The suddenness of his affection startled her, nearly causing her to cry out. Lin Tian rested his chin atop her head and softly murmured, "Wife, you are truly wonderful. I wish I could keep you at my side, wherever I go." At his words, Lu Yinran blushed and dared not meet his gaze. Such overt declarations of affection left her flustered, and she quickly changed the topic. "By the way, do you know where Dr. Wang resides?" "Ah, I am not certain," Lin Tian replied. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yinran suggested, "Why not write a letter to old Master Morong and ask him to bring Dr. Wang tomorrow?" "Are you suggesting we have Morongfu bring Wang Yang?" Lin Tian thought to himself, recognizing the audacity of his wife. After all, the man was the Emperor of Dian. Would it truly be appropriate to summon him at will? Yet, observing Lu Yin's demeanor as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he could only reflect on how fortunate he was to have such an extraordinary wife. Lu Yin noticed Lin Tian's gaze upon her, feeling slightly puzzled. She wondered if her suggestion was inappropriate. Surely, Morongfu would be more than willing. The couple's thoughts were entirely misaligned. Ultimately, they followed Lu Yinran's advice and pinned a letter, entrusting it to Xiao Bai for delivery. Having completed these tasks, Lin Tian looked at her with a meaningful smile and said, "Wife, shouldn't we get some rest?" At his words, Lu Yinran's cheeks flushed. Her thoughts drifted to the risk book that Lu Qianxuan had secretly given her. The content was undeniably embarrassing, and she had read it with a crimson face. Her cousin had advised her that a woman must know how to please her husband. Otherwise, given Lin Tian's status, he might very well take a concubine. Especially someone as captivating as Guanju heir. If that were to happen, her position would be jeopardized. She was urged to conceive a child before Lin Tian entertained thoughts of taking a concubine. Furthermore, she was cautioned that as long as Lin Tian did not bring up the subject of concubinage, she should refrain from making any impulsive decisions that could lead to her own regret. Lu Yin understood that her cousin had her best interests at heart, and she felt that her cousin's words were indeed correct. With a flushed face and a racing heart, she embraced Lin Tian's neck and gently buried her face in the crook of his neck. Lin Tian was immediately engulfed in a wave of heat and desire. "Husband," Lu Yin softly called out. Overwhelmed, he swiftly lifted her and carried her towards the bedside, extinguishing the candle in the process. That night, Morongfu tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep as his mind wandered. He pondered over maps, military funds, treasures, and the 100 extraordinary artifacts that awaited each month. However, before he could reach a conclusion, a familiar white dove flew in through the window. He quickly rose to retrieve the letter it carried. The contents read, "Old Master Morong, I have a friend who requires Dr. Wang's assistance for a diagnosis. I kindly request that you bring Dr. Wang to my house tomorrow morning." Upon hearing that the master had summoned him, Morongfu found it even harder to sleep. Who was this friend? The master himself was a miraculous healer. What ailment could he not cure? If he needed Wang Yang's involvement, it must be a matter that required discretion. He speculated on the implications. It would be a good opportunity to inquire about how to resolve the issues surrounding Bailing. If it were merely a matter of military funds, it could be easily addressed. Yet, this situation also entangled the divine martial sect. The old dragon had mentioned this issue as well, and he could not think of an appropriate solution. If left to Bailing to resolve on its own, what purpose would the master's hint serve? There must be a deeper meaning behind it. However, he could not fathom why, despite the master's apparent interest in Guanju, he had not taken her as his wife. Could it be due to his current wife? Morongfu considered this possibility. The master's wife, while seemingly delicate, was the daughter of Prime Minister Luosang, possessing a mind far beyond that of ordinary women. Yet, this did not align with his observations. The master's affection for his wife was evident to all. It could only be said that the master's interest in Guanju was merely a fleeting fancy. This hypothesis seemed plausible to Morongfu. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, he set out to find Wang Yang. Wang Yang resided on North Street in the capital, in the most unpretentious of homes. He had 3 sons, all employed at the Imperial Medical Institute. Upon hearing that Mu Rongfu had come to see him, he rushed out, still in his unkempt attire. Your Majesty, Wang Yang began to bow. Mu Rongfu quickly gestured for him to enter the carriage. Hurry up. Yes. Wang Yang quickly climbed into the carriage. Old Wang. The master mentioned your name yesterday and requested that I bring you to see him this morning. He also asked you to attend to a friend of his. You know what to do, right? Wang Yang nodded promptly, fully aware. Mu Rongfu expressed his satisfaction. Good, the master intends to nurture the talents of our great yin. You must seize this opportunity. Even mastering a strand of the master's skill would be enough for you to gain renown throughout the realm. The old minister understood this well. He did not require Mu Rongfu's reminders. He was already cognizant of the stakes involved. If it weren't for the fear of incurring the master's wrath, and the presence of the esteemed one before him, he would have eagerly brought along his own children. The journey of medicine knows no bounds. Who does not aspire to pursue a higher realm? He too shares this sentiment. At the break of dawn, the two arrived at the blacksmith shop. Lin Tian, having arranged the time beforehand, had opened the door early and was tidying up when he noticed the carriage at the entrance. The two disembarked, and he set aside his broom to greet them, saying, I appreciate your presence. Please, make yourselves comfortable inside. You are too courteous, Mu Rongfu replied respectfully. Following Lin Tian, they entered the premises. Lin Tian smiled and said, You two have not yet dined, I presume. Please wait for a moment. I shall step out briefly. The meal is prepared and simmering in the pot. After we attend to the medical consultation, we can all dine together. It was not that Lin Tian wished to prevent anyone from eating first. He recalled that in his past life, visiting a hospital often required fasting. If one arrived late and old Wang had already eaten, what if the diagnosis was missed? It was better to wait and share the meal after the consultation. Very well. Mu Rongfu responded with a smile. Once Lin Tian stepped outside, he glanced around the courtyard but did not spot Lu Yanran. Turning to Wang Yang, he inquired, Does eating have any bearing on the consultation? Wang Yang shook his head. Is it not permissible to eat before a consultation? Never have I encountered such a notion in my many years of practice, he replied. Mu Rongfu then understood, saying, Make a note of this. One should refrain from eating before a medical consultation. Wang Yang quickly nodded, indicating he had taken note, thinking to himself that he had learned yet another valuable lesson from the master. Remarkable. Chapter 189. Oh, Xiao Chang, you think too much. Soon, Lin Tian led old Wang into the room. He introduced, Uncle Wang, this is Dr. Wang. His medical skills are remarkable. Let him examine you. Wang Yang quickly stood up and respectfully said to old Wang, Elder brother, please have a seat. Allow me to take your pulse. Old Wang, having lived a considerable number of years, could tell from their attire that these two were not ordinary individuals. Overwhelmed by their presence, he immediately extended his arm, anxiously gazing at Wang Yang. He had seen these two before, frequently visiting the blacksmith shop, suggesting a close relationship with Lin Tian. After taking the pulse, Wang Yang stroked his beard thoughtfully. Old Wang, apprehensively, asked, Doctor, can my illness still be cured? Lin Tian looked at Wang Yang as well. Wang Yang quickly reassured him. Elder brother, you are not ill. It's just that you caught a chill previously and did not rest properly. The change in weather has caused you to feel short of breath and experience discomfort in your chest. Yes, you are absolutely right. Old Wang exclaimed excitedly. Wang Yang smiled. I will prescribe you some medicine. With proper care, you will recover in no time. Really? I don't have a terminal illness? Upon hearing he wasn't facing a dire condition, old Wang stood up in excitement. Wang Yang nodded. Your health is quite robust. There is no need for excessive concern. A weight lifted from old Wang's heart as he sighed in relief. He bowed deeply to Wang Yang, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, doctor. These days, I feared I was on the brink of death. He then turned to Lin Tian, his excitement palpable. Tizi, I must sincerely thank you. I almost fell victim to that quack. Lin Tian shared in his joy, chuckling, Uncle, we had an agreement. You promised not to go back on your word. Haha. Of course, I always keep my promises. From now on, I shall assist Tizi with the guarding duties. As long as you don't mind having an old dog like me around. Lin Tian felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and quickly replied, Uncle, there is no need to speak of yourself that way. I entrust the safety of this home to you. Afterward, he invited everyone to sit down while he went to the kitchen to serve porridge. In the kitchen, Lu Yanran's beef porridge was ready. Lin Tian expertly sprinkled green onions on top and carried it out on a tray. Upon seeing the familiar garnish, Mu Rongfu and Wang Yang's eyes lit up. Indeed, whenever the master cooked, they were in for a treat. Mu Rongfu and the others devoured 3 large bowls each. Old Wang, relieved to hear he was not ill, also enjoyed 2 bowls. He even felt, perhaps it was just his imagination, that after drinking the beef porridge, he felt significantly better. After the meal, Lin Tian discussed the forging house with Mu Rongfu and old Wang, while Lu Yanran joyfully ran to find Lu Qinshuan to share the plans Lin Tian had revealed to her the previous night. That settles it then, Lin Tian said with a smile. Yes, should you require anything from our side, do not hesitate to instruct us, Mu Rongfu said with great courtesy. Lin Tian gradually became accustomed to his demeanor. As they were about to depart, Morongfu suddenly remembered the matter concerning biling and hurriedly inquired regarding biling. What do you think we should do? Biling. What should we do? Could it possibly refer to the matter of treasure? Lin Tian pondered, realizing that it was ultimately a private affair of others, and as outsiders, they ought not to interfere. Thus, he smiled and remarked, that is their concern. It would be prudent for us to refrain from involvement. Upon hearing this, Morongfu immediately comprehended the underlying message. The master's intent was for Chu Xiong to address the issue. After all, if one could not even manage such trivial matters, there would be little reason to continue following the master. Bestowing them the rubies was perhaps merely a subtle hint regarding the precise location of the treasure, encouraging them to notify the people of the divine martial sect. Having received Lin Tian's unspoken cue, Morongfu departed with Wang Yang. Once they left, old Wang gazed at Lin Tian with immense gratitude. Kid, I am at a loss for how to express my thanks, he said. Lin Tian offered a serene smile, replying, Uncle, let's forego the expressions of gratitude. I remember quite well that whenever you had a delectable treat, you would sneak some to me. I have not forgotten. Old Wang was moved to tears by his words. Ah, we are all grown men. Why must we indulge in such sentimentality? I will tidy up when I return and follow your advice. I shall start by constructing a forge in the yard, and once the dormitory is ready, I will move in before dismantling the front shop. Lin Tian nodded. In that case, I shall seek out Xiao Chang and the others. After locking the door, he set off to find Li Xiaochang. In the village, there were indeed many impoverished individuals like Li Xiaochang. Upon hearing that Lin Tian intended to build a house, they eagerly rushed to offer their assistance. Moreover, news of Lin Tian seeking long-term workers spread, further heightening the villagers' excitement. Who wouldn't wish to earn money while remaining close to home? It was certainly preferable to laboring in the fields. Li Xiaochang was equally exhilarated upon hearing Lin Tian's plans. He immediately called for Hu Zi and Go Sheng. Unsurprisingly, both readily agreed to help. Observing the throng of villagers surrounding Li Xiaochang's home, even the village head, Tao Wan, approached to inquire, Lin Tian, are you planning to construct another house? Yes, Lin Tian replied. I intend to finalize a business arrangement with my friends, which necessitates expanding my blacksmithing operations by building a dedicated forge. Village head, would that be acceptable? Lin Tian inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Inside, Tao Wan felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. It was worth noting that he had initially looked down upon Lin Tian for his poverty, which was why he had not considered marrying his daughter to him. Now, however, Lin Tian not only had built a house of blue bricks and tiles, but in less than a month, he was preparing to construct another. How could one manage to build repeatedly without any money? At this point, he was filled with regret. He had proposed several suitors to his daughter, yet she had rejected them all. Although she was now capable of earning money, once she turned 20, the taxes would multiply sixfold. Regardless of her earning potential, it was unwise to squander money frivolously. Noticing the displeasure etched on Tao Wan's face, Lin Tian was unsure of the reason behind his scowl. Village head, unless there is anything else, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Lin Tian had little fondness for Tao Wan's pretentious demeanor, suspecting that jealousy was at play. Hey, old Lin, don't rush off. We can work just as diligently. Please reconsider. Kid, your uncle is quite adept at bricklaying. You should let him lend a hand. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, he smiled and addressed his uncles and aunts, stating, I have sufficient manpower for the construction of my house. However, my wife can teach everyone how to embroider handkerchiefs. Surely, you have heard about her exquisite handiwork, which can also be a source of income. If the aunts are looking for some work, feel free to consult with my wife. Really? Is your wife willing to teach us? Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Once you all have created your embroidered handkerchiefs, we will purchase them for resale, of course. The pricing will depend on the quality of your work. For further details, you will need to inquire with my wife. The women, upon hearing this, became increasingly excited. They had long heard of Lu Yinran's remarkable embroidery skills, and even Tao Shiro had benefited greatly from her talent. Each handkerchief could earn a considerable sum. This was certainly more lucrative than the labor their husbands engaged in. With this revelation, they eagerly surrounded Lin Tian, chattering about the whereabouts of Lu Yinran. Lin Tian reassured them, everyone, please remain calm. We will inform you of the specifics once the house is completed. Rest assured. The villagers, hearing this, refrained from pressing further. However, upon hearing that Lin Tian planned to organize the villagers to embroider handkerchiefs, Tao Wan worried that his daughter, Xiao, would miss out on potential earnings. As he watched Lin Tian's retreating figure, Tao Wan felt a pang of resentment, convinced that Lin Tian was seeking revenge for not marrying Xiao. Yet, he could only conclude he was overthinking the situation. On the road, Lin Tian spoke to his companions, rest assured, as long as you all follow my lead, your wages will be fair. We agreed on a consistent rate, and I assure you, not a single coin will be withheld. Additionally, once the forging house is completed, there will be overtime pay. His companions were filled with surprise. Hu Zi curiously asked, Old Lin, what is overtime pay? Lin Tian explained. It refers to additional compensation for hours worked beyond the regular time. Their expressions became even more animated upon hearing this. This opportunity would yield far greater rewards than their arduous labor in the city, where they toiled day and night for meager wages. Though blacksmithing was often regarded as a lowly profession for them, the prospect of earning enough to support their families outweighed any stigma. Li Xiaoqiang observed the excitement of his companions with an indescribable sense of pride. Not long ago, both he and Lin Tian were looked down upon in the village. Yet now, Lin Tian seemed to flourish beyond anyone's expectations. Only he understood that Lin Tian's background was anything but ordinary. Perhaps he was a young gentleman from a noble family, now wandering among the common folk, gathering supporters to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Li Xiaoqiang was convinced of this. If that were the case, he would surely become an integral part of Lin Tian's inner circle. He silently vowed that should that day come, he would be at the forefront. Lin Tian noticed the gaze directed at him by Li Xiaoqiang. But the intensity of that look sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 190. Cooking with incense wood? A few individuals arrived at Old Wang's courtyard. Huzi surveyed the area and inquired, "Old Lin, what sort of foundry do you envision constructing here?" Observing the modest courtyard filled with timber, Lin Tian responded, "I intend to build 3 simple structures, one for the foundry, one for lodging, and another for the latrine. I plan to install a row of furnaces inside, approximately 6, and beside them, a water basin. In the corner, I will set up a shelf." Huzi nodded. He was a well-known carpenter in the village, skilled in his craft. After hearing Lin Tian's words, he deemed this construction task less intricate than the previous one. Erecting 3 simple rooms would not take long, about 10 days at most. There was no rush. As long as it was completed before next month, it would suffice. Just like last time, we will have lunch at my house. The meals at Lin Tian's home are renowned for their quality. So everyone in the village eagerly offers their assistance when there is work to be done. Dog Shang scratched his head and asked, "Old Lin, regarding the embroidered handkerchiefs you mentioned, can my wife join as well?" "Of course," Lin Tian replied, "but that will have to wait a few days. My wife is currently discussing it with her cousin. Once they finalize their plans, anyone who wishes to learn may come." Upon hearing this, Dog Shang's face lit up with joy. Old Wang entered, carrying a teapot and several chip bowls, pouring tea for the group. "Come, let us enjoy some tea while we discuss." Lin Tian, not one to be polite, raised his cup and gulped down a bowl in one go. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Uncle Wang, I have another matter to discuss with you. Would it be permissible for me to purchase the timber in this courtyard for my construction? It would save me the trouble of cutting it myself." Old Wang chuckled, "Certainly. You just saved my life. Feel free to take the wood." "That is too generous. I cannot accept it as a gift," Lin Tian insisted. Seeing Lin Tian's resolute stance, Old Wang squinted and replied, "What? Do you expect me to pay you for asking me to fetch a doctor?" "No, I did not mean that you should pay," Lin Tian hurriedly clarified. Old Wang rolled his eyes at him. "Then it is settled. Take the timber as you wish." "Well, thank you, Uncle Wang," Lin Tian said, somewhat helplessly. However, Old Wang found himself increasingly fond of Lin Tian, thinking to himself that this young man was destined for success. The person he had just seen certainly held a respectable status, treating Lin Tian with such deference. He wondered what Lin Tian was doing outside to be faring so well. Surely, it was not anything illicit? At that moment, Lin Tian noticed a piece of rotten wood in the corner of Old Wang's yard. "Uncle Wang, may I have that piece of wood?" Old Wang turned to look. It was a gnarled, unusable hunk that had been lying there for years, forgotten. "What do you want that for?" "There is plenty of wood in the yard. Take your pick." Lin Tian shook his head and replied with a smile, "I just find that piece particularly unique. I wish to take it home and fashion it into a flower pot." "A flower pot?" Old Wang was uncertain about what could be made from a piece of decayed wood. "It's up to you," he said. "Although the wood is quite hard, it isn't heavy. If you like it, take it." Lin Tian nodded. In his previous life, he had been involved in the arts, and surely that allowed him a modicum of artistic sensibility. Meanwhile, Huzi and the others intended to move the wood while there was still daylight, clearing the area for building. Since old Lin was a straightforward man, they couldn't afford to be cunning. "Brothers, let's roll up our sleeves and get to work," they exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. Observing their fervor, Lin Tian decided to let them continue working while he carried the wood home. Naturally, he also needed to clear a space in his yard. The central wall would eventually need to be dismantled, leaving the door between the kitchen and the bathroom intact. This way, the neighboring vegetable greenhouse wouldn't need to be relocated. With winter still some time away, Lin Tian sowed more cabbage and radish seeds in the greenhouse. These vegetables had a short growth cycle, so planting them now would allow for a winter harvest. In the remaining greenhouse, he planted peppers and eggplants anew. To ensure his wife had fruit during winter, he deliberately took some branches from the grapevine in the yard and planted them in the greenhouse for cultivation. Of course, Lu Yin wasn't going to let Lin Tian toil alone. She rolled up her sleeves and took a small hoe to dig the soil, methodically burying potatoes one by one. Lin Tian initially wanted her to rest, but she felt this was the perfect opportunity to learn planting techniques from him. As they worked, she became so engrossed that she hardly noticed the passage of time. Observing her nimble movements, Lin Tian was somewhat surprised. Hadn't she injured her hand previously? Now she seemed as agile as ever, perhaps even more so than him. Was she truly healed? He recalled that Wang Yang had diagnosed her last time, and thought to himself that the old man's medical skills were indeed remarkable. If given the chance, he would express his gratitude properly. After a while, the couple continued their labor until Lin Tian, concerned about Lu Yinran's fatigue, decided to pause. He used the excuse that it was nearly noon to send her to the kitchen to prepare a meal while he pondered over that piece of wood. The wood had a rather peculiar shape. Despite being decayed, it emanated an odd charm. Its surface resembled a rocky landscape, dotted with bubble-like protrusions. He cleaned the moldy areas with water and mused that this color would make for an appealing flower pot. Most of the items in their home were made of iron or woven from bamboo. Lu Yinran had brought back an orchid from her cousin's house, which was now left without a proper pot. He thought that crafting a flower pot from this piece of wood would be just right. However, just as he was about to lift it, it suddenly cracked with a sharp snap. Lin Tian was speechless. How could it have been fine just moments ago? And now it had broken after a wash. Clearly, making a flower pot was out of the question. With a sense of resignation, he gathered the splintered pieces and tossed them into the corner of the wall. It was at this moment that Hu Ba arrived. Xiao Tian, are you there? Lin Tian stood up and replied, I am here, brother Hu. Upon hearing a response from within, Hu Ba entered. His gaze fell upon the soil at Lin Tian's feet, then wandered to the courtyard, filled with concern. After all, so many precious resources had been destroyed. How long would it take for them to recover? His eyes swiftly scanned the yard, finally resting on a corner. Agarwood. Hu Ba's eyes widened in astonishment, noticing Lin Tian's peculiar expression upon his entrance. He couldn't help but inquire, Brother Hu, what are you looking at? At this, Hu Ba snapped back to reality. Those fragments of wood were indeed agarwood. However, the surface bore scorch marks. Could it be that the master had used it for kindling? The thought made Hu Ba's lips twitch. Tentatively, he asked Xiao Tian, what do you intend to do with those pieces of wood in the corner? Oh, you mean those? Lin Tian turned to look at the shattered wood and replied nonchalantly, what else could be done with them? They're for burning. Upon hearing this, Hu Ba's eyes widened even further. Goodness, he had guessed correctly. The master was actually using agarwood for firewood. It is known that agarwood has become extinct on the continent, a rarity to behold in this world. Yet, here it was, relegated to the mundane task of cooking. Hu Ba could not help but swallow hard. Several times he contemplated asking Lin Tian to part with those pieces, but he hesitated. After all, the master's culinary skills were profound. A pot full of medicinal herbs could be simmered without causing harm. Perhaps the agarwood, once burned, could serve other purposes? For instance, its fragrance, could it be an ingredient for medicine? Who could truly fathom it? At the level of the master, no one could ever guess his thoughts. Chapter 191. The master urges you to return home for contemplation. Hu Ba chuckled softly. Lin Tian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Brother Hu, have you come to see me for some specific reason? Upon hearing this, Hu Ba finally grasped the situation. Indeed. Long Ao Tian had instructed him to avoid idling in the shop and to frequent the blacksmith's forge more often. However, was the master's residence a place one could wander freely? Hu Ba found himself at a loss for words, believing that Long Ao Tian had underestimated the matter. If the master could be approached so casually, he would hardly be considered a master at all. Nevertheless, Hu Ba had heard from Long Ao Tian that the master was to forge 100 unparalleled artifacts each month for the Great Yin. Good heavens! Upon hearing this, he was utterly flabbergasted. 100 artifacts, what an astonishing concept. There were not enough to be found across the entire continent. Moreover, this endeavor was exclusively for the Great Yin, implying that the Northwest United Army had no stake in it, nor did their own Yin nation. With this understanding, it became clear why Long Ao Tian was so eager for him to come to Lin Tian's presence to establish rapport. Hu Ba cheerfully remarked, indeed. I heard you were planning to construct another house and thought I might inquire if there is anything I could assist you with. In truth, Lin Tian owed him a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for Hu Ba's assistance in securing a favorable price last time, he would not have been able to commence his construction so swiftly. Furthermore, it seemed that Hu Ba had come once more to lend a helping hand. Such loyalty could not be feigned. Not to mention, the gift he had brought along was likely another assortment of exquisite delicacies. It was becoming a habit. Each time he visited, he never arrived empty-handed, which left Lin Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. As noon approached, Lin Tian invited him to stay for a meal. Hu Ba's intention had been to forge a connection and assert his presence, so he readily accepted the invitation. He even offered to pick up a hoe and assist Lin Tian with his work. Lin Tian, feeling a tad awkward at Hu Ba's enthusiasm, thought it inappropriate to have a jade merchant toil in the fields. Yet, observing Hu Ba enjoying the labor, occasionally glancing back at him with a smile, Lin Tian refrained from voicing his objections. He surmised that perhaps Hu Ba had never farmed before and was merely seeking a taste of rural life. Should he find the task too strenuous, he would certainly allow him a break. Before long, Lu Yin emerged with a basket of vegetables to wash. Upon seeing Hu Ba, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation. Remembering how they had aided her previously, she no longer harbored any resentment towards them. After all, they were friends of her husband. Whether good or ill, her husband would know how to navigate the situation appropriately. Such agricultural skills, if her husband were unwilling to teach, could not be mastered by just anyone. With this thought, Lu Yanran felt a sense of relief. Observing Hu Ba, who was soon drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Lin Tian paused his work and said, Brother Hu, if you are weary, please take a rest. Hu Ba, clutching the small hoe, marveled that this tool was indeed a heavenly implement. He had hardly used it for a brief period before feeling overwhelmed. glancing at the master, who remained unperturbed and composed. He realized the vast difference in their capabilities. With immense admiration, he gazed at Lin Tian, insisting, "No worries, I can manage." Lin Tian observed Hu Ba's spirited demeanor and refrained from further discouragement, contemplating that he might indeed possess an interest in planting. With a smile, he remarked, "Brother Hu, I did not anticipate your vigor. I must admit I underestimated you. If you are intrigued by cultivation, feel free to visit next time, and I shall teach you." Upon hearing Lin Tian's praise, Hu Ba became entirely animated. Was the master suggesting he had a talent? Furthermore, the prospect of learning how to nurture rare herbs and treasures filled him with excitement. His eyes gleamed as he nodded vigorously in agreement. Lin Tian smiled subtly. Realizing his assumption was correct, Hu Ba genuinely enjoyed planting. Indeed, cultivating vegetables in this small ravine could be a delightful pastime, provided it was not done excessively. Before long, the soil in the courtyard was nearly turned over. Lin Tian instructed Hu Ba to wash his hands while he entered to assist Lu Yin and with the cooking. As he spoke, he noticed some scraps of wood in the corner and picked them up to carry to the kitchen. Observing Lin Tian clutching the wood, Hu Ba hurried towards him, anxious, and inquired, "Xiao Tian, are you truly intending to burn this?" Lin Tian nodded affirmatively and responded, "Indeed, brother Hu. Do you not appreciate wood as much as stones? If you fancy it, I shall gift it to you." In his previous life, Lin Tian had studied design, which he eloquently described as an artistic pursuit. Hu Ba, who specialized in jade craftsmanship, might also relish the idea of creating something peculiar and exquisite through carving. Upon hearing that it would be a gift, Hu Ba eagerly nodded. After all, this was a substantial amount of agarwood. If crafted into a finished piece, well, if the master truly intended to burn it, accepting it in that context should pose no problem. Perhaps he could carve something extraordinary from this agarwood. "Thank you, Xiao Tian," Hu Ba exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the pieces of wood from Lin Tian. As for what he would carve, he had yet to decide. With the agarwood now in his possession, he could determine the creation at his leisure. Seeing his excitement, Lin Tian felt assured in his assessment. After all, those engaged in the arts often possess unique and whimsical ideas. With the fragrant wood in hand, Hu Ba was eager to return home. Noticing his eagerness, Lin Tian chuckled. "Brother Hu, are you unable to contain your anticipation to study these pieces of wood at home?" Hu Ba, caught in his thoughts, felt slightly embarrassed and nodded sheepishly. Understanding his enthusiasm, Lin Tian did not insist he stay for dinner. With permission granted, Hu Ba joyfully departed. Clutching the fragrant wood and couldn't wait to write to Long Out Yin. As he examined the agarwood on the table, he observed while pondering. The wood was still damp, indicating that the master had washed it recently. Upon feeling the surface of the wood, he noticed the notch was fresh, suggesting that the wood had just been broken. Why would the master have shattered a perfectly good piece of wood? Hu Ba found himself perplexed. Or perhaps it was a subtle hint for him. But a hint of what? Gazing at the 3 pieces of wood on the table, he was at a loss. What could these 3 pieces signify? Could it truly be a gift for him to carve? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Murong Fu and his companions arrived at his doorstep. Hu Ba was aware that Murong Fu had placed spies among them. Otherwise, how could he have received the precious agarwood only to have Murong Fu appear so promptly? Adhering to the etiquette befitting a sovereign, he bowed respectfully to Murong Fu. "Your Majesty, this agarwood was gifted to me by the master. However, I have discovered that it is a single piece, deliberately divided into 3 parts, and I am at a loss to discern the master's intention behind this." He spoke earnestly. "I recall you mentioning that the words of the master must be interpreted with care. Yet I find myself too simple-minded to unravel the true meaning of this agarwood." Upon hearing the words agarwood, Murong Fu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet, it was improbable that the master would bestow such a gift without reason, especially in 3 segments. The master's insights always demanded thorough contemplation. It could not possibly be so straightforward. "Let me ponder this," he mused. Just because Hu Ba could not decipher it did not imply that he, the one who understood the master best, would be similarly stumped. Murong Fu, with a proud and confident gaze fixed upon the agarwood, found himself at an impasse after a while. If he failed to provide an explanation, would those 3 pieces of wood not belong to Hu Ba? That was a bitter thought indeed. Murong Fu solemnly inquired, "When the master presented you with the wood, did he not say anything or offer any hints?" Hu Ba shook his head in response. "Think again," Murong Fu urged. Hu Ba strained his mind, desperately recalling his earlier conversation with Lin Tian. In that moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Aha! The master instructed me to return home and study it carefully." Chapter 192. Is this the interpretation? Should we study it carefully? Murong Fu fixed his gaze once more upon the fragrant wood upon the table. Suddenly, he noticed a small hole on the surface. A thought struck him. And with a serious expression, he remarked, "Do you not think this hole resembles the shape of that gemstone?" Upon uttering this, he reached into his pocket to retrieve the gem for comparison. To his astonishment, the small hole was indeed rounded, closely mimicking the shape of the gemstone. The others looked at him in bewilderment. How could a mere hole be related to a gemstone? It could merely be a result of worm infestation or the natural form of the fragrant wood. However, as Murong Fu aligned the ruby with the hole, he appeared to have discovered a new realm of understanding, his excitement palpable. "Eureka!" he exclaimed, his eyes widening. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the wrinkles on his face seemed to animate with his enthusiasm. The master must have intended to convey that the treasure is connected to the map. As he pieced the wood back together, he continued fervently, the marked location on the map does not indicate the precise whereabouts of the treasure. Rather, we must reconstruct the ruined map. This small hole serves as a clue, suggesting that to discover the entrance to the treasure, sunlight is the key. Having drawn his conclusions, Morong Fu could hardly contain his exhilaration, feeling remarkably astute. Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, he wore a smug smile. I knew it. Surely the master would not provide no hints at all. They should have studied it more thoroughly. Yet here, Hu Ba has been staring at it for so long without grasping its significance. In critical moments, it falls upon me to unravel the mystery. As for the accuracy of his conjecture, that would require long Outyen to verify. Fortunately, they were in Bailing, providing ample opportunity for such an endeavor. He even believed that Guan Hai and Guan Ju would certainly not fathom it. Hu Ba gazed blankly at Morong Fu, his expression mirroring his incredulity. Could it truly be so? How is that possible? It seems utterly implausible. Shaking his head to regain his composure, he thought, this must be rather unlikely. Would the master go to such lengths to provide a hint? Hu Ba surmised that Lin Tian had merely intended for him to carve something from the wood. Observing Morong Fu's eager demeanor, he felt a pang of fear that he might snatch it away. Indeed. Morong Fu beamed as he began to caress a piece of fragrant wood in his hands. Hu Ba immediately raised the alarm. Of course, he exclaimed, swiftly cradling the fragrant wood in his arms. Yin Di, this is something the master expressly said was meant for me. You see, it cannot be taken away. Morong Fu awkwardly withdrew his hand, chuckling nervously. Well, old Hu, one must not be overly greedy, don't you think? You have 3 pieces here. Can you spare me one? What? Share one with you? Hu Ba shook his head vigorously, as if a motor had been installed within him. No way. This was explicitly stated by the master. If you want one, go ask the master yourself. Did he truly think him foolish? Each month, he received 100 extraordinary items from the master, and he had the audacity to accuse others of greed? Who was truly greedy here? How shameless. Morong Fu, witnessing his reluctance, could only awkwardly observe him. The agarwood, a type of timber that has already become extinct across the entire continent. There are no relevant records in any texts. He yearned to take a piece back for thorough study. However, Hu Ba was unwilling to part with it, and he hesitated to ask the master for it. After all, the master had just agreed to craft 100 unparalleled artifacts for him each month. If he were to show an interest in the agarwood, the master might perceive his greed and refuse to forge weapons for him, leading to a loss greater than the gain. Thus, he requested Hu Ba to fetch him paper and ink, as he wished to relay the intelligence he had just analyzed to Long Ao Tian. In the blacksmith shop, Liu Yinren had prepared the meal, while Hu Zi and the others had largely organized the timber next door. Satisfied with the neatly arranged wood, Lin Tian felt content. He had also tidied up his yard. After the meal, he planned to venture into the mountains to dig up some yam. A yam and pork rib stew during winter would be quite delightful. The couple brought the dishes to the table. After washing their hands, everyone sat down joyfully. Upon seeing the meat dishes, Hu Zi and the others could not help but swallow hard. Since their last meal at Lin Tian's home, they had not tasted meat again. Lin Tian encouraged everyone to eat. Once the meal concluded, Hu Zi and the others proposed to go to town to purchase bricks. Approximately 20,000 bricks would suffice. Each brick cost 2 coins, totaling 400 coins for 20,000. Lin Tian nodded as he produced 2 taels of silver from his pocket, adding an extra 41. This is unacceptable, Hu Zi protested. Lin Tian smiled. This extra 41 is for drinks on the way. Do not refuse it. I will certainly need your assistance in the future. After hearing this, Hu Zi ceased his objections. The group felt that working with Lin Tian was indeed a pleasure, far superior to laboring elsewhere. It was a comfortable experience. Very well, let us strive to move the bricks into the yard before nightfall. The sight of the money filled them with excitement and vigor. Lin Tian nodded, seeing them off. There was an ox cart at the village entrance, which was faster than going to town. Initially, Lin Tian intended to have them take the ox cart, but considering the fare of 2 copper coins per person, the men would likely hesitate to spend it. He thought that since he had already given them money, as long as the work was completed on time, the savings would ultimately be theirs. Meanwhile, Liu Yinren, while clearing the dishes, glanced at the neatly organized vegetable garden and the 4 large baskets resting against the wall. Her eyes brightened. Were those nani showu? Thankfully, a few remained, and she let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian, on the other hand, felt comfort upon seeing the 4 large baskets filled with peanuts, sweet potatoes, and radishes. He was grateful that these crops had grown beneath the soil and had not been uprooted. Otherwise, he would have been inconsolable. Naturally, in Lin Tian's understanding, Showu was always black, and ginseng was slender and long. None resembled the varieties he had planted. If Liu Yinren were to discover that what she considered precious herbs were merely vegetables in Lin Tian's eyes, she would be taken aback. Vegetables! If Lin Tian were aware, he would surely be heartbroken. Any single radish sold could suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. However, Liu Yinren was acutely aware that her husband yearned for a life of simplicity. Should she unveil the truth, there was a distinct possibility of being cast aside, a risk she deemed unnecessary. Such a fate would be far more severe than merely taking a concubine. With this thought in mind, she concluded that it was far wiser to continue playing her role alongside Lin Tian. for it relieved her of any worries. Moreover, her family possessed a formidable ally, making the situation all the more agreeable. Lin Tian heaved several large baskets into the kitchen, pondering their considerable weight. There was no way he could consume all these radishes. Even if sold, they would fetch a meager sum. Although the new house had increased the number of mouths to feed, it was impractical to subsist solely on radishes. With 2 enormous baskets and lacking a refrigerator, he suddenly devised a plan. How could he have overlooked the cellar? He slapped his forehead in realization and promptly set to work, seizing a hoe to dig a cellar in the yard. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with her gentle eyes, which filled him with renewed vigor. Lu Yinran, curious, inquired, "Husband, what are you digging for?" Lin Tian replied with a smile. "I am excavating a cellar." "A cellar?" Lu Yinran was puzzled. "What is a cellar?" Lin Tian elaborated, explaining that a cellar involves digging a hole in the ground, leveling it, and coating it with a layer of lime to store food. This method would prolong the preservation of food far better than leaving it exposed. Instantly enlightened, Lu Yinran grasped the concept. Lin Tian beamed at her with delight. It was evident that Dian lacked cellars, and presumably, Luo Sang did as well, otherwise she would be aware of it. This innovative approach could indeed be shared with the villagers. At this realization, Lin Tian felt a surge of pride in his ingenuity. Chapter 193. The joy of having a daughter. The following afternoon, in the room of Guan Hai at the Northern Ridge Divine Martial Sect, father and daughter were seated at a table, intently examining a letter. This correspondence was from Murong Fu, detailing matters related to a treasure and alluding to the master's hints. Guan Jue glanced up at her silent father, harboring unwavering faith in Lin Tian, convinced that the information was undoubtedly accurate. She eagerly grasped Guan Hai's hand, insisting they verify the claims. If they could indeed uncover the entrance to the treasure, they would be instantaneously wealthy. Moreover, the collusion between the Sacred Dragon Sect and Zhua Fei necessitated an explanation to the Great Yin, subtly convincing her that this endeavor was indeed part of their mission. After all, the master shared a close relationship with Murong Fu, and it was inconceivable that he would remain indifferent to such matters. Due to the master's renown, she had already sensed that someone was tailing them. However, as the pursuers had revealed neither their identities nor any hostility, she chose not to investigate further. Guan Hai mentioned that the aura felt strikingly similar to that of the Flame Emperor who had visited before. Thus, Guan Jue speculated that those lurking in the shadows were likely Long Ao Tian and his companions. It must be said that their instincts were remarkably astute. Likewise, the Sacred Dragon Sect, which had long been coveting them, had positioned spies around the Divine Martial Sect. At this moment, their subordinates were engaged in fervent discussion. "Have you heard? The treasure of the Divine Martial Sect is quite extraordinary. I overheard the sect master mention that it might contain a batch of celestial artifacts. No wonder such ferocious wolves guard it. We suffered a great loss last time we ventured there. If those wolves do not disperse, I doubt the young ones of the Divine Martial Sect stand a chance. If they know the treasure's location, will we even get a look in? Indeed, a treasure? It seems more like a den of wolves. Who would bury a treasure in such a desolate forest, guarded by a pack of wolves? I reckon those beasts are merely a cover for the sect master's hidden military funds." "I concur. Those wolves were simply unfortunate to cross our path. With winter approaching, they are likely out in search of food. However, if it were the sect master's military funds, he would not be unable to enter himself and sustain injuries." One astute individual analyzed, leaving the others present looking at him in bewilderment. Is there truly a treasure? Long Ao Tian observed the cautious figures around him, his gaze filled with disdain. The Sacred Dragon Sect was indeed reckless, treating their previous warning as mere idle chatter. His expression grew increasingly cold as memories of the initial Yun Kingdom flooded his mind. 40,000 people, TSK. This was trivial compared to the insignificant Sacred Dragon Sect. He felt a sense of pity for these individuals, who were blissfully unaware of their impending bloodshed. Unable to resist, he touched the knife concealed at his back. Thankfully, the master had not summoned them to action this time. He now dreaded the thought of bloodshed. "Your Majesty, shall we truly not intervene?" Kong Xingyun inquired uncertainly. They had just returned from the forest, confirming Murong Fu's conjecture, which aligned perfectly with the master's hints. What perplexed him most was that they did not even know how to unlock their own sect's treasure. Without the guidance of a master, one could rack their brain in vain. In other words, the founder of the Divine Martial Sect is indeed exceptional. The promised treasure remains shrouded in secrecy, even from future generations. Long Ao Tian pondered that perhaps it would be better not to disclose anything at all. This elaborate ruse only serves to torment them. Over the past few days, he has been in turmoil, losing considerable weight and loosening his belt. Were it not for his connection to the master's father-in-law, they would not have allowed Murong Fu to dictate their actions. Remaining in the small river valley, serving the master would have been far more agreeable. As Kong Xingyin lamented, he observed the appearance of the Guan father and daughter. The two were engaged in hushed conversation as they walked. Those lying in wait immediately followed them upon their emergence. The father and daughter were not oblivious and quickly realized they were being tracked. "Father, it is the people from the Sacred Dragon Sect," Guan Zhu said with a frown. "Not only the Sacred Dragon Sect, but also the Shadow Blood Sect and the Mad Lion Sect. That scoundrel Lu Shenlong must have leaked information to them. He is gravely injured and fears we might seize the treasure first. thus colluding with Yin Shitian and Xiangba. Are they not concerned that we might unite with the royal family to launch an attack? Guan Hai shook his head. Since the last crisis within the sect was resolved, those individuals are undoubtedly aware of our ties to the royal family. Moreover, Chu Xiong's visits to the divine martial sect have been quite ostentatious. The intention is clear. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The letter stated that the treasure could very well be a collection of heavenly artifacts. If that is indeed the case, their madness becomes understandable. Guan Hai smirked coldly. Even if they are heavenly artifacts, with the master present and Emperor Chu by our side, do a mere handful of sect members dare to attempt theft? They are truly overestimating their capabilities. They are merely courting death. I shall visit the royal palace shortly to inform Emperor Chu and discuss strategies to deal with the pack of wolves. As for them, they need not concern themselves. Guan Zhuer was initially taken aback until she noticed Guan Hai gazing toward Long Out Yin's direction. Suddenly enlightened, her face brightened with joy. Guan Hai looked at her with satisfaction. Indeed, having a daughter is a blessing. As the two reached the foot of the mountain, they encountered Chu Xiong, who had come searching for them. Guan Hai politely bowed. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Chu Xiong replied amicably. Sect Master Guan, we are friends now. There is no need for formalities. Let us be more at ease. Chu Xiong had received news earlier that morning and had rushed over without delay. After all, Guan Hai was the master's father-in-law. Though the situation was still uncertain, the entire Northwest was aware of the affairs concerning the Chu Yun Kingdom. If the divine martial sect were to encounter trouble, his fate would surely be worse than that of the Chu Yun Kingdom. Realizing this, he wasted no time and hurried over. The most crucial factor was that both father and son had offended the master. Who could say for certain if the treasure of the divine martial sect was intentionally placed there by the master? Especially now that it had caught the attention of the sacred dragon sect? What is even more uncertain is that there has been no news from the master thus far. Is he merely observing how he resolves the situation? If he fails to manage it well, will he be swiftly eliminated? Chu Xiong touched his neck, feeling a chill. Fortunately, during this time, he had grown quite familiar with Guan Hai. He was also aware that his daughter had already taken residence in the master's household. What does this signify? It suggests that there is indeed something between the master and Guan Zhuer, merely lacking formal acknowledgement. However, that is merely a matter of time. Chu Xiong inquired with curiosity. I have heard that the rascals from the sacred dragon sect are causing unrest again? Guan Hai feigned a look of helplessness and replied, Indeed. This time they have gone too far, even attempting to seize the treasures left by our ancestor. Hence, I sought your assistance, Chu Wang, to help us deal with these wolves and tigers. You're too kind, sect leader Guan. I have long wished to eliminate the sacred dragon sect. This malignant tumor that threatens our nation, and this opportunity is most fortuitous. The hidden sentinels, observing from the shadows, turned pale upon realizing that Chu Xiong had personally arrived. Those with keen hearing could discern the dialogue between the two. Being martial artists, Guan Hai and the others were aware they were being watched. They deliberately spoke in this manner, not to apprehend them, but to send a message back, informing Lu Wulong and his cohorts. If a conflict could be avoided without bloodshed, it would be ideal. However, if they were unafraid of death, they should not blame them for their ruthless measures. Let us return swiftly to inform the sect leader. The royal family must also be involved. What is there to seize? We failed last time and will certainly falter again. I have no intention of courting danger. I shall withdraw from the sect. The numerous spies fled with remarkable speed, as though pursued by hounds. Their words naturally reached the ears of Guan Hai and his companions, who all bore a shared smile of amusement. Chapter 194. Having 10 or 8 daughters as the guests departed, Emperor Chu invited me to the sect's main hall to deliberate on how to resolve the matter at hand. Upon arrival at the grand hall of the divine martial sect, both were beset with worry as they discussed the wolf pack, believing these creatures possessed a certain intelligence, rendering a direct assault futile. Chu Xiong suggested, why not let Jui consult the master? Guan Hai pondered for a moment, recalling that it was always Morong Fu who managed communications with them. The master's reluctance to intervene must be rooted in some concern. He had always held this belief. Otherwise, how could one explain that his daughter resided in the master's home while the master had yet to take her as his bride? Surely, there must be another underlying reason. However, the fact that the master entrusted Murong Fu with this matter indicated that he was ever vigilant about their every action. Guan Hai sighed, reflecting on the joys of having daughters. If he had a mischievous son, it would surely drive him to madness. He glanced at Chu Xiong, instantly filled with sympathy. Not only was Murong Fu assisting them, but even Long Out Yin had come to lend a hand. Such honor was something Chu Xiong had never experienced. Contemplating this, he admired the master, envisioning him as a towering figure, unparalleled and extraordinary. He fantasized about the possibility of visiting Lin Tian personally, though several attempts had been thwarted, either due to sect affairs or the master's own commitments. Guan Hai stroked his beard, a look of contentment on his face that stirred envy in Emperor Chu, who was perpetually on edge. Why was he not so fortunate? He gazed longingly at Guan Hai's daughter, so charming and radiant. How delightful it would be to have one of his own. The more he thought, the more perplexing it became. Noticing the envy and jealousy in Chu Xiong's gaze, Guan Hai felt a twinge of pride. This minor issue need not trouble the master. He has entrusted it to Emperor Yan. Perhaps I shall inquire further, he said casually. Emperor Chu nodded, aware that Murong Fu was the master's right hand, diligently attending to his tasks. Very well, I have heard that the little white doves of the divine martial sect can travel 1,000 miles in a single day. Today, I shall witness this marvel. Upon mentioning the little white doves, a smile crept onto Guan Hai's lips as he grasped why the master had not come personally. With these doves, delivering messages was remarkably convenient, eliminating the need for travel. Observing the envious expression on Chu Xiong's face, Guan Hai generously offered, if you desire. Your Majesty, I can gift you a pair of doves. These doves are specially bred and entirely safe. Emperor Chu beamed at the suggestion. Oh, that would be too much trouble. Guan Hai chuckled. What trouble is there between us? We are all understanding individuals here. Chu Xiong laughed heartily. Thank you, Secmaster Guan. With that, Guan Hai summoned someone from the back courtyard to fetch 2 white doves. As he beheld the doves in their cage, Chu Xiong's eyes sparkled with delight. Could this be considered a small step closer to the master? As long as one endeavors to cultivate a good relationship with Guan Hai, there will undoubtedly come a day when recognition from the master is attained. With this thought, he was instantly rejuvenated. Chu Xiong was also eager to witness the speed of the little white dove. After Guan Jua finished writing and dispatched her letter, she chatted with Guan Hai as they awaited a reply. According to previous patterns, the dove could traverse between the 2 locations in just 1 hour. In the Great Yin Palace, Murong Fu, seated upon the dragon throne, pondered deeply upon how to resolve the wolf pack dilemma. Surely, the master had imparted wisdom to them, yet they had failed to comprehend it. Could it possibly be the sandalwood? Suddenly, Murong Fu sprang to his feet. Indeed, had not the master instructed Hu Ba to take it back for thorough study? The implication was clear. He was to bring the sandalwood to Bailing. This fool truly believed the master had gifted it to him. Was he not foolish? Without delay, he hurried off to find Xiao Higo and seek out Hu Ba. As Hu Ba was engrossed in admiring the sandalwood, he looked up to find Murong Fu standing at the doorway. Upon hearing the purpose of his visit, Hu Ba felt an immediate sense of dread. Could it be that neither of them had grasped the master's intent? Observing Hu Ba still in a daze, Murong Fu feigned exasperation and patted him on the shoulder, urging him to deliver it promptly. Who knows, it might still belong to you after its use. Hu Ba gazed at him helplessly, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Why could he discern the master's thoughts while he could not? It was simply unfair. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to seize the sandalwood and set off for Bailing without delay. An hour later, Guan Zhuer received a reply. What does the letter say? Guan Hai inquired excitedly. Guan Zhuer slowly unfolded the note, and after reading it, took a deep breath and proclaimed. Senior Murong has informed us that the solution to the wolf pack has been delivered by Brother Hu. It is the sandalwood. Splendid. I knew the master had devised a strategy well in advance. Guan Hai, as if he had anticipated this all along, stroked his beard and rose with a smile. Sandalwood. Even Chu Xiong, though somewhat out of touch, recognized its significance. It was a substance long extinct on the Songqiong continent, yet the master possessed it. Guan Hai was quite pleased with his reaction. Sandalwood, a rarity in the world. Did this not imply that his daughter was, to the master, a unique treasure? Guan Hai's eyes nearly slitted with delight. His daughter had not yet married the master and was already afforded such treatment. What would ensue if she were to wed him? His excitement caused the wrinkles on his face to dance. Zhuer, you are truly your father's good daughter. Guan Hai could not help but praise her in front of Chu Xiong. Guan Zhuer, taken aback by this unexpected compliment, was bewildered. Why was she being praised by her father for merely reading a letter? She was not a child of 3. This was absurd. Casting a suspicious glance at her father and then at Chu Xiong, she suddenly understood. It was an intentional attempt to provoke Chu Xiong. She could not help but wonder if that fellow, Chu Xingxian, was feeling any better. Was he able to rise from his bed and walk? Hiki. Chu Xing observed the father and daughter, their laughter blooming like flowers, while tears streamed down his face. He resolutely decided to return and seize the time to conceive a daughter. Speaking of which, is it still feasible to have a child now? Chu Xiang calculated Lin Tian's birth date and remembered he was merely 20 years old. There was still time. At that age, the master would be in the prime of his life. A man at 41 is like a flower in full bloom. By then, Guan Zhuer would have long faded, unable to compare with his daughter. Aha. Yes, precisely. Chu Xiang felt an overwhelming surge of cleverness. This plan must be put into action without delay. No, he should first resolve this matter before the selection ceremony. Only a youthful body could bear exquisite daughters. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He yearned to return immediately and embark on the endeavor of procreation, hoping to have 10 or 8 daughters to present to the master. By that time, who would dare compete for affection with his daughter? Who would dare provoke him? The father and daughter exchanged bewildered glances at Chu Xiang, who suddenly broke into a foolish grin. Father, what has happened to Chu Xiang? Guan Hai pondered, shaking his head. Perhaps he has been stimulated, causing a momentary lapse in sanity. They would observe him again later. Guan Zhuer nodded, suspecting that Chu Xiang was perhaps mentally unsettled due to the matters concerning Chu Xingqian. So, the father and daughter silently sipped tea, watching him. After a while, Chu Xiang, immersed in his fantasies, finally came to his senses. Noticing Guan Hai's return to his usual calm demeanor, he inquired, since we have already found a solution, when does my dear brother plan to act? As soon as the sandalwood arrives tomorrow, we shall commence. Upon finishing his words, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Wenlong, You have dared to provoke me repeatedly. This time, I shall ensure your complete demise. Chapter 195. The men on the entire street stood still on the other side. Lin Tian, who was still working with bricks, felt an unusual itch in his ears. Was someone speaking about him behind his back? Turning around, he noticed old Wang assisting with the lumber. They had completed the foundation by the end of the morning. With 3 rooms and 5 or 6 people working together, progress was swift, especially since it was a wooden house. The bricklaying was handled by Dog Sheng, who worked with remarkable dexterity. Observing their diligence filled Lin Tian with joy. He had considered hiring others for the task, however. Villagers who were even slightly impoverished tended to be selfish and had a penchant for petty theft. In the 3 years he had been there, he had never heard of these few individuals engaging in such behavior. Coupled with their recent interactions, Lin Tian felt confident in employing them. Occasionally, passing villagers would glance towards the courtyard. Some noticed that the wood Lin Tian was using was coffin boards and couldn't help but gossip. Look, Lin Tian is actually building his house with coffin wood. How could that be? Isn't he doing well lately? Why would he use coffin wood? Surely, he must know that it's inauspicious. Perhaps he is just pretending to be wealthy. I think that wood looks quite nice. Look at the patterns on it. They are more beautiful than those in the city. By the way, when did Lin Tizi learn to carve flowers? If he can take down a tiger, carving flowers should be trivial. I have a feeling that Lin Tian is destined for greatness. I must return and ask the village head to propose for my daughter to marry him. Thus, the villagers began discussing Lin Tian. In Dian, there existed an unwritten rule that a man must take a concubine after a year of marriage, with a minimum of 1 concubine required. Failure to do so would incur a fine double that of the norm, which was no small sum. Furthermore, the penalty would double again in the 2nd year, amounting to 4 times the original fine, and so forth. This policy had been in place for 50 years without change. Consequently, even in impoverished areas like Xiaogo, it was common for men to have 2 wives. Of course, there were those who never married, often due to physical disabilities, even if the government mandated marriage for them. It would be futile, as they would merely occupy space without contributing. However, Lin Tian believed that this policy primarily targeted the poor and the powerless. How else could one explain why individuals like Hu Ba and Kong Xingyun remained bachelors? Indeed, rules are crafted by the powerful. Lin Tian murmured to himself, promptly adding in his heart that he secretly approved of this notion. The villagers lingered at the doorway, their hopes ignited by Lin Tian's rapid ascent. My daughter will reach marrying age next year. I have already arranged for her to wed Lin Tian. Oh, you don't mind that he is a blacksmith? You must know that blacksmithing is considered the most menial occupation in Dian. Menial? I, a farmer, live no better than a blacksmith. If blacksmithing is so profitable, then I wouldn't mind being considered lowly. Laughing heartily, they truly believed that Lin Tianji possessed wealth. Perhaps this was merely a fade in reality. He might be engaged in activities unbeknownst to us. Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he rescued a bandit. What? What did you say? Please clarify. What connection does Lin Tianji have with bandits? The more Lin Tian listened, the more he felt that the villager's imagination was astonishingly vivid. Goodness, if it weren't for the fact that he saw Di Qing and Morong Fu visiting together last time, he might have begun to question Di Qing's identity based on these villagers' tales. However, at present, it can only be said that the villagers' tongues were truly fearsome. Who could have predicted that the more they spoke, the more fervent they became? One man even insisted, I saw that man descend from the bandit mountain. Lin Tianji brought him back home. Just a few days later, he was busy organizing the construction of a house. It seems that man must have given him silver. Who knows where the funds for this construction were obtained? Indeed, wasn't it so? Hadn't he left the village for over 20 days? Perhaps that was when he went out to commit robbery. Lin Tian's subordinates were astounded, thinking they should be storytellers given their talent for fabrication. Just as everyone assumed Lin Tian had gone out to commit robbery, he stood at the door, observing them. No worries, please continue. I too wish to hear, he said. The villagers, somewhat disheartened, fell silent. At that moment, a horse halted at his doorstep. Zhao Qifeng dismounted from the carriage and, upon seeing Lin Tian, cheerfully remarked, I heard you were building a house, so I came to see if I could assist. I also brought the money from last month's sale of embroidered handkerchiefs. Upon hearing this, the villagers perked up. Lin Tian, observing their reactions, deliberately queried, Uncle, how much did last month's handkerchiefs sell for? Zhao Qifeng was momentarily taken aback, then turned to gauge the villagers' expressions. Instantly understanding, he promptly replied, they sold for a total of 500 taels, 300 of which belonged to Yin Ran, while the rest is from others. Zhao Qifeng's words detonated like thunder among the crowd. What? Such a high value for handkerchiefs? 300 taels? Could it be I heard incorrectly? With that much money, why would one resort to banditry? The individual who had just claimed Lin Tian's wealth was ill-gotten immediately blushed with embarrassment. The villagers finally grasped the absurdity of their earlier thoughts. After all, his uncle was a minor county magistrate. Surely he could secure a lucrative position in town. As for becoming a bandit, ultimately, the villagers began to believe that Lin Tian had indeed prospered. Not only was he capable, but even his wife could earn substantial sums. What astonished them further was the arrival of another horseman from a distance. This individual was none other than Di Qing, whom Lin Tian had saved not long ago. He had finally completed his mission. Morong Fu had sent him to assist the master in the construction of the house. To everyone's surprise, he dismounted and suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving my life, master. Were it not for you, I would have perished at the hands of the bandits. Now that the task has been completed, I implore you, esteemed master, to allow me to remain by your side, to serve you diligently." Lin Tian was quite taken aback by this gesture and hurried to assist him to his feet. "Brother D, it is not so grave. My act of saving you was merely serendipitous. I believe that had it been anyone else in that moment, they too would have intervened." Although surprised, Di Qing's appearance did indeed help clarify the allegations of his association with the bandits. This unintentional display truly allowed him to bask in the glory of the moment. A swift turn of events. Observing the villagers' astonished expressions, he mused, "This will silence your idle gossip." A palpable tension filled the air, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Some began to curse, while others looked on with disdain, even rolling their eyes. Just then, 3 figures approached from the village entrance, and the street fell silent. Leading the procession was a young woman, flanked on her left by a man with a bushy beard, shouldering an unopened large sword, and on her right stood a towering, hefty individual whose somewhat foolish appearance belied an imposing presence. The crowd stood frozen, gazing at the trio in awe. Upon recognizing the 2 men, Di Qing's forehead throbbed with anger. They were the very bandits who had previously torn his map. Behind them was a woman he had never encountered. She possessed an alluring figure, her ample bosom unmistakably accentuated, causing the men along the street to feel a rush of blood to their heads. Some, overwhelmed by their fervor, even began to bleed from their noses. Lin Tian, too, found himself captivated by the scene, swallowing hard, silently exclaiming, "Goodness, how grand!" Unbeknownst to him, the 3 were indeed bandits. He merely assumed they were wayward individuals from the martial world. However, noticing their weapons and their formidable demeanor, he refrained from speaking. Chapter 196. The Bandit King's beauty comes to snatch. Scarred Zhou gazed at the street scene before him, shaking his head incessantly. In such a destitute place, are they really resorting to robbery? My dear wife, let us find another locale. Even scavenging for a meal here is a challenge. 13 Yang shot him a glare, retorting, "What do you understand? Day after day, it's always this can't be done, or that won't work. Yet, I've yet to see you bring home any earnings. And you dare to be so picky?" Scarred Zhou hastily fell silent. He was indeed a peculiar man. How could a man in the land of Dine allow a woman to dictate his actions? The notion of a domineering wife was utterly inconceivable. He dared not retort to his spouse. Noticing Di Qing glancing in their direction, he pondered, why does this person seem so familiar? After a moment's reflection, he recalled the limping man they had attempted to rob a few days prior, but who had yielded no riches. He scrutinized Di Qing, wondering if this fellow hailed from the same village. That simply would not do. He quickly covered his face with his hand. Today's mission was merely reconnaissance. If recognized, how could they proceed with their robbery? 13 Yang noticed his concealed face and frowned. "It's broad daylight. What are you up to? Put your hand down." Scarred Zhou stammered. "My wife, that man standing over there, we tried to rob him last time. If I don't cover my face, he might recognize us." As soon as he uttered these words, a sharp pain shot through his head. How careless could one be? Who would have thought that misfortune would strike? They had no idea that the impoverished wretch was from this village. Had they known, he would have dealt with him long ago. The woman rolled her eyes, thinking, "Look at you, with such cowardice. Trying to be a bandit while brandishing an unsharpened blade. Who are you kidding? You can't even measure your own worth." Feeling the disdainful gaze directed at him, Scarred Zhou retracted his neck, only to see Di Qing approaching directly. Lin Tian was puzzled. Did he recognize these individuals? Scarred Zhou sensed the situation was turning dire. Noticing the crowd around them, he tugged at his wife's clothing, saying, "My dear, perhaps we should change villages?" What a spineless creature, she muttered under her breath. She was, after all, the formidable leader of Chicken Peak Mountain. Who among them would not obediently present their silver upon hearing her name? Unfortunately, she had wed the diminutive and impoverished man from Little Ditch Mountain, even dowrying 500 taels of silver. 3 years had passed, and her dowry had been consumed, yet she had yet to witness this man succeed in a robbery. With that, she strode purposefully toward Di Qing, disdainfully declaring, "Step aside." Di Qing was momentarily taken aback. Soldiers do not strike women or children. Observing the woman's demeanor, he thought she must be the bandit queen that Scarred Zhou had taken in from somewhere. He felt a twinge of pity. Such a beautiful flower had been planted amidst the muck. However, in the next moment, the woman suddenly drew a leather whip from her waist, glaring coldly at Di Qing. He had not anticipated that she possessed martial skills. Looking down, he saw the whip strike the stone pavement, leaving a fissure. His expression instantly darkened. The woman's prowess surpassed his own. Baffled, one might wonder if bandits have become so brazen in these times, boldly strolling about in broad daylight. Beside him, Zhao Qingfeng was well aware of Lin Tian's true identity. What a jest, he mused. The great general gallops across the battlefield, yet with such meager skills. It would hardly require a finger from him. Across the way, the formidable 13th maiden surveyed the group of men fixated upon her, letting out a disdainful scoff. Ironically, as her gaze swept through the crowd, she fixated on Lin Tian, noting that he was quite presentable. Ah, just right, she thought. I shall seize him and make him my secondary consort. Thus, she brazenly ignored Di Qing and approached Lin Tian directly. 13th maiden, with her fiery temperament, fixed her gaze upon Lin Tian and proclaimed, Indeed, you are rather handsome. Lin Tian smiled politely, pondering why this woman, who seemed to know Di Qing, would bypass him to comment on his appearance. The scrutiny made him uncomfortable, yet he refrained from voicing his discontent, especially given her martial prowess. She tilted up his chin, a smirk gracing her lips, and declared, "Yes, you are indeed quite striking. Very well, I have taken a liking to you. Come with me." What? The moment Lin Tian felt his chin lifted, he was momentarily at a loss. Was he being publicly flirted with? Although the customs of Dian were liberal, being accosted in such a manner by a woman in the street was a first for him. Moreover, her gaze was far too intense. Caught in this unforeseen predicament, he instinctively took a step back and explained, "My dear lady, I am already married." There was no choice. Her boldness was overwhelming, and he was somewhat at a loss. "Not coming with me? Young man, it is a stroke of fortune for you that I have taken notice of you. Following me would be far better than languishing in this backwater." As she spoke, she gripped her whip and gave it a flick, her hand sliding down to rest against Lin Tian's chest. The unexpected strength of his lean physique caught her attention, igniting her enthusiasm for martial prowess. In an instant, her interest in her current husband waned. Scarjo had noticed as well, yet he dared not voice his ire, fully aware of his wife's temperament. Bringing men home was not a novel occurrence for her. 13th Maiden declared, "Marriage is of no consequence to me. I care not for such matters. You need only come with me." The villagers gasped, covering their faces in disbelief. The revelation was too monumental to digest. Di Qing, seasoned and shrewd, quickly discerned the underlying tension. He stepped forward to confront 13th Maiden, his tone icy as he implored, "My lady, I would ask you to maintain your decorum." He sought to prevent a disturbance among the villagers. Should he declare these individuals as bandits, chaos would surely ensue. However, she dismissed him entirely, retorting, "Be gone. You are hardly worthy of speaking to me." Di Qing stood awkwardly at the side. His laughter erupted from the crowd. Unbeknownst to everyone, they were all amused by the banditry of the situation. How could one be so oblivious? Indeed, the object of admiration was Lin Tian, not him. "Old Lin, since she has taken a liking to you, why not accompany her?" They chuckled. 13 young lady raised an eyebrow, fixating on Lin Tian. "My family is affluent. If you were to follow me, you would never have to worry about food or drink. What do you say?" "Miss, I am already married. This is my home. And my wife is inside," Lin Tian reiterated firmly. "Is your wife more beautiful than I?" 13 young lady inquired, brimming with confidence in her looks. Lin Tian smiled awkwardly, thinking, of course. No sooner had he uttered those words than Lu Yanran emerged from the house, adorned in the snow satin Lin Tian had purchased. She appeared regal and ethereal, akin to a pure snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain, untouched by the dust of the world. From the moment she appeared, Lin Tian's gaze remained fixated upon her. Not only he, but everyone's attention was captivated by her presence. 13 young lady felt as if she had been slapped in the face. She had not anticipated that a woman from such a humble valley could surpass her in beauty. "Darling, what is the matter?" Lu Yanran approached Lin Tian with a puzzled expression. Lin Tian was jolted back to reality, looked at her, and smiled. "It's nothing. Just a minor misunderstanding, but I have clarified it with this young lady." 13 young lady scoffed, glaring at Lu Yanran. "Are you truly his woman?" Lu Yanran regarded her with the calmness of one assessing a fool and nodded. "To be honest, I have also taken a liking to him. If you wish to keep him, you'd best yield him to me today, or I shall return with a force to raise your village." Lu Yanran looked at her as if she were mad. "You wish to take him? I doubt you possess the capability." In this scenario, the men of the village were consumed with jealousy, while the women were filled with envy. If Lin Tian were to leave with this woman, they would lose even the chance to admire him. As for her threats about raising Xiao village, well, no one took her word seriously. Chapter 197. Lin Tian harassed in the streets. The tranquil little creek suddenly transformed into a bustling scene. The crowd grew ever larger, even attracting the few men who had come to collect their silver. Upon hearing the villagers discuss the matter, Tao Xiao's expression became increasingly animated. With one troublemaker still unshould, another had appeared to openly snatch someone away. She couldn't help but lament Lin Tian's behavior, accusing him of frivolously courting attention. Dear girl, Lin Tian has now become quite the catch. Every woman wishes to marry him. With such public displays of audacity, you must step up your game. Tao Wen ceased to deter her this time. Instead, he encouraged her to take the initiative. Tao Xiao remained silent, but upon seeing the equally stunning Lu Yanran, her sense of hopelessness deepened. A bitter resentment seeped into her gaze, which did not go unnoticed by Lu Qinshuan beside her. She sighed, realizing that her brother-in-law's desire to lead an ordinary life had become increasingly challenging. Every woman in this little creek now aspired to marry him. It was merely a question of whether he wished to wed. As the crowd swelled, Scar Zhou and the fat man stood helplessly behind her, uncertain of what actions to take. Unlike Chicken Peak Mountain, which boasted a few hundred people, this small creek had only a handful of men. Should a fight break out, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Scar Zhou spoke gently. Wife, look at how others have married. Perhaps it's best to let it go? What? Wife? The villagers' voices grew louder at this revelation. The woman, already married, brazenly attempted to snatch a man in public, leading onlookers to speculate that Scar Zhou was lacking in some capacity. It was clear he could not satisfy his beautiful bride. and now she had publicly humiliated him. Any other man would have immediately divorced such a woman. Ugh, what kind of man is he? He has brought disgrace upon all men of Dian. Such a woman ought to be kept at home, away from public ridicule. TSK, I pity that man. He must be incapable in some regard, seeing yet unable to partake. Oh, what a tragic fate. The villagers cast sympathetic glances at scarred Zhou, who felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into a crevice of the earth. Di Qing, witnessing Lin Tian's harassment, couldn't restrain himself any longer and stepped forward. If this continues, we shall report you to the authorities. Upon hearing this, Shi Sanyang looked up at him. Have I committed murder? Have I broken any laws? I am merely pursuing affection openly. Do you dare to report me? Di Qing was taken aback by the woman's tenacity, his expression darkening. Li Jun, who had initially considered intervening, held back upon seeing Zhao Qifeng present. Zhao Qifeng, having initially found the woman somewhat attractive, had thought Lin Tian might take a liking to her. However, he was taken aback by her fierceness. Not only was she married, but she also had the audacity to drag her husband into public displays of flirtation. This was a disgrace to all men of Dian. Spitting out a mouthful of disdain, he stepped forward. What is this? It seems you are quite familiar with the laws of Dian. Shi Sanyang glanced at Zhao Qifeng and retorted, Who are you? Mind your own business. Zhao Qifeng, with a furious huff, exclaimed, Who am I? I'm the magistrate of Qinghe County. And who might you be? The magistrate? 13 Yang scoffed. What business does the magistrate have here? Zhao Qifeng, growing increasingly agitated, retorted, What concern is it of yours? This county official can go wherever he pleases. As for you, daring to brazenly flirt with respectable men in broad daylight, do you think you have any justification? Am I committing a crime? Which law in Dian states that one cannot flirt with respectable men? In the face of 13 Yang's accusation, Zhao Qifeng found himself at a loss for words. Di Qing silently marveled at how well-versed in the law these bandits seemed to be. Zhao Qifeng glanced at Lin Tian. Recognizing that the general had pressing matters at hand and would likely prefer to avoid escalating the situation, Lin Tian noticed Zhao Qingfeng's gaze, which was filled with scrutiny, and quickly clarified, Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no improper intentions towards her. It's just that this young lady is quite unyielding in conversation. He feared Zhao Qifeng might misinterpret the situation, knowing that Zhao Qifeng was indeed the uncle of Lu Yanran. Whether this familial connection was genuine or not was a separate matter. Before traveling to Luosang, Lin Tian had believed it to be true, but upon returning, he had come to doubt it. The so-called uncle's demeanor towards their family had been excessively respectful, not at all characteristic of an uncle's relationship with his niece. Thus, Lin Tian speculated that this was an impostor. However, he chose not to expose the ruse, aware that his wife likely had reasons for maintaining this charade. Perhaps due to unresolved crises back in Luosang, necessitating discretion. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. If Lu Yanran had benefactors in Dian, how could she have fallen to the depths of being forced into a marriage for appearances? He pondered this for some time, initially considering asking, but hesitated, fearing that bringing up past grievances might upset his wife. Those prior experiences surely had their reasons, and it was possible that this individual was placed here by Murong Fu and his associates. He recalled that Murong Fu had remarked upon seeing his wife, suggesting he recognized her from somewhere, a statement that now struck him as a veiled hint, one he had failed to comprehend at the time. Zhao Qifeng, upon hearing this, nodded. While Dian lacked explicit laws against flirting with respectable men, the behavior exhibited was undeniably indecent. I shall overlook your transgression, considering you are but a woman. Now, be on your way. 13 Yang, unwilling to concede, realized that the common folk could not contend with the authority of officials, especially not when they were bandits, and thus ended her pursuit. Wait, just as they were about to depart, Di Qing called out, unable to swallow his indignation. Sir, we cannot let them go. Di Qing's countenance was grave. Zhao Qifeng, puzzled, listened as Di Qing whispered the situation to him. His eyes widened in shock. Is what you say true? Di Qing nodded. Nearby, Scarjo quietly lamented their predicament and cautiously began to retreat, preparing to flee at the opportune moment. Zhao Qifeng turned to Lin Tian, inquiring whether they should apprehend everyone. Lin Tian, taken aback, was left in the dark regarding their hushed conversation, and suddenly found himself the focus of their attention. Dazed, he scratched his head, unaware that his gesture was interpreted by Zhao Qifeng as a signal to take action. To take action. It seemed this woman had become excessively audacious, teasing the general in front of everyone. Were he in Zhao's position, he would find it utterly intolerable, an affront of the highest order. Realizing this, Zhao Qingfeng's expression darkened, and he commanded the villagers, seize them at once. The villagers were bewildered, puzzled as to why they should apprehend anyone. After all, the woman had merely exchanged a few playful words with Lin Tian. Surely that did not warrant capture. Or was it possible that Lin Tian was, in fact, his nephew-in-law? No one moved. Zhao Qifeng was taken aback. Did his authority as the county magistrate hold no weight? He raised his voice. Did you not hear the words of your magistrate? Seize them. Reluctantly, the men in the crowd stepped forward. Some harbored ulterior motives, hoping to take advantage of Shi Sanyang. Yet, she was no easy target. With a crack of her whip, she struck one man, leaving his hand bloodied and raw. Ouch, my hand, he cried out. for her blow had been delivered with considerable force. Seeing this, the others hesitated, fearing the sting of the whip. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head in dismay, pondering that the general favored delicate blooms akin to chrysanthemums, not fiery little peppers. TSK. Yet, with her formidable prowess, none could hope to capture her. As she unleashed several more lashes, the villagers retreated, unwilling to approach. Sure, Sanyang, pleased, cast a glance at Lin Tian. See? Stay by my side. And no one will dare bully you. How ironic that she should utter such words when she herself was the one doing the bullying. Lin Tian felt utterly speechless. It was evident that no one could subdue her. Meanwhile, Scarred Zhou found newfound courage. He would no longer flee, though they both relied on others for sustenance. Lin Tian clearly felt himself superior. Chapter 198. A great mess. Caught in the act, the commotion grew increasingly loud. A few individuals, who were laboriously constructing a house in the courtyard, rushed out upon hearing the noise. When they learned of the exploits of the 13th lady, their eyes widened in astonishment. Li Xiaoqiang, rendered speechless, remarked, "Who would dare to take such a woman?" Huzi shook his head in disbelief, expressing, "I certainly wouldn't. Having her at home would mean nightly torment." Daoxing jested, "Aren't you always boasting about your strength? Can't you handle her?" "No way, even with my strength. I wouldn't stand a chance against such a woman." The group stood behind Lin Tian, contemplating that if the situation escalated, they would bear the brunt of it. Just as the 13th lady felt she had made quite an impression, she turned to Lin Tian and declared, "I will come for you in 3 days. Whether you wish to leave or not, you will accompany me." Lin Tian was taken aback. The villagers erupted in laughter. "Old Lin, it seems you are destined to become her second husband." One joked, "Indeed, since you are to become a bridegroom, what will become of your wife? Why not divorce Lu Yinran? I have no objections. I am in need of a wife myself." Upon hearing the villagers teasing, Lin Tian's expression darkened. While he could tolerate their playful jests, mocking his wife in his presence was intolerable. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, the sound of galloping hooves approached. "What is happening?" Mu Rongfu and Hu Bagong emerged from the jade shop. They were taken aback by the lively scene at the master's doorstep. Upon seeing Mu Rongfu, Lin Tian exclaimed with excitement, "Old sir, your arrival is most fortuitous." Fortuitous? Mu Rongfu was momentarily bewildered. The master had never addressed him in such a manner. He quickly dismounted and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lin Tian, with a helpless expression, gestured towards the 13th lady, explaining, "This young lady insists on taking me away, flaunting her martial prowess, and has already injured several people." "Oh?" Mu Rongfu's demeanor shifted, and he promptly asked, "Have you sustained any injuries?" Immediately regretting his question, he chided himself internally, realizing the master could never be harmed. Seeing Lin Tian's innocent gaze, he understood. The look was a veiled suggestion for him to intervene. Relying on her martial skills? Mu Rongfu retrieved a kitchen knife from behind him, exhaling deeply before polishing the gleaming blade with his sleeve. This unexpected display left the onlookers in stunned silence. Is he truly wielding a kitchen knife? One whispered, "Don't wealthy individuals typically use swords? Look at the one across from him, brandishing a large blade. A kitchen knife is still a knife." Another remarked, "But can it compare to that massive cleaver?" Even a child could deduce the outcome. The villagers collectively deemed Mu Rongfu's actions absurd, brandishing a kitchen knife in a brawl. Lin Tian, however, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Old sir, while I understand your fondness for that kitchen knife, there is no need to wear it on your belt every day." Once again, it seems an attempt is being made to promote him for free. Behold, the kitchen knife from the Lin family blacksmith is truly remarkable. It not only slices vegetables with finesse but can also be wielded in combat. Lin Tian observed as Mu Rongfu brandished a kitchen knife to confront her, eliciting disdain from the opponent. "Are you looking down on me? You dare to face me with merely a kitchen knife?" Mu Rongfu feigned ignorance, responding, "Oh dear, it seems to have gotten dusty. Let me wipe it clean." He then proceeded to polish the knife with his sleeve. 13 Yang, noticing his disregard, lashed out with her whip, which, upon contact, shattered into a cylindrical fragment that fell to the ground, leaving her with only the handle. Stunned, she gazed at Mu Rongfu in disbelief. Her whip was a 4th-grade weapon. How could it be so easily severed? It was unfathomable. Mu Rongfu, reveling in his triumph, remarked, "It is merely a 4th-grade snake whip. What is there to boast about? It is hardly a match for my blade." Nearby, Scarred Zhou, witnessing this, contemplated fleeing but found himself encircled by Huzi and his companions. Fearful, he shrank back, attempting to hide behind Fat Dun, only to realize that Fat Dun was tugging at his clothing from behind. "Big brother, I am frightened." "Damn it, what are you afraid of?" Scarred Zhou exclaimed, striking Fat Dun's belly, but the impact was absorbed by layers of fat, yielding no response. 13 Yang, astonished by Mu Rongfu's prowess, realized she could not overpower him. Lowering her stance, she claimed, "I merely thought this lad had a pleasing appearance and inquired whether he would be inclined to accompany me. I meant no offense." Di Qing, upon seeing Mu Rongfu's arrival, felt emboldened and straightened his posture. "Your Majesty, we must apprehend them." Noticing the warning glare from Mu Rongfu, Di Qing hastily amended his statement. "Your Majesty is in disguise, wishing to keep your identity concealed?" He concluded thus, recalling that he had been ensnared by them previously and could not allow their escape. Fu, upon hearing this revelation, instantly understood. These individuals were indeed bandits. With a dismissive snort, he thought, how brazen of you. A bandit. He stepped forward, coldly surveying 13 Yang. Arrest them all. On what grounds? I have committed no crime. 13 Yang, astute as she was, recognized their hesitation to disclose their identities. Realizing they were apprehensive about something, a smile crept across her face as she provocatively stated, if you wish to arrest us, to enlighten us on how we have wronged you. Di Qing's complexion turned ashen, pondering why this woman was so troublesome. Fu glanced at Lin Tian, who appeared utterly bewildered. What is this expression, master? Speak up. If you cannot articulate your grievances today, you possess no justification for detaining us. At that moment, Di Qing's expression soured significantly, his gaze fixated on 13 Yang, as if wishing to devour her whole. If you cannot elucidate, we shall take our leave. No sooner had the words left his lips than Fu was already standing before her, his speed astonishing. As a fellow martial artist, 13 Lady instinctively retreated 3 steps, thinking to herself that she had encountered a formidable opponent today. Fu, despite his imperial status, was taken aback by such a brazen woman. With a cold demeanor, he stated, I have yet to find anyone who can escape my grasp. With that, he reached out, and the hemp rope in the hands of the bearded man came into his possession. A display of extraordinary skill. Lin Tian admired, truly impressive. What do you intend to do? 13 Lady asked, continuing her retreat in vain, as Fu offered her no opportunity to escape. In a matter of moments, he had her bound. What do you think? I'm sending you to prison, he retorted, glancing disdainfully at scarred Zhou. How embarrassing. To think you would marry such a woman. You might as well hang yourself with that rope. Let me go. 13 Lady protested, still struggling against her bonds. Fu then commanded Zhao Qifeng, hurry and take these troublemakers back. Yes, yes. Zhao Qifeng quickly complied, instructing Li Jun to send a few men to assist in escorting them back, ensuring they were chained to prevent any chance of escape. The villagers were bewildered. Zhao Qifeng was a county magistrate. To command someone of his rank indicated a high official indeed. Who are these people that old Lin knows? They all seem so formidable. One remarked. Indeed, even Magistrate Zhao treats them with utmost respect. They must hold a higher position. Another added. Goodness, old Lin has truly risen to prominence. The onlookers gazed at Lin Tian with envy, with some even approaching him to inquire how he was acquainted with such high-ranking officials. In response to such inquiries, Lin Tian simply smiled and refrained from answering. After all, his wife's identity was not something to be trifled with, revealing it might frighten them. For now, he desired nothing more than to lead a tranquil life with his wife. The violence and bloodshed were far too brutal for his taste. A stable and peaceful existence was far more desirable than anything else. Once the forge was completed, his days would be filled with either smithing or embracing his wife. A life he found utterly delightful at the mere thought. Chapter 199. Silencing the witnesses each time a disturbance arose, Lin Tian always emerged unscathed. The villagers soon realized that cultivating a good relationship with him would yield nothing but benefits. They began to flatter him profusely. Old Lin, you're impressive. It seems our little brook will flourish with you around. Indeed, Old Lin, if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. We're all kin here, and we're more than willing to help. Old Lin, my son is still in need of a godfather. May I count on you? My daughter is 15 this year and quite the beauty. The villagers chattered excitedly, their words becoming increasingly outlandish. Seeing their fervor, Fu stepped forward and coldly admonished, What? Do you all wish to spend some time in jail? At this, the crowd dispersed immediately. Lin Tian looked at him with gratitude. Thank you, old sir. Let us discuss inside. Fu nodded and followed closely behind them. The villagers, witnessing their entry, craned their necks in anticipation outside. Who exactly is that old man? I don't know, but he must be a high official. Li Xiaoqiang, eavesdropping on their discussions, couldn't he help but display a smug expression. He thought to himself, of course, he is a high official. Brother Tian is the son of a distinguished noble. Who are you commoners to judge? Zhao Qingfeng, observing the expression on Li Xiaoqiang's face, was momentarily taken aback. Curiosity piqued, he approached and inquired, May I ask, what is your relationship with the person inside? Li Xiaoqiang, hearing this, lowered his gaze upon him. The dignified county magistrate treated him with such courtesy. Could it be that he had discerned the extraordinary connection between him and Brother Tian and sought information about him? That would not do. What if this magistrate turned out to be unreliable? He could betray Brother Tian. Thus, he cast a cold glance at Zhao Qifeng and replied nonchalantly, I merely assist Brother Tian with his renovations. He refrained from saying anything further, leaving Zhao Qifeng in a state of bewilderment. He thought to himself, I was merely inquiring. Why does it feel as if he dislikes me? Confused, he watched as Li Xiaoqiang and the others entered the adjacent building. Shortly thereafter, he too entered the blacksmith's shop, discerning Fu in jovial conversation with Lin Tian. I truly must thank you. I had no idea how to handle that situation earlier, Lin Tian expressed. Fu smiled, now that we are alone. I can reveal to you that those individuals were bandits. Last time, Di Qing was captured by them, and they even destroyed an important map. Bandits? Lin Tian was taken aback. He had not expected such a beautiful woman to be among them. A female bandit was a first for him. Di Qing nodded, indeed. That scarred man was responsible for tearing up that vital map. The blame lies squarely on my shoulders for being ineffective. Seeing Di Qing as self-reproach, Lin Tian understood that the map must hold significant importance to him, possibly involving state secrets. Mo Rongfu concurred, indeed. Their destruction of the map caused us to take a considerable detour. Lin Tian had initially intended to ask more questions. He suddenly thought that this matter was no longer within his purview. However, speaking of maps, he had recently acquired some sort of mapping skill. To this day, he remained uncertain of its utility. Never mind. He had already resigned himself to the fact that the system was merely a decorative element in his life. Mo Rongfu was, in fact, gauging Lin Tian's demeanor. Observing the calmness etched on Lin Tian's face, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, he pondered why the master had offered not a single hint. Yet, he was not disheartened. He pressed on with his inquiry. Do you believe there is a way to restore the map? Lin Tian was taken aback. It appeared that the map held significant importance to them. You mentioned that the map was torn, correct? Do you have it with you? My memory serves me well. Perhaps I can be of assistance. I do. Mo Rongfu replied eagerly, retrieving a small pouch from his waist. He had fortuitously brought the fragments of the map with him today. He poured the pieces onto the table, revealing a scattered collection of over a dozen fragments, some of which had become faded and indistinct due to exposure to rain. Mo Rongfu had previously sought the expertise of the finest mapmaker in the court, only to receive a shake of the head, indicating that the rain-soaked pieces had become nearly impossible to distinguish. Lin Tian meticulously laid out the fragments on the table, and within moments, he had pieced them together according to their shapes, sizes, and patterns. Though assembled, the original image was no longer discernible. Di Qing's face contorted with frustration, and Mo Rongfu shared a look of disappointment. Although they had pinpointed the location of the treasure for the divine martial sect, their military funds remained elusive. Naturally, the absence of those funds weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him unaware of how much silver was at stake. Given that matters concerning the master took precedence over everything else, they were compelled to prioritize the master's affairs. If only the master would grant them a favor in light of their earnest efforts. Mo Rongfu gazed at Lin Tian with hopeful anticipation. Lin Tian, focused on the assembled fragments, remarked nonchalantly, the pieces are indeed joined. However, I wonder if you can discern the image. Mo Rongfu shook his head in honesty. Very well then, I can see it clearly. Allow me to fetch some paper and a pen to sketch it out for you. With that, he rose and retrieved the necessary materials, beginning to sketch with great concentration. This display left Mo Rongfu and Di Qing utterly astonished. Could the master truly illustrate a map? Yet, with the fragments in such disarray, how could he possibly see it clearly? This was a map that even the most skilled mapmaker in Dian had deemed impossible to replicate. Could the master truly bring it to life? No. One must not question the master's abilities. If the master declared it possible, then it surely was. With pen in hand, Lin Tian began to sketch with a natural grace. Each stroke executed with remarkable skill, exuding a sense of effortless artistry. He paid little heed to the task, for in his past life, he had been a designer, and drawing was a mere trifle for him. Before long, he had produced a complete map, even incorporating modern artistic techniques that vividly rendered the trees, mountains, and rivers. Very well, my esteemed elder, Lin Tian remarked, pausing his pen. Mo Rongfu gazed at the map, still wet with ink, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. The master could actually draw maps? Moreover, he had rendered them with remarkable detail, including the very contours of the terrain. He swallowed hard. Thus, even without having personally visited the area, the local geography was laid bare before him. Truly impressive. I never expected you to possess cartographic skills. Lin Tian humbly smiled. It's merely a copy. You may examine it. While I cannot claim it is a perfect reproduction, I assure you its resemblance to the original is at least 80 to 90%. Indeed, yours is even more detailed. I have seen the original, Di Qing remarked, his admiration for Lin Tian evident. The mutual praise made Lin Tian feel somewhat bashful. What is this? Zhao Qingfeng, standing aside, felt rather perplexed, especially when Mo Rongfu addressed Lin Tian with such reverence. Was Lin Tian a general? As a subject of his majesty, how could a vassal be referred to so? He was momentarily confused. Wait, could it be that he had misjudged from the outset? Perhaps this individual before him was someone of even greater significance than his majesty himself. Could he be from the Central Plains? Zhao Qingfeng pondered, finding it quite plausible. Considering the matter of Luosang, realization dawned upon him. He chided himself for his hasty assumptions. Lifting his gaze to the conversing group, he silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking how fortunate he was to have refrained from any indiscreet actions or utterances regarding this individual's identity. Otherwise, who could say what consequences might ensue for knowing things one had not? Promotion and wealth were to be set aside for the moment. Preserving one's life took precedence. At that moment, Mo Rongfu turned his attention towards Zhao Qifeng. Instantly, Zhao Qifeng was startled into a shiver. Mo Rongfu wondered why he was the uncle of the master's wife. Nevertheless, since he was indeed the uncle of the master's wife, he ought to be properly elevated. Thus, with a smile, he said, Lord Zhao, your contributions over these past days have been invaluable. I sincerely appreciate your efforts. In no trouble at all. Zhao Qifeng stammered, alarmed, pondering whether it was due to his knowledge of the map that His Majesty might seek to silence him. Chapter 200. The scheme of the little girl. It must be said that he had overthought the situation. Morongfu observed Zhao Qifeng, who was dripping with cold sweat, and inquired, "Is your excellency feeling unwell?" Zhao Qifeng, upon hearing this, immediately replied, "I assure you, I feel perfectly fine." Morongfu regarded him with confusion, contemplating how one could appear so drenched in perspiration, yet claim to be well. Noticing Zhao's somewhat forced smile, he refrained from further questioning. Glancing at the map on the table, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. This map is of paramount importance to the Great Yin. I shall return now to attend to the remaining matters." With that, he rose and turned to Di Qing, saying, "You shall remain here to guard the master, to prevent any unwelcome intruders from disturbing his garden." "Yes," Di Qing replied emphatically. Lin Tian couldn't help but flinch at the awkwardness of the phrase. What did it mean to guard him? Yet, he understood that Morongfu meant well, and he appreciated the sentiment. "Well then, I too shall take my leave," Zhao Qingfeng said with a reluctant smile. Lin Tian did not press him to stay, instead responding with a smile, "Uncle, do visit often." Upon hearing the term uncle, Zhao Qingfeng felt a surge of emotion. Even if he were granted 100 times the courage, he would not dare to agree. "Master, please, do not address me in such a manner. I am unworthy of it." Zhao Qingfeng's legs trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lu Yanren couldn't help but chuckle. Observing her reaction, Lin Tian realized he had guessed correctly. Zhao Qifeng looked as though he were on the verge of tears. With a calm demeanor, he revised his statement. "There is no need for such formality, Zhao Darren. Your assistance has been invaluable. Let us remain friends." At these words, the tension in Zhao Qingfeng eased. He looked at Lin Tian, who wore a cheerful expression, and felt reassured that he was not in danger. "Thank you, master. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall not disturb you and your wife any longer." With that, he respectfully exited the room. Once Di Qing realized he was the only one left in the presence of the couple, he felt a bit awkward. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Since the elder has asked you to stay, why not join Xiao Chang and the others next door to work? I will assign you tasks later." "Yes." Di Qing stood at attention and saluted Lin Tian with military precision before striding confidently toward old Wang's house next door. Now, only the couple remained in the room. Lin Tian crossed his arms and turned to Lu Yanran, asking, "May I now inquire about the true nature of Zhao Qingfeng's behavior?" Lu Yanran paused, pondering the intent behind his question. Did he wish to know her thoughts on the role she had been playing? After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "Well, he indeed performed quite well, though at times, his expressions were a bit too overt." Lin Tian observed his wife's earnest explanation, stifling a smile, and chimed in, "Indeed, he did perform admirably." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran's eyes lit up. Yet, just moments ago, his demeanor was rather stiff and his expression seemed forced. Quite unnatural, indeed. "I noticed it as well," Lin Tian affirmed. Lu Yanran nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Even the gentleman felt that his performance was lacking. She must take things more seriously in the future. It seems she needs to appear more natural. With this thought in mind, she could not help but ask, "So, my dear, what plans do we have moving forward?" Lin Tian, noticing Lu Yanran's earnest gaze, initially thought she was inquiring about their future plans. He nodded and replied, "I envision that we will primarily make a living through blacksmithing, establishing a foundry. We have steady orders from old Master Morong, which will ensure our daily expenses. Additionally, once the greenhouse is up and running, it will provide another source of income." Lu Yanran nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "And we can embroider handkerchiefs. And they will fetch a good price." Lin Tian chuckled, "Indeed, I need to strategize further with you on this. There are many impoverished families in our village. If you could teach them to embroider and compensate them based on the quality of their work, it could be a mutually beneficial arrangement." "Yes, I have discussed it with my cousin, and we can start by having them embroider some simple handkerchiefs. We will provide the fabric, and once they complete them, we can buy them back. For those who are hesitant to learn, we can teach them, and once they have mastered the skill, we will supply them with fabric." Lin Tian noted her spirited demeanor as she spoke about this idea, thinking it a splendid notion. This way, he need not worry about his wife becoming bored in their little river valley. As the couple engaged in their conversation, they suddenly heard someone calling out to them from the doorway. "Sister Lu, Brother Lin." Tao Xiao was outside, her voice raised. She could no longer contain her impatience. As soon as the villagers departed, she was eager to discuss the matter of selling handkerchiefs. This issue had become a significant threat to her position. Once the villagers learned to create those handkerchiefs, their value would diminish, and she would be forced to marry a man she did not wish to wed. Her heart belonged to Lin Tian, and if she could not marry him, she would rather perish. Lin Tian and Lu Yanran stepped outside to find her waiting. Upon seeing her, Lu Yanran's brow furrowed. After hearing about Tao Xiao from Guanzhou, she could no longer muster any fondness for her. Although she would still assist in selling handkerchiefs, their private interactions had ceased. Tao Xiao likely sensed the shift in their relationship, but was unwilling to accept it. She believed that despite her diligent efforts, Lu Yanran was the one obstructing her path to marrying Lin Tian. Lu Yanran spoke coolly, "Sister Xiao, what brings you to us?" With a seemingly frail demeanor, Tao Xiao replied, "Sister Lu, My father wishes to speak with Brother Lin regarding the matter of the 10 acres of land at the east end of your village. Upon hearing the mention of land, Lin Tian did not dwell on it for long. He turned to Lu Yanran and said, "All right, I will accompany her." Lu Yanran nodded in agreement, and Lin Tian followed Tao Xiao to her home. Unbeknownst to them, a smirk of triumph graced Tao Xiao's lips as Lin Tian agreed to go with her. As they walked along the path, Tao Xiao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh," and feigned a stumble, falling into Lin Tian's embrace. He was aware of her affections for him. In response to this trick, he promptly straightened himself and asked, "Are you all right?" Tao Xiao, appearing delicate and fragile, stood up while holding a handkerchief. "I'm fine," she replied, glancing at the handkerchief that had fallen to the ground. Without a second thought, Lin Tian picked it up and handed it to her. "Here, your handkerchief." Upon seeing this, a broader smile spread across Tao Xiao's face as she sweetly said, "Thank you, Brother Lin." "No need for thanks, let us hurry along." Lin Tian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. The entire situation was rather peculiar. Tao Xiao intentionally walked at a sluggish pace. What should have taken merely 10 minutes stretched into 20. Lin Tian found himself utterly speechless. His interest in this little girl had completely evaporated. Upon their arrival at her home, Tao Xiao immediately locked the courtyard gate, which left Lin Tian perplexed. He scanned the surroundings, but saw no sign of Tao Wan, prompting him to inquire, "Where's the village chief?" "My father has gone to the fields. He probably won't be back for a while," she replied, all the while playfully waving the handkerchief in front of Lin Tian. "Brother Lin, you've always known my feelings for you. Haven't you? So why won't you marry me?" At this point in the narrative, Lin Tian began to understand the situation. It was not the village chief seeking him out, but rather a ploy orchestrated by Tao Xiao. Feeling a surge of anger, he declared, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." He had no desire to become entangled with her any further. What could he possibly discuss with a little girl? As he prepared to depart, Tao Xiao realized that Lin Tian was not falling for her scheme. Panic set in. How could this be? She had spent 10 taels of silver to purchase a potent aphrodisiac from the city, with the vendor assuring her that merely inhaling its scent would render a man utterly powerless within a quarter of an hour. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Chapter 201. The remarkable mountain village. Suddenly, Tao Xiao positioned herself firmly at the doorway. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, asserting, "There is no possibility between us. What more do you wish to convey?" Tao Xiao, her gaze intense with trepidation, inquired, "Lin, do you not feel any discomfort?" Lin Tian, puzzled, contemplated whether he felt unwell. If he were to pinpoint anything, it would be his stomach. "I am perfectly fine. Please step aside. I wish to return," Lin Tian reiterated with firmness. Yet, Tao Xiao grew anxious and, in a moment of desperation, embraced him, exclaiming, "No, I cannot let you leave." Irritated, Lin Tian forcefully pushed her away, demanding, "Do you understand what you are doing?" She stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground, disbelief etched across her beautiful features. Could it be that the medicine was flawed? It must be. That wretched shopkeeper had dared to cheat her of 10 taels of silver. Gritting her teeth in indignation, she remained unaware that the apothecary had not deceived her. Lin Tian's exceptional constitution rendered him immune to toxins. Not even a trivial dose of the love potion would affect him. Even poison would be ineffective. Lin Tian regarded her coldly. "Shiro, a young lady should maintain her dignity. Do not allow me to lose respect for you." With those words, he turned and departed, leaving a bewildered Tao Xiao rooted in place, struggling to comprehend why Lin Tian had not succumbed to the effects. Unwilling to accept this, she stealthily followed him, convinced that the potion's effects had yet to manifest, fearing that another woman might benefit instead. As they traversed the path, Lin Tian remained tense. At that moment, they happened upon the home of Xuanzi, where an elderly woman sat beneath a locust tree. Above her, a venomous snake was poised to strike at her neck. Stopping in his tracks, Lin Tian recalled Xuanzi mentioning that his grandmother was blind. Observing the imminent threat, he swiftly picked up a stone and hurled it. Thud! The snake fell to the ground. Hearing the commotion, the elderly woman turned her head towards Lin Tian. "Xuanzi, is that you? Have you returned?" Upon hearing her voice, Lin Tian rushed forward, kicking the snake away, inadvertently sending it in the direction of Tao Xiao. Startled, she shuddered and quickly covered her mouth, terrified of making a sound that might alert Lin Tian. He glared at the snake, unable to contain his rage. "You foolish creature, seeking to harm others? Considering you are not venomous, I shall spare your life this time. However, should you dare endanger anyone again, I will capture you and prepare you as a savory stew." Tao Xiao, overhearing this, assumed Lin Tian was issuing a warning directed at her, causing her to tremble in fear. She had not anticipated such brutality lurking beneath his genteel exterior. The thought of him turning her into a stew was terrifying, prompting her to swiftly retreat home. She resolved to inform her father that they must abandon any further intentions regarding Lin Tian, if he were to become enraged. Who knew what he might do under the cover of darkness? The image of Lin Tian's fierce expression lingered in her mind. Lin Tian was unaware that his previous remarks had led Tao Xiao to mistakenly believe he was a man-eater. He chuckled and said, "Grandma, I am not a monster. I am Lin Tian." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman immediately became animated, reaching out her hands as if to grasp the air. "You are indeed Lin Tian. I have heard from Xuanzi about your remarkable feats. Not only can you forge iron, but you can even slay tigers. Child, I am grateful that you have taken Xuanzi as your apprentice. With a master like you guiding him, I can rest easy. Lin Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Noticing the half-finished basket at her feet, he settled beside her, weaving the basket while engaging her in conversation. At that moment, the scene of the old woman and the young man was strikingly harmonious. Lin Tian smiled and reassured her, Grandma, Xuanzi is quite obedient. You need not worry. As long as I am here, he will never go hungry. The elderly woman smiled in relief at his words, and after hearing the soft rustling sound, she inquired, Child, are you helping me weave the basket? Lin Tian replied, Yes, I saw that your basket was not yet completed, so I took the liberty to assist you. With a gentle expression, the old woman remarked, What a good child you are. My eyesight is poor, and it takes me 10 days to weave a basket. Thank you. Dear child. Looking at her, Lin Tian couldn't help but reminisce about his own grandmother. This is but a small effort. Please do not be so polite, Grandma. If you ever need assistance, simply have Xuanzi come to find me. The elderly woman expressed her gratitude once more, saying, Thank you, dear child. As he finished weaving, Lin Tian placed the completed basket at her feet. Grandma, the basket is finished, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The wind is strong outside. Perhaps I should assist you back inside to rest. The elderly woman nodded in agreement. Lin Tian helped her back into the house, where he noticed only a single Kong bed, and the entire dwelling was in a state of disrepair. With winter fast approaching, he wondered how anyone could live in such conditions. After some contemplation, he resolved to take the time to tidy up the house. Grandma, I am leaving now. Please take care of yourself at home, and be careful not to fall. The old woman replied with a beaming smile, Oh, I will. With that, Lin Tian departed. Little did he know, shortly after his departure, unfamiliar faces arrived in the village. Gu Wei hurriedly approached, wiping the sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, I have finally arrived. Gazing upon the barren village before him, he pondered, Is this truly the place where the master resides? Recalling the grave warning from King Zhou, who had advised him to exercise utmost caution, Gu Wei remembered that although they were aware of the master's existence, the Emperor of Dian had cautioned them against disturbing him. Any matters must first be addressed with the master. History had shown that nations which disregarded the master's presence faced dire consequences. Even a powerful empire like the Chuyun could see its 400,000 strong army annihilated overnight. Though King Zhou had also counseled him to observe the master from a distance and to conceal his identity, unless recognized by the master, he was to return to the Zhou kingdom within 10 days. The relationships between the Emperor of Dian, Murongfu, and the master were well known across the northwestern territories. Murongfu serves as the right-hand man of the master, entrusted with the responsibility of managing his affairs. The master places immense trust in him, which is why he appointed him as the leader of the Northwest United Army. They adhere to the decrees issued by Murongfu without question. Were it not for the news that the master is to forge 100 weapons for the Great Yin each month, they would not have eagerly sent emissaries to assess the situation. As Gu Wei walked, he observed the state of the village where the master resided. Upon noticing a dilapidated hut with a basket at its entrance, his eyes widened in astonishment. The base of the basket was indeed rough, almost crudely made. Yet, from the waist up, the entire design and craftsmanship transformed dramatically. Gu Wei's astonishment grew. Could this weaving technique be the long-lost craftsmanship of Lu Ban? It was incredible. This small mountain village truly harbored hidden talents. Gu Wei collected his thoughts and found himself squatting before the basket, reaching out to feel the intricate patterns. The ordinary bamboo strips seemed to transform endlessly, as if imbued with life. Although Gu Wei is recognized as the foremost master of metallurgy in the state of Zhou, his grandfather was a master weaver of unparalleled skill. In his youth, he had spent 5 formative years by his grandfather's side. While he would not claim to be a master in weaving, he possessed a considerable understanding of the craft. The technique displayed here was something even his grandfather could not surpass. Remarkable. Indeed, this small mountain village is extraordinary. Not only does it boast a master of metallurgy but also a master of Lu Ban's craft. This journey has been worthwhile, indeed. Haha. As Gu Wei laughed heartily. Passers-by glanced his way, bemused by his silly grin at the old basket, wondering if he was perhaps a lunatic having a moment of madness. Chapter 202. The expedition ends before it begins in a tranquil mountain village, surrounded by peaks and winding paths. The modest earthen houses emit wisps of smoke from their chimneys. Gu Wei, cradling a basket, wore an expression of excitement. At last, I have arrived at the homeland of the master. The villagers nearby cast skeptical glances his way. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. He does not appear to be a fool, yet here he is, frantically clutching a basket at the entrance of a home. He must not be from our village. Perhaps he is merely visiting relatives. Upon overhearing the villagers' murmurs, Gu Wei quickly composed his exaggerated expression, symbolically wiping at the corners of his eyes. Over the past few days, he had hurriedly traversed countless miles from the kingdom of Zhou. It was said that the master could effortlessly wield divine tools. Despite his extensive experience in blacksmithing, he had only experienced fleeting moments of inspiration on rare occasions. However, those moments were merely brief flashes of brilliance, hardly sufficient to forge a divine tool. Let alone a divine tool, he would be overjoyed to craft a 6th-grade weapon. Yet, he refrained from inquiring with others. Where's the master's blacksmith shop? There was no rush. He needed to be cautious. If discovered, others might mistake him for a spy, leading to unnecessary complications. Thus, Gu Wei ambled through the village. Observing his surroundings, the narrow creek was inconspicuous, but his wandering with the basket undoubtedly attracted considerable attention from the villagers. Why is everyone staring at me? Gu Wei wondered. Glancing around with his basket in hand, he soon realized their gaze was fixed upon the basket itself. With a shake of his head, he thought, in the presence of these mortals, how could they perceive the true nature of this basket? To them, it is merely a mundane object. Gu Wei felt it inappropriate to engage with such ordinary folk. However, when he spotted a butcher wielding a cleaver in the street, his eyes widened in astonishment. Rushing over, he exclaimed, goodness, the butchers here are truly formidable, wielding divine tools. Upon further inspection, he noticed that even the fishmonger brandished a similar weapon. Doubting his eyes, he rubbed them and continued to observe. To his disbelief, even a hoe carried by a passerby was a divine tool. He was bewildered by the terrifying nature of this place, where divine tools were ubiquitous. The butcher, noticing the towering figure loitering in front of his stall, could not contain his irritation. Hey, are you going to buy something or not? If not, step aside and let me conduct my business. Gu Wei was jolted back to reality by the butcher's shout. He fixated on the cleaver in the butcher's hand, swallowed hard, and inquired, excuse me, good sir, may I ask where you acquired that knife? The butcher, casting a sidelong glance at him, replied, I sell meat, not knives. If you want a knife, go find Old Lin at the blacksmith shop up ahead. The blacksmith shop? Old Lin. It dawned on him that the master's surname was indeed Lin. Hearing the butcher refer to the master so affectionately as Old Lin, Gu Wei felt increasingly assured that the master held a significant status in this place. He then smiled and said, thank you, kind sir. The butcher regarded him with a bemused expression, furrowing his brow. He remarked that it was yet another scholar rendered foolish by books, and then shouted at him, hey, why not buy some pig brains to nourish your mind? Upon hearing this, Gu Wei stumbled slightly. Out of politeness, he turned back and offered a somewhat awkward smile to the butcher. He then swiftly turned and made his way to the blacksmith shop, musing that today's pig brains were particularly fresh. The butcher observed Gu Wei's retreating figure and muttered to himself. At that moment, Lu Yin emerged to purchase meat. Seeing her, Butcher Zhang smiled broadly and remarked, the young lady from the Lin family has come to buy meat again. Just a moment ago, I recommended a customer to your family for a kitchen knife. Lu Yin ran. Upon hearing this, smiled faintly and replied, thank you. As usual, I would like 2 pounds of meat with a good mix of fat and lean. Certainly. Butcher Zhang swiftly sliced a portion of meat, placing it on the scale, which promptly tipped high. 2 pounds, just right, he declared. Then picked up a large bone to add to her basket. No, every time I buy meat, you keep giving me extras. I feel embarrassed, Lu Yin protested. Butcher Zhang chuckled, it's nothing special. You visit my stall daily. This bone will make a nice broth, adding some richness to your dish. Unable to refuse the gesture, she accepted it, thanked him, and left the stall carrying her meat. Butcher Zhang gazed at her graceful figure, enviously exclaiming, Old Lin is truly fortunate. He married a wife who is not only fair and beautiful, but also brings in money. Why does such good fortune never come my way? Gu Wei walked along the street until he finally spotted the words Lin's blacksmith shop. He stood trembling at the entrance, swallowing hard. Lin Tian had been busy repairing the forge these days and had not opened for business. He thought to himself that anyone in the village needing something would surely call for him. Just as Lu Yin reached the entrance, she noticed him, puzzled by the sight of a man carrying a basket. Approaching him, she inquired, may I ask what brings you here? Gu Wei, upon hearing her voice, turned his head down and was met by the sight of a stunningly beautiful woman. With a light application of makeup, she resembled a blossoming lotus. He found himself mesmerized. Though regrettably, she had already styled her hair in a married woman's fashion. Otherwise, he would have liked to make her acquaintance. Lu Yin, puzzled, scrutinized him. Noticing his expensive attire and the basket he carried, she quickly deduced his purpose, and her expression grew serious. Who are you, and who are you looking for? Gu Wei was taken aback by the sudden chill in her demeanor, perceiving an air of hostility. He hastily explained, Madam, I am here to seek someone. Seek someone? Who? Lu Yin inquired, her tone still frosty. Gu Wei felt the need to clarify his intentions. To be honest, I am looking for the owner of this blacksmith shop. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin realized he was yet another person seeking her husband, prompting her to interrogate him further. What do you want with him? However, Gu Wei felt it unnecessary to divulge too much to this woman he had just met. She merely replied lightly, suggesting that there was no need to mention it to the young lady. Oh, it seems she possesses quite a temper. Lu Yin raised her brow slightly. With a basket in hand, she entered the door, disregarding him entirely. This left Gu Wei utterly astonished. This young lady could come and go as she pleased, and had her hair styled in a woman-esque bun. Could it be? Gu Wei's heart sank. He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The expedition had not even begun, and he was already doomed. How could he have forgotten that the master was already married? The person he had just encountered might very well be the master's wife. It was over. Gu Wei's complexion turned pale, resembling that of a corpse. Without even having met the master, he had offended the master's wife. Standing at the doorway, He felt as if he were frozen in place, staring blankly inside. A nearby villager, noticing his dazed state, kindly reminded him, "Young man, old Lin has been busy with house repairs these days. If you need to buy something, just call out." He yes inside. Indeed. I saw his wife just enter with groceries. Just call out. He knew, but alas, it was too late. The young lady's earlier demeanor had made everything abundantly clear. Gu Wei could not help but shed tears of regret. Where was there a remedy for remorse? He wished to purchase a whole basket of it. Inside, Lin Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Upon seeing Lu Yanran return with groceries, he stepped forward and said, "Let me take that. It's not heavy. My dear, you rest for a moment. I will fetch you some water," she replied. Lin Tian nodded, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the nearly completed casting house. Chapter 203. Did the master recognize my extraordinary talent? Later, after dinner, I will join Xiao Chang and the others to build a door. That should be nearly sufficient. Lu Yan and observed Lin Tian basking in the warmth of the sun, his bare torso reflecting sheer enjoyment, and she cheerfully replied, "Well, this afternoon I will inform my cousin to come and take a look. She mentioned that she would allow Rao to come after school to learn blacksmithing from you." Lin Tian paused, taken aback. Learn blacksmithing? Isn't that one of the most humble professions? If Li Rin studies diligently, he could pursue a respectable career like his father. Noting Lin Tian's dazed expression, Lu Yanran smiled broadly. "My cousin believes that learning blacksmithing not only strengthens the body, but also imparts a valuable skill for the future." With a playful grin, Lu Yanran recalled her trepidation in asking Lin Tian for approval, worrying he might decline. However, she thought to herself, if she mentioned that her husband did not agree, it would provide her a reasonable excuse to explain to her cousin. The matter of her husband taking on a disciple was indeed significant. "Is that so?" Lin Tian chuckled upon hearing this. "Then let him come by after school." Lu Yanran's eyes widened in astonishment at his acquiescence. "Husband, are you truly willing to teach Rin?" Lin Tian responded, "Blacksmithing is quite laborious. I believe your cousin thinks Rin has been weakened by his previous illness, and, being a boy, it is natural for her to wish for him to grow stronger. I can comprehend that. One day, I will find the time to craft a small hammer for him to play with." "Excellent." Lu Yanran was taken aback by Lin Tian's prompt agreement. Initially, she thought that her husband's desire to accept a disciple stemmed solely from Rin's innate talent. She chided herself for being so careless, inadvertently revealing this information. Upon hearing that Lin Tian was willing to take on a disciple, Lu Qianxuan had requested her assistance in persuading him to accept Li Rin as his apprentice. The apprentice of an unparalleled master would surely grant her Li Rin a reputation that echoed far and wide. The thought of it filled Lu Qianxuan with satisfaction. When that time came, she would return to Zhangzhou with confidence, leaving those who once looked down upon her in awe. Outside, the forgotten Gu Wei stood foolishly at the door, sensing that he had inadvertently upset the master's wife. All he could do was patiently wait for her temper to cool. Nearby, villagers observed him standing there motionless for quite some time. Unable to contain their curiosity, one approached, asking, "Zhao, are you here to buy something? Are you looking for someone? Is it this family?" Regardless of the villagers' inquiries, Gu Wei remained silent. At that moment, Li Xiaoqiang returned from the back mountain, carrying a hefty log. Huzi had informed him that they were still short a beam. He had gone up the mountain to fetch one. Upon noticing the axe hanging from Li Xiaoqiang's waist, Gu Wei took a deep breath. An extraordinary artifact. He thought to himself, overwhelmed with joy. I have finally seen what an extraordinary artifact looks like. Just then, Li Xiaoqiang looked at him, pondering if Lin Tian had mentioned needing individuals skilled in blacksmithing. Could it possibly be him? He noticed the hammer strapped to Gu Wei's back and felt an inkling that it might be the case. Unavoidably, "You must be the blacksmith summoned by Brother Tian. Stop standing there foolishly and lend a hand to carry the wood inside." Oh, before Gu Wei could fully comprehend, he hoisted the wood onto his shoulder and followed Li Xiaoqiang into the house. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Xiaoqiang took the initiative to introduce him to everyone. "This is the new blacksmith. By the way, what is your name?" Gu Wei." Li Xiaoqiang observed his tall and robust stature. Yet the way he spoke resembled that of a timid woman. Frowning, he remarked, "I say, Brother Gu, we all earn our keep through strength. Muster some spirit. I am Li Xiaoqiang. This is Huzi. The one above is Gosheng, and the young lad beside him, who is assisting, is Brother Tian's apprentice, Xuanzi." After speaking, he playfully thumped Gu Wei on the chest. Gu Wei covered his chest, gazing at the individuals present with confusion. They did not appear to be martial experts. What apprentice? Could it be that the unremarkable, monkey-like figure was the master's disciple? Xuanzi, though small in stature, possessed a considerable temper. Having mingled with a group of strong men for a few days, he had grown more confident. Noticing Gu Wei's skeptical expression, he straightened his posture and declared, "What? Do you look down on me? My master said that if I stick with him in blacksmithing, in just 3 to 5 years, I too shall become a master, humph." "What? A master in 3 to 5 years?" Upon hearing this, Gu Wei could not help but scrutinize the little scrawny monkey before him. Could it be that this lad had extraordinary talent and exceptional potential, prompting the master to take him as an apprentice? It must be so. A master would not take on disciples lightly. Gu Wei immediately smiled apologetically, saying, Yes, I was mistaken. Please don't be angry, young sir." Li Xiaoqiang, observing his obsequious demeanor, patted him on the shoulder. "Gu Wei, noticing the 5 fingerprints on his clothing, reassured himself that he bore no disdain. All right, from now on, we are brothers working together. No more words. Come, I will show you to your living quarters. With that, he excitedly led Gu Wei to the completed dormitory. Inside was a row of large bunk beds, cool in summer and warm in winter with a heated bed. Li Xiaoqiang, pointing at the heated bed, joyfully said, "Choose any spot you like. Sleep wherever you please. We usually don't stay here. You are the first to arrive, until the others come. You will be the only one living here." Gu Wei nodded. At that moment, Xuanzi dashed in, announcing that dinner was ready and that Lin Tian wanted them to come eat. "Let us go. First, we eat. After dinner, Brother Tian will arrange your tasks." Were they about to meet the master? Gu Wei felt a twinge of apprehension, recalling how he had inadvertently offended the master's wife earlier. He hesitated, rooted to the spot. Li Xiaoqiang, curious, urged, "Come on, why are you standing there like a fool? After eating, there will be work to do." Finally, Gu Wei timidly followed behind them. Yet, what would he say once inside? Would the master's wife immediately shoo him away? As he walked, he mentally rehearsed what he might say. However, upon standing in the courtyard and seeing Lin Tian, he felt as if he had turned to stone. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, pondering who this individual was and how he had found his way into his courtyard. Li Xiaoqiang, observing Gu Wei's silence, chuckled and remarked, "Brother Tian, this new blacksmith seems rather shy. Just a moment ago, when we invited him to join us for a meal, he appeared quite bashful." Lin Tian fixed his gaze upon him, intrigued. A new blacksmith? He recalled his recent excursion to the city, where he had indeed taken a liking to a few blacksmiths. Yet they had all expressed reluctance to come due to the distance from their homes. Gu Wei had prepared a plausible explanation in his mind, but as he opened his mouth, all coherent thoughts vanished. Noticing the large hammer slung over his shoulder, Lin Tian promptly stated, I was just lamenting the difficulty of finding a blacksmith. Your arrival is fortuitous. Let us dine together and converse." Gu Wei observed Lin Tian's inviting smile as he gestured for him to take a seat. Instinctively, he glanced at Lu Yin and beside him, only to find her skillfully serving rice without uttering a word. With a sense of trepidation, he settled down. When Lu Yin placed a bowl of rice before him, he furtively looked up, only to meet her gaze, causing him to hastily lower his head once more. However, this bowing of his head proved inconsequential. Upon seeing the bowl filled with rice, he was once again astonished. Was that snow rice? And the bowl, was it a precious 8 treasures dragon scale bowl? Gu Wei rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. "Please, enjoy your meal. Today, your sister-in-law has prepared some delightful twice-cooked pork. It's quite delicious. So do eat plenty," Lin Tian said with a smile. Gu Wei watched as everyone else feasted heartily, their mouths glistening with grease, while he sat there like a fool. Lin Tian, misinterpreting his silence for shyness, took the initiative to serve him a piece of meat. Gu Wei was taken aback by this unexpected kindness. Lin Tian contemplated that as a good boss, one must be amiable towards employees to retain them. Meanwhile, Gu Wei, thrilled by Lin Tian's gesture, clutched his bowl, his hands trembling. Had the master discerned his extraordinary talent and recognized him as someone worth nurturing? Chapter 204. How embarrassing your name is, Gu Wei, is it? I am Lin Tian. We are indeed in need of a few blacksmiths here. Would you be willing to stay and work with us? Absolutely. Gu Wei nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grains. He was 100% willing. Who would not be a fool to decline? Tears of excitement streamed down Gu Wei's face. Seeing his affirmative response, Lin Tian felt relieved. All right then, let us have a meal first. Afterward, I will explain the tasks we have ahead. Gu Wei nodded eagerly, cradling his bowl and swallowing hard. The snow rice, he remembered, was only served in a small bowl during his 10th year when he accompanied his grandfather to the palace for a banquet hosted by King Zhou. But now, he had a whole large bowl before him. He glanced at the others and finally picked up his chopsticks, shoveling the rice into his mouth. The taste was delightfully sweet, imbued with a unique fragrance, entirely different from what he had experienced in the palace. The texture, chewiness, and aroma of this rice were incomparable to the meager offerings of the court. Gu Wei found himself unable to stop eating. After finishing one bowl, he felt an invigorating rush coursing through his body, erasing the fatigue accumulated from days of travel. Instead, he was filled with vitality and clarity. How extraordinary. He clenched his fists, just in time to see Li Xiaoqiang serving himself from the rice pot. More to eat? Lin Tian observed his interest in the rice and chuckled. There's plenty more, so eat your fill. Gu Wei stammered. Can I really have more? Of course. Lin Tian nodded. We are engaged in laborious tasks. And without ample nourishment, how can one muster the strength? Rest assured, there will be enough food while you work here. Enough food, and the opportunity to learn forging from a master. Grandfather, I never imagined your grandson would have such a day. Gu Wei exclaimed joyfully, rising to refill his bowl to the brim. Meanwhile, Tao Sharo hurriedly rushed home but, in her haste, stumbled into a rice field. By pure chance, she encountered Sister Wang, who was engaged in intimate activities with a man amidst a stack of hay, their moans enough to flush anyone's cheeks with embarrassment. How brazen. Yelling so loudly, did they not fear being overheard? As Tao Sharo listened, she recognized the man's voice, which struck a familiar chord, compelling her to eavesdrop. Fear not. At this hour, no one will come, Sister Wang cooed, sensuously swaying her waist. The two resumed their passionate movements after exchanging words. Tao Xiao peered cautiously, and upon recognizing the man, she gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It was none other than Zhang, the butcher. He already had 3 wives at home, yet he still sought more. Recalling Sister Wang's sharp-tongued demeanor and Lin Tian's earlier indifference, a surge of frustration welled up within her. At that moment, a malicious smile crept across her face. Sister Wang, consider yourself fortunate. This is a fine treasure worth 10 taels of silver. Enjoy. With that, she shielded her face with her sleeve and rushed forward, pouring the contents of a small vial filled with white powder all over the two. The two individuals, lost in their fervor, were taken aback to discover that they were not alone. Startled, they found themselves momentarily disoriented. Before they could comprehend the situation, they felt something on their faces and in their mouths. Spitting it out in disgust, they exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" The woman, known as Sister Wang, continued to expel the foul substance, while the butcher, Zhang, found his own visage marred by it. As they stood, preparing to clean themselves, Sister Wang's gaze fixated on the direction in which the young woman, Tao Xiao, had fled. Fearful, she uttered, We have been discovered. What shall we do now?" Zhang, hastily putting on his clothes, retorted with venom, "This is none of my concern. It is your provocative behavior that led us to this predicament." He shifted the blame entirely onto Sister Wang, adding with malice, "You were the one who said that the pillar was inadequate, that I could not satisfy you in bed, which is why you lured me here with such cunning." Anger coursed through Sister Wang, causing her to tremble. You were speaking nonsense. It was you who first laid hands on me." Their exchange escalated, each volleying accusations, and before they had even finished dressing, Zhang felt an undeniable warmth rising within him. What the hell is happening? Why am I reacting again? Before he could articulate his confusion, Sister Wang, in a sudden fervor, lunged at him, shedding her garments. Easy there. Zhang had not anticipated such fervidness from her. It dawned on him that the earlier substance was indeed suspect, yet it was too late to reconsider. Meanwhile, Tao Xiao, hearing the commotion from the haystack, found her amusement deepening. Deliberately, she made her way to the entrance of Sister Wang's home, where she spotted the woman's son still playing outside. Crouching down, she smiled and said, "Daju, I just saw 2 wild ducks over by the rice paddy. Would you like to catch them?" Daju looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Really? Where?" Tao Xiao pointed towards the rice fields at the foot of the mountain. "Right over there." Those 2 wild ducks were quacking loudly. "You'll hear them if you go closer." "All right, I shall return with them for a feast," Daju proclaimed grandly. "Erju, Sanju, come along with your brother to catch the ducks." The 2 younger boys, still with runny noses, eagerly followed. As Tao Xiao observed the trio heading in the direction she indicated, she hid away. Before long, she noticed the boys racing back. Daju, now 10 years old, bellowing from the entrance, "Father, trouble. My mother is fighting with Zhang the butcher in the haystack." The 2 younger boys, oblivious to the nature of a fight, echoed their brother's words, mimicking his tone. "Father, mother is wrestling with that meat seller in the haystack. She can't overpower him. He's got her pinned down. You must help her." Inside, Zhuzi was preparing a meal when he heard the uproar from his sons outside. Grabbing a kitchen knife, he stormed out, seething with anger. "What are you saying? Who is your mother fighting with?" Daju replied urgently, "It's that butcher. Mother is in a tussle with him in the haystack. We all saw it, and they're still undressed." Hearing this, Zhuzi's blood boiled, and wielding the knife, he charged out without hesitation. The 3 children's cries at the door drew the attention of the surrounding neighbors. They watched as Zhuzi stepped outside brandishing a kitchen knife, thinking that a spectacle was about to unfold. Thus, they all followed closely behind him. Upon arriving, they were met with a shocking scene at the haystack that left everyone breathless. Zhuzi's face turned a sickly green as he charged forward with the knife. However, the 2 individuals engaged in their actions showed no intention of stopping, even in the face of the crowd. Enraged, Zhuzi swung the knife at them. But at that critical moment, he was restrained by the villagers. "Zhuzi, don't act impulsively. Taking a life means imprisonment. We have already summoned Lord Li and the village chief. Wait for them to arrive to deal with this couple. You should sacrifice your life for theirs." "Indeed. What a shameless display. Quickly, take the children back. We must not lead them astray." The onlookers were flushed with embarrassment. Before long, Li Juanji and Taowen arrived. Upon seeing the scene, they turned away and sternly admonished, "Have you 2 no shame? Everyone is here, and yet you still refuse to dress properly." To their dismay, the couple seemed oblivious to the words spoken. Li Juanji, unable to contain himself, turned back and shouted, "Did you hear that? Hurry and put your clothes on." Yet, despite the crowd's urging, the couple remained unresponsive. Realizing something was amiss, Li Juanji turned to face them again, only to find their expressions twisted with pain, their eyes vacant, as if under a spell. He frowned and ordered, "Someone pull them apart." The villagers exchanged hesitant glances, feeling awkward about the situation. "Well, it's rather embarrassing." Li Juanji's tone grew serious. "They appear to be poisoned. Their expressions are not right. Separate them immediately. Pull the man away from Zhang the butcher and the woman away from Wang the sister-in-law." After issuing the command, he turned to comfort the enraged Zhuzi, who still gripped the knife with a fierce expression. "Let us wait for them to regain consciousness before acting. If you kill them, you'll end up in prison too. It's not worth sacrificing your life for theirs, not to mention the 4 children we have." Hearing this, Zhuzi glared at Li Juanji, his eyes bloodshot. And with a fierce shout, he exclaimed, "What a disgrace." Chapter 205. The potency of the medicine is unfathomable. The efficacy of this potion is indeed astonishing and enduring, leaving everyone astounded. Some villagers, while experiencing its effects, cannot help but steal glances. Others, amidst the commotion, seize the opportunity to take advantage, resulting in unexpected reactions. After much struggle, the two individuals were finally separated. Yet, once free, they indiscriminately pursued anyone nearby, regardless of gender, causing those trying to restrain them to hastily retreat. Fearful of being overwhelmed by their fervor, realizing the seriousness of the situation, Li Jun instructed, "Bind them to the tree." Once secured, the two continued to writhe and moan in agony. Tao Wan, perplexed, inquired about their condition, observing that they appeared to be in a trance. Li Jun, shaking his head, furrowed his brow and explained, "I have heard of a certain aphrodisiac that incites extreme arousal. They must have ingested such a substance." Upon hearing this, Tao Wan looked at the two with disdain, remarking on their audacity to engage in such reckless behavior in broad daylight, compounded by their use of potent drugs. Indeed, it is surprising that nobody else noticed. Who would have thought that Sister Wang would be so uninhibited? Could it be that Zhuzi cannot satisfy her, prompting her to seek other pleasures? The villagers nearby chattered amongst themselves. Tao Wan shot them a glare, then noticed Zhuzi's murderous expression. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "Zhuzi, let us wait until they regain their senses. Our laws in Dian decree that women who stray from their marital duties face severe consequences. Although Zhang the Butcher is a man, his actions are unbecoming and detrimental to societal morals. Once they awaken, we shall leave their fate to Lord Li." Zhuzi clenched his fists, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop, after finishing their meal, Lin Tian showed Gu Wei around the yard. Upon seeing the array of ironware on the shelves, Gu Wei was momentarily speechless, weakly asking, "Surely the iron tools used by those villagers in the street are not all purchased from you?" Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. Beside them, Li Xiaoqiang boasted, "Let me tell you, the ironware crafted by Brother Tian is remarkably durable. A single piece can last a lifetime without failure. Indeed, the kitchen knife we bought has endured 2 years of use without a single nick. We haven't even needed a sharpening stone. And my wife's scissors are exceptionally sharp," added Huzi, seizing the moment to flatter. Goshen concurred, "Absolutely. Moreover, Brother Tian is very accommodating. If you purchase ironware from him and are unsatisfied, you can return it to be reworked into something else for half the processing fee of other places." Hearing their praises, Lin Tian felt a mix of happiness and helplessness. He found it curious that some of the ironware had been crafted with shortcuts, yet the final products remained remarkably sturdy, seemingly indestructible. At this rate, how will I manage as a blacksmith? He mused. Gu Wei, overhearing their conversation, realized they were unaware of the master's true identity. The king of Zhou had instructed him to treat the master as an ordinary person, yet faced with a room full of treasures, he found it difficult to comply, especially the aura surrounding the master. Such an imposing presence of strength cannot be feigned. Gu Wei nodded, striving to appear less anxious. "What you say is true. Being able to forge alongside Brother Tian, my skills will surely improve by leaps and bounds." Listening to the flattery, Lin Tian smiled awkwardly. "Please, spare me the compliments. As a humble blacksmith from a small town, I managed to get by, but elsewhere, I wouldn't amount to much." Gu Wei gazed at Lin Tian, who was conversing with ease and a serene expression, feeling a profound admiration. Upon reaching the smithy, Lin Tian pointed to the furnace and said, "We shall commence our forging next month. Huzi, Goshen, Xiaoqiang, and Xuanzi will not be available for now, so they can assist us for the time being. Additionally, we need to make a trip to the city tomorrow to procure some iron ore. You can stay in the dormitory tonight, though if you have other accommodations, you need not stay here. In a couple of days, once Uncle Wang's front shop is demolished, he will move in with you." Li Xiaoqiang patted Gu Wei's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't be nervous. Uncle Wang is very easygoing." Gu Wei forced a smile. "I'm not nervous at all. I'm merely excited." His demeanor elicited laughter from everyone. "You rascal, you really crack us up, speaking in fragments. Indeed, you're not nervous? Look at how anxious you are. We won't bite you." Haha. Gu Wei was playfully teased by the group, hesitant to retort since they were friends of the master. Who could tell if they were genuinely unaware or just pretending? To be safe, it was wise to say little. As the jovial conversation continued, Lu Yanren approached, carrying a mattress and blankets. Lin Tian stepped forward to take them from her hands. Gu Wei, cautious and unable to meet her gaze, felt his heart racing from their earlier encounter at the door. Lu Yanren glanced at him, and he instinctively recoiled. Lin Tian chuckled. "This is my wife, Lu Yanren. You may call her sister-in-law." Gu Wei stammered. Sister-in-law. "Hello." Upon noticing Gu Wei's nervousness, Huzi couldn't help but tease, "Is it because you see how beautiful sister-in-law is that you're so flustered?" "Indeed. I think that's the case," Huzi and Goshen joked, seemingly reveling in the moment. Little did they know. Gu Wei felt a cold sweat trickling down his back at their words. Had he not just entertained inappropriate thoughts about the master's wife? What if he had offended her? He anxiously glanced at Lu Yanran, who observed his expression with amusement. She found it quite funny. After all, she was not a fierce woman. Calmly, she said, "These blankets are new. Use them for now, and and I will provide more once winter arrives. Lin Tian nodded and placed the bedding on the Kong. Looking at Gu Wei, he instructed, all right, make your bed. The cupboard beside you is available for your belongings. We will wait for you outside. Gu Wei nodded in agreement. They mentioned that there remains a small amount of wood, suggesting it could be chopped for firewood, as it occupies space in the yard. Lin Tian considered this a reasonable idea. Upon his emergence, he proposed to guide him to familiarize himself with the village. After all, it would be inappropriate to assign tasks to someone who has just arrived, as that might scare them away, making it difficult to find replacements. Come, let me show you around our village, Lin Tian remarked with a smile as they walked. Our village is not large, yet it boasts a considerable population. Despite being in proximity to Yinjing City, it is among the poorest in the region. The villagers possess limited purchasing power, primarily subsisting through agriculture. It takes quite some time to afford a single iron tool. Thus, were it not for the profitable business arrangement with Murongfu, I would indeed hesitate to employ anyone. Gu Wei could not suppress his astonishment. So, the iron tools you forge are mostly sold to the villagers? What he truly wished to inquire was, Master, do you truly sell your ironwork solely to the villagers? Might it be possible to purchase one for myself? However, he dared not voice this question. The possessions of a master are not trifles to be freely bought or given away. Although referred to as sales, it is, in reality, a matter of opportunity. Much like that lean lad, Doi Kai, who appears to be merely a naive youth, yet the master chose to accept him as a disciple. This indicates that his potential or talent is something the master perceives, even if it remains hidden from others. This illustrates the master's discerning vision, capable of penetrating the essence that eludes ordinary eyes. Truly, the master deserves his title, as even his perception is remarkably astute. As the two traversed the main road of the village, they overheard, "Hey, hurry over and take a look. I hear Sister Wang and Butcher Zhang have been tied up." Why is that? Oh, it seems that the two were caught engaging in a playful scuffle among the haystacks by her 3 sons, and they are still at it. What? Is that really the case? How shameless. Indeed. I heard that Lord Li and the village head have gone to intervene, but they can't seem to separate them. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, blinked, contemplating whether to visit and see what was unfolding. Chapter 206. Methods of Antidote. Old Lin, isn't there some excitement over there to witness? I hear it's quite stimulating. People are even without clothing. Several men beside Lin Tian exchanged knowing glances. Lin Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, Gu Wei fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, pondering how down-to-earth this master was. How could these commoners dare to address him as Old Lin? Such audacity was astonishing. Come on, TZ, Sister Wang has never given you a hard time. Let us go take a look together. Yes. I heard the village chief is going to punish them by sinking them in the pond. Sinking them in the pond? Lin Tian was taken aback. This punishment was a severe measure in Dian for women who violated marital fidelity. Given that it concerned human lives, Lin Tian decided it was prudent to investigate. Let us follow and see, Gu Wei nodded, trailing closely behind. Before they could get close, they spotted a crowd of villagers gathered. Upon closer inspection, they noticed 2 individuals bound to a tree, indeed without proper clothing. The garments draped over them were of little use as they continued to struggle. As Lin Tian approached, Li Juanji came over to greet him. What happened to those 2? Lin Tian inquired with curiosity. Li Juanji replied, they were fooling around here, and the children discovered them. They ran back to inform Juzi, who then came over with a kitchen knife. The villagers, fearing trouble, called me and the village chief. When I arrived, I sensed something was off. Ordinarily, they should have hurried to put on their clothes upon seeing us. Yet look at them. They seem invigorated, as if they've been injected with adrenaline. Lin Tian observed the 2, still writhing in their predicament. Thus, I suspect they have ingested that kind of drug. That kind of drug? Lin Tian blinked in surprise. Li Juanji's face turned slightly red as he explained, you know, that kind of drug used in chambers to enhance pleasure. Oh, I understand now. Lin Tian responded, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he regarded him. Li Juanji hurriedly clarified, I have never used it. Don't look at me like that. Brother-in-law, I haven't said anything yet. Why the rush to explain? Lin Tian teased, causing Li Juanji's face to redden further. However, I fear this might escalate into a serious issue. It has already been 2 hours, and their faces are clearly not right. Lin Tian nodded, suggesting, perhaps the village should send someone to the city to fetch a doctor. We must prevent any loss of life. Li Juanji looked at him skeptically, thinking, aren't you a doctor? A remarkable figure at that. With you here, why would we need to go to the city? Is there something on my face? Lin Tian asked, bemused as he touched his own face. Li Juanji shook his head. Although he understood that someone as capable as Lin Tian might deliberately conceal his identity, he pondered if it was due to fear of enemies discovering him. It seemed to be the only plausible explanation. He tentatively suggested, at this point, fetching a doctor from the city may be too late. Why not? Tian Di, see if we can find something for them to eat to help them regain consciousness. Lin Tian stared at him in bewilderment. I'm not a doctor. How would I know what to feed them to counteract the poison? With a resigned smile, he remarked. Brother-in-law, I'm not a doctor. Why pretend? Li Juanji inwardly rolled his eyes at him but remained undeterred. You are so clever and well-informed. Surely you know what can counteract poison, perhaps not necessarily medicine. The phrase piqued his interest. He recalled a time when he had been enamored with Ouyang Jinhua, particularly a drama titled The Case of the Wrongful Conviction 2, which featured a method for detoxification. Its efficacy was uncertain, but it was undeniably rather distasteful. In truth, he was aware of a certain method, though he had never tried it, so he could not attest to its effectiveness. Upon hearing there was a solution, Li Juanji's eyes brightened with curiosity. What method? He inquired. Lin Tian felt somewhat embarrassed to discuss it in front of so many people, so he discreetly whispered the answer to Li Juanji. After hearing it, Li Juanji looked at Lin Tian in astonishment, wondering if he was truly serious about this scheme. He knew all too well that Wang Sa had a sharp tongue and had often offended Lin Tian, yet to suggest feeding them excrement seemed excessively cruel. Nevertheless, he trusted that any detoxification method suggested by Lin Tian would indeed be effective. After all, during the last time he treated Li Ren, he had managed it with just a bowl of soup. Now, he chuckled softly while observing the two individuals in the tree. Li Juanji could only chuckle as he turned to the nearby Xiaohua with a smile, saying, "And Hua, could you fetch me a bowl of excrement from over there?" "Excrement?" Xiaohua replied, puzzled. "That stuff is incredibly foul. What on earth do you need it for?" Li Juanji grinned. "Though it may stink, it can detoxify. Just go and bring it," he added a knowing glance. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua understood immediately and dashed off to fetch some from a nearby household. "Here it comes. Step aside, or I can't be responsible if it splashes on you." As the crowd caught sight of the excrement, they all pinched their noses and recoiled. "Xiaohua, what on earth did you bring this for? It stinks terribly." "Indeed. Get rid of it quickly." Xiaohua raised her chin defiantly. "That's not an option. Lord Li instructed me to retrieve it." Li Juanji, upon seeing the yellowish contents in the bowl, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. One man in the crowd scratched his head sheepishly and said, Sorry about that. I just, Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively took several steps back. Li Juanji pinched his nose and asked Lin Tian, "The excrement is here. How do we administer it?" Lin Tian pondered for a moment and suggested, "Just mix it in a bowl, dilute it a bit, and feed it to them. That is how they portray it on television. If it doesn't work, it's not my fault." He acknowledged there was a hint of mischief in his motives. He had always found Wang Sa quite irksome. Now that he finally had the chance, he intended to relish it. Li Juanji entrusted this honorable yet daunting task to Xiaohua, who eagerly accepted. She filled a large bowl to the brim, as if fearing it would not be enough for the two. Then, with assistance, they forcefully opened their mouths and poured the concoction down their throats. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tian could not help but turn away, fearing he might regurgitate the meal he had just consumed. Xiaohua seized the opportunity to relentlessly pour drink after drink down Wang Sa's throat, resulting in a most repulsive spectacle from both parties. Remarkably, after the passage of half an hour, the two individuals finally regained their senses. Wang Sa, staring at the crowd and then at her husband's fierce countenance, trembled in fear. "Head of the household, do not call me. How dare you, who has been unfaithful behind my back, still utter my name?" Zhuzi scolded, his eyes aflame with rage. Zhang the butcher, having also regained his senses, immediately protested upon seeing everyone present, "This is not my doing. She seduced me." Wang Sa glared at him, spitting in contempt. "You wretched creature, blame me for being blind." Seeing that both had returned to lucidity, Li Juanji spoke. "Since you both have regained your faculties, does this imply your acknowledgement of the actions you recently engaged in?" The two lowered their heads in silence. The expressions of love between men and women are natural. However, it is lamentable that both of you are already bound by the ties of marriage. And to behave so immorally in public, while resorting to illicit substances, is utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, your actions persisted even in our presence, causing significant disruption. Therefore, I have decided to escort you both back to the magistrate's office, where the county head will personally interrogate you. "No, we did not use any drugs," Wang Sa urgently denied. "While it is true that we were engaged in such activities, we certainly did not resort to any substances. Indeed, I can assure you, we did not use drugs." Zhang the butcher hastily added, "Ah, I recall now. We indeed noticed someone approaching and were preparing to dress and leave when suddenly a person rushed in and sprinkled something on us, after which we lost our memories." "Sprinkled something on you?" Li Juanji inquired. "You must not speak carelessly. Poisoning and dying is punishable by imprisonment." "No, we are not speaking carelessly. I swear to the heavens. If I am lying, may I be struck by lightning and bear a son without male organs." Observing their fervent oaths, Li Juanji furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, hidden within the crowd, Tao Xiao turned pale at the mention of imprisonment for poisoning and quietly slipped away from the gathering. Chapter 207. A thief's guilt. "Let us first attire them before heading to the village shrine," suggested Tao when with a nod. The villagers were instructed to guard the two individuals, ensuring they had no opportunity to flee. Upon arriving at the shrine, Li Juanji inquired, "Did you clearly see the appearance of the person you mentioned?" Butcher Zhang replied, "I did not observe closely, yet I can assert it was a woman." Indeed, though the two did not get a good look, they were certain that it was a woman who had poisoned them. "Did you not see her face?" Li Juanji pressed. To which Butcher Zhang shook his head. "She covered her face, so I did not see." Taowen proposed, "Shall we gather all the women of the village here for identification?" "That seems reasonable," Li Juanji concurred. Soon, the village's women and children assembled. "Now that everyone is present, take a look and see who resembles the poisoner you described." The women in the line expressed their discontent. Village chief, one cannot say such things lightly. What if they slander us? Yes, village chief, if they speak falsely, we would be unjustly accused. The village women were indignant. Wang Sa retorted, if you have done nothing wrong, why fear? I suspect you simply harbor ill feelings toward me and wish to poison me. With that, she pointed an accusing finger at He Xiaohua and exclaimed, He Xiaohua, do not think I am unaware that you just made me consume dung. You dare claim it was not an act of revenge. He Xiaohua immediately countered, I followed Lord Li's instructions to give you that. It was an antidote. You should be grateful. Had I not fed you, you would still be in a daze. You are the one seeking revenge. Wang Sao angrily lunged forward. What are you doing? Li Juanji admonished. This is a shrine, not a marketplace. At his words, Wang Sao begrudgingly withdrew her hand and stood aside, silenced. Lin Tian observed the scene and found the women's arguments compelling. Without tangible evidence, how can one allow Wang Sao to make arbitrary accusations? He continued. Since they claim the poison was in powder form, their clothing must still bear traces of it. Let us cut away the garments that are tainted and take them to the apothecary in the city to inquire if anyone has purchased such a substance recently. Li Juanji nodded, raising his thumb in approval. You are indeed clever. He turned to the group of women, stating firmly, you have no objections to this plan, do you? The women exchanged glances before reluctantly agreeing. Li Juanji instructed them to remove the clothing with the powder, and a person was designated to take the garments into the city for inquiry. Everyone was to remain in the shrine, barred from leaving. Among the crowd, Tao Xiao clenched her fists in anxiety. She had not anticipated that her momentary mischief would escalate to such proportions. Frantically, she glanced at her father. Meanwhile, Taoan was suddenly struck by a realization. Could it be her? This revelation hit him like a bolt from the blue. How could this be? His eyes widened in shock as he beheld Tao Xiao's near tearful expression. He, too, grew alarmed. Nervously, he said, we are all from the same village. Perhaps it's best to let this matter rest. Sister Wang and Butcher Zhang are parents of several children. If this situation escalates and they end up in prison, what will happen to their children? They would be left as orphans, without a mother or father. Li Juanji was momentarily taken aback, having lived here for some time. He had not perceived Taoan as a person of such compassion. Sister Wang, not fully grasping the situation, believed Taoan was advocating for them. Gratefully, she looked at him and said, Thank you, village chief. Indeed, we acted out of momentary folly, and we assure you it will never happen again. Please, have mercy. Yes. Yes. Butcher Zhang chimed in. I have 3 children to support at home. If I were to go to prison, what would happen to my family of 6? And my 80-year-old mother? Li Juanji, also a parent, understood their plight deeply. He recalled the challenging times when he had no income, and his family relied solely on Lu Qianchuan's hard work. Hearing their pleas genuinely moved him. Taoan noticed Li Juanji's softening demeanor and continued, Yes. We are all fellow villagers. They recognize their mistakes, and that should suffice. If this escalates, it would tarnish our village's reputation, wouldn't it? Lin Tian, observing from the side, felt that Taoan's demeanor changed far too swiftly. However, Gu Wei, seasoned in the ways of politics, had already discerned these petty maneuvers. In a hushed tone, he remarked, This village chief must have ulterior motives. Intrigued, Lin Tian asked, What do you think his motives are? Gu Wei, sensing Lin Tian's curiosity, straightened up and replied earnestly, You see, he just suggested summoning all the women in the village, clearly intending to identify the culprit. Yet now, he is pleading for the 2 offenders, cloaked in the guise of concern for the village. He must be trying to shield the actual perpetrator. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian looked at him in astonishment, thinking to himself, I had realized it. This young man truly possesses remarkable analytical skills. Who do you believe he is trying to protect? Lin Tian inquired. Gu Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. I suspect he knows the person quite well, someone with significant connections. And I am certain it is among this group of women. After uttering these words, Lin Tian quickly scanned the crowd of women. When his gaze fell upon the visibly anxious Tao Xiao, understanding dawned upon him. It was her. A cold smile crept across Lin Tian's face as he recalled her earlier strange behavior, coupled with what had transpired with Sister Wang and the others. A chill ran down his spine. It was terrifying that someone so young harbored such thoughts. He feared that had he not left early, he might have become a victim of her schemes. Gu Wei's analysis was spot on. He had not considered this possibility. No wonder the village chief's attitude had shifted. It was evident he knew the identity of the true murderer. Comprehending the entirety of the situation, Lin Tian smiled at Gu Wei, saying, You are truly brilliant. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark. The master praised him. Gu Wei could not contain his excitement and tightly clasped his hands. No, nothing at all. I merely spoke offhandedly. To receive praise from the master signifies that he holds some level of satisfaction with him. If the master is pleased, he will not expel him. Lin Tian smiled as he approached Li Juanji, whispering his conjecture. Is that truly the case? Li Juanji, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe. He cast a skeptical glance at Tao Wan and furrowed his brow. No wonder he suddenly changed his stance. Do you think this matter still requires resolution? Lin Tian calmly smiled. You are the county magistrate. You may decide how to resolve it as you see fit. Li Juanji was taken aback by his words. Tao Wan, being the village head, and Tao Xiao, his daughter, meant that even if he chose to remain silent now, The truth would inevitably surface when those who ventured to the city returned. It was too late for Tao when to seek peace. With a sense of determination, he asked, "Village head, do you have anything to say to everyone?" Taoan was momentarily taken aback, looking at him. Li Juanji maintained a composed expression, and the guilty Taoan stuttered, "Well, perhaps we could downplay the matter, trivialize it?" Li Juanji felt profound disappointment in him. It was one thing to be miserly in ordinary matters, but to choose to protect his daughter in the face of such significant issues rendered him unworthy of being a village head. He then turned his gaze towards Tao Xiaoro amidst the crowd and inquired, "Tao Xiaoro, do you have anything to say?" Suddenly called by name, Tao Xiaoro turned pale with fright. She stared at Li Juanji in terror, unable to utter a word. The villagers were bewildered, not comprehending the implications of his statement. What could I possibly say? It is none of my concern, Tao Xiaoro said, her words laced with unease. Seeing her unwillingness to acknowledge the issue, Li Juanji replied sternly, "It's all right. Soon, those who have gone will return, and once they inquire, everything will become clear." Chapter 208. How could it be her as time passed? Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Finally, the villagers returned from the town, led by the eldest son of the village chief and a young lad named Lao Si. Upon seeing her son's return, Tao Wen incessantly gestured at him. Tao Xiaojing nodded, recalling his father's admonition before leaving. This time, they must deliver a severe punishment to Wang Sa, who had behaved inappropriately. Tao Wen sighed in relief, believing her son understood the gravity of the situation. However, when he spoke, he appeared frozen in place. "Father, esteemed adults, we just inquired at the shop in the west of the town. The owner confirmed that a young lady purchased a substance called Joyful Powder the day before yesterday morning, and it was rather expensive, 10 taels of silver per bottle." "Did the owner mention who the buyer was?" Tao Wen stammered. "Oh, how would the owner remember the girl's appearance? He only mentioned she was a girl of about 15 or 16 years, quite striking in looks," Tao Xiaojing replied, unaware of the events unfolding. He noticed his father's complexion turn pale. Li Juanji observed him with cool detachment and remarked, "So, does village chief Tao have anything further to say?" The shopkeeper merely stated the buyer was a girl around 15 or 16. There are several in this village. Surely, one cannot solely rely on such scant evidence to accuse my daughter? Seeing the father-daughter duo stubbornly maintain their stance, Lin Tian interjected with a smile. "Let us inquire where the girls were that morning. If they can prove they were not at the apothecary, their innocence will be established." "Indeed," Li Juanji concurred. "Everyone, recount your activities from the day before yesterday morning. Is there anyone who can vouch for you?" A line of young girls began to recall their whereabouts. "I remember. On the morning in question, I was in the fields helping my mother with the weeding. Many villagers witnessed it, and several can attest to my presence. I was feeding the pigs, but we had run out of chaff, so I went to Aunt He to borrow 2 pounds. And he can confirm this. I was at home embroidering, not many saw me, but wait, I did see Zhang Lao Si picking vegetables in the field. Everyone present had an alibi. When it came to Tao Xiaoro, she nervously stammered, I was at home embroidering a handkerchief, did not go out, nor did I see anyone." At her words, all eyes turned toward her. Wang Sa waved her hand dismissively, declaring, "It cannot be Xiaoro, she is far too timid. Besides, we have always had a good relationship. And as the village chief's daughter, she would never harm me." Wang Sa believed that her previous efforts to curry favor with the village chief's family were enough to ensure her eldest son could marry Tao Xiaoro. During the busy farming season, she often set aside her own chores to assist their family. She could not fathom that Xiaoro could commit such an ungrateful act. Moreover, the village chief had just advocated for them. It seemed utterly impossible. Naively, Wang Sa thought her good deeds for the village chief's family would shield her from harm, failing to realize that the very person who would betray her was, in fact, Tao Xiaoro. Tao Xiaoro feigned a sense of grievance, saying, "Indeed, Sister Wang. How could I possibly harm you?" Yet, as she uttered these words, she dared not meet Sister Wang's gaze. Li Juanji scrutinized the young woman, scarcely older than 15 or 16, and felt a chill course through him. Such callousness at such a tender age, what would become of her as she matured? He remarked coldly, "So, you do not believe she is the culprit?" Tao gritted his teeth, acutely aware that the family's livelihood depended on Tao Xiaoro selling handkerchiefs. If she were imprisoned, would they not revert to their former hardships? No, having grown accustomed to their current daily earnings, Tao was resolute in his refusal to allow that. He argued vehemently, "Sir, I can vouch for Xiaoro. She was indeed at home embroidering handkerchiefs and did not venture out." Observing his father's anxious demeanor, Tao Xiaojing realized the gravity of the situation and immediately interjected, "Sir, you cannot wrongfully accuse my sister. She is still young and could never commit such a deed." "Still young?" Li Juanji scoffed. "She reached the age of marriage last month. Do you still consider her a child? It seems you are intent on shielding her." "Sir, you must not speak so lightly," Tao Xiaojing retorted, his voice rising. "My sister has always been honest and upright. She could never resort to poisoning or harming others." Tao Xiaoro, witnessing her brother's fervor, clenched her hands tightly around her garment in fear. Lin Tian understood that Tao Xiaoro had always presented herself as a delicate figure in the village, never uttering a word to harm anyone. And with her father being the village chief, she was the darling of the local women. When this was said, Disbelief swept through the crowd, particularly among the men, who regarded Tao Xiao as the epitome of beauty and virtue, an object of their affections. No one could fathom that such a lovely girl would commit a heinous act. Moreover, the poison in question was aphrodisiac powder. Could it be that the sir is mistaken? Xiao is gentle, gracious, and capable. She would never engage in such behavior. Indeed. What benefit would she gain from such an act? They chimed in unison. Sister Wang even helps her family with their work. It is simply implausible. The men took turns defending Tao Xiao, and as public opinion swayed in her favor, Li Juanji furrowed his brow. I have evidence. At that moment, Lao Si stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. Lao Si, what evidence do you possess? Pray tell, they urged. Lao Si, of slender build and sharp features, looked at Li Juanji and respectfully stated, Sir, we inquired at various apothecaries in the city, armed with those fabric remnants. I recall the owner of the apothecary on the west side mentioning that when he received payment, he noticed a black mole on the wrist of that woman. A black mole on her wrist? Upon hearing this, Tao Xiao nearly faltered. Li Juanji, keenly observant, noted her unusual reaction. Gently stepping forward, he remarked, since everyone believes it is not you, please extend your wrist for all to see. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiao retreated repeatedly. Taowen stepped forward to shield her, insisting, that cannot be. Xiao is an unmarried girl, and her arms should not be displayed so freely. Li Juanji replied calmly, it is merely a glance at her wrist, not her arm. Are you afraid? At that moment, Tao Xiao was in a state of panic, rendered speechless as she stood behind Tao Wan. The individuals in the ancestral hall, who had initially believed in her innocence, began to harbor doubts upon witnessing her reaction. Could it be that she truly was the culprit? It was hard to believe. She typically appeared so delicate, yet now revealed such malice. Sister Wang had assisted her in many tasks, had she not? Moreover, the powder, what purpose could it serve for an unmarried girl? In an instant, Tao Xiao's mind went blank, and her legs gave way, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Xiao, Taowen rushed to support her. Li Juanji advanced and pushed aside her sleeve. There, on her right wrist, was indeed a mole the size of a fingernail. Village chief, surely you have no further arguments now, he declared. Taowen sank to the ground, her head bowed in shame. Sister Wang stood nearby, unable to fathom the reality that this misdeed had been committed by her. How could it be her? It was unfathomable. I have treated her so well. Sister Wang gazed at Taowen, questioning. Just moments ago, I thought you were interceding on my behalf. Instead, you were merely afraid your daughter would be exposed. Ugh, I must have been blind to even consider an alliance with you. With matters having reached this juncture, Taowen found herself devoid of any retort. Yu Wei shook his head in disapproval at the unfolding farce. Such malice at such a young age. What will become of her in adulthood? Who would dare marry such a woman? They might fear for their lives. Lin Tian wholeheartedly concurred, nodding in agreement. You speak the truth. Hearing this, Gu Wei's eyes sparkled as he regarded Lin Tian. Would have been a mere offhand remark had aligned with the master's thoughts. He was elated, having received praise from the master twice just moments prior. There was hope. Chapter 209. The master wants to be the village chief? The remaining matters became easier to handle. The situation would not remain unresolved simply because Tao Xiao had fainted, considering the implications for both families involved. Li Juanji summoned the members of both households. They ultimately reached a consensus. The incident would no longer be pursued. However, Butcher Zhang was required to compensate Zhuzi's family with 20 taels of silver, to which he raised no objections. As for Tao Xiao, her predicament was far more severe. Her malicious act of poisoning and the deliberate instigation of Wang Sa's child to summon Zhuzi had escalated the situation to its current state. Therefore, she was mandated to indemnify both Zhuzi's and Zhang's families for their respective losses, each amounting to 20 taels. Furthermore, Tao Wen's attempt to shield his daughter resulted in the forfeiture of his position as village chief. Consequently, Li Juanji resolved to dismiss him from this role. As for who would succeed as village chief, Li Juanji turned to Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly waved his hands, expressing his reluctance to assume such a position. Perhaps, he suggested, the villagers could vote for a new chief on another day. Li Juanji surveyed the gathering. Nearly everyone from the village was present and mused that there was no need to postpone the decision. Thus, he declared that they should take advantage of the current assembly to elect a new village chief. Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances, deliberating on whom to choose. Who would take on the role of village chief? They looked around, and once again, their gazes fell upon Lin Tian. How about Lin Tian? Someone proposed. Indeed. He has recently prospered. Perhaps he possesses the means to lead our village to wealth. The villagers nodded in agreement, turning their hopeful eyes towards Lin Tian. Old Lin, why not take on the role of village chief? Your fortunes have improved. Surely, when you become chief, you will help us achieve prosperity as well. Exactly, Old Lin. Don't be stingy. We are all from the same village. If you discover a path to wealth, share it with us. Do not say such things. Once Old Lin becomes the village chief, he will undoubtedly find ways to lead us all to fortune, won't you, Old Lin? Lin Tian was taken aback by the unanimous support for his candidacy. The notion of leading the village to prosperity? He chuckled and shook his head, addressing the villagers. Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, I am merely a blacksmith. It would be inappropriate for me to take on the role of village chief without any experience. Oh, What need is there for experience? Who is born knowing how to lead? One learns through practice. Indeed, do not shy away. You are the most suitable candidate for our village. Lin Tian felt awkward as he gazed at the enthusiastic villagers advocating for him. He thought to himself, how curious. They used to avoid him, and now their eyes sparkled with admiration. It can only be said that the allure of wealth is indeed profound. Could a master truly assume the role of village chief? Gu Wei blinked, somewhat perplexed. He wondered why someone of the master's stature would willingly reside in such a desolate mountain valley, and even aspire to lead it. With the master's abilities, could he not command respect across the continent, with emperors from various realms vying for his attention? Indeed, the thoughts of a true master are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Old Lin, please don't evade responsibility. It's up to you now. Our hopes for prosperity rest on your shoulders. Indeed, Old Lin, you are the beacon of hope for our entire village. If you refuse, we shall block your doorstep. What? Gu Wei gazed at the enthusiastic villagers before casting a curious glance at Lin Tian. He wondered whether the master would acquiesce. Lin Tian felt a weight upon his shoulders. He understood that if he declined, the villagers would undoubtedly follow through with their threats. After a moment of contemplation, he helplessly turned to Li Juanji, thinking to himself, brother-in-law, are you deliberately putting your acquaintances in a bind? Li Juanji coughed, covering his mouth, and awkwardly whistled. Well, fine then. Lin Tian reluctantly conceded. Wonderful. He has agreed. Old Lin has accepted. The villagers erupted into applause, celebrating the decision, while Taowen discreetly slinked away from the corner, unnoticed by anyone. As Lin Tian exited the ancestral hall, he shook his head and sighed repeatedly. Gu Wei observed his demeanor, contemplating whether to inquire but refraining from doing so. Only Li Juanji, noticing Lin Tian's dejected expression, changed the subject. By the way, I haven't seen this brother before. Who is he? Lin Tian introduced. This is Gu Wei, my newly hired blacksmith. And this is my brother-in-law, Li Juanji. So, you are Gu, fortunate to meet you, Li Juanji greeted. The master's brother-in-law? Gu Wei quickly responded with respect, greetings. Li Juanji chuckled, well, Tian Di, it's not that I'm putting you in this position as village chief. It's simply that there is no one else suitable in the village. Just think, if you were the village chief, wouldn't it be much more convenient for you to pursue your plans? Acquiring land, expanding projects, all without the need to go through Taowen. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian recognized the merit in the argument. Ah, brother-in-law, you heard them. They want me to lead everyone towards prosperity. Yet, you know I am merely a blacksmith. I possess no other skills. What do you mean you possess no other skills? You have many talents. Li Juanji retorted. Were it not for his wife informing him that this brother-in-law was an extraordinary individual who preferred a simple life and disliked having his identity exposed, he would have revealed this to Lin Tian long ago. However, he pondered that perhaps Lin Tian had his own reasons for maintaining secrecy. After all, everyone faces their own struggles, and considering the assistance Lin Tian had provided them, gratitude was the only appropriate response. I know you are full of ideas. You will surely find a way. Just look at the proposal of having Yan and Qian Chuan teach the women to embroider handkerchiefs. I believe that is an excellent idea. The village women have no source of income, and if this could work, they would have something to do instead of gossiping aimlessly. At this juncture, Li Juanji recalled something and asked, how did you deduce that the poisoner was Tao Xiao? Lin Tian recounted the earlier incident where Tao Xiao had summoned him. Li Juanji expressed his astonishment. Is that so? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Lin Tian spoke lightly. Forget it. After all, she is merely a child. How could she hope to marry in the future? Li Juanji nodded in agreement. What you say holds truth. A young maiden. Yet she dares to procure such medicine and attempts to engage with you. Fortunately, if not for that, you would have had to marry her. Lin Tian shook his head with resignation. That woman is not one I would dare to wed. Gu Wei, who had been listening to their conversation, was taken aback. It turned out that the woman had purchased the medicine for the master. How audacious. He had heard from King Zhou that the master could silently poison 100,000 soldiers. How could a mere girl presume to act boldly before the master? It was nothing short of self-humiliation. Wait, this implies that the master was already aware that the poison was administered by that woman? His recent analysis suddenly made Gu Wei feel embarrassed. Had he not become a mere jester before the master, akin to that woman? He felt like crying. This was unfair. The master shouldn't toy with people like this. After all, she is still a child. Lin Tian was oblivious to the turmoil within Gu Wei. Had he known, he would have simply said, I am in awe of you. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Lin Tian invited Li Juanji to visit his home. No, your sister-in-law has been busy with the matters of the party these past few days. I must return home to care for the child. After saying this, he teased Lin Tian, you better hurry up. Strive for an upgrade next year as well. Li Juanji patted his shoulder and added with a smile, you must work hard. Men should take the initiative and not be lazy. Lin Tian scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well, I can only say that I will do my best. Very well. I shall take my leave. Li Juanji waved his hand and turned to head towards his home. Chapter 210, is this the master's test for him? Returning to the blacksmith shop, Lin Tian escorted him to the dormitory. I have a few books here, if you find it difficult to sleep. You can use them to pass the time. Books? Could they possibly contain the designs for crafting unparalleled artifacts? Gu Wei exclaimed, eagerly accepting them from Lin Tian. Thank you, Master. He couldn't help but call out in excitement. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled indifferently, thinking to himself, this lad has even learned to flatter. He dismissed it with a smile. All right, it's getting late. Wash up and rest. Tomorrow morning, we will head into the city to purchase some more. With that, Lin Tian turned and exited the door. Gu Wei, cradling the books, sat on the bed in exhilaration, unable to resist opening them immediately. So this is it. The master is truly remarkable. Gu Wei's eyes brimmed with tears. Having specialized in blacksmithing under his grandfather for 7 or 8 years, he had previously thought himself quite skilled. However, after seeing these books from the master, he realized just how shallow his understanding had been. He was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Gu Wei eagerly absorbed the knowledge contained within the pages. These books, purchased by Lin Tian from the city, detailed various styles and methods of weapon crafting. Naturally, he marked the sections he deemed overly complex or unnecessary, adding his own annotations, and highlighted the crucial parts. Engrossed in his reading, he lost track of time until dawn broke. His rate of progress was astonishing. It would not be an exaggeration to say that previously, he could only forge artifacts of the lowest quality. Yet, having perused the Master's texts, he felt capable of crafting items of the 6th grade. 6th grade. It was remarkable to consider that he was only 19 years old. If he continued to develop at this pace, who knows what he might achieve if he stayed here longer. Perhaps he could even forge artifacts of heavenly quality. The thought was almost unfathomable. His grandfather could at best craft 7th grade artifacts, while he had merely glanced at the Master's texts, and his mind felt illuminated. The processes for creating 6th grade artifacts replaying in his mind like flipping through a book. He had never realized his memory could be so exceptional. To validate his hypothesis, he retrieved a miscellaneous book from his belongings. After reading a few pages, however, he could not retain any information. Gu Wei was perplexed. Why could he not remember what he read in the miscellaneous book, yet retain the intricate details of the Master's diagrams? Surely, there must be some secret to these diagrams. Indeed, they were a treasure, accompanied by the Master's notes. The significant parts were meticulously highlighted and annotated. This was truly a gem, an invaluable manuscript from the Master. Grateful to the Master, he gazed out the window and performed a deep bow. At that moment, the rooster in the henhouse crowed. Gu Wei could hardly contain his excitement as he rose, tidying his appearance. As he opened the door, he was greeted by Lin Tian, who stood at the entrance with a beaming smile. You're up. I was just about to call for you. Gu Wei quickly replied. I wouldn't dare trouble you to wake me. Lin Tian chuckled. Well then, since you're awake, let us set off. With the day still young, we should hasten into the city. Gu Wei nodded vigorously, following closely behind Lin Tian. At the entrance, they spotted Hu Zigu and others already waiting with their ox cart. The group climbed aboard the cart and set off towards the city. Once seated, Lin Tian produced meat pies made by Lu Yan and, distributing 2 to each person. Old Lin. Just the vegetable pies would suffice. We feel quite embarrassed having you spend so much, Hu Zi remarked, taking a bite of the pie. We need to eat well to have the energy for work. Rest assured, as long as we put in our best effort, indulging in wine and meat will be a trivial matter. Lin Tian was not merely making grand promises. He was confident that with such provisions, no one in the village could match their daily meat consumption. We'll follow Brother Tian. With him, there's meat to eat, right? Li Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity to promote Lin Tian further. Lin smiled slightly. When they arrived at the selling location, inquiries revealed that the recent price of, or had increased. What was originally 70 taels per cart, now required an additional 5. Lin Tian currently possessed only 300 taels, meaning he could purchase at most 4 carts of iron ore, though he was uncertain of the iron yield from such a quantity. Little Tian. It's not that the price has been raised by the uncle. The ore has become difficult to mine recently, the owner of the ore shop explained. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. No problem. Uncle, 75 taels it is. I will take 4 carts. However, may I select some myself? The hunchbacked shopkeeper nodded and led them into the store. This, or shop, was unlike others, aside from the storefront. The rest was a courtyard surrounded by at least 5-meter-high brick walls, filled with piles of dark ore. Gu Wei looked on with disdain. These ores are clearly leftovers from the screening process. Surely, the master wouldn't want to use these for smelting iron? What can be made from this? As a blacksmith, he could discern the quality and doubted the master would overlook it. Puzzled, Gu Wei followed closely behind Lin Tian, who was sifting through the ore, seemingly selecting something. Take a look. There are still many high iron content ores among these, Lin Tian encouraged. Gu Wei suddenly realized the master was teaching him how to choose ores. It was known that some legendary weapons required special materials to forge. The room filled with treasures must have been crafted from meticulously selected ores. How foolish he had been. The master's purpose in bringing him along was to impart the skill of, or selection. Excited, Gu Wei gazed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was taken aback, wondering why Gu Wei was so thrilled about selecting ores. Observing him seriously bending down to sift through the stones, Lin Tian deemed him a capable blacksmith. After a lengthy search, Gu Wei finally managed to find 3 pieces of, or with relatively high iron content. However, when he eagerly approached Lin Tian for praise, he was met with the sight of Lin Tian already having selected an entire cart of ore, all packed and ready. He was left dumbfounded. These were clearly the most inferior ores. To put it bluntly, they were even worse than what he had on hand. Dumbfounded, Lin Tian observed Gu Wei standing there, staring at the few pieces of ore. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Do you truly fancy these?" Gu Wei nodded foolishly, utterly perplexed by the master's intentions. Was he not instructed to select ores with a high iron content? How was it that he had randomly chosen an entire cartful? What is the matter? Lin Tian gazed at him, his expression bewildered. Gu Wei hurriedly shook his head in response. It's nothing. He then tossed the pieces of ore he had selected into the cart. Reflecting on his earlier choices, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. The pieces you selected earlier possess quite a unique shape. Gu Wei looked at him in astonishment, realizing that the master was praising him once more. He bashfully scratched his head. Lin Tian chuckled softly, thinking to himself, indeed, he is a young man. It is essential to offer praise when warranted. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes, he was adept at managing such matters. Please do not flatter me. I only possess a modicum of understanding, he humbly replied. Exemplifying the typical demeanor of a novice in the workplace, Lin Tian regarded Gu Wei with satisfaction, appreciating the potential of newcomers. Thus, he activated his persuasive mode. Cheerfully patting Gu Wei on the shoulder, "Do not be modest. I find you quite impressive. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve great success in blacksmithing." Upon hearing this, Gu Wei's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Could it be that the master was testing him to discern whether he possessed the potential to become a master in his own right? And had he successfully passed the master's trial? It must be so. Filled with excitement, he declared, "I will strive with all my might." Lin Tian nodded approvingly, his smile radiant. Indeed, keep up the good work. Yes. Gu Wei stood tall, responding earnestly. Chapter 211. Do you have this peculiarity? Transporting the ore back and forth required an hour. They procured 4 bullock carts specifically for carrying goods from the market. The mountain road was not particularly treacherous, and by noon, all the ore had been successfully transported back. The smelting process would necessitate several days of labor, and a considerable amount of coal was also required during this time. Thus, Lin Tian planned to purchase additional coal carts. Coal was inexpensive, costing merely 1 or 2 silver taels per cart. Lin Tian weighed his meager remaining funds and decided to buy them all, 5 carts of coal and 4 carts of iron ore. Such a display caused quite a stir upon his return to the village. Goodness, old Lin, you are excessively extravagant. So much iron and coal. It must amount to several hundred taels, exclaimed one villager. Come on, old Lin, quickly reveal your secret to making money. Don't keep it to yourself, share it with us. Another urged. Indeed, if there is wealth to be gained, let us all benefit. Lin Tian explained, as a blacksmith, my means of making money lies in forging iron. The iron ore is purchased because I have promised a friend to craft a batch of iron tools for him. Upon hearing this, the villagers became even more intrigued. Seizing the moment, one of them asked, with such a large quantity of iron ore, your workload must be immense. Do you require assistance? Do you know how to forge iron? Lin Tian inquired. The villager's expression faltered. Well, neither does Huzi. Why would you want them? Huzi, overhearing, was about to retort. Lin Tian interjected. They are skilled laborers I have hired for heavy tasks. Then I can help with the physical labor as well. The villager insisted. Lin Tian, unyielding, replied. I already have enough workers. I'm merely earning a modest wage myself. More hands would mean I cannot afford to pay them. However, if you are willing to assist for free, I would be most grateful. Free? In that case, forget it. The villager grumbled and walked away. Upon hearing this, the other villagers realized Lin Tian did not require assistance at the moment, and they too dispersed, their enthusiasm waning. Gu Wei observed the ignorant villagers and thought to himself, such a splendid opportunity, yet they refused to seize it. They wouldn't even mind paying tuition if it meant learning from a master. Unfortunately, these mundane individuals could not comprehend the true prowess of a master. Indeed, how could one expect them to recognize the brilliance of someone capable of wielding an unparalleled kitchen knife to butcher pork? Suddenly, Gu Wei was struck by a bold idea. What if he discreetly offered a high price to acquire the precious items from those individuals? However, when he furtively glanced at Lin Tian's stern visage, he promptly dismissed this notion. He noticed he was not the only one eyeing the precious items. Yet no one dared to act, whether to steal or otherwise. This could only imply one thing. The master had issued a command. Swallowing hard, Gu Wei hastily followed Lin Tian to assist in unloading the ore. These minerals were to be piled in Old Wang's courtyard, as they planned to dismantle the shop in front of Old Wang's house today. Thus, he would be moving in with Gu Wei tonight, gaining a new roommate. Old Wang, observing Gu Wei's jittery fixation on Lin Tian, remarked, Young man, you appear to be quite the strapping lad. Do you harbor some peculiar inclination? Peculiar inclination? Gu Wei was taken aback. As a pure-hearted young man, he devoted himself entirely to the craft of blacksmithing, remaining a virgin even at the age of 19. His family was not in a hurry. In the state of Zhou, the taxes were not as burdensome as those in the Great Yin. Once individuals reached marriageable age, they were required to pay a modest annual tax of 5 taels to the authorities. In contrast, this amount was several times greater in the Great Yin. Furthermore, Old Wang had a physical defect since childhood, which led him to indulge in peculiar studies, broadening his knowledge base considerably. He had even accumulated a wealth of anecdotes and interesting tidbits. He was particularly intrigued by topics such as the infatuation with the male form. One day, he noticed Gu Wei covertly observing Lin Tian, which resembled the characteristics he had heard about. What was going on? Gu Wei felt that the old man before him was acting rather strangely, staring at him intently. He thought, could he have discovered his secret identity? That shouldn't be possible. He had been exceedingly cautious and couldn't recall any slip-ups. Moreover, the inquiry about his preferences was quite peculiar. Old Wang shook his head, saying, "Young man, you are already married. You cannot entertain such thoughts about him." With that, he turned and retreated into the dormitory, leaving Gu Wei standing there, bewildered and terrified, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Did he witness the conversation he had with his wife yesterday? Gu Wei touched his face, pondering whether his behavior was so conspicuous. Or could it be that this old Wang had informed the master? The thought made Gu Wei's heart tremble. What if the master discovered his inappropriate thoughts about his wife? How would he meet his demise? He touched his neck. "Hey, young Gu, what are you standing there for? Come help us." Huzi called out to him. Gu Wei hurried over, observing Lin Tian assisting with the movement of wood, eager to lend a hand. Lin Tian smiled and said, "If we can neatly arrange these materials today, we can preheat the furnace tomorrow." Gu Wei nodded, feeling a surge of anticipation. What was it like to forge metal under the master's guidance? How did one wield the hammer and temper the iron? How were those magnificent treasures crafted? Seeing the excitement on his face, Lin Tian also smiled with delight. In this place, the profession of blacksmithing was looked down upon, even in the small creek. He faced disdain. Those struggling in the city had it far worse. It was a rare joy to encounter a kindred spirit who shared his passion for blacksmithing. Soon after they finished tidying up the yard, Lu Yanran came to summon them for dinner. At the mention of food, Gu Wei's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Li Xiaoqiang, noticing this, teased, "Look at how hungry our little Gu is," his expression akin to that of a starving dog. Gu Wei smiled sheepishly while Xuanzi interjected, "I'm still young and growing. My teacher's wife has told me to eat more. Your concern is